Hey guys, it's Aaron or Hypothetical Tiger, or however you know me, and this is a little bit different of a video, huh? So, it's April Fool's now in Japan, and that's why this is being uploaded right now. And I decided to do something a little fun for April Fool's. So I took all of my AJATT updates and put them into one long 11-hour video. So I hope you watch it all. No, I'm kidding. I doubt anyone is going to watch this whole video, but, yeah, if you watch any of it, just let me know in the comments what timestamp you get to wherever you give up and then you don't finish it all. I'm curious, so let me know. I just want to say thank you guys so much for watching my channel. You guys made a tremendous impact on my life over these past 6 years. And yeah, I could not be any more thankful or grateful than I am right now. So thank you. I love you guys so much. And I hope that you're able to gain some things from my journey over the last 6 years. And hopefully this video also helps with that too, I guess. So yeah, without further ado, let's get to the video. Hello, welcome to my 1-month Japanese MIA update video. Before I begin, everything that's important is down in the description below. Also, I apologize about seeing the reflection in my glasses. I ordered non-reflective lenses. I promise they fucked me. So, to begin, you guys are probably wondering who I am, or you know who I am, either way. My name is Aaron, or Tiger, if you know me from the speedrunning community. I speedrun the Wind Waker HD, and I'm a sophomore in college. So that's like, just quick who I am, right? So you're probably wondering how I started learning Japanese. I started learning in the beginning of 2018 because at the end of 2017 I was shown the movie Your Name, or Kimi no Na wa, by a friend, and let's say the movie just changed me because then I got into anime and manga, etc. And I just found like how cool the language was. It was beautiful. It just sounded really neat, and I liked a lot of things about it. I also, because I'm a speedrunner, there's a decent Japanese presence in the speedrunning community, and I followed some Japanese speedrunners who spoke some English or maybe no English, and I followed a lot of them on Twitter. And on Twitter, they all speak in Japanese, so my Twitter feed is a lot in Japanese a lot of the time. So I wanted to be able to like either talk to them or just understand what they're saying. So that was like part of like the reason why I wanted to start. I also had a friend who showed me Your Name. They were actually learning themselves, so the fact that they were learning was like, oh, I can go in this and there's someone help me and I can ask for questions, and it's like a group effort rather than just like me by myself and no one to talk to about it. Because you probably know, if you're watching this and you're learning a language, if you can't talk to anyone about the experience, it kind of sucks because it's a fun experience to talk about, and I could talk about it for hours. Like if someone like genuinely sat down and was like, talk to me all about your Japanese experience and like stuff, I would talk for hours. I would love it. Like I just enjoy it so much. On from that, you're probably also wondering how I found MIA/AJATT, because this is an MIA update video. I originally heard of the whole process from, I watched the infamous Cats video where he's talking with like the shirt, I forget which color, I think blue or whatever, but that video, everyone's seen it if you're in this community, and I just kind of glossed over it and I was like, cool, whatever, didn't really care. Then I eventually watched Matt's Wanikani video. And I think now he doesn't agree with everything he said in that video, but I watched it when I was doing Wanikani, and I hated it. I hated watching it because I was like, this is telling me that what I'm doing sucks and it's wrong, and I don't like that because what I'm doing, it's helping me and I'm enjoying it. So I felt really like, I don't know, I was kind of annoyed by it. I was like, I don't want to watch this guy. Like, he's just shitting on the thing I'm like enjoying. Like, I'm doing fine this way. Let me stick with it. So I kind of just didn't watch any of his other videos and I said, screw off. Then this summer, I don't know what video or how, but I stumbled back to Matt's channel, and I ended up watching all the videos that matter, all the interviews, watching other people's MIA diaries and stuff. And this was because I was getting back into learning Japanese. Now, like I said, I started in 2018, early 2018. I probably went, not hard, obviously, but I learned for probably the first year. And then I took large breaks. So I was learning Japanese through this all the time, but I wasn't actually studying all of it. There were times where I just wouldn't use Japanese for like months. So out of the 2.5 years it's been since I started, probably only did maybe 1.5 of actual studying. So the summer I wanted to get back into it. I was really into it. I started watching grammar videos again and like just doing Japanese stuff. And I stumbled across Matt's channel again, watched all the stuff, and then I was like, all right, I'm going back into this. Let's do it right. Let's do this. And I was a little nervous, like everyone, because even though it makes sense, immersion-based language acquisition, it's not what you're told when you want to learn a foreign language. You're told use textbooks, etc., talk to natives a lot, you know, all that. You don't really get told, sit down, listen, read your target language for a lot of hours, and then wait to output. Just input. Get quality input the whole time. You don't get told that. So it sounds really weird, even though it makes sense. As children, we acquire language through massive immersion, like insane amounts of immersion. So it makes complete sense that immersing yourself in a language is the best and fastest way to learn said language. So doubts are kind of out of the way now, but there's still some, but I see myself improving, and I'll get to that. So all my doubts are kind of gone. I'm basically just, I'm strapped in, and I'm ready, and I'm letting it go where it goes. So that should cover the whole introduction and everything. So I'll talk about my study plan before I started MIA. As I mentioned, I was doing Wanikani. I got to level 24, and that's about 800 kanji and 3,000 vocab, which is an okay amount. So going into MIA, I'm not a beginner, all right? Like, I grant that I wouldn't call myself intermediate, but I guess it really depends on your scale. But I'm not a beginner, so I'm doing things a little different than most beginners would, because already at 800 kanji under my belt. A lot of the times when I'm reading or whatever, if I see a kanji, there's a good chance I actually know the reading. I might not remember the reading and the meaning. I might remember one of the two or both, but a lot of those come from Wanikani that I remember. Like, I was watching a Let's Play, and they had on the screen, in the game, it said like "sonzai shiteru," and I remembered how to read it, but I can't tell you what sonzai means. Should have looked it up. I didn't. Still didn't. That's my bad. But I can read it. Like, I know what the kanji together, what it reads as. So stuff like that. And 3,000 vocab, pretty decent. Not that much, but an okay foundation. I was also watching Japanese Amo, so Misa's channel. Watched a lot of her grammar videos, over 30 of them, and I took notes. And I watched other videos that I didn't take notes, but a lot of my grammar came from her. Textbooks, I tried Genki, I said no. I tried Japanese the manga way, said no, the book is still back there. Yeah, textbooks weren't really working out. Misa's channel was the only way I was learning grammar, and it was actually sticking. I was taking notes, and then whenever I would immerse, which wasn't often, it would help me out a lot. I think during this, that was basically all I did during my study time. I would read manga every now and then, watch anime, but with English subtitles, so it was completely useless. But if during that time I was immersing at high hours per day, like fully immersed in the language, I'd be at a very different stage of Japanese than I am now. I'd be way better. And it sucks thinking about that, but it's also like, all right, let's not screw it up this time. So if I was doing immersion during those times and I stuck with doing the grammar videos every day, etc., I would be at a very good spot, I would say. Hopefully. Don't know, actually, but I would assume I would be at a good spot. So that kind of goes over everything I did before MIA. Also, if you look me over here, I have notes for the whole video. It's not scripted, but I got notes. But yeah, I would say that's probably everything I did beforehand. It wasn't intensive. Like I said, no real immersion. Like immersion every now and then, like listening to the videos or whatever Japanese I stumbled upon to actually immerse. But it wasn't like actually trying to like sit down and immerse. I never thought of it as that. It was just like whatever I'm doing for fun. It has Japanese, So that's kind of what went on there. So now I'll go over my current study plan. I'll start with Anki. I'm doing Anki. I hate Anki, but that doesn't matter. I'm doing the JLPT Tango N5 deck. I have about 469 cards left. I'm doing 25 cards a day. I'm also doing RTK, and I'll get to that, but I'm doing 25 cards a day because a lot of the words in there and sentence structure I completely understand. Like, I'm learning some things every now and then, but it's nothing overwhelming. So I'm doing 25 cards a day to get them done fast. I should be done by the end of the month, which is awesome. But yeah, a lot of things I know, and I know I could delete them or skip them, but I like the fact of like kind of reinforcing them in Anki, and then because some of them I might not fully remember, so it's nice to reinforce them, and I'm enjoying it. So that's fine. I'm doing RTK as well. I have 823 cards left. I'm only doing 10 kanji a day because I want to focus on other immersing in like other things rather than soul kanji, because kanji to me look like kanji. They don't look like random shapes. So RTK is like there to like help me get the meanings down for the ones I either forgot or didn't know, because I knew 800 at one point. So yeah, I'm only doing 10 cards a day, and the reason, I know you're supposed to do RTK before you do like any vocab acquisition in terms of sentence mining or decks, but now this might be wrong and people might shit on me for this, but I feel like I'd be wasting my time if I was doing 3 months of RTK before starting a Tongo deck or sentence mining. Like, I feel like I would just be wasting my time because I have a good foundation in kanji. So I just don't want to feel like I'm wasting my time. Whether I would be wasting my time or not, maybe this is dumb and I'll be mad at it myself in a year, but I feel like I'd be wasting my time if I was only doing kanji on Anki right now and not anything else. I also have a sentence mining deck. However, I don't add new cards. I'm at 30 cards right now. I'm not adding any more until after I'm done doing whatever Tongo decks I choose to do, because my brain, now once again, this is just what I'm doing, might be wrong, but whatever. All right, I don't want to fully go into sentence mining now because I know I want to do at least the Tongo N5 and N4, possibly N3. So I don't want to start going hard sentence mining yet because those decks are still going to be done. And I feel like if I sentence mine a bunch and then I go and do those decks, a lot of the cards that I sentence mine are going to be in the decks anyway. So I was going to learn them in there anyway, you know? So my brain is like, just wait till after you're done with the decks to go hard on sentence mining, because then by then you have a really good foundation. So then whatever you don't know, it'll be actually useful to make a card out of. And I+1 sentences should be found pretty simple because of that, because I'll have a big foundation by the end of those decks. So yeah, I like sentence mining, but I'm not going to go hard on it yet. I also have a Dictionary Basic Japanese Grammar deck. I have 113 cards left. I was doing 5 cards a day. I'm not doing any currently because I have too much. It's just too much to like go with that. So I'm just doing like vocab right now, and I'll talk more about grammar stuff in a bit. But the deck's fine, and I'll get it done eventually. I thought for now I'll just focus on like getting words and immersing, and I'll go back to the deck whenever I need to. So that's it for Anki decks. My daily immersion. I actually screwed up here. Hold on. All right, my daily immersion. I've done since I started a month ago on June 15th. I've watched 114 episodes of anime, which comes out to about 38 hours. I've read 97 chapters of manga. I have watched 74 YouTube videos, and the 74 YouTube videos have come out to 22 hours. And the YouTube videos I only started watching on July 9th. So that's kind of where I'm at in terms of immersion. So decent amount. I want to do better, and I know I can do better. So that's going to be a goal in the future. But I've done I've done a good amount of immersion in the last month, and I genuinely feel it helping, which is awesome. But yeah, right now just anime manga YouTube videos. The YouTube videos are Let's Plays because I don't know, I used to like them in English, and now all of a sudden like there's a new love for them because I can watch them in Japanese. Anime, it's anime, come on. Manga. Dramas I haven't started any yet, or movies, like live action movies. However, once I get tired of YouTube videos, it's probably going to move into probably like Terrace House stuff, because I watched it all when it was all in English subbed, and I really, really love Terrace House, so it'll be fun to watch it in Japanese. The way I did it was originally I did a lot of anime. That's why I have 38 hours of anime. Then recently I was slowing down. And I was like, I need to figure out something else to immerse with that can keep my attention. And I started watching YouTube videos, and now I'm already at 22 hours of them because I've been just really enjoying it. And manga, I haven't been reading as much as I should, and I do want to read more, and I'll talk about that in a bit. But that's it for like daily immersion that I've been doing. On my current progress level and like my level in general, I'd say I feel myself moving forward. It's weird because I'm not a beginner, so it's hard to really know how much I'm moving forward, but I definitely can feel that I'm like improving. Whether it might be at a big rate, I can't necessarily tell, but I can feel myself improving because I'm enjoying immersion even if I don't understand it all. Like, that's what's awesome. Like, I could watch a YouTube Let's Play, watch 30 minutes of a game, understand like 30% of it, and still have a great time and really enjoy it. And it's even better when I do understand it, because it's like, oh, I understood that whole sentence. It's awesome. So it's nice. I'm enjoying it, and I think it'll only go up from here because it's only the first month of intensive immersion, and once I get through the Tongo N5 deck, N4 is when I'll start learning probably a lot more new words. So I'll feel my comprehension skyrocket probably once I get to there. Because right now, a lot of the words I'm learning are review. The only words I'm really learning is when I'm watching something and I look it up and I go, oh, okay. And I don't make cards for those. If I look up a word, I look it up and I just go on. And hopefully it comes up enough so I remember it. Otherwise, I'll eventually know it. Now I'll move on to like my plans for the future. I want to do at least 3 hours a day of immersion, probably more. Lately, I've been doing 5 hours at least, which is awesome, but that'll change when I go to college. Because I'm in the US. Corona. So hopefully 5 hours a day, which would be awesome. At least 1 or 2 sentences of sentence mining a day, because I sentence mine only from reading. I don't sentence mine from audio sources. So the more I read, the more I can sentence mine. So sentence mine like 5 at most a day, just so I'm doing something in terms of sentence mining. And then I don't feel like lost. I had 0 with it. So, but even then, I'm not worrying about it that much, like I said. So if I don't sentence mine one day, it's all right. If I don't sentence mine for a week, I don't really care. I'll get to it when it's my only way of like getting new words, you know. I want to do more reading because I haven't been reading enough, and I learn, well, everyone knows this, but you learn more when you're reading. So I just want to read a lot. I've been bad at it, but I really got to force myself to read a lot more, and I'm getting a little bit better at it. But yeah, I really want to start reading more. I would like to watch a Misa video either every day or every other day with no notes, at least the beginning no notes. Maybe in the future, if I feel like I need notes, then do it, but definitely no notes, just because I'll get the grammar point in my head, and if it sticks, then it'll show up in Immersion and we'll all be fine. And I want to do that because currently there's I'm not getting grammar from anywhere, and I know you can pick it up, etc. from watching, but I like having a structure of where I can pick it up from. So if I do that, I can pick up a lot of grammar and probably get way better quickly, because I'll be learning a lot more new grammar points every day or every other day with examples in her videos, and it should really get hammered in as long as I'm immersing. So I really want to do that. My plan is at the beginning of 2021, I would like to go back to WaniKani. And I know people are going to be like, oh, don't do that, that's dumb. I enjoyed WaniKani and it worked for me. So I would like to try it again at 2021. I bought the lifetime plan, so I can. It's there. I'll restart from 0 and just go. Do it every day. At worst, it doesn't help, right? At best, it's hammering in some more kanji readings that might not be as common, and some kanji in general that might not be as common that aren't in the 1000 RTK deck. So, can't hurt, right? It's just added stuff. So that I definitely really want to do that. So 2021, first day, I'm going to start with WaniKani again. Definitely. Whether people think that's okay or not, I don't really care. I'm excited for it. Anki progress I want to do at least the N5, N4, and possibly N3 Tongo decks. Maybe N2, N1, depends. I heard that they don't really help much. So I heard like N3 is probably the last one that you'll get anything really good from. So we'll definitely do those 2 decks, as well as once I'm done with the N5. And then I can start sentence mining after that, like I mentioned. Where I want my ability level to go in the future. Obviously, easy to be able to read manga and anime without like really struggling sometimes about what's going on. But I mean, that's like a small goal. Like obviously, I want to be as good as I can be, but it'd be nice to pick up any manga and just read it and go, oh, okay, and get like a lot of it, you know. And I'll get there. I just gotta keep working hard. Next year, hopefully, I want to go to Japan sometime. So if I could be ready for output then. Right now, I'm kind of ready for output. Not ready for output. I can output. It's just not good. So if I could be at a stable place for output next year whenever I go to Japan, that would be awesome. If not, whatever. With what I have now, even my knowledge now, I'd be okay. But definitely, like, I want to be at like a stable output position then. So we're almost done. Sorry for the long video, but I'll update these videos at 6 months and a year and year and a half, 2 years, etc. Because normally people wait till the 3rd month to do an MIA update video. I wanted to do it 1 month just to get it all down. and then kind of keep me accountable and make me keep going. So I won't do one at 3 months, but I'll do one again at 6 months. So in 5 months from now, which is awesome. I'm sure we'll see a lot of changes. It'll be really cool to watch back and see where I'm at. Now, I'll give you some recommendations for what I've been enjoying. I'm not going to say these are great for learning, etc. They might be, but it's just what I've been immersing with and what I enjoy. For manga, I've been reading Ijiranai de Nagatoro-san, which it's like a slice of life, cute thing. It's great. Love it. I've been reading that online, so I don't have the book, which sucks. Tip, get an Amazon JP account. They give out free manga like all the time. I have so many volumes of manga in my library that I can just read at any time. Do that and you will be happy, all right? That's a very important step if you want manga easily. Also, I've been reading, not reading now, but Yotsubato. I read I have volumes 1 through 5. I read 1 through 4 already, but I'm going to go back and read through them all soon. Cute. She's a little girl in Japan learning things, so you're learning as well. Every learner has basically heard of it. It's the classic. It's the staple. Use this manga to learn manga. So next we have Karakai Jouzu no Takagi-san. This is volume 4. I have volume 1 through 5. I'm about to finish this probably today or tomorrow, and then I'm gonna read volume 5, and I'm gonna be really sad that I don't have any of the other volumes, but I don't want to buy them from Amazon Japan because it's expensive. But I love this series. It's so good. I understand most of what I'm reading, like a lot of the time. And same thing with the anime, which I'll talk about like in a minute, but it's just so good. It's just Takagi teasing Nishikata, and it's just the cutest shit, and it's just fun. It's a nice slice of life. I like slice of life stuff and like rom-com shit, so I'm a trashy person, but it's enjoyable. You can understand a lot of it, so it's a lot of fun. Anime, obviously Karakai Jouzu no Takagi-san. I don't know what else to say. It's pretty easy, just like the manga, so it's fun. New Game. New Game's actually the thing that got me. Like, once I said, okay, I'm gonna start immersing, I watched all of New Game season 1 in 2 days because it was one of the first anime that I saw after I watched Your Name, so I love New Game. And it was like surprisingly easy to understand without subtitles or anything, and it's just great. It's just this team of people at a game company making a video game. I like video games, so the process of making a video game with cute anime girls and shit, I mean, come on. If you like anime, you're gonna like it. It's slice of life, so if you don't like slice of life, actually you won't like it, but you know, all these are basically slice of life. Sorry. Also, Bokutachi wa Benkyou ga Dekinai. I want to get the manga so bad, and I can't wait to go to Japan to buy all the manga, because oh my god, the anime is so good. I watched season 1, I gotta watch season 2. It's like a rom-com slice of life thing, school life. Tutor needs to teach girls so they can pass exam to get into college, or I'm pretty sure, yeah. It's great. It's exactly what you expect it to be if you watch any slice of life or romance manga anime. It's just so good. I'm really enjoying that. Now on to YouTubers. All of these are Let's Play YouTubers, so if you don't like Let's Plays, sorry, but that's all I watch on YouTube. We got Tsuchinoko. I really like his Pokemon Snap Let's Play and his Luigi's Mansion one. He does a lot of like voices, and they're like really funny. Yeah, Tsuchinoko is like a lot of fun. He's like one of the first Let's Players that I actually started watching in Japanese, and it's like, I'm really glad I did. I'm glad I found him. He's awesome. Hatta Emery, I started watching her because of Star Wars Fallen Order, but now I'm watching her Animal Crossing playthrough. She's really cool. I think she has like a different channel. It's like a vlog type channel where she's originally got like bigger on, but she's really like cool, and it's just a fun chill at night. I like sit down with like an Animal Crossing video at the end of my night. Koru, I was watching his Metroid Samus Returns playthrough, and he hasn't finished it in over a year, and I'm very sad because I was really enjoying it. But Koru does Let's Plays. I'm watching his Yoshi's Crafted World right now and Super Mario Odyssey. He's really fun, and like, it's just the way he reacts to things is really like funny, and it's like easy to understand. A lot of it's like you're gonna hear like itai and abune like a billion times, and it's so funny. I love it. I also followed him on Twitter, and he followed me back, and that was probably the coolest thing ever. I was popping off. There's also Lipton Plus, which is like 4 people, I believe. They make videos, but there's a main guy, Dayada. He makes most of the videos, and I've been watching his Pokemon White playthrough recently, and he has a nice chill voice, and it's just fun to like relax to. That's basically it for YouTubers. Like I said it again, I'll have everything down in the description. So yeah, this is pretty much the end. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you watched all the way, I didn't expect this to be 25 minutes, but yeah, that's just how it goes. If you have a question for me, you can leave it in the comments below. DM me on Twitter, at me on Twitter, wherever. In the description, I'll have my Twitter and other social media links, and I'll have a link for everything that I talked about that's important. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I'll see you guys in 5 months with the 6-month update video. Hopefully this helped if you're learning MIA, like if you're learning Japanese through MIA, or you just wanted to understand it a bit more. If you have any questions, like I said, you can just ask me. I'm busy, but not busy all the time, so I'll probably answer you. I'm not a big shot, all right? Just ask. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys in 5 months, I guess. Hi guys, it's Aaron, or Hypothetical Tiger. Today is my 3-month anniversary of starting the mass immersion approach for learning Japanese. Start, once again, glare. You know, it's gonna be there. My glasses are terrible. And you're gonna see me looking down here, and probably like in this direction, because that's where like my notes are. The camera's here, my notes down there. So, yeah. But to start, I just want to say, if you're wondering about my beginning of my journey in depth and like more stuff that I did at the beginning, up till the first month, watch my first video. It's up on the channel. It's probably in the same playlist as this one. You go to my channel, should be right there. It's one of the newest videos. So some quick stuff in case you didn't want to watch that, or you didn't. I started studying off and on in early 2018. I started studying because of the anime movie Your Name. You probably have seen it, and I recommend it. I didn't immerse really consistently when I was studying back then, but I would watch anime with English subtitles, and I would try to read manga every now and then, but I would get like ultimately too frustrated that I wasn't really understanding the manga, so it wasn't as fun to me, so I just kind of never did it. And like I said, I would immerse with anime with English subtitles, which I guess was fine with letting me hear Japanese and hear some things that I knew and was learning. But there wasn't much immersion. There was like trying to actually textbook study using like grammar videos and textbooks. However, and I used Wanikani for kanji, but there wasn't much actual immersion to solidify much. Now, a good amount did get solidified, and that'll come into play when I talk about like currently where I'm at. But it wasn't nearly as much as if I would have been for those 2 years immersing. So now I will go on to my current study plan. I'm sure you guys are all interested from this one. So my Anki decks. The last video, I believe I was either almost done with the Tango N5 or completely finished and starting the N4. Right now, I am done with Tango N5. I'm done with Tango N4, and I have 1,173 cards left in the Tango N3 deck. N5, I barely deleted cards. I deleted a good amount, but there were a lot of, if I would have deleted all my N5 cards, I probably could have been done with it in like half a month, like 15 days-ish, maybe even less, because there was a lot I knew. The N4, I deleted cards. I think I got down to to like 700-ish cards in the deck, because I deleted everything I knew already, because I was like, I'm not wasting my time on Anki if I know these words. And I'm doing the same thing with N3. I'm deleting cards I know. I forget how many cards it started out with after I like played around with it and fixed stuff, but I have about 1,173 left, which is pretty good. I think at 25 a day, which is how many cards I learned from the Tango decks as I was doing them, I should finish around November 1st, I believe. So with card deletions, end of October, early November, I should be done with the N3, which is really cool. And after the N3, I'm going to go straight into only sentence mining for my new words. Like, I like the N3 so far. I like structure a lot. So doing all the way up till N3 has been really nice, because every day I know I can learn 25 new words, and it's like really nice. And it doesn't really matter on like my amount of either reading or mining shows. It doesn't really matter, because I'm getting 25 words no matter what. So I like that structure. But after N3, I'm not going to do N2 or N1. Everything I've heard is it's like diminishing returns the farther you go, and N3 seems to be the last like decent Tango deck that you should probably do. After N3, you're well on your way to be able to start sentence mining from native content without worrying about too much. And I've been sentence mining already, and I'll talk about that right now. I have 506 total sentence cards made. Some of these cards may be duplicates, like the same word, just me being a dumbass and accidentally doing it, or already have been in the Tango N5, N4, or N3 deck. But I keep the cards even if they were from those decks, because I like seeing it context in like a manga. Because all of my sentence mining right now comes from manga. I've tried to sentence mine from shows, and I'm hoping this changes. But the whole like pausing after every subtitle, reading it, and then finding a word and then going, really it makes an anime episode for me take way too long, and I'd rather sacrifice those sentences and get them from like reading manga or whatever else. So I kind of just don't do that. If I'm watching anime and I feel in the mood and I hear, or usually I've been watching with Japanese subtitles, and I'm trying to phase out away from it because I feel like it's becoming kind of a crutch. Like I can still understand a good amount without subtitles, but when there's subtitles on, my understanding of like say an episode, for example, say I have 50% understanding with no subtitles. With subtitles, my understanding goes at least to 75, maybe higher. So I feel like I'm using it as a crutch sometimes, and I feel like I go out of my way to find shows that I can use Japanese subtitles on. Like if a show's on Verve or it's on Japanese Netflix, I'm gonna pick Japanese Netflix because of the subtitles, which I want to stop doing. But I feel like it's also not terrible as long as I mix in non-subtitled listening, because the subtitles are a kind of reading in a way, because I read the subtitles. Even though I don't necessarily have to all the time, I still read them like almost every line, which is probably bad, but you know, it's all right. So yeah, sentence mining all coming from there. So I have about over 500 cards, which isn't bad. That's not with getting 10 a day. I would like to, when I go full sentence mining, to do 5 to 10 sentence cards a day. Like, make sure that I get 5 to 10. But right now, I'm just kind of doing it when I'm reading. And at the beginning of August, I wanted to read a lot. And I think I read, I don't know how many. I think I might have read like 40 or 30 to 40 volumes of manga in that month, which could be way better. But then after that, I kind of like burnt myself out towards the end of August, because the beginning I like read like 4 volumes a day or 3 or 4 a day, depending on like how much I was into the series. Like I read Aku no Hana so fucking quick. I recommend that, by the way. Aku no Hana's a very good manga. I'm sorry, I'm going on a tangent, but recently I've been getting back into reading. I'm trying to read 1 volume a day, and I'll go into that a little bit more later. But that's where my sentence cards are coming from. They're not coming from anime. RTK, last video, I don't know if I talked about the possibility of dropping it or what, but I know I was still doing it. Yeah, I dropped that probably like within 2 weeks of making that video, because RTK is to help you recognize kanji, get used to their shapes, and attach an English meaning. I had the problem of doing wani-kani for a while and already having like kanji in my brain as kanji, and I had no problem. So also, I don't need these, sorry. Whoops. So RTK just became not fun because I had to attach English words to kanji that I've already seen in context, and it doesn't really work, and it's not entertaining, and it just gets annoying. So I dropped RTK, and that was I was really nervous about it because I was scared that I wouldn't be able to learn new words, even though it's kind of stupid to think that way. It's been great. I've been learning words with kanji that I've never seen before, and I can read them fine without furigana or anything. And I didn't need to finish RTK. I don't even think I got to 500 cards. I can't remember. But yeah, RTK is just, to me, it was not useful. It might have been better in the long run to go through it. I was not a fan, so I dropped that. Dictionary of Basic Japanese Grammar, I was doing that last time. I also dropped that because I've decided to pursue some other methods for grammar, and I'll talk about that in like a little bit. But now we'll get to my immersion. So up until now, I have watched 135 hours of anime. I've read 64 volumes of manga. The chapter amount I'm not going to give because obviously lengths of chapters matter, but know that I've read 64 volumes of manga and like some doujins that like some, and by some I mean like definitely over 50. So 64 volumes isn't the extent of my reading, and obviously I read like Twitter. Sometimes I'll open up NHK and read an article depending on how I feel. I read YouTube comments, etc. So it's not all coming from manga for my reading, but just know that there's more than those 64 volumes. YouTube videos, I've watched 86 hours of YouTube. I've only watched 10 hours of dramas, but that's because I didn't really get into it until last month when I started trying to watch Terrace House, the original. And I want to get back into it. I've been kind of really on the anime kick recently, so I've been going hard, and it's been awesome. So total, I have 236 hours of active listening immersion. It's less than I want, but it's not bad. Like, I would like to do, right now I'm aiming for 2 hours a day, but so I could hit 60 a month basically, at least. Realistically, could hit 100 hours a month if I really wanted to. And I want to. I just got to really push myself. No passive listening as of right now because I can't force myself to do it, which is the problem. What I might do when I start mining full shows, like for example, Promised Neverland Season 2 comes out in January. I want to watch the anime, but I want to understand it all because I really care about the series. So my plan is to read volume 1 through 4 of the manga, because that's what covers season 1, so while Sentence mining it. Then watching the anime after I do that, the first season again, but go line by line and actually mine the entire show that way, so that by the end of it, I have a good amount of vocab from season 1 that should hopefully let me understand season 2. And when I do that to the show, I'll rip the audio and use that as passive listening to help me really like get those words in my head. But I'm not going to do passive listening until I start mining full shows like that, just because I can't force myself to do it, and I feel like I'm fine without it so far. And they're like, whenever I'm like doing something else, I'd rather have music in or something else. And usually it's Japanese music, so I'm still getting some type of Japanese, but it's not like audio from a show or anything. So we'll move on to grammar now. I read through a large portion of Take Him. Not done with it, but what my plan is I'm also doing Misa videos, Japanese Alma with Misa, lover videos. That is my new grammar source, basically new grammar. I'm watching 3 videos a week, one on Monday, one on Wednesday, one on Friday, trying to keep to that, making sentence cards as I go. Did I mention that? Oh, I didn't mention that in the sentence deck. I have 59 total cards for the videos I watched so far. I sentence mine some examples from like the videos I watch to like constantly see them in Anki and get them in my head better. So yeah, 3 times a week I watch Misa videos. My plan is like in like a month or 2 or whenever I feel like it, just going through Take Him again and going to the sections and seeing like, do I need a refresher on this, and then quick read it and then just go back to Immersion. I'll just refer back to Take Him. I'm not going to like read anything and be like, all right, 1 Take Him chapter a day. It's like, I'll just go back to it every now and then to like see if there's some things that I could brush up on, or just see how much like I don't need to brush up on anymore. I think that'd be fun. So my thoughts on my current progress and skill level. I can feel myself moving forward, and it's really, because I didn't start from 0, it's really hard to like really tell how much, but I can feel it happening, and I'm happy with the progress. I'm enjoying the immersion a lot, even if I don't understand everything. It's sometimes hard to get me to actually immerse, but once I actually immerse, I'm really enjoying it. Like, I really enjoyed reading manga recently, and it's just, when I get into a volume, if I really like the story, I'll blast through that shit like so fast. So it's really nice. I can see myself paying attention to subtitles a lot and really seeing how things are connecting. So like how one conjugation adds on another part to like make a new meaning, etc., like stuff like that. Or really paying attention to subtitles and seeing like every grammar point and going, okay, I know this one, I know why it's doing this, and I'm becoming really analytical with subtitles rather than just like reading them and understanding. Like, I'm reading them understanding, but I'll pay more attention to see why and see exactly what things are doing and how they're connecting, just to like really think about the grammar and the structures a lot more while I'm immersing. I'm getting better at picking out words I know and remembering the meanings of readings. If I hear a word or see a word in manga or anime, usually I can tell like I should know this word, and if I don't get the reading right away or I don't get the meaning right away, I'll look it up again just to push it down. Like, I'll know I have an Anki card. Like, I think, pretty sure the word for like coincidence, etc., is like guzen. I'm pretty sure like I saw that last night, and I was like, I'm pretty sure that means like coincidence. And then I would look it up and it would say like what it meant, and I'd be like, all right, cool. And it would hit me, like be pushed in. And every time I see a word in Immersion, I know it's not good to translate to English, but I will sometimes like see a word and go and just in my head say like whatever the English equivalent is, so that I can like make sure I know the meaning and get it pushed a little further. So I've been doing that a lot. I can get through a volume of manga with a dictionary and looking up a lot and come out with larger understanding. Sometimes I don't even have to look up a lot. It really depends on the series. Like I've been reading this manga series called Sekai ka Konojo ka Erabanai. And the first couple volumes I looked up a good amount of words, like almost every page, if I didn't understand them, to get a full understanding of the story. But I'm on volume 5 now, and at this point I can read through it and look up like a word or two every now and then or every page, and come up with a pretty good understanding of the story and everything. And it feels really good to just do that. Like to go from like looking up a lot of words a page to get a full understanding to like reading like 30 pages and looking up less than 20 words, even though I don't know all the words. Like it's not saying like there's only 20 words I don't know, but like not having to feel like I need to look them all up to understand. Like I'm just understanding a lot more without looking up certain words. Can easily understand some anime depending on the genre. If it's a slice of life anime, I can usually turn it on and with or without subtitles, really pretty much get everything that's happening, understand a lot of dialogue. If there's subtitles, obviously my understanding will go up, but it's like slice of life at this point is like kind of, I don't want to say effortless, but like I'm at the point now where it doesn't feel like I really need to use my brain too much while watching it, because a lot of it is becoming very obvious and easy for me, which is really cool. Definitely wasn't at that point 3 months ago, so it's working. Sometimes I get sucked into a manga and I don't feel like I'm reading a foreign language. This happened last night. I was reading The Rent-A-Girlfriend Volume 2. Love the anime, by the way. I really enjoyed the manga. I recommend. And I was just reading, and I think I read like 2-3 chapters, and I just went, wait, I'm reading in Japanese. Because like I just kept reading. There was no problem. Like I would look up words every now and then, but it didn't feel like I was straining myself to read or anything. It was just like, oh well, this is what I'm doing now. I'm reading, and it was just really cool. I also had earlier this month I had a funny thing happen. I dreamed for the first time in fully Japanese. I was speaking Japanese in the dream. People around me were speaking Japanese in the dream. And it was really odd when I woke up. I was like, wait, that was my 100% my first Japanese dream. And it's funny thinking about it because it's your mind making up the dream and all that. Like, it was all like just like subconscious Japanese that was in my brain that people were saying and I was saying. And I can't remember the contents or whatever, or if like in the moment if anything I said or they said was right. But I think it's still interesting that your brain will hear this language so much and begin to like, people in your dreams will speak in it and you'll speak in it, because you just have so much you have so much input that subconsciously your brain can just spit it out. Now if it could like consciously do that too, like immediately, that'd be fucking nice, but that's output's not for now yet, for a bit yet. But now I'm on to my plans for the future. Sorry, this is a little unstructured. I structure as much as I can, but I keep going on tangents, and I apologize. I know people like the structure of the last video, so I tried to keep the same type of thing, but I find myself wavering away from it a bit, and I apologize. But hopefully this has been nice so far, and you guys are enjoying it. So my plans for the future. With Immersion, would like 3 hours a day. Right now I'm hitting at least 2 because I'm in school. I can hit 3. I've been just very lazy, admittedly. But I am immersing every day and doing Anki every day. So it's not like I'm slacking on that. I'm just not doing as much as I know I could. But 3 hours a day is my goal. I have here read 5 volumes of manga a week. Currently I'm doing 1 volume a day, and it's been working out very well. I finish a volume and then I coded a little like random value picker thing in Python that I just input all the values of the manga. Like I just put the titles and it'll pick a random volume that I like. Not a random volume, but a random title. Like, because I've started a lot of manga. I haven't finished all of them. So it'll just pick a series for me, and I just immediately put it on my computer, and I read that volume for the next day, or that day, or whatever. And it's been really good at, like, even if I don't want to read the series, if I put it on my computer, as soon as I do it, I will actually read that series. So it's getting me to actually finish series and volumes, which is really good. So I've been trying to do 1 a day. 5 days a week would be nice. So 1 volume a week, 5 volumes a week. That would be that'd be okay. I think I can manage one a day. It just depends how busy I get sometimes. But 5 would definitely be the good benchmark. As I said with the Misa videos, 3 times a week. That should give me a good amount of grammar into my head every week. And since I'm immersing, it should show up in immersion and get punched in. And like I said, I'll take him if I feel like I need to. Don't know how long it'll take me to go through all Misa's videos, but after Misa's videos, I'll probably like really go through Take Him one more time to like see if there's anything and sentence mine some stuff from whatever is like shaky or I don't know. And then basically just wait till Misa puts up new videos and just keep immersing. But by then, hopefully I wouldn't need too much grammar resources and just like would need to immerse a lot more to like really get everything down. My Anki progress, I would like to finish Tango N3, which I will, and then focus on sentence mining afterwards. That's basically all you're going to see with Anki for me. By the 6-month update, I will be exclusively like reviewing decks and only doing new cards from the Misa sentences. Probably Take Him at that point as well, which I'll combine with the Misa sentences and my sentence mining deck. So won't be any new pre-made decks after N3. So that'll be really cool. Where I want my ability level, I think I already put this. I think it's like the same thing. Easily read manga, easily watch anime, talk to people. I want to go to Japan next year, be able to output not significant, but an okay amount. And I'll talk more about my plan to get ready for that in the the 6-month update. So now moving to the conclusion. This is getting long, and I apologize. So I'll just give some recommendations that I've been enjoying. Not necessarily easy, but I mean, like, if I can read it, it's probably not that hard. Like, let's be real. For manga, really enjoyed Aku no Hana. Read all 11 volumes very quickly. I understood 100% of that story, and I got a lot of sentences out of it, but I really, really enjoyed it. Sekai ka Kunojo ka Erabanai. Very trashy series. It's guy likes girl, he can't tell the girl that he likes her, but she likes him back because this other girl told him that if he tells her that, the world will blow up. So it's kind of trashy. Has some ecchi elements. I don't know, I'm a degenerate, but I'm enjoying it so far. Domestic Kanojo, if you know what it is, there's not much I can say. If you don't know what it is, you should read volume 1 of the manga. Don't watch the anime. I watched it already a while ago. Not great. Manga, pretty trashy, but pretty good, I will say. Mijiku na futari de gozaimasu ka. This series, don't know how I found it. I think I was watching a Japanese YouTuber showing their manga collection, and they had it. Basically about a couple who were friends for a while, and then they got married, but they're very inexperienced with relationships and stuff. So it's like them trying to have sex, basically. Like, oh, how do we do this? That's kind of what it is. It's like more wholesome and cute than anything, I'd say. And I don't know. It's just I really like that type of stuff, like cute shit. I don't know. I'm a sucker for like romantic comedies and romance manga and anime. That's like my top genre. That and slice of life are really good. For anime, Zombieland Saga, rewatched it in Japanese with subtitles. In Japanese with Japanese subtitles. Understood basically everything that was being said and going on. It felt really good, and I wanted to keep watching. It was awesome. It felt really good to watch it and just kind of go through it and not feel like lost that much. Rent a Girlfriend, it's airing this season. I just got some of my friends hooked on it. I think everyone should watch it. It is ultimately a trashy show. However, it's a trashy show that a lot of people might relate to in some ways. It's enjoyable. Blend-S, this was the first slice of life show that I watched recently that I went, oh, this is easy. I rewatched Blend-S, and I had no subtitles whatsoever, and I walked away and I went, damn, I understood like almost everything. I felt like, or at least what was going on, and I was like, that was simple. That's how I felt. Recovering of an MMO Junkie, recently rewatched the anime, really good. Once again, I understood a lot. Slice of life type thing, romance, not hard. Also, hold on, I bought both of the manga volumes. Sadly, it's canceled because the author was sick, but I bought both volumes. I've not read any of them because I tried, but There's a lot of kanji, and it was like too much. Like, I can read without furigana, even if I don't know all the kanji. But sometimes there's just a lot, and it gets overwhelming, and it's like, okay, out of these 2 pages, I don't know 75% of the kanji. So I was like, I'm gonna come back to this because it literally hurt my head to try to read it. But recommend the anime. Probably recommend the manga if it's as good as the anime. I haven't read it yet, but I mean, I will eventually. Also, Kaguya-sama, once again, pretty easy to understand. I gotta watch season 2. For YouTubers, they're pretty much the same. Tsuchinoko, Hatayamari, Koru, and Lipton. For dramas, I like Terrace House. That's like the classic. Learn Japanese, watch Terrace House. But yeah, there's this movie called Peach Girl. I watched it because Mei Nagano is in it, and I really like her. I don't know. She was on a guest appearance on an episode of Terrace House, and I really liked her. So I've been watching. So I watched that because she was in it. Literally the only reason she was in it, and I actually really enjoyed it. It was the first movie I watched in Japanese, and it was 2 hours, and I watched it without even like really thinking about it being in Japanese. I feel like I understood everything, and it was just an enjoyable experience. Also, I think it's Bokutachi ga Yarimashita. There's a manga based on it, but there's also a drama. She's in the drama. I recommend that. I've been watching that. I haven't finished it yet, but I really like that. Million Yen Women. I watched this a while ago because the main character is Yojiro Noda from Radwimps. I fucking love Radwimps, right? I was supposed to see Radwimps in concert this year, but Corona happened, and I'm very sad. But I literally watched it because he was in it, and it's actually a really good story, and I enjoyed it. And I found another actress that I like from that show. I forget her name. I forget her full name, but I know it's like Yuko. I think it's like Yuko Arakawa or something like that. Really like her, but I like that series. I plan to buy the manga, probably in Japan. But yeah, like that series. I recommend. It's a good drama. Next update will be at the 6-month mark, which will be December 15th of this year. I said I wasn't going to do a 3-month update. However, I feel like I improved so much I had to give an update. Not sure if I'll give a 9-month update. Like I said, I might get close to 9 months and go, wow, I improved a lot since my 6-month mark. Maybe I should give an update. So either 6 months and a year, or 6, 9, and then a year. I didn't say this earlier, but I would like to start reading light novels probably within the next month or 2. I want to get into light novels because I know that will improve my Japanese a lot. So I want to just push through that and get started. That's pretty much it, I think. Hopefully I covered everything, and hopefully it wasn't too scattered. Thank you guys so much for watching. You guys can sub to my YouTube, like, comment, whatever, all that. Hopefully this is a good update. I'll see you guys at the 6th month. That'll be fun. Follow my Twitter. It'll be down below. I also have a book meter page, which lists all the manga and light novels when I start reading those that I've read. So you can go on my book meter. It's linked down below, and you can see what I read. Yeah, there's other links down below. I believe I'll have links to like Matt's channel, the Mass Immersion Approach website, etc. Yeah, I hope that this was good, and hopefully if you were doing MIA, this was sort of a little bit of a, I don't know, a motivation boost. I like watching these for motivation. I'm only 3 months in. I made a lot of progress, but that's because I had a good base. But I think the amount from my base to where I am now is still a very large amount in 3 months. It feels, I've definitely gotten a lot better. A lot of the things I can do now relatively effortlessly or with not too much trouble would have been pretty difficult for me 3 months ago. So it does work. Keep going. You may see a small amount of progress and then it goes up, but like, trust me, even if it feels like you're not moving forward, subconsciously, you're learning a lot, and you are, every single time you watch something in Japanese or your target language, or you read something, your brain's figuring it out just a little bit more, and you just got to keep going, because eventually you'll get to like a nice spot, and you'll feel like you actually made it. Just because the progress doesn't feel like it's there doesn't mean it's happening. That's something I'm still trying to force myself to believe, and I know it's true because last 3 months have been proof of it, but that's seriously something to remember. Just because you don't see it happening necessarily does not mean it's not happening. It 100% is. Just keep putting in the effort and the time, and you'll get somewhere. So yeah, thank you guys so much. Like I said, links in the description and all that. I will see you guys in another 3 months and my 6-month update. Hopefully I'm better at Japanese. Thanks for watching, everyone. Hey guys, so welcome to my 6-month Japanese update. So just a quick start off. I'm Aaron, or Tiger, however you know me. If you didn't watch my 1-month update and my 3-month update, you might want to go do that to figure out where I was at in Japanese before we got to this lovely 6-month. So some quick stuff if you don't want to watch those videos, you just want to know. I actually started off learning Japanese in early 2018 because of the movie Your Name. And I didn't really immerse consistently. I would like immerse every now and then, but I watched a lot of anime with English subtitles, so there's that. And I would read manga in Japanese sometimes, but not often because it was always just not. It was difficult for me at that time, so I didn't get a lot. But I did get a lot of the basics like cemented, luckily. So coming to not MIA anymore, sorry, but going to an immersion based learning, I was kind of ahead of most people, where I knew a lot of kanji at that point, and I knew a good amount of grammar and vocab, so I was able to like really like push myself forward like very quickly. So now we got that done, let's talk about how my current study plan's been going and everything. So for Anki, I forget where I was on Anki last time, but I'm now done with the JLPT N5 deck, the Tango deck, the N4 deck, and the N3 deck. So that's awesome. Everyone kind of shits on the Tango decks and says you don't even need to do 5. I think it's kind of good to do. I think N5, N4, and N3 are all really good to do, because that's like if you're doing that every day, that's a constant 10, 15, however many words you want every single day that you don't need to worry about sentence mining for. And like those are a good amount of those words do come up, especially in the N3. I find a lot of them in Immersion, like a good amount. So I think it would be a good idea to do all those if you're wanting to. Plus it's like a really good foundation of like all the way up to the N3 words, which is like a good amount of Japanese to just know. My sentence mining deck is currently at 724 cards. My goal was to get it to 700, and then I've been stopping because I have a lot of like all those cards are in there, but not all of them are learned so far. So I stopped once I hit over 700 for a little bit. I said but I would stop when I got to the point like to make this video. So I think I have like 180 cards that I need to actually learn. So I'm gonna go through those, then I'll start adding sentence mining cards again. My sentence deck from Misa videos is at 130 cards. I kind of stopped adding cards to there because I figured out that I just wanted to watch the videos and intake whatever I got and then see it all in immersion and then let it stick from there. So I stopped really making sentences. Same with my Take Him sentence deck. I'm at 7 cards, but that's also because I just wasn't reading Take Him, because that shit was it's so hard for me. And I'll speak more about like grammar stuff in a bit, but it's difficult. So I didn't make that many sentences when I was reading through it, like the second time I was going through it. So from my immersion so far, I have a total of 180 anime hours. I have 103 volumes of manga read, so over 100. Woo! In 6 months, pretty happy. Those volumes were a mix of furigana, and no furigana. So got a lot of different types of reading there. Light novels. I don't know if I mentioned this at the third one, but I started reading light novels after that, or around that time. I finished my first light novel, which was this. Santa Claus wo koroshita, soshite kisu wo shita. Sorry about my terrible Hatsuon. Japanese, wow, we're cool. Yeah, first light novel I finished. Really enjoyed it. It's about 300 pages. The length is like the page, like all the words per page is pretty good. I was very happy with myself when I finished it. It felt really good to do that in under 6 months. That was really, really neat. Gonna keep going with light novels. I have another one, Mata onaji yume o miteta. So I'm already, see how many pages we're in this one. 70 pages in. Those are the words, yeah. So really enjoying light novels. I've been reading a lot in December, so I'll talk a little bit after I finish these about Immersion in the last couple months, but I've been reading a lot, so that's awesome. YouTube videos, I'm at 152 hours, mainly VTubers or Let's Players. That's basically what I've been watching. A lot of VTubers. Oh my god, if you watch Okayu, we're the same, okay? Love Okay. She's the shit. 12 hours of dramas. Haven't really watched much. Uh, some of them I'm like almost done with. I think Alice in Borderland it's called or whatever. Like that's the English title. It just came out on Netflix. That one I saw the trailer on YouTube and I was like, I kind of want to watch this. So I'll probably watch that one. But yeah, dramas have been nothing. Video games. So this will be fun. I don't think I've ever had a video game section, so I'll talk about this. I've played Persona 5, which is I thought it would be harder, but it's not. It's actually not too bad to get through. I have to do a lot of lookups for like important details. Not important details, but like things that flesh out the story a little bit more. So I learned a lot of words like while I was playing it. I haven't been recently because of finals at school. But Persona 5, oh my god, like I was scared of playing it, but it's been so much fun, like playing in Japanese. It's awesome. I have about 23 hours in that. That's only after like a week of game time. I have 23 hours. I also got Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne, the remaster that came out. It's only out in Japan so far, but I got it through the PlayStation 4 store. I have 10 to 15 hours. I can't really remember where I am. Somewhere around there. I have to go back to it, but yeah, I have 10 to 15 hours in that. I played Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu. I have about 20 hours in that. I'm almost done with it. I don't know why I haven't finished it. Also, I forgot to write down my total hours of immersion. And my total amount of hours of immersion so far is 346 hours and 10 minutes. Immersion was low in November. Like very low. And it's low so far this month in terms of active. Not like as low as November. November started out with the elections here in the US. So, and I'm very into politics, so that took up a lot of my time, and I just focused a lot of my energy on that and my anxieties toward that rather than Japanese. So that kind of took the whole thing of November for me, because that happened, and then I was sort of not demotivated. I was just going through some like, if you're learning Japanese or any language, you know what I mean. But like going through a lot of self-doubt that caused me to just not do anything, even though I kind of wanted to do stuff. So it was a hard month in terms of immersion and yeah, and mindset, which I'll talk about mindset in a bit. But yeah, it was a difficult one. So November wasn't great for that. December is way better than that. I'm watching shit every day and reading shit every day. Mainly reading. Like I read a lot of manga at the beginning. I'm reading this light novel every day so far since I started it, like 4 days. I'm really enjoying it, so I'm gonna keep that up. So I've been reading a lot. So it's not like I'm not getting like immersion. I'm just not getting a lot of like active listening. I'm still getting it, just not like a large amount. But I am reading a lot, so it's not that I'm not getting Japanese. I am, I promise. So for grammar, still read through a large portion of Take Him. I'm trying to read through it again to get better understanding of sentences and mind some sentences. It's very boring for me, but I'm going to try to push through because I know once I do it, I don't have to do it again. Same with Misa videos when possible. I want to watch the videos. Like if I could watch one a day and just get like a little bit of an understanding of a new grammar point. Don't even need to take sentences. Just watch the video. That'd be awesome. It's just hard for me because I'd rather be immersing than doing that. But I feel like if I do get ahead in the grammar game of like understanding a lot more and getting exposed to a lot more and have a bit of like a actual understanding, I'll get way better with immersion. Because there's something, sentence structures in immersion, I think I understand, but I never got a formal grammar explanation. So I'm like really shaky on whether I understand it. So if I get a formal explanation and I know, okay, so this is what it actually means, it'll help me understand it way more in immersion and get it better. So my thoughts on my progress and my current skill level. Very surprised, mainly. The fact that I've been playing Persona 5, like I said, with a dictionary, and I'm learning a lot and understanding a lot. It's awesome. I'm surprised that I can enjoy light novels without a dictionary. Like, I read all of this almost without a dictionary, and I understood the whole plot and, like, a lot of what was happening. There was a good amount of things I didn't understand, but I did understand a large amount, which is awesome. So without a dictionary, that's awesome. I am reading this one with a dictionary, though, so I can learn more words. Because the other one, I realized I could have learned a lot of words if I just used a dictionary. You know, so. Yeah, so I'm very surprised. I'm happy with where I am. I'm just not close to satisfied, obviously. I still got a long way to go. But I'm happy for the time being of, like, how I'm doing. My plans for the future. So my immersion plans, basically just immerse. I don't really have anything that I am like planning. Just do what I want as long as I get exposure to the language every day and enjoy the exposure. That's basically how I'm going to do it. I make goals. So I had goals for the 6 months. I'll talk about them quick after this. Plans for the future section. But I'm not going to, the new goals I'm not going to say in the video because there's that thing where if you tell people about things, then you get the serotonin or whatever. So then it doesn't actually, you just end up doing the goal. So I'll tell you guys what my goals were and what I accomplished for this one, but I won't tell you what my goals are for 9 months. So my Anki progress, just continue to send its mine. I'd like to hit 1,000 cards by my next update, which is only like 300 cards, which shouldn't be bad if I send its mine. Next update, not sure if it's going to be the 9 month or the 1 year, but I'll talk about that a little bit later. But yeah, 1,000 cards by then. Now this is the fun one, the monolingual transition. So I am trying to implement a J to J dictionary every now and then, but it goes either very well or it goes like, whew, this hurts my head. Like one of the two options, that's how it goes. The reason why I started thinking more about the monolingual transition was like 2 weeks ago or so. I was reading Karakai Jozu no Nomoto Takagi-san, and there's a monolingual definition in that manga. She defines karakao, which is like to poke fun of someone, like to tease, like kind of. And like they literally like have the monolingual definition in the manga, and I understood it. Like I knew the English definition of the word, like the English translation, but like I was able to read the monolingual definition and get in my head what they actually mean by it when they say it in Japanese. So I saw that, I was like, maybe I should start using a J to J dictionary just to like test it out, because if I understood this definition, there's probably a lot of definitions that I do know. So that's interesting. I have a couple monolingual cards right now, probably less than 5. So I'm starting, but it's nowhere near anything. I got to get a better setup for using the monolingual dictionary in order to like really take use of it, because I tried to add one to the Migaku dictionary. It did not go well. So I need to figure out how to get one in there so that I can actually use it, because if it's not there, I'm not going to use it because my English one's in the Migaku dictionary and I love the Migaku dictionary. So I also bought 18 light novels as a present for myself for like Christmas. So I have a lot of reading materials for the future, which I'm excited about. I'm just so excited to read light novels. As a kid, I used to love to read, and I lost that when I got older, and now it feels like I found that again because it's in Japanese and it's actually incredible. I love reading so much, so it's so cool that I can like find like a new enjoyment for it again. I also bought 3 video games. I bought Persona 5 Royal, Persona 5 Scramble, and the Higurashi collection, all on PS4. I got the Persona games because I'm gonna finish 5 and then go through them, and they got the Higurashi collection because I really want to play through Higurashi, and that one seems like it is the penultimate version. Is that the word? Was that word correct? No, penultimate means last. Whatever. It's like the best version to get because it has all of the stories and it has some extra stuff. So I decided to do that, and I get to play it on PS4 and get some trophies. Woo! So I got that. So they'll get here within the next couple days, I think, which is really cool. I also downloaded an actual novel. It's the novel. I forget what the name it's called, but there's a manga series, like All You Need Is Kill, I believe, that is based off the manga. I believe so, or I'm conflating 2 different stories here. But it was an author who had a very shit life. He wrote this story, and it was the final novel before he unfortunately killed himself. And just apparently, like, it's a really good novel, and I want to read it. So I downloaded it. It's only like 300 pages. So I'm gonna slowly work my way through that once I like sit down and actually want to do it. Now, here's a new section that I put in my outline. Worries and doubts. Everyone's had these while learning, and I feel like update videos don't necessarily say it much. They just kind of tell you how good they're doing, and then wait till the next video. But this has been, since the 3 months, this has been the most, like, the longest this has been another 3 months, and it's been, during those 3 months has been a lot of worries and doubts. Basically, it's comprised of a lot of it. So I want to actually talk about it, to let you guys know where I am in terms of my, like, mind towards this, because everyone's gonna have these issues. So I just want to, like, let everyone know that it's fine and you're not the only one. It's just, and just see if anyone will give me any help in the comments, possibly. So this is probably the one that I feel the most, and I get hit with it a lot. I feel like I'm behind, and I know there's a lot of people at the 6-month update who are not at the point of reading light novels. Like, I know I'm not behind. However, it just, I feel in my head that I'm not where I'm supposed to be. Whether that's true or not, it feels that way. It's as if I'm making up these people in my head and just saying, like, well, these people are at this point at 6 months. You're not there. And that's really, like, getting me, even though I know that, I mean, I am ahead of where a lot of people are at their 6-month updates from ones I've seen. I wrote down here, it's probably just big imposter syndrome, but I feel like I'm behind where other people are at their 6-month mark. Been feeling that a lot, and I'll get into more reasons why in a bit. Having some self-doubt issues, mainly with the end of November. A lot of the, can I actually do this? Am I really getting better? I can't tell. Is this working? Stuff like that. Sometimes I feel like I'm not going anywhere. Same thing as the last one. Like, feel like, is this actually working? Am I learning anything right now? I know it's wrong, and I am, and I can see progress a lot, but it's different when you're, like, not studying towards a test type thing like that, and you don't have, like, a benchmark to be like, oh, I'm getting better. So that's just something I gotta, like, toss out and get rid of, because that is just terrible. This goes on with the feeling behind. I saw a Reddit post last night, probably the worst time to show me this Reddit post. Guy posted on Learn Japanese that he's at 7 months, and he's been doing a crazy amount of immersion, like chapters of light novels a day, hours and hours of anime every single day for the whole 7 months. And he's already done the full monolingual transition, has 5,000 sentence cards. That, I'm not gonna lie, like, I know you're not supposed to compare yourself to people, but that shit, when I read that, it kind of hurt, because I was like, wow, he is literally, like, 3 towns over in terms of Japanese than where I am. Like, 7 months in and already full monolingual is absurd to me. Like, I'm just now again at the point where I think I'm comfortable enough to begin to make that monolingual transition. And I know it's like, oh, immersion mounts and all that is different, so obviously, but, like, it does, the month number sucks, because you should compare based on hours and stuff rather than months, because 7 months for one person is different than 7 months for another person in terms of how much they actually did. But when you do see the month number, and it is, people do, like, put in the title of their videos, like I am with this one, you do tend to notice it. And if you see your month number is higher or near another month number and their progress is way different, it does hurt sometimes. And that's, yeah, that was, it did get to me a little bit last night. I thought about that a lot before I went to bed. Here's a little happiness, though, from that. I watched Phantom Madman's video, which, if you don't know, I will link it. He's a guy who did AJATT for, like, 3 years. He's fluent. He's good Japanese. It was a long video, like 2 hours. It was his final update for his 3-year. And it was a really good video in, like, a lot of ways. Helped me feel better about Japanese. It helped me feel better about just existing, kind of, which is odd, but it did. And it was very eye-opening in a lot of ways towards Japan, towards Japanese, towards the whole journey itself. And I do recommend that everyone watches that video, especially if you're learning, like, Japanese. If you're learning another language, you can still watch it. It might be helpful. But it was one of the best videos that I've gotten to see in terms of, like, making me feel better about where I am and making me feel better about the whole thing itself. So I really recommend that. I can't stress that enough. I'll link his Twitter, and I'll link the video down below, because I think Phantom Madman's a really cool guy. All right, we are at the conclusion of another update. Oh boy. So, recommendations, as always. For manga, Gakko Gurashi, Domestic Girlfriend, and Ayakashi Triangle. All pretty easy to read series. I would just go for that. I'm not going to give, like, a full explanation of all of them, but I'll just go through. For light novels, I recommend Santa Claus wa Koroshita, Soshite Kisu wo Shita. Definitely. Pretty good. First light novel was good. Enjoyed it. Not hard. Not hard. It had difficulties, but it was like, I can get through it. So if I can get through it and you feel like you're around the same place as me, go for it. Anime, Demon Slayer, Tonikaku Kawaii, and Attack on Titan. 3 very good shows. Probably know 2 of them at least, Demon Slayer and Attack on Titan. Tonikaku Kawaii is airing this season, and it is adorable. It's a nice slice of life, and I'm just watching it, and it's easy to understand. It's one of those ones where I don't need to shut off my brain, but I know I can watch it, and I don't have to strain to understand like Attack on Titan. I'm currently watching Attack on Titan to catch up so I can watch as it airs now for the final season, and it is an experience. I gotta really, really, really pay attention to do it. Also, another one I started last night. I watched 2 episodes. It's called Kami-sama ni Nattahi, the day I became a god or whatever. It's airing this season as well. It's on Japanese Netflix. I recommend. Very easy as well. Same with Tonikaku Kawaii. I was watching it and I was just like, huh. Like, I would just sit there like blank face and just like laugh at parts because I was just understanding it in Japanese and it wasn't a problem. So, I recommend that one. For YouTubers, all the other YouTubers from previous videos still stand. You can go back to those descriptions and find them. But I'm going to recommend some VTubers because that's what I've been watching a lot of. We got Korone. Korone's Korone. Everybody knows her. Love her. She cutest dog ever, right? Okay. Perfect. Then Okayu. Okayu is like chill as hell. You want chilled Japanese girl to just like talk and play video games and you just vibing. Just watch Okayu. It's awesome. For drama, Terrace House. Might have mentioned this already, but Terrace House. That's what I was watching when I watched a little bit of drama last month. Terrace House. It's a classic. You either like it, you don't like it. Please like it because it's good. Video games, I'm gonna have to recommend Nocturne, Pokemon, and Persona 5. Persona 5, I definitely recommend if you believe you can do it in Japanese because I think it's a lot. It's one of those games where a lot of talking happens and a lot of dialogue. That I just said the same thing twice. So it's gonna help you with Japanese. You're gonna get exposed to a lot of words a lot. So I think games like Persona 5 are really important to play in Japanese if you have an interest in them and you're willing to like go through the dictionary while you're playing and look up whatever you don't know. So it's good. I learned a lot from it that stuck just for my 23 hours of playing. I'm pretty sure, yeah, the word for phantom thieves is kaito, and it has the kanji from kaiju at the front, and then the kanji from like nusumu, like to steal. I'm pretty sure. If I got that wrong, then don't listen to me on anything ever. But I'm pretty sure that's what it is. But yeah, like stuff like that, like are just sticking from playing. So that's on the recommendations. I will probably do an update at either the 9-month or the year mark. I'm not sure. I said this with the 3-month update as well. I was going to skip 3 months and go straight to 6 months. However, I got a lot of progress in those 3 months, from 1 to 3. So I made a 3-month update. The same thing might happen here, right? Might get really good in the next 3 months, might make the full monolingual transition. And then I feel like I have to talk about that. It's a big part of the journey. So we'll see. You'll most likely see me in 3 months. So February 15th, 2021. And then year 1 after that. But there's a good chance that I don't wait till the year mark to make the next video. So I think that's important to say. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. If you enjoyed, subscribe to YouTube. I got other videos here, like Japanese videos and speedrunning videos that are old. But feel free to subscribe so then you know when I actually upload these updates, because I feel like some people like to follow the same person's journey. So if I find like a YouTuber that's doing like AJATT updates or something, and I enjoyed their first video that I watch, I'll always subscribe so that I can see their like consecutive videos. I'm bad at English today. Oh my god. Consecutive videos in their journey. So yeah, feel free to subscribe. I appreciate it. In the description, I will have my Twitter. You can follow that. I tweet a lot. Sometimes good, sometimes bad things. Funny sometimes, not funny sometimes. You know, it happens. And I also have my book meter where you can see like all the books I'm reading and like how much I'm reading a day and all that. So yeah, I think that's everything. Oh, my goals. Oh, I forgot about this. Oh, quick. So my goals were to finish the light novel, hit 100 volumes of manga read. I did that. The games I wanted to finish, Let's Go Pikachu, did not do that, but that's okay. I got hooked into other things. I'll still finish that. I wanted to hit 700 sentence cards, and I wanted 400 active listening immersion hours. I hit the 700 sentence cards, did not hit the 400 active listening because November was bad. If November was like a normal month, I would have hit it easily. That's everything. Sorry, I forgot that and let it in at the end. This is out of order now from what I said I was going to do. I apologize. But thank you guys so much for watching. And as I said, subscribe, all that fun stuff. I will see you guys again, probably at my 9-month update. If you're learning Japanese, good luck. Keep going. If you're learning any language, good luck. Keep going. I believe in you. If you're not learning a language, thanks for watching. I appreciate it. Good luck. I believe in you and whatever you are doing, though. Thanks, guys. Hey, guys. It's Aaron, Tiger, however you know me. If you don't know me, hello. I've been learning Japanese for the last 9 months using an immersion-based method. Refold. Started as MIA, so basically whatever was taken over and all that. And I do my own stuff as well. So to start, if you want to know more about my journey, how I've gotten up to this point, feel free to watch my 1, 3, and 6 month video. Probably my 6 month video if you don't want to check the others, because that tells you like kind of where I was right before this update. So that's probably a good idea. Before I actually like start into current progress, let me tell you a little bit about how we got here. I started studying Japanese in early 2018 after I saw Your Name in late 2017. And after I watched the movie, I was like, shit, this anime stuff looks pretty cool. So started watching anime a lot more, thought the language sounded cool. One of my friends was learning Japanese, so I was like, I mean, why not, right? And I didn't really immerse, like, at all. I did the classic do a lot of textbook stuff and grammar, because I thought that's how you're supposed to do it, and then kind of do that. I did Wani-Kani for kanji as well. I watched anime with English subtitles during that time, but yeah, no real immersion. I would try to read manga every now and then as like a reward, you know, because that's the mindset you get into. And it was difficult. I think at that point, that time I only read like a total of maybe 5 volumes, and they were like Takagi-san and Yotsuba. So like very simple manga that like now I could probably read in like 30 minutes, depending on how much text is in the volume. So yeah, not great. Like I mentioned, oh, also my notes are down here, so if you see me looking like that, it's because I'm looking at my notes. Did Wani-Kani, that's where I learned a lot of my vocab and like kanji stuff. So before coming into this, I had not a decent vocab, but decent kanji knowledge. So I was able to skip RTK because I could already recognize like a lot of characters. I did some basic grammar. I watched Japanese Anime with Misa, and I didn't even get past like dareru. So like I didn't even know what tabedareru means. So my grammar was not great. So that kind of gives you an idea of where I was. And I studied for a bit, and then like a year to like 2019, and then basically did not study anything really up until when I started immersing. So stuff remained from the original like studying, but it wasn't anything concrete to where I'd say I had like a giant advantage starting off. But I did get to skip like RTK and go right into learning with the Tango decks and immersing from day one with no subtitles or with Japanese subtitles. So, and I read manga very early, so I was able to start earlier compared to most people. But if you get rid of RTK anyway in other people's timelines, I'd say we're like pretty close to the beginning at like the same level. So now let's go into where we're at now. So I mentioned this last video, but I'm done with the Tango N5, N4, and N3 sentence decks. Now I'm not sure how many words are written in the decks because I deleted a lot that I knew. But if you go on Amazon, the first 3 books have a total of 4,500 words. So we can say I know 4,500 words from the Tango decks, okay? I have a sentence mining deck, which I've been adding 10 cards a day, every single day since the start of this year. Before this year, I did not do that. It was not every day. It was like whenever I wanted to, and I just didn't like put like emphasis on it. But starting in 2021, I wanted to do 10 a day for the entire year. And so far, we're 3 months in, 3.5 months in, and I've done 10 a day every single day. So I'm at 1,416 total sentence cards. So if you add that to the Tongo decks, you can say I have 5,916 cards. Because Tongo I've deleted cards. So plus words I know from like before and words I just learned outside of Anki, I'd say you can estimate 6,000 words I should know. Keyword should. So about 6,000, I would say, if you want like a number. But the number doesn't really matter. Spoiler alert, in case you're not that far or you're not learning. The number does not matter too much. I have a sentence deck for Tai Kim because I went through the entire textbook. And I used a pre-made deck and then just like moved the sentences from that pre-made deck into a new deck. The pre-made deck had about 800 cards. My final deck that I like took new cards out of, or even cards that I technically understood but wanted to review, 178 cards. So I did not get that much new knowledge from Tai Kim once I went through it, finally, because it was taking me forever to actually go through it. So now on to like my daily immersion times. This is gonna be fun. Anime. Been watching a lot of anime recently, and I'll talk a little bit about this month in a bit. But I'm at 288 hours of anime. The way I do it is because obviously subtitles do help with comprehension. If I'm watching a show that's new, that's like currently airing, if I'm able to watch it with Japanese subtitles, I do my best to watch it with Japanese subtitles, because then I'll enjoy it more, and yeah, it'll just be more fun. So if it's a new show that I've never seen before or it's currently airing, I try to do subtitles if possible, but if not, it's not that big of a deal. If I'm rewatching a show that I watched before I started immersing, I will not use subtitles. I will go full raw if I do that. Manga. We're at a good amount of manga. I've read 224 volumes of manga. So yeah, I read a lot. I've read a lot of manga, and I really enjoy manga. And I currently plan on doing, so far this month I've done one a day. Besides yesterday, I got like halfway through a volume. So I'm trying to read one a day, because honestly, depending on the manga, the difficulty makes it so one a day is like more than possible, as long as I sit down and like read it. If I sit down, read chapter, get up, and then just do other things, then I might not get through one. But if I sit down and read a volume, I can be done with most things I want to read pretty quickly. It's a mix of furigana and no furigana. It's just how manga is. Light novels / novels. I've read 7 books. The most recent one I read was I Want to Eat Your Pancreas, and it was really good. I read it in browser with Yomi-chan. If you like sailing, you can do that as well, if you know what I mean. But that was really fun to go through. I read it all in Japanese. Wasn't too bad. Definitely a lot of novel words that are like words I would see and like look in Yomi-chan and be like, okay, this is a word that like I don't need to know, but if I'm reading novels, I'm sure it'll come up more, because just like you can just tell when something's like a novel word, because either you've never seen it before or it just like has the feel of a novel word. Like you can think of another word that you could use in place of it, but because it's a novel, it does not use another word. I've been putting more focus on light novels and stuff ever since I hit 200 volumes of manga. And yeah, YouTube videos. I'm at 232 hours of YouTube videos, mainly VTubers, watching a lot of Okayu still. Yeah, it's kind of my YouTube experience. There's one like 2-day period where I watched like 8 hours of Okayu, so it's just how it is. Dramas, I have 38 hours of dramas. I watch them all with Japanese subtitles. And normally the reason my drama amount's so low is because sometimes I want to watch a drama, other times I forget that they even exist and I just don't care, even if I'm in the middle of like shows. Like I have shows that I still have to finish that I enjoyed when I started them, but I have not gone back because my brain has just been like, oh well, anime and YouTube, and just not even cared about dramas. So that's why that's kind of low. Video games, I talked about it last time, but I played Persona, Nocturne, Pokemon. Didn't finish any of those 3 games. I still gotta go back. I don't have my PS5 with me because of my college, as you can probably tell by the dorm. So yeah, I have to go back and finish those games, but I was enjoying them when I played them. I started Island, which is a visual novel. I'm only like 2-3 hours in. Um, with a text hooker and like using Yomi-chan, it's like pretty fun. Uh, I was enjoying it, but I other things have like caught my attention recently, so I just haven't gone back. So my total amount of active listening is 558 hours, 39 minutes, and 46 seconds. I do not know how much time I've spent reading because I don't think tracking reading with time is worth it whatsoever because reading speed changes, what you're reading, amount of text changes. That's why I like to say my number of volumes or my number of books because it gives you more of what I've done rather than a time of how long I've spent reading because I have no clue how long I've spent reading. So, yeah. Like there's days where I might get like or I used to get like 2 hours of like active immersion, but then I would read the rest of the day and it would look like I would only get 2 hours of Japanese when in reality, if I was reading a lot, like who knows how much Japanese I actually consumed that day. So now on to grammar. Like I said, I finished all of Tai Kim, and I've watched a good amount of Misa's videos. Pretty sure I'm done with structured grammar. I don't think I need it. I'm at the point where I'm pretty sure most like conjugations, actually definitely like most conjugations and like a lot of like basic grammar rules I either know or know of, and I just gotta like see them more to get more used to it. I don't think I need to like read a textbook or watch grammar videos at this point unless I want to about a certain topic, like it comes up while I'm reading and then I look it up and get an explanation. But in that case, I try to find the explanation in Japanese if I can. So yeah, grammar, pretty sure I'm done with that. So not like done with learning grammar obviously, but done with the whole sit down and actually study grammar because I don't think at this point there's any use in continuing with that. Monolingual transition, oh boy. Probably gonna get shit in the comments because, you know. But I'm not fully there. I talked about it last video that I really wanted to make an effort towards doing it, and I have, just not as much. Like some days I put a good amount of effort, other days not so much. But we're getting there. When I can, I make monolingual cards, and some days all my cards are monolingual. Some days none of my cards are monolingual. A couple cards are monolingual. It really changes. I've been within the last 2 weeks making like an actual effort. I kept telling myself I would make an effort, but I never did. So I'm making like an active effort to always look up words in the monolingual dictionary. If there's words I don't know, just make a card for the words in the definition I don't know. Even if there's multiple words, I just make separate vocab cards just to start seeing more monolingual definition words and just like getting them in through Anki and then hopefully being done with the whole like bilingual definitions. I know vocab cards probably not the best thing, but I just want to get there. And if I keep doing it where if there's only one word, then I make like a sentence card with it. That's awesome, and I do that when I can. But if I keep doing that, it might be a while before I do get fully monolingual because there are sometimes definitions where I understand all of it, but like 2 words. And if I look up those 2 words, then I get it. So I do just make cards for those 2 words. So I'm actually going to put like a large amount of effort towards doing this and getting it fully done by my 1 year mark. So by 1 year, I should be fully monolingual. Besides, obviously, like words like cat, dog, which I don't need to look up, but you know, words like that where there's no, like, you're better off getting like a 1-to-1, just like definition from Japanese to English. So don't worry. By 1 year, I should be there. While I'm reading with Yomi-chan in browser, I do have Daijin installed in Yomi-chan, and it's the first dictionary that pops up. So whenever I hover over a word, the first definition is Japanese. So I do attempt to read it, and if I get it, I get it, and I keep going. If not, I do scroll down to the English. So there is progress on the monolingual transition, way better than I was at 6 months, but I'm not fully there. And I know some people are probably going to say, you've done a lot of sentence cards at this point. You should be fully monolingual. I know, but I'm not super worrying about it because I'm still getting better at Japanese. And I'm understanding monolingual when I can. I'm not making it my end-all, be-all, get monolingual because I think it would just stress me out and it's not worth it. Thoughts on my current skill level. Okay, we're gonna talk about some things. Um, so I can feel myself getting better, very far from getting fluent or even good. I don't think I'm that good at Japanese. People might say different. I don't think I'm that great. So I feel myself getting better. I'm just not anywhere near where I know I will be in the future. But I did have this really cool realization that I'm at the point now where anything I want to do so far that I've like attempted, I can do to a degree where I understand enough to enjoy it and not feel lost. But there's also like the smaller words that you don't need for full, like you don't need for comprehension, but you do need if you want to be like a native, because natives understand those words. So there are shows where I'll understand everything that's going on, but certain words I just don't get. But it doesn't hinder my understanding. So I'm basically like, I just want to do more Japanese because it's all, none of it's like, oh, I get a headache from doing this in Japanese. It's all like, okay, I'm understanding what's going on, but there are these holes that if I keep immersing, will eventually close up. I tweeted about it, and Phantom Madman replied and called it the golden age, and I'm like, yeah, it definitely feels like I'm in the golden age of my journey right now, because everything is just so accessible, and you don't feel like there's like a hurdle in front of you have to jump over to do anything. You can kind of just do it and have fun, and it's really nice. I also was watching some YouTube videos, and there were terms like PN, and I'm pretty sure this is Jirai Meku, and I was wondering like what they meant, because like I didn't know, right? So I would look them up, and they're like Japanese, like I don't want PN's like slang, but Jirai Meku, I don't know if you would consider it slang. Fuck, I don't even know what the definition of slang really is. But there were Japanese articles that came up and explained the terms. So I just read the article in Japanese, and I just understood it, and I learned the terms fully in Japanese without having to like worry about it, which is really neat. So yeah, if I want to know something that's specifically like slangish or something like that, if I look it up and there's a Japanese article, 8 out of 10 times I can read it and understand what it means. Might have to look up a word or two, but mostly I'm just understanding, and I can just learn that way, which is really neat. Trying to make an effort to read more raw text. My brain wants to go to manga because manga's really easy. I mentioned this before, but manga is very easy. Everything I want to read so far has been not hard. I'm at the point where I'm reading Eyes currently, and to get my 10 words a day, I have to make cards for monolingual definitions that have words I don't know, because Eyes, like, I'm understanding so much of it that the words I don't understand might not be in an I+1 sentence that I feel comfortable with adding. So I kind of there's not many words I can take from it. And that means I should probably move to like different types of manga. But yeah, it's depending on the genre, it's harder to find words I don't know at this point. I haven't read a lot of shonen or seinen, so when I get there, there'll be a lot of like words. But yeah, like I really like romance and slice of life stuff. That shit's like easy. Like you give me a volume of Takagi-san, I'm blasting through that in like 30 minutes with like next to like probably like 10 words that I don't know total. So I just zoom through that. So yeah, I want to get more into more raw text because you can learn a lot more words and just get better quicker with that. Next. In high school I did some web development stuff, and I've been wanting to pick it up again. I found a website that like kind of like Code Academy but in Japanese, and I've been just using that to like learn some web development things. So it's fully in Japanese, and I'm just using it. Not hard. Like I look up some words and I make cards out of it, but most of it's just reading it like a normal human and just doing what I have to do on it. So it's really cool. So even if I want to do something else that's like not inherently Japanese, like web development, I can learn it in Japanese and not feel like I'm missing out on immersion time, which is important because Japanese is like probably the highest priority right now, even a little higher than school sometimes, which is probably not good, but that's just how it is, you know. This one's fun. I watched Bakemonogatari. Not all of it. like 5-6 episodes, then I stopped because I'm bad at watching things with Japanese subtitles. And surprisingly, didn't have trouble understanding what was going on. I thought it was going to be way harder, but I watched like an episode and I was like, okay, I understand the concept. I understand what's happening. There were obviously a lot of words I didn't get, and watching with Japanese subtitles was helpful because they talk fast sometimes, but it wasn't that difficult, which I don't know. I built Monogatari up to be like fucking like top tier Japanese, and like the novels probably are, and watching the show without subtitles probably is, but with Japanese subtitles, man, it was a little like underwhelming. Maybe it's just because Bakemonogatari is not hard, maybe, or I have an illusion that I understood, but I really didn't. But honestly, I thought I understood what was going on. But like with other things, definitely words I didn't know. So it's not like I was 100% comprehension, but it was definitely not terrible. I do plan on reading the novels one day, but that probably won't be for a while. Got so much more other things to do, so many other books that I don't want to jump into like something giant like that at this point. I want to read more books online in browser with Yomi-chan because it gets me to read more and it helps me read way better and learn a lot of words. So I really want to do that. And I feel like at this point, if I just like listen a lot, like watch things, and I just read a bunch of light novels in the browser with Yomi-chan, I'll easily get fluent just by doing that at this point. Like probably wouldn't even need to use Anki at that point if I'm just reading a bunch. But I'm still using Anki, so don't worry about that. But yeah, like the how easy it is to use it, it's awesome. One last thing before I move on to my plans for the future. I mentioned it earlier, but this month I put a lot of time into listening. I hover between 60 or 70 hours a month of listening, usually active, and I don't do passive. So active listening about 60 to 70 hours. Want to hit 100 this month. And currently we're 15 days in and I'm at 61 hours. So I will hit 100 this month. And that is with reading a volume of manga every day and trying to read some of a light novel or just raw text every single day. So we're doing good this month, and I don't feel burnt out whatsoever. I've basically been doing AJATT. I've cut off English YouTube, and I only watch Japanese, and I don't miss it. Sometimes I want to watch English because I'm like, whoa, today was just rough. I'm tired. But other than that, I'm just cruising. It feels great. Like, it's not like, I don't, like, I'll hit like 5 hours of like active immersion, and I'll be like, all right, solid. And then just go read manga or read a light novel and not even feel like it was too much. All right, so now we got plans for the future. Immersion plans, just immerse, which is the theme of everything. If you want to get into immersion learning, you probably are if you've already watched 22 minutes of this video, but just immerse. That's it. I'm just going to keep doing what I want, whatever I enjoy, to get exposure to the language every single day. That's it. Having a lot of fun. That's all I'm going to do. Keep doing that. I'll probably get good. That's what it sounds like according to other people. So, it's worked so far. I can't imagine Japanese like not in my life at this point. So, yeah. Gonna keep going. Anki progress. Just sentence mine every day. 10 cards. Don't know what specific number I want by 1 year, so I'm not gonna worry about it. Don't really care about the whole 10,000 sentence thing. When I hit it. It'll be cool. Other than that, don't really care. Yeah, I don't think that there's a reason to make a big deal about Anki. Very helpful, helps you learn words, but like everyone already knows, it's not where you acquire the language. Gotta actually use the language. So Anki is just like, don't care. I use it. It's fine, but not super interested in being crazy with it. Just keep reading. Like I mentioned, just immerse. It's kind of it with that. Output. Once again, people might be mad. I'm only 9 months in. Yes, I've started outputting a little bit. I downloaded HelloTalk just to check it out, and I actually met this really nice Japanese woman. We had like a 40-minute phone call. My speaking was garbage. Actually garbage. However, almost everything she said, I understood. So it was a conversation where I could understand everything throughout my insanely broken Japanese. Got my point across at least, and that was it. It was really fun. Me and her have been texting online for like the past 3 or 4 days. Everything she says, I understand. Everything. There's like, in the whole time we've been texting, and we've been texting a lot, I feel like there's been 5 words even. Like, there might not even been 5 words that I didn't understand. So, my understanding is at a point where I feel like outputting is fine because I can understand everything said to me, depending on the topic. And so far, it's been super easy. So, I am fine with outputting. Writing is way easier than speaking, which is obvious. But I can see my writing getting better as I output. And I'm mimicking things to like get the correct Japanese like in my head, and I'm getting more used to. At first, I would go to output, like message, and I would think, all right, what do I want to say? How do I say it? And that's what I would think. Now I just start typing, and it just comes out. So, yeah, I'm at 9 months. Yes, I'm outputting. Is it more than my input? No. Will it ever be? No. So don't worry about it. I'm not. It's fun. Gives me more motivation, so I don't have an issue with it. So yeah, that's about it with that. So yeah, understanding's at a point where I don't think output is bad because I can understand everything said to me. If I didn't understand everything said to me, I wouldn't want to output because then it would just be a garbage conversation all around because my output would be garbage and I wouldn't be able to understand what was being said to me. All right, 2 more sections left and then we're done. This one's a longer one. I apologize. Worries and doubts, not worried. The only thing I was worried about recently was speaking after we had that phone call, but then I realized more that just listen a bunch, and the more, once I actually do start speaking consistently, as long as I'm listening a bunch as well, my speaking will naturally get better because I'll just practice and it'll get more normal to me. So I'm not worried about that either at this point. Understand that I'm in this for years at this point, going to be. So, not worried about anything really. Not worrying about where I want to go, how long I want to get there. It takes me to get there. I'm just doing it. It's gonna take 2-3 years to get like really good. I'm okay with it taking 2-3 years, I guess. I forget what video I saw this in, but it was someone's update video, and they said you can't get there if you quit. And I agree. So I'm not quitting because I want to get there. So I'm not too worried. Another quote from a video. I think this was from Japanese Gary Ben. Not 100% sure. Every day move forward, even if it's overall a bad day. Just make progress in the right direction. And that's what I've been doing. As long as you immerse, you're gonna make progress in the right direction. So try to do something in Japanese every day. That's what I've learned, and I've been doing it for the past 9 months basically. So it's normal at this point. Conclusion. Some recommendations. Manga, Domestic Girlfriend. I read all 28 volumes plus the extra volume that had like mini stories. I love it. It's my favorite manga series. Yes, it is trashy. I understand from a critical perspective. However, I love it. I love the story. I thought the ending was fine. So if you've read it and you don't like the ending, I apologize. I think it was fine. But yeah, I love that series. I love it. Absolutely love it. Recommend it. Chainsaw Man, really good. Chainsaw Man's really good. Also not that hard, surprisingly. I was surprised. I thought I was going to read volume 1 and be like, whoop, can't do this one. Not that bad. Like, actually pretty easy. Got some decent words out of it as well. Chino Wadachi, good. I'm caught up. I'm waiting for the next volume. Basically, I read a lot of manga. You can go on my book meter. It's down below in the description if you want to see everything I read. Anything I've read, I'd probably recommend because I don't finish it if I don't like it. Like, everything that I've read, like, more than 1 volume of, you can assume that I like it and think it's decent, okay? Light novels, Adachi Toshimamura. There's a good anime as well. This is the one I'm reading right now, and I'm almost done with it. I wanted to finish it before today, but I'm, like, 50 pages away, and I'll finish it within the next 2 days, probably. Kimi ni koi o suru nante... That sounded bad. Kimi ni koi suru nante arienai hazu datta. That's the one I'm reading right now. Almost done with it. The one I just mentioned. Made it sound like Adachi Yoshimura was the one I was almost done with. Apologize. Onaji yumi o mite ita. I watch... Oh, God. pronunciation. Saying things out loud is bad. I said Yumi. Onaji yume o miteta. This was the book I started reading at my 6 month. I finished it like 2 days after my 6 month update. So that's an older one. But that was good. This is a light novel that I've been reading recently. There's a web novel, so I recommend reading that because you can use Yomi-chan. It's nice. Kuma 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 Bea. I started reading it because of Japan Code, and it's like super easy. If I read a volume, it's like there's like less than 10 words. Honestly, like volume 2, like volume 1, I was just learning like the words that were in it. Volume 2 was like I just read and I didn't even worry about it. It's really easy. Also recommend I Want to Eat Your Pancreas. Good novel. I really love the story. Like it hit me hard in a lot of different ways. I recommend. Anime, Bakemonogatari, JoJo, Attack on Titan, Quintessential Quintuplets, Horimiya. All those shows really good. Last time I mentioned I was watching Attack on Titan, it was difficult. Now there's still words I don't know, but I definitely understand a lot more. And it's not like ooh, Attack on Titan. It's like it's Attack on Titan. Same with JoJo. Thought JoJo was gonna be hard, but I read part 1's manga, the first 5 volumes. So watching the anime, not bad. Like not bad at all. YouTubers, Okayu, and I've been watching a lot of Banzai recently. They do like music covers, but they also have like actual videos where they do like pranks on each other and stuff. I really enjoy them, so I've been watching a lot. Dramas, Terrace House, the classic, and I watched this on Netflix. It's called Remind. Really interesting. It has like all the actresses are members of an idol group, and I don't know. It's a really interesting concept. I recommend like watching episode 1. Video games, besides like Persona and that, which I already talked about last time. Island's been pretty good. It's been a simple visual novel that I feel like most people could like. I feel like it's a good first step into a visual novel, so I recommend that one. Hopefully I didn't forget anything, because that'll be embarrassing when I look at the comments and someone's like, you said you were going to say this and you never did. So I apologize. But my next update will be at my 1 year mark, which is on June 15th. So yeah, we're already almost at a year. It's exciting. I think that's it. So thank you guys all for watching. Sub to the YouTube, like, whatever, all that dumb stuff. If you want to see my next update, probably best to sub or follow me on Twitter, which is down in the description. My book meter will be down in the description, my manga book meter, and my one for like light novels and novels, because I separated them like Japan Code did, because I realized, oh my god, it's just better to have one for manga and one for the other types of books, so that you can give accurate numbers on both without having to like fucking count them yourself. So book meters down there. Twitter, recommend my Twitter. I tweet sometimes about Japanese mostly, so if you're interested in immersion stuff that I'm doing, follow me there. I think that's it. I don't think there's anything else I want to say. I apologize for the longer video, but the last 3 months have been probably some of my best in terms of Japanese progress. So there's definitely a lot more to talk about than previously. Don't know how long the 1 year mark will be. Probably only this amount or maybe even shorter. Don't see much changing besides, I can understand more, which is, the classic. So yeah, thanks, I guess. Yeah, thanks. If you guys are doing like Japanese or any immersion learning, good luck. Just keep going and you'll get better. Trust me. It may seem weird at first, especially if you come from like a traditional method, but as you get better, you'll get better, obviously. As you watch more and immerse more, you'll get way better. I also recommend reading. Just read. Please. You get good. You learn a lot of words by reading. So yeah, other than that, I think I'm actually done. I'm going to stop rambling now at the end, and I'm going to upload this. So, thanks for watching. See ya. Hey guys, it's Aaron, Tiger, or however you know me. And welcome, or if you don't know me, hi. And welcome to my 1 year Japanese update. Whew. Before I get into anything, the fact that it's been a year is a little hard to believe. I'm not gonna lie. At the beginning, I thought it would take a very long time, and I felt like a year I just couldn't even imagine. And like I can't imagine a year from now, but starting Japanese, I definitely couldn't imagine a year. So this is weird. Literally on the same day, I was watching New Game for the first time in fully Japanese. I watched it in English before, but the first time in fully Japanese after watching I'm not gonna curse. Watching a lot of Map vs. Japan videos, and I was like, you know what? Let's do Japanese. Let's get into this. Let's start immersing. And since that day, I've had literally all of my times and the what shows per day and what manga and everything I've read in a Google Doc. From that first day 1 year ago all the way till now, I have it all logged. I've now made multiple update videos, and here we are at the year where I get to tell you guys basically where I am after a year of immersing in Japanese. So it'll be fun. And also, I'll say it now so that you all know, I would stick around for the end, because after this update video portion is done, there will be a section where I actually speak Japanese after 1 year of immersion, plus whatever study knowledge I got from the prior time before starting immersion. So you'll be able to see my Japanese speaking skills in like a monologue style like this. It's not that great, but it'll be there. So, got my notes over here. So if you see me looking over here, that's where they are. You know the drill. Start. If you want to know where I was at the beginning, at the 3-month mark, at the 6-month mark, and the 9-month mark, I suggest watching those videos. They're all on the same YouTube channel. They're all like in a row. They've just been uploaded in a row. It's all I upload now. So I recommend watching those if you want to see the full like journey where I go month period by period and I tell you guys what happened, in case you don't want to spoil yourself for the 1 year, which is this video. So from there, we'll actually begin. So my current study plan, we're going to keep the same type of like layout as previous videos, just not as structured because I didn't write everything down this time. I kind of want to go a little bit more free flow, but it'll still be pretty structured. So my current study plan, Anki decks. As you guys know, we're done with the Tango N5, the Tango N4, the Tango N3, which those books have a total of 4,500 words. I've also been sentence mining, and I'm at a total of 1,584 cards. If you look at my last video, you'll notice that is not that big of an increase. And I'll probably talk about this more then, like later on in the video. But the last 3 months, I've gotten better at Japanese. I've gotten a lot better at Japanese. However, when it came to sentence mining, and Anki, it didn't happen as much. And same with other things that I'll also go into. So my total sentence cards were at 6,084. Could be more. Should be more. But I'd say I definitely know more than 6,000 words. So take that as you will. Card count doesn't really matter. Word count doesn't really matter at all. I hope you all know that. But yeah, over 6,000 at a year. That's where we're at. Somewhere over the 6,000 amount. Now we'll go to my immersion. Honestly, should be more, but as you guys know before, I had parts where I didn't immerse and it was like rough. And also, I didn't get a lot of vloggable hours in the last 3 months because a lot of the Japanese I've been hearing has been on phone calls. So even though I may have a crazy amount of phone call hours, I don't log that. So if I don't watch YouTube, I don't watch anime or dramas, it's not getting logged. So I could be on a phone call for 8 hours in a day and not watch any YouTube or watch anime, which is probably bad, but I'm still listening to Japanese for a while. So keep that in mind when you look at my hour count. It's not my exact amount of hours that I've been with Japanese. So immersion for anime, we're at about 341 hours. YouTube videos, we're at 295 hours, and dramas, we're at only 43 hours, which gives us a total of 679 hours of active listening immersion. I've listened to more Japanese than 679 hours, so take it as you will, but that's what I've logged in terms of time that I was able to. When it comes to manga and light novels / novels, I'm currently at 292 manga volumes, so just shy of 300, and I'm only at 7 light novels / novels, which is exactly where I was 3 months ago. However, I have been reading. I have literally, like, where the notes are, I have tabs open up with an online reader with the books I've been reading. And I'm like halfway through multiple books. I don't finish things that well, but I've been reading like actual raw text. So I haven't finished any, but I've definitely started a good amount and made progress in them. And I'll talk a little bit more about one specific one in a bit. So I'm done with the immersion. Grammar, same thing as last time. I'm done with focused grammar study. Not looking up structured grammar at all. I don't care. If I come across something and I don't know what it means, I'll look it up online and get an explanation that way. But I'm not watching YouTube videos or reading a textbook. Just it's not useful to me at this point. Monolingual transition. I talked about in my 9-month. I'm pretty sure that I have really wanted to be comfortable with the monolingual dictionary by 1 year, and I think I've done that. I use it as much as I can. Right now on this monitor, I have my Anki card maker and the Migaku dictionary extension, and the dictionary set that's open is my Japanese dictionaries. So every time I look up a word, the first thing comes up is all Japanese dictionaries. I do use English. I'm not going to lie and say that I'm not using the English dictionary. It happens because sometimes I don't understand the monolingual definition. There's a good amount that I understand, but sometimes I don't. And you know what? It's fine, and I've come to terms with that because, what are you going to do, right? And sometimes monolingual definitions are I+1, so I can make a sentence card out of it, and then, cool, monolingual. So, yeah, I still make cards with English on them. To some people, that might be a sin. To me, it's just, what are you going to do? I've stopped getting caught up in the whole, you need to do this, or else you're not far enough along or you're never going to get good. I know to get good, you just got to immerse. So monolingual definitions, if I have to look it up in English, I do. You know what? I'm not caring about it anymore. Maybe I should. Maybe people will tell me I should, but I think I'm all right with where I'm at with it. And every day I can learn more words and get better with it. So by the 18th month mark, I'd be surprised if I'm using English definitions for anything but like proper nouns and, well, not proper nouns, but just nouns and shit that's like really easy that you can use a picture for, or it's just a one-to-one thing. So thoughts on thoughts on progress / current skill level. I'm sure everyone is waiting for this. And honestly, anyone who's gotten to this point or past this probably already knows my answer. I wrote this on May 24th, which is a little less than a month ago. Feel like I'm where I thought I would be at the 1 year mark, but continue to believe that I could be farther. And you know what? To this day, almost a month later, I still feel the same way. Where I'm at in a year makes sense. I can do most things. I don't know, man. I can read books. I can read manga. I can watch anime, watch YouTube, watch dramas, talk to people in Japanese, understand most things they're saying, and get out some garbage Japanese myself. It doesn't feel like I'm incredibly behind or I'm incredibly ahead with where I'm at my skill level. And honestly, that's all I could have asked for. So I'm happy about it. But I could be better. I always could be better. I always think about the days where I didn't immerse, which was probably only like 5 days out of the whole year that I didn't get any immersion. But even then I probably did. It just wasn't loggable immersion. Like I probably read something or watched something and just never wrote it down because who cares? So could always be better. Always think about those days where I didn't go as hard as I could have, but because I didn't go as hard and burn myself out, I'm still doing it today, a year later, and I'm still motivated, just as motivated as ever, I'd say. Also, I wrote about this day. We'll never hit a point where I feel good enough, and I think everyone agrees with that. I think it's with most skills, even if you're really, really good, there's always something you can improve, and you're going to notice that and focus on it, and you'll never be where you really want to be. You can hit sufficient, but you'll never hit the mastery that you want to because you'll always feel like there's something left. Always better than before, but as I grow and get better at Japanese, my standards for my Japanese grow higher and higher. So it's like I'm better than I was yesterday, but the standards at which my Japanese level go, they grow every single day. So even if I'm moving up every single day, my standards are just a bit above it. It's like moving like this. That's basically what it is. And I think most people, even if they're not far in a language or in most skills, I think that happens to everyone once again. So it makes sense I'm feeling this. It's not the first time I felt this way about anything. So it's just like, oh, here's the Japanese arc of having this feeling, you know? Now I'll talk about raw text a bit. There's a little bit of a dilemma I've been having, and I'm kind of getting over it right now. Kind of. And I'll talk about that more right after this. I wrote this as well. Reading raw text feels like it takes so much effort that I don't even want to do it, even if I'm enjoying it. It's not an issue of understanding the content or enjoyment of the content. It's an issue with the language not being as effortless as English. But to get it to become more effortless, I need to read more raw text, more novels, more light novels, more anything that's raw text. And that's where we're at. I really want to, I'll talk about this a little bit later, but I really want to read more raw text and get better. But because it's not as easy as it is in English, it's tiring. And I'm not afraid to admit that. It's tiring. It doesn't mean that I can't understand things. It's just, it's tiring because I have to use like a lot more brain power. And, you know, it's just, I don't want to admit it, but it makes me not want to do it. So I'm really working on that. And I've been working on that specifically with a couple different novels, but one in specific that if you know about Japanese literature or that you're studying Japanese and know anything about older Japanese literature, then you know the book Ningen Shikaku. And I talked about this in my last update, and I called it All You Need Is Kill because I'm an idiot, and I conflated two conversations from the Trash Taste podcast where they talked about both of those books very close together. But Ningen Shikaku, it's old. It's like the second best selling novel in Japan, behind Kokoro. And it's hard because it's old. And I'm a year in, and I'm actually exactly halfway through the book. I'm about 50%. I should be finished with it by now, but because me with raw text takes a while, I'm not. But I will finish it soon because I'm making steady progress every day now. But it's hard. And I tweeted about it, that I finished the first chapter. And I kind of felt a little guilty after tweeting about it because I think people thought that I understood it all and I knew what was going on, which is just nowhere near the case. I have to look up so many words every single like page on it, and I understand like if this is the outline of the story, I understand that. Everything inside of the outline, that smaller circle, there's like, oh, I understand, and then there's like, no clue, and then, oh, I understand, and then, no clue. And the, no clue parts last a lot longer than the, oh, I understand parts. It's not easy, and I probably should just stop reading it, but I want to read it and say that I've read it and finish it, and then come back to it later in like another year. But it's difficult. But the best thing about it is because it's so difficult, it takes more effort to read it, along with it being raw text. So in my head, reading it is going to help me overcome the raw text barrier more and more, because I'm not only reading raw text, I'm reading hard raw text, which means my brain is working even more. So I'm hoping that reading it will just help me get more used to raw text. Not that I can't read raw text. I've read books before. It's not that big of a deal. My first light novel was like probably harder than most people would go for their first one, and I understood a good amount. But I'm hoping that this will help me overcome this whole like I don't want to do it thing. And I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying Ningen Shikaku. It's just hard, and I don't understand everything, and I don't expect to understand everything. I didn't expect to understand everything when I started. So it's just, you know, it's exactly how I felt it would be. So, yeah. Uh, it'll be done within the next couple weeks, probably. I'll finish the book. At least I hope to. So that's that. If you were wondering about that, if anyone saw my tweet and was wondering how that was going. All right, next thing. Immersion is important and solves everything. I came home from work 2 days ago, and on the drive home, I was talking to myself, basically, because it was coming up to the update, and I was like, man, immersion just solves everything. Because I can think of things that I understood based on the definition I was given, but there were two concepts that were close, but they have different nuances, and I never looked up the nuance. I just immersed a lot, and I noticed patterns, and I kind of get how they work and what the nuance of each of them are. And I think about that a lot, especially the 9-month mark onwards, that it sounds cliche because everyone says it. They're like, just immerse more and you'll be fine. Don't worry. Anything that doesn't make sense will make sense if you immerse. The problem is it's right. And because it sounds so cliche and just bullshit, that it's hard to believe at first. Even though you believe it, if you've never gone through it, it's hard to believe until you get there. So you have to blindly believe it. Like, all right, I got an explanation, but I don't fully understand it yet. Okay, I'll just keep immersing, and one day I'll get it. I know I will. If you think that way, you'll be fine. But until the first multiple times where it finally clicks and you go, oh, well, this is one of those things I had no clue about, got a slight understanding, and now I get it. That's when you realize that immersion is correct and that immersion is how you learn. But until then, you have to kind of blindly just agree that it's going to work because it worked for other people. So it has to work for you, right? And that's what you got to think until it happens and you're like, okay, yes. And then you become one of those people who's now me, who the answer is just immersion. If you immerse, you're good. Just immerse. And I mean that in the nicest way possible to everybody. If you're confused on what exactly a definition means, what exactly a grammar point does, just immerse. You can look it up as many times as you want, but it'll really click when you immerse and you see it a bunch. So just be calm and just immerse. That's it. Sounds dumb. Everyone said it before, but now I'm one of those people who now can say it. Please just immerse. That's it. Had this thought last night. Numbers are good, but you can also improve without numbers going up. I meant specifically in reference to my book meter accounts, which are in the description below. I like numbers. I like video games. So I like seeing XP go up, and I like numbers going up. Book meter, having the number of books there, is really nice, because I like seeing that number go up. Every time that number goes up, I know I'm getting better at Japanese. Maybe not super great, depending on what I'm reading, but every single time that number goes up, my Japanese gets better, and I know that. So I want the number to go up. But if I want to focus on novels, right? That number takes a lot longer to go up than the manga number, because I can read a manga volume in a day. I can read multiple manga volumes in a day. I've read up to 7 manga volumes in one day. So that number goes up fast. So I can see my progress really fast. Novels take a lot longer for me to read, up to a week. At the shortest, a week. So the number doesn't go up fast. But if I want to get better at novels, I got to read novels, which means taking away from manga, which means the manga number won't move. And I need to realize that reading the novels before the novel number goes up on my book meter account I'm still getting better. Those numbers don't need to constantly go up for me to get better. So if I take off of manga and I stay at 292 volumes for a month, but I read 4 novels plus half of 4 other novels, my novel number only went up 4, but I got so much better than if I read 4 volumes of manga. So take the actual gains over the number. And also just have fun. If I want to read novels and I don't want to read manga, don't read manga for the sake of the manga number going up. If I want to read manga and not novels, don't read novels just for the sake of the number going up. Just do what I want to do, and things will just fall into place. That's kind of the moral of the story, so far at least. And yeah, next, there's only 2 more points, and then we'll go into my plan for the future. But just keep going. That's it. Just keep going. That's just how I feel right now. Just keep going. I'm gonna keep going. And I don't feel like stopping. And I'd be very surprised if I did stop, at least anytime soon. So, I'm not done with Japanese. We got a lot of time left. Next thing, people always say manga's not reading. I can understand why. However, manga is one of the best ways to build vocab, at least for me, and I do not regret the large amount of manga I read. The level I'm at today, I can attribute mostly to reading 292 volumes of manga in a year. A lot of my vocab I learned from manga, then I heard it in the anime, and then it started sticking, or I saw it in somewhere else. Most of my base vocab and stuff has come from manga. There's not a lot that I've learned from like raw text that I can like actively point to, because raw text I don't make cards often. So anything I learn from that is just in here, and there's no Anki card. Whereas probably only 100 of my Anki cards are not from manga. So manga's like my base. So if you like manga, I think you should read a lot of it. Obviously read other stuff like raw text when you can, but read a lot of manga if you enjoy it, because you can get pretty far with just manga. Read the manga, watch the anime so that stuff gets like repeated, and then passive listen to the anime if you want, and boom, you're going to be learning crazy amount of words. I don't think people should write off manga if they enjoy manga. I don't like the manga the manga slander, okay? Manga's good. Just if you enjoy it, do it. Plans for the future. I'll talk about for my current study plan. Speak with the same person that I've been speaking to since March. I'm probably better, but still a lot of room for speaking, which means just immerse more. I'm outputting earlier than most people would recommend, so I'm not too worried about it or think that I should be better at outputting. I'm just kind of immersing and seeing an output will grow as it grows and not worrying about it too much. That's all I have to say about it, really. Plans for the future. All right, immersion plans. Just immerse. Just immerse. I want to read more novels. I want to play more text-heavy games like Persona, like Higurashi. I have the Gotobu no Hanayome PS4 game. Just want to read more raw text. Want to get into more visual novels. I have all the Danganronpa games on Steam. I have Yakuza 0. I have a lot of games that will be more text-heavy that I should play. For the second year, my big focus is going to be on novels and light novels. First year was a manga year. As you can tell, I almost hit 300. My plan for manga is to finish up Attack on Titan and Promised Neverland, and then kind of go over to working on novels and light novels for a while and reading manga whenever I feel like it, but not making it my main thing that I want to do when it comes to reading. So yeah, year 2 is the year of the light novels and novels, so that should be exciting, and it should definitely level me up as long as I do it. Anki progress, continue to send its mine. Sorry. Continue to send its mine as normal. And like I said, keep reading novels, stuff. Just read more, a lot. Listen a lot too, but read a lot. Worries and doubts. In terms of immersion and understanding, nothing. I know that there's a lot of things to understand. I'll get there as long as I just do it, and it'll take a while, but I'll get there, so I'm not worried. Just how long until I can competently speak? My speaking is terrible. You'll see at the end of the video, but I don't like my speaking at all. So that's the only worry. It's just like, oh, when am I going to actually like not speak like an idiot? It's kind of it. Before I go to the conclusion, if I mentioned anything earlier and I was like, oh, I'll talk about this later, and I never talked about it, first of all, I'm sorry. Second of all, let me know in the comments. Just ask me any questions, really. But specifically like that stuff, if I said I would say something and I didn't, I'm an idiot, then I'll answer down there. Conclusion. Here's some recommendations, as always. Manga, Attack on Titan, Promised Neverland, and Eyes. Been reading through Attack on Titan a lot recently, almost done with it. I'm on volume 22. The anime was really hard when I first watched it. The manga's not too bad outside of the extremely heavy lore and like military talking sessions. Other than that, it's not too bad. I'm surprised I had that much trouble with the anime at first. The anime also now isn't too hard, by the way. Novels, Ningen Shikaku, Mikukan no Koufuku, Konbini Ningen, and Mushoku Tensei. Those are the 4 like novels I'm currently reading through that I have open. There's other ones too, but those are the ones I'm like making progress on. So those are recommendations because there hasn't been anything else new. I might as well just recommend those. Anime, started watching Yu-Gi-Oh in Japanese. Never watched it as a kid. The Yu-Gi-Oh Japanese has to be some of the easiest Japanese I've ever heard in terms of like an actual like show. It is easy. So if you want something easy and you feel like most things aren't super difficult, try Yu-Gi-Oh. It's so easy if you just want like something really easy. Like I don't know why, but Yu-Gi-Oh it was easy. I watched like 3 episodes and I was just like, this is Japanese? I was just like, there's like one word that I didn't know. Not an exaggeration, but there was like a word I didn't know and I figured it out just by context and that was it. Like, all right, cool. Yu-Gi-Oh, easy. Also watching Yu Yu Hakusho. Plan to read the manga as well. Pretty easy as well, surprisingly. Food Wars is harder than I thought, but understandable. Most things are understandable, as I've said before. It just depends on if there's hard parts or not. But most of the general story and like even like the smaller parts of the story are pretty easy to get. It's just like words and stuff. It's very specific things I don't get all the time, which makes sense. Higehiro, that's currently airing this season. Higehiro, not hero. I have it written in romanized letters. Sorry, but that's really good. If you like slice of life, you probably are already watching it. But that YouTubers still Okayu and Bonbonzai. That's basically all I watch for YouTube, so hasn't changed. Sorry if you wanted new YouTubers, they're just not there. Drama. What the hell is it? I don't have it written down. I forgot. It came out on Netflix. Has Alice in the title. Alice in Borderland. That. I watched 1 episode. I thought it was good. And I haven't watched since. Because I don't watch dramas often. But I thought it was good. I'm going to finish it eventually. But I recommend it. Watch the first episode. It was entertaining. Wasn't too hard either. Video games. World's End Club. Made by the same directors who did Danganronpa and the Zero Escape series, I believe. They broke off of their companies and made like a new one. And World's End Club is their game. It's a killing game. Yeah, or at least the demo had a killing game aspect. I haven't played the full game. I have it. Have not started it, but I own it. It's over there. But yeah, that. Next update will be at the 1.5 year mark. We're not doing 1 year and 3 months because it'll be useless. There won't be any real changes until my 1.5 year mark on December 15th. Even then, it might not be too different. From 1 year out, it kind of seems like it's going to be the same thing. I'm just going to tell you I immersed. I'm going to tell you things are getting easier, and you're just going to go, oh, it makes sense. Yeah. Quick, like, if you want, like, a very small just explanation of everything, things I want to do are not hard. I can do most things I want to do. There's words I don't know. There's grammar I don't know. But coming out enjoying something is very easy to do. And there's still so much to learn, but I also already understand so much. So take that as you will. Not bad, not terrible, and not great. I'm mediocre. That's what I would say. Thank you guys for watching. Subscribe to YouTube if you want to wait for my next update in 6 whole months. Other than that, I got my social medias down below: Twitter, Bookmeter, AnyList. Check that all out. Now, since that's all done, we're going to move into the Japanese speaking section. So, thanks for watching. If you guys don't want to watch the Japanese section, if you were going to stay for the Japanese section, it'll start very soon, and you can kind of rate my Japanese, I guess. Alright, see you everyone. こんにちは、アーロンです。これは動画で初めて日本語を話してる時けど、Immersion の前に日本語を話した。でも、その日本語は本当に日本語じゃないと思う。その日本語はアーロンが作った日本語みたいな感じ。だから今は初めて日本語を話してる。こういうレベルになった理由は、3月から毎日日本人の女の子と話している。メッセージとか電話とかで。だから毎日日本語を話しているチャンスがあった。それは良かったと思う。ほんまに良かった。多分今聞いたらけど、ほんまにって言ってたよね。それは関西弁。その女の子は関西人だから当たり前だけど、関西弁で話してる。僕の日本語にも関西弁が出てくる時々。やろうとか、ほんまにとか。僕の頭から本当には完全に消えたみたい。それはいいことか悪いことかわからんけど、それ気づいた。いつもほんまにって言ってる。今ちょっと怖い。怖いっていうか緊張してる。今の日本語は下手だけどいつか下手じゃないになるからこれはいいんだけどちょっと緊張してる。こういうレベル紹介するのはちょっと怖い。でもみんな初心者いつかだから当たり前。多分たくさん間違ってることはあるけど、それもあんまり気にしてない今。でも日本人見たら、ペラペラ外国人見たら、この動画コメント欄に間違ってるとき教えてください。はい。でも嬉しい。こういうレベルになったらほんまに嬉しい。まだまだだね。そう。でも嬉しい。1年間だけ勉強してるみたい。こういうレベルになるのはほんまにいいことだと思う。そう。見てくれてありがとう。これ終わる。これはおしまい。見てくれてありがとう。次回の動画もお楽しみ。はい。じゃあね。Hello guys and welcome to my 18-month Japanese learning update. So, first of all, if you've been here for the other videos, you're probably like, whoa, we have a new background. This is my bookshelf. I have my manga, light novels, weeb stuff, everything. But I decided I might as well film in front of this instead of just at my desk because I moved into a house with my friends since we moved to a different place for college. So since I'm in a new house, and might as well spice it up, I guess. So I decided to do this. You don't want to know how I'm recording this because I do not have a tripod. So this is very, very scuffed, but it's working, I hope. So if you don't know who I am, Tiger, Aaron, whatever, however you know me, I've been learning Japanese with immersion methods for 18 months. I actually have learned Japanese before this, and it wasn't with Immersion methods, and it did not go very well. So I kind of just throw that out, and I start from 18 months ago today, which is when I decided to use Immersion methods to continue my studies and basically be reborn as an Immersion learner. So if you want to know more about me or what I did in the past or where my levels were, you can watch either my 1 month video, my 3 month video, my 6 month video, my 9 month video, or my year video. I have all of those videos out on my channel, and you can watch those before this. Might be a good idea to watch before, but you don't really have to if you don't want to. So if you see me looking down here, it's because I have my laptop with my notes, which is where we're going to start now, with my current study plan. The main thing with studying is immersion, reading, listening. That's it. That's all I do for studying at all. So that's just immersion. I'll go into about my Anki decks. So, like before, I had the Tango N5, N4, N3 decks done, which is about a total of 4,500 words, and I have been sentence mining. Within the last 6-month period, I barely sentence mined, actually, and it's something that I want to change, and I'll talk about that a little later, but I did not sentence mine like at all. So much so that I only grew, I think, only like around 100 cards in my sentence mining deck. Now, that doesn't mean I haven't been looking up words and like learning stuff. I mainly read a lot, so I have been learning words as I see them in context and like using Yomi-chan to like learn them, but have not been doing Anki that much. So my total Anki cards are 6,158. It was only around 6,000 something in my 12-month video, so it's only grown by 100, and it's something I worried about at first, and now I don't really worry about it, but it is something I'm going to be taking like a little more serious from here on out. So if you want to know my daily immersion times for anime, I've immersed in 412 hours of anime, YouTube videos, 328 hours, and only a measly 46 hours of dramas. I'm going to be real, I don't really like dramas that much. Actually, it's not that I don't like them, it's just hard to, I don't know, I just don't get into them as much as I can get into anime and YouTube, so I don't really immerse them that much. Not that they're bad, I'm sure there's things I like. There are things I like, I'm bad at finishing them, like I'm bad at finishing everything. If you guys follow me on AnyList, you know that. So, that's that. In terms of reading, I've read 408 volumes of manga and 34 books, either light novels or actual novels, mainly light novels. I just read a lot of light novels. This is probably the biggest stat that's increased since my 12-month mark. I believe I was only at 7 light novels, and now I'm at 34. So I did, within the 6-month period, I read a lot more, which is something I'm very happy about, and it's something I really wanted to focus on. So I'm really glad about that. So it comes out to a total of 788 hours of active listening. It's not that much. And you're probably like, whoa, only 788 hours. You don't even have 1,000 hours of active listening. It's been a year and a half. Yeah, but that's only what I've tracked. So, might watch a YouTube video here or there, don't track it, might do something here or there, not track it. But the main thing where I used to get, and still get most of my, like, listening from is actually, like, speaking to someone. So I have a friend, I talk to her, I listen to her a lot. And if I counted up my hours of, like, phone calls, you'd be like, wow, that's a long time. It is a long time, but I don't track my phone calls, so it's just not there. So I can't do anything about it. So it looks like I have a lot less time in Japanese than I actually do. And I don't count my reading time. I like to prefer counting volumes. So it just looks like it's way less than it is. I promise you, I definitely have over 1,000 hours in Japanese. At least probably over 1,500 as well. So I promise that it's low, but it is higher. It seems way lower than it is. So now about grammar. I'm done with grammar. I think I talked about this in my 12-month. I'm not focusing on grammar anymore. That doesn't mean that I know every piece of grammar. No, definitely not. But I'm done deliberately studying grammar. So I'm not going to read a textbook. I'm not going to do any of that. If there's something I don't understand, all I have to do is look it up, and usually I can understand it with a Japanese definition of the grammar. So, done with any focused grammar study. That doesn't mean that in the future I might like reread Tai Kim and like just see like a couple things that I missed or don't fully know and just like reread through the ones that I'm unsure of. But at least for now, like I'm done worrying about textbooks or any type of grammar, and it's been the same way since my 12 month. I haven't opened up a grammar guide in a very long time, and truthfully, I don't need to. I understand a lot of what I'm consuming, and we'll get to that. Monolingual transition. Talked about this last time. I said I use the monolingual dictionary as much as I can. Still true now. However, I have changed a little bit. I do use the monolingual dictionary. However, I'm not like strict about it. People get really, really weird about it, and they're like, it needs to be monolingual, or else you're not fluid, and you suck, and you're bad, and you don't understand anything. Or if you don't use monolingual, then you're not going to understand the definition of a word. I agree with those people in some aspects, and I disagree in a lot more. I like monolingual dictionary, and I'll use it sometimes. However, there's sometimes I'm reading, and I want to just flow and read, and if I need to look up a word, I have it on the English dictionary by default so that I can just get a definition and keep going. One of the main things that I've learned through all of this is that, yes, the monolingual dictionary is going to give you the most accurate definition. However, if you use the bilingual dictionary and you use that as like, okay, the word kind of means this, and you go on and like you think of it as that, it will get corrected and you'll learn the nuance and exactly what it means by seeing it in different contexts. And that's something that gets talked about in Immersion a lot, is that it's literally just immerse and things will get cleared up. And that's just as true for definitions of words. So I don't think the monolingual is like the end-all be-all as people try to make it out to be. So if you're struggling with the monolingual transition and like there's still like, you don't understand every definition, I wouldn't worry about it too much. Like obviously try to do monolingual if you really want to and like use it as much as possible. But at least in my opinion, a lot of things are going to be cleared up by Immersion anyway. So just get a okay definition of what the word means in your head, just so that you can like reference that next time you see it and like gain a better understanding. But eventually like you're not going to like think of it in English anyway. So try not to worry about it. There's words that I learned with an English definition, and now when I think of them, I can't really explain it in English because I just understand it way more in Japanese because of how much I've seen it. And my brain just kind of goes, oh, this one's like this and this and this. And that is why Immersion is incredible, and it's probably one of the biggest things that I've noticed is just things get cleared up, especially with definitions, so I wouldn't worry about it too much if you're having trouble with the monolingual transition. So thoughts on my progress / current skill level. This one's fun. So I don't know how long this video is going to be, by the way, so I apologize if this is long. I'm just kind of talking and recording on my phone, so I have no clue how long we're going, and I'm kind of just going to talk until I'm done with my notes. And if it's long, it's long. Hell, it's 1.5 years. This is where you're supposed to be, fluent. So you might as well talk about it, right? So, thoughts on my current progress and skill level. We're going to start with manga. Might not be a surprise. I read a lot of manga. Used to. Haven't been recently, but that'll change. It always does. Over 400 volumes at this point, and what I read, now this is the big thing that I want everyone to understand as I talk about anything that I talk about, because I might not remember to bring it up. For what I read, I understand a large amount. There's still unknown words. However, understanding the story and getting an enjoyment is easy. I don't have to, except for maybe Attack on Titan at the beginning, which that got easier towards the end. Manga for me is pick it up, read, enjoy. It's not pick it up, read, struggle, and enjoy. It's just read and enjoy. It's not as easy as English, of course not. However, it's probably like the best form for me to get Japanese in and almost have like no real issues with anything. Still unknown words, like I said. I think there's always gonna be unknown words, maybe. But it's just read and enjoy, which is awesome. And I read a lot of slice of life, romance stuff, almost like rarely shonen, and I don't think I've ever read any seinen besides like a chapter of Berserk, which I really enjoyed, and I'm gonna go back to and like go through in the future. But it's mainly slice of life and mainly romance. So the vocab pool is very simple. It's very everyday life focused, and it's like once you learn it, it carries over to a bunch of different other series. You're never gonna like be missing core vocab in romance or slice of life. So I'm not reading anything hard, and I'll say that out front. Like for everything, I don't do anything that's really difficult. But for me, it's what I enjoy and that's all I care about. So it's fine. And yeah, I can understand manga, I can read manga, have fun. Like if I'm bored and I want to read a manga, like reading a volume, it really depends on like what it is. But like at most, like I feel like for a volume of One Piece, which is what I've been reading lately, I think it's like an hour a volume. If it's something really short like Karakaijo's and Motoukage-san, or Motoukage-san, like one of either of those, I think it's probably like I could probably do it in 30 minutes if I'm just sitting down and reading. So it really depends on what I'm reading, but an hour is like typical for a volume of manga for me, I think. I don't time it, so this is just like guessing, but I think so. I mentioned One Piece. One Piece isn't too bad. It's just pirate vocab. So once you get used to that, and I'm kind of used to it at this point, it's just enjoying it. Still unknown words, like always. Gotta keep saying that, because I feel like when you say that you understand something, and it's like enjoyable, people assume that like, oh, you understand everything, right? No new words, but there's new words in everything. So I don't worry about it anymore. I look up words if I don't understand. Sometimes I don't, doesn't matter. But the main thing with manga consumption is whatever I want to read, I can read and enjoy. Haven't found anything since Attack on Titan, and even that towards the end got way easier. Haven't found anything recently that I picked up, started reading, and I went, whoa, this is a little above my level. So my manga comprehension's pretty decent, and I like that because I like manga. So we'll go to light novels now. Mainly read romance light novels. Who would have thought? So romance light novels, comprehension of the overall story, what's going on, not that bad. Can understand and enjoy, which is all I really care about. Like I said, unknown words, they're all there, but I'm never like reading a romance light novel and go, wait, what's going on? I kind of just read it and enjoy it, and it's fun. So it's like just enjoyable, and I think that's like the main thing to talk about with my Japanese right now is things are enjoyable. Not perfect, but things are enjoyable, and it's great. It's good. It's really fun, and I like it a lot. Recently, I started reading Oregairu, and the first chapter of that light novel was probably the hardest light novel chapter I ever read, and I still don't know why. Because after chapter 1, it got significantly like easier, and I didn't have that much trouble understanding things. I think chapter 1 was just getting used to the writing style, as well as the characters use very specific like references and like smart people language, I guess, sometimes, and like words. It sounds stupid to say that, but it's more than like a typical like romance slice of life like dialogue sometimes. So I think that tripped me up, but after that it wasn't that bad. Volume 2 I think I read in like 2 days maybe, which for that size of book 2 days is pretty decent for me. And I'm on volume 3 now. I'm about 20,000 characters in, but I haven't been reading it lately because I've been like moving around and like doing a bunch of other things. That's a thing that happens with light novels is I'll skip from thing to thing rather than finishing a series, because I have this weird thing where if I get to volume 3, I kind of get bored. Even if I'm really enjoying the series, I'll get bored and I need to like jump ship and go to something else, and then I'll go back to the original series like months later, and then it'll be fine and I'll finish it and I'll enjoy it. So I don't know, I'm a little weird when it comes to that. Also, this isn't a light novel, but we're going to talk about some novel stuff. I started reading the Bakemonogatari novel. How do I say this? Let me preface it with, I watched the anime a while ago in English, like years ago, and I watched a couple episodes in Japanese with Japanese subtitles. I read chapter 1 of the novel, which is about 40,000 characters. It's not that bad. I always heard the Monogatari series as being like difficult, like high level, up with like Fate. And I don't know if any of that's true. I don't know the difficulty of anything really. I kind of just enjoy it. But my opinion in terms of like grammar used, dialogue, and words, Monogatari was not that bad. There are unknown words, but I mainly understood what was going on, what was being said, and I used the dictionary, and it was like not that big of a deal. And it made me really question a lot of things, because either the people who are saying it's really hard are just not correct, or I'm just completely lying to myself and I don't understand anything.
And that's the thing that scares me, but it's not that bad. Now, saying that doesn't mean that I understand everything, and it doesn't mean that like I understand the subtleties. I know Nishio Ishin likes to use a lot of like wordplay and like kanji play, and I'm sure like when that comes up, it goes completely over my head because I saw a joke in a Discord server that someone put, and I definitely read past that part, I think, and like it was a joke on kanji, and I didn't understand it until I like looked it up and found a Japanese website that explained what the joke was, and I went, oh, okay, that makes sense. So I'm sure a bunch of things like that just completely go over my head and I don't notice it, but it doesn't impact my understanding of like the overall like story and what's going on and my enjoyment. So, like I'm sure that's hard to get all of those is definitely hard, but I wouldn't say that like I'm having a difficult time reading it. It's just more enjoyable. Like honestly, I was really worried when I started reading it because I was like, damn, this is gonna punch me in the face and I'm gonna really know how bad my Japanese is. And my Japanese is bad. I'm not gonna say it's good. However, reading it was just like smooth and really enjoyable. I read those 40,000 characters like probably like in a day, which isn't a lot in a day, but sometimes I go through spurts of reading a lot, not reading a lot, and that was during my not reading a lot phase, and I kind of just like zoomed through it, and I really enjoyed it, which was awesome. So I'm gonna keep reading it. If it gets harder, I'll mention it in the next video probably, but at least right now, I don't think it's as hard as people act like it is. So if you want to read it, I would just jump in and try it. Maybe I'm lying and maybe I don't understand anything, but at least it feels like it's not the hardest thing in the world like it was made out to be when I originally like heard about it. I always heard it was like crazy hard. So next, the classic novel that everyone was probably waiting for me to talk about, definitely, Ningen Shikaku. Still haven't finished it. Now, the main reason for that is I kind of like, when I last started reading it, I kind of like got like halfway through, kind of got stuck, not stuck, but like a little bored because I wasn't fully understanding what was going on and I felt like I was ruining my experience with it. So I kind of stopped. And recently, within the last week, I restarted it. And I wanted to finish it before this video, but finals with school, I'm on winter break now, so a lot of immersion. But finals basically took a lot of my time and I was unable to read it. So I'm about 12,000 characters in, and at this point, I think this is my third time going through, no, either second or third time going through the beginning like this. I understand it a lot more. There's a lot less words that I don't understand. When I originally read it, I was getting a headache because I like every other word was like unknown. And now it's like I can read a little bit, unknown word, and like it's more like smooth, which is really nice. And my understanding of what's going on in those 12,000 characters was pretty decent. I think I understood what was going on, and it was enjoyable. I will say that Dazai's writing style is still a little bit like, sometimes I get a little stuck, and I'm like, what's he trying to say here? What is he saying? I don't really know. But overall, I wouldn't say that like it's impossible anymore, which is really good. So I'll finish it by my 2-year mark, probably, hopefully. I say that, might not get to read it because I might do other things, but I'll try to. But it's definitely way easier than what it was even like a couple months ago, which is awesome. Shows I'm improving. I like that. Talking a lot, sorry. So now we're with anime. This is gonna be like a little shorter. Same with manga. I only watch easy shit that I enjoy, so it's relatively not that hard to understand anime and enjoy it. If there's Japanese subtitles, it's obviously going to be way better than without, but I don't know. It's not that bad. I enjoy it. I like anime. I don't watch much because I'm bad at watching things. But yeah, same thing as manga. So if you take the manga stuff, move it to anime, it basically applies because anime is just manga, but animated. So yeah, so my thoughts on manga, which was a little more in depth, just basically take that, move it over to anime, it's the same thing. Good enough. YouTube. I don't really watch YouTube at all. Honestly, I watch a couple YouTubers, some VTubers and like Bon Bonsai. And Bon Bonsai videos, there's 3 people in the group and I understand what they're talking about. And I'm like very used to their way of speaking and everything at this point, so it's not hard to understand those videos. And they're mainly for enjoyment now. Same with VTubers. I don't really watch many, but the ones I do watch, just watch. I'm at the point with YouTube where there's no thought of studying Japanese in my head. I don't look up unknown words if I don't know them on YouTube, unless it's like really like, I don't know, like a focal point of a video. Then I might look it up if I don't understand. But other than that, I just watch and I'm like, YouTube fun. And it's like watching YouTube rather than studying Japanese, which is where everything is at this point. But especially YouTube, because I'll just put it on and just watch and just enjoy it. That's kind of short, but there's not much to talk about with YouTube because it kind of goes in with like anime where I only watch specific things. And to me at this point, because I've watched them for so long, they are a lot easier than other things. So you throw me into an unknown YouTuber I've never watched, it might be a little harder depending on like how they speak, stuff like that. But for what I watch, I can enjoy it just fine and it's fun. I like it. Next part. Speaking. I'm still terrible. If you're not surprised. So depending on the situation, it's easier to speak. If I'm in a group conversation, I can speak pretty okay. If I'm speaking one-on-one, depending on the topic, I can speak. And when I say speak okay, I mean get my thoughts out and speak. Sometimes it sounds like, oh, he's not stupid. But other times it's like I might stutter, not fully know what I want to say. But I can speak and get things out. It's just not good. And I'm at the point where I don't really care how good it is right now. I'm still working on other things that I want to get to later. Speaking's not it's still not my number one priority. It never has. And it will be one day, but definitely not now. I haven't spoken in a while at this point, so I'm extremely out of practice. So I probably sound 10 times worse now than what I normally would sound like if I was like speaking every single day and watching a lot of like shows or YouTube. When I watch a lot of things and speak, my speaking is the best. Because of that, there will be no speaking in this video. I know you probably want to see how much better I am from the 1 year. Spoiler alert, probably not that much different. The main reason for that, and I'll talk about this, I'm actually embarrassed by my 1 year video with my speaking because I've been told by Japanese people that I talk to, when I put out that video, like literally that day, like I talked to someone and they were like, yeah, your speaking in that video is definitely not as good as you are. And I knew that afterwards, and when I uploaded, I kind of was like, I don't want anyone to watch this. I'm terrible at talking in front of a camera. In English, it's hard enough for people, let alone in Japanese. The only reason I can talk in front of a camera now and have no issues is because I live streamed before in like from 2015 to like 2018, 19. So talking in front of a camera is nothing for me now, and I can do it like as if I'm talking to a person. But I don't have that skill in Japanese, and my Japanese is 10 times worse than my English already. So just speaking, even in a conversation, is going to be worse. But the thing in front of a camera definitely is something I'm not used to, and it made my speaking 10 times worse in that video. And I'm not saying this as a way of like, no, I swear I'm better. I'm just not happy with how I like spoke in that video, and I really don't want to do it again unless I feel like confident that I can show something representative of my ability, because I don't want to seem like I'm better than I am, but I also don't want to seem 10 times worse than I am. I just want to show you guys where I'm at, and talking in front of a camera by myself is not the way to do that for me. So maybe in the future I might like record a conversation with a Japanese person. That might be something I could do and then show that. That might be a better representation. But yeah, if you came here for a speaking video, sorry, but I'm not really in the mood to do it because I don't really care about speaking right now. So, what are you gonna do? All right. Next section. New one. I took a JLPT N1 practice test. And I say took, I mean I did it yesterday, and I didn't do listening because I honestly didn't really feel like it, and I just wanted like a quick assessment of my skills in the other areas and just see where I'm at. So I didn't do listening, so it's not a full test. So keep that in mind as I'm talking about things. Vocab score. 17 out of 25. Wasn't that bad. Actually easier than I expected in some parts, so I was surprised by that. 17 out of 25 was okay. I'm alright with that. Grammar score, 14 out of 20. Not that bad considering I don't look at grammar and I don't know what an M1 grammar point is compared to an N2 grammar point is. So I'll take it, 14 out of 20. And also, my favorite parts about that, which is where I noticed, so it'll have a sentence, and it'll be blank, 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 like 4 blanks. One has a star. If you've taken a JLPT test or a practice test, you know what I mean. And basically, they give you 4 words, and you have to pick which word goes in the star. So you have to, with the 4 words they give you, put them in the sentence in the correct order, and whichever one's in the star, that's the answer. The funny thing about this is I would just put words in and like switch things around and read it. And if it sounded correct, then it would be fine for me. And I think in that section I got a decent amount of them right. So just by immersing, I have a little bit of an intuition for what correct Japanese is. And I literally can like pick out those 4, put them in, and then like get the right answer. Just because I'm like, oh, this sounds right. Like, I don't know the rules. I'm not using any rules when I pick those answers. I literally just went, oh, this sounds correct in like correct Japanese. So I think that's cool because Immersion kind of builds that up and lets you know what sounds right and what just sounds wrong. So I thought that was neat. My reading score, it was my worst score. I got a 7 out of 24. Now, sounds terrible, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But my total score for those sections was a 38 out of 69, which is a 55%. As far as I know, the JLPT is scored where you have to get 30%, I believe, in every section. And I think it's 55% overall or 60% overall. With those scores, assuming I get a decent listening, like over 30%, I would fail. But I would only fail because my reading was like a 29%. So if I got one more reading question right and I got over 30% in listening, it would be a JLPT N1 pass if that was the test. Reading was the worst. And actually, I think I know the reason. I read all the time, so it's not like I don't know how to read things. But the reading prompts are very much test-oriented, obviously. And you have to read a prompt, and it's all nonfiction, which I don't read at all. I only read fiction. And you have to answer questions mainly based on like what's the purpose of writing and what did the author like mean and what to like convey. In English, I don't like that. I was okay at those tests when I was in school, but I didn't like it. So expecting me to do it in Japanese and be good, I didn't expect it to go well. So wish it was a higher score for reading, but it's definitely like if I just did nonfiction for a certain amount of time and like thought more about stuff, I'll probably be able to get a better score. But yeah, as I said, it would be my score with a decent listening would be on the edge of passing and failing. This time it would just be a fail, but if I got one more reading, it would have been a pass. So the main thing I want to say about that, also, I didn't take the listening, so this is like assuming I get above a 30% in the listening. The main thing that I took away from that is you don't need to study for the JLPT. I didn't study for this practice test. I literally just was downstairs. I was reading a book and I thought, my 2 roommates are taking finals right now. Why don't I just go and take the practice JLPT on 1 test because I want to talk about it on the video tomorrow. And I didn't study. I just took it. And I didn't take it as seriously as I would have a real test. I actually finished with, they give you 110 minutes. I finished with about 50 minutes remaining. So if it was a real test, I could go back and reread things and try again on certain things and still have a bunch of time. So time limit, I don't think is that much of an issue. Apparently people had trouble with that. I didn't, but it's also like the amount of questions I answered, I think is less than the actual JLPT, so it probably like doesn't matter. So I wouldn't worry about the time thing too much, what I just said. But yeah, I didn't study. I plan on taking N1 next year in December, and doing this now shows me that I could probably pass it now at 18 months with a little bit of prep. I think if I did some more prep, like I did some prep work, like a month or 2 before the test, I would 100% have passed this practice test if it was like a real test. So I think 1.5 years getting N1 is completely doable. I think it's doable with or without prep. I think with prep, you're obviously going to do a lot better, but it's definitely doable no matter what in a 1.5 years of just immersing. So I guess that's a good thing to think about. I plan on taking it in December. Don't think I'm going to study for anything except for maybe do like a month or 2 before, buy one of the Kanzen Master or one of the prep books, get the reading section, just to get myself better with nonfiction and understanding like how the questions are, and like just think about it more in an analytical way. So I will take it next year in December, and that'll be 2.5 years. So if at 1.5 years you can almost pass it, I should definitely be able to pass it in 2.5. So yeah, it was more of like a thing I just wanted to see where it was. I didn't really expect a good score. I went into it and I'm like, I'm probably gonna do shit. I thought that. Came out and basically almost passed it. So once again, without listening. But I don't know. It was nice to see some type of thing. And I always heard before, it's hard. Like you hear immersion learners talk about M1's not that hard. It's not hard. It's not hard. You don't really believe that, especially when you get fed all the propaganda about how difficult the JLPT is before you like start immersing. So I never really shook from my head that N1 is like really difficult. And now that I've done it, I know N1's not that difficult, especially if I can probably pass it. If I can probably pass it, I don't think it's that bad of a test because I don't think I'm that good at Japanese. That's basically all I have to say about the N1 or JLPT in general. If you don't have a deadline for when you want to pass a certain level of the test, don't study, just immerse. If you have a deadline, obviously you should probably study for the test, but you don't need to study for the test. You just need to immerse and you'll get there. And I think a lot of people have proved that already, but now I know for sure that that is the case, and I think it's good to be able to say that out loud with some firsthand experience in a way with a practice test. Plans for the future? I know it's gonna be crazy. You're gonna be like, wow. Plans for the future. Immerse. Just read, listen. Don't have any other plans besides that. And Anki. I haven't been doing Anki, as I mentioned, but my plan is the beginning of 2022, starting on January 1st, I want to do Anki every single day for the full year and learn 5 to 10 words a day. I think I can do it. I did it in the past. I can do it. I just gotta get back on the horse and just go. So that's the plan with Anki. But yeah, other than that, other than like those like Anki plans, I don't have any plans for the future besides immerse. And I think after a certain point, everyone hits that, and it's like my plans are immerse. So that's all I can really say about my plans for the future. Worries / doubts. We're almost done. Just got this and then the conclusion. My worries / doubts. The only worry I have is pitch accent. Did not talk about it in my 1 year because I forgot to talk about it, to be honest with you. But I'm talking about it here. I want to sound pretty decent, but I don't want to sound like a native, so I'm not like super stressed about learning the pitch of every word. I just want to learn a good amount and like so I can sound all right. I have an issue with pitch accent. I don't know how to learn it. Everyone says you do this, and I follow it, and it's still not working out, and I need to like really sit down and just like go hard on it. I can hear it individually. If I listen to a word, I can tell normally the pattern, and it wouldn't be that, it's not that bad. The issue is in a sentence. I'm just unable. I can't listen to a sentence and pick out the pitch and know if the word is wrong, if someone's saying the wrong pitch accent. And that's something I really need to fix because that's like the biggest thing. Like I'm not gonna be hearing words individually forever in isolation. It's like they're gonna be in sentences. So pitch accent in sentences is something that I'm just shit at. I'm just bad. And I'll admit that. I'll be the first person to admit that. And it's something I really do need to work on and want to work on. And it's just hard for me. And I don't know why. And it sucks seeing other people being able to do it. And I just can't. And I don't know. I can hear it individually, which means I'm there. I'm almost there. Like I'm a step towards it. But I can't hear it in a sentence. And it does get me down sometimes. And there was like a couple day period where I was like, I like barely immersed because I like only was thinking about pitch accent. And I was just like, really like getting in my own head about it. But that's the only worry / doubt I have at this point because everything else I know gets taken care of in my immersion. But pitch accent is something I really do want to work on. So I don't know. If you have any tips, you can leave it in the comments. I might have already followed it or at least thought about it. But I don't know. It's something that I do need to work on. I'm going to put a lot of effort towards, especially before I really do like put the grind into speaking. Pitch accent will be something I put more time into. Every time I'm reading, I have pitch accent dictionaries installed. So when I use Yomi-chan, word comes up, I see the pitch accent, and I can listen to native audio right then and there. So I am paying attention to it while I'm reading as well. So I'm paying attention to it a lot. I just need to really hammer it in, I guess. And I don't really know how to do that. I'll figure it out. Hopefully I'll figure it out. So that's basically it. We're at our conclusion. Don't know how long this is. Can't wait to check my phone and then it be like exploding because I've been recording for 8 hours probably. So recommendations. I don't really have much this time. I kind of just put some things. So manga, we got One Piece, Mieruko-chan, Kunojo mo Kunojo. You might know all of them, you might not know any of them. Once again, every recommendation will be in the description in case you don't understand my terrible speaking. Yeah, those good manga. Some novels. Musume Janakute. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you probably know. It's good if you're a loser. So, if that is you, I recommend checking it out. Oregairu. I enjoyed it and I want to keep reading it. I just don't know when I'll get back to it. Chainsaw Man Buddy Stories. If you like Chainsaw Man, it's a really good light novel. It's like short, super easy to understand, and it's just fun. More stories in the Chainsaw Man universe, and I really enjoyed it. So I recommend that. The Monogatari series, specifically Bakemonogatari, because that's what I'm reading now. Enjoyable. I like it. So, and it's also not that bad, like I mentioned. So check it out if you want to. Anime, we got JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Nobody knows that show. That's a real niche show. Niche? I don't know how to say that word. See, I don't even know English. Yeah, no one knows about that show. That's really underground. So JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Again, if you've never heard about it, something nobody has. So don't worry about it. Happy Sugar Life, Monster. New Demon Slayer season started. It's pretty good. I like it. Pretty good anime there. YouTubers, once again, Okayu. I watch Okayu like a couple times a week, maybe every day. I have an issue. I like Okayu. And Banbanzai, they do like multiple uploads a day. So if you want content, Banbanzai, and they're like 3 like really like entertaining people that I just really like watching. For dramas, I literally wrote no clue, lol. I don't watch dramas, so you can't get those recommendations from me. The classic one is Terrace House. That's all I can think of, and it's the only one I really like and can watch a lot of. If you want other ones, I'm sorry. I don't have it. Video games. I haven't played any video games recently in Japanese. Besides the new Pokemon games, I got Shining Pearl. About 27 hours in. I just beat the Elite Four last night. Playing it all in Japanese. Super easy. I think I've gone through and I want to say throughout the whole game there's been like only like 10 words I didn't know. Like, and that's like a rough estimate, but it's super easy. So if you like Pokemon, might as well play in Japanese. I highly recommend that. Super easy. Decent amount of reading practice if you like actually read things. I know people sometimes just skip through text in Pokemon. I read it personally, so it was okay reading practice, but it was really easy and enjoyable. So it's Pokemon, so that might be a good game. Next update. Gonna do one at the 2-year mark because it's 6 months, and then I probably won't do another one until the 3-year mark after the 2. But in 6 months, on June 15th, 2022, I will be doing my 2-year update, and it will be maybe just like this, and I'll be talking about it, and things might not change, but it'll be good to check in and be like, hey guys, what's up? I'm still doing Japanese. So, yeah, so I hope you guys are excited for that. If you enjoyed this video, I know it might be long, feel free to subscribe, watch my other videos, specifically the Japanese ones. Don't worry about any other video on my channel, but Japanese videos, if you want to see my 2-year one, recommend subscribing so you can come right back here in 6 months. And from there, I got social medias. If you want to keep up with me, you can follow me on Twitter, which will be in the description. You can follow me on Bookmeter. I have 2 Bookmeter accounts, one for manga, one for other books. You can follow me on there, see what I'm reading. It's fun. You can add me on AniList, which I really like AniList. It's basically tracking light novels, manga, anime. It's like my anime list, but better in my opinion. I really like it because you can like people's like statuses, and it's just fun. It feels like a small little community. Like I like people's stuff, they like my things. It feels like we're closer friends than we actually are, just because we like each other's like anime, like stuff that we're watching or like stuff that we're reading. So I recommend following me on there if you want. Yeah, but I definitely recommend at most probably Twitter. That's where I talk about things the most. I don't really tweet often, but when I do, it might be important to see. Not really. But I want Twitter followers, so you should follow me on Twitter. I think that's it. I really hope that this has been recording this whole time, because if I check and it's not, I'm gonna cry. But I hope you guys enjoyed. I really appreciate you if you stayed all the way till the end. If you have any questions, you can DM me on any platform that you can find me. You can write in the comments and I'll try to get back to you as soon as possible. I'm sometimes bad with replying. Usually I'm like really good, but recently I've been just terrible. So I really apologize if you're someone who sent me a message and I didn't get back to it right away, because I'm all over the place sometimes with messages. But I really appreciate it. Hope you guys enjoyed. I will see you guys in about 6 months. See ya.
Hey guys, I'm Aaron, or Hypothetical Tiger, however you know me, and welcome to my 2-year Japanese immersion, update, refold, MIA, whatever, all of those things, my 2-year update of learning Japanese primarily through immersion methods. To begin, first, if you see me looking down, it's because I got my laptop there. We're changing it up. It's a bit different than my other update videos in terms of like setting. I seem to change every video, so yeah. But I have my laptop to see notes and stuff, so if you see me looking down, that's why. So to start, this is going to be long. This is for 2 years. There'll probably be another long one at 3 years, because of that I will update it 3 years, but this will be a long one because a lot of things happened in the last 6 months that I feel like I need to explain and talk about and just kind of, I don't know, get a full, so people can have a full picture of exactly where I am at when it comes to Japanese. All right. So I guess we'll start with the story up until now so you can kind of see where we're at. So I originally wanted to start learning Japanese in 2018, and I kind of did. I learned some hiragana and katakana, and I learned some kanji, and yeah, I kind of just, played around with some Genki resources, some YouTube stuff, and that's basically it. It took me like a month to learn hiragana and katakana because I was like, I'm a perfectionist, so I'm like, I gotta get them all down. I'm writing them all down on paper, like in the middle of class. I was like a junior in high school, by the way. So I'm like writing stuff down on paper, like through classes, and like not paying attention to class at all, just trying to figure it out. And I ended up getting them down in a month, and then moved over to like Genki and some YouTube stuff. And honestly, I didn't make much progress, which who's surprised by that? When it came to immersion or watching things in Japanese or reading things in Japanese, it never happened. I bought volume 1 of Karakai Jozen no Takagi-san, which now I've read all the volumes except for the newest one. Gotta catch up. But I would try to read it, right, as a reward when I did good on like something, like if I finished like Japanese Alma with Misa video, I'm like, I'll read it, it's a reward. And then I would try to read it and I would get so lost and just give up, and it was so hard, so I stopped. Same thing would happen with Yotsuba. I think Yotsuba was my first ever manga volume. It was either that or Takagi-san, but I know I tried to read Yotsuba first. And it made no sense. Literally no sense. Too much like baby talk and like stuff that like makes it really difficult to understand as someone who's not that good at Japanese. So this is also funny because this also goes into why I don't recommend that one, Yotsuba specifically, as a beginner manga, and I go towards Takagi-san because it's genuinely so much easier. But it doesn't matter. So I did that. I made no progress. I was learning kanji through WaniKani, and this is where I would say I benefited the most in terms of coming into immersion in 2020. WaniKani I made to like level 24, I believe, somewhere around there. And if you don't know, you get a good amount of kanji, some readings, and a good amount of vocab words if you make it that far. So I got a lot. Let's just say that. Even if it wasn't taught to me in the correct way or the most efficient way or anything, I learned a lot from that. So a lot of those did stick with me all the way until I started up again in 2020. I took a break. It was I want to say it was probably close to 2019, where I took like about a year in, I took a break and I was like, I can't do this. But 2019 was also very interesting because I was in my final year of high school. I ended up getting a girlfriend. I ended up hanging out with my friends more, and basically there was no room for Japanese unless I made it room. And at the way I was learning it, there was no way I was going to make room. So I kind of just stopped. I kind of was like, I do want to do this, I think one day maybe, but I'm just not going to think about it. And honestly, it got to a point where I wasn't thinking about it. Probably through all of 2019, I don't think I ever really thought of Japanese until like later in the year. Like, it was literally just like enjoying my time with my friends, my girlfriend, enjoying life during my final year of high school before I become an adult and I go to college, which now that I'm almost done with college is stupid. But yeah, so that was kind of what happened with that. So I took that year-long break, year and a half actually. And then, as you know, 2020, March 2020, I was actually in Colorado, which is funny, which I'm going back to in July, so I'm really excited. But I was in Colorado, and the whole news of this pandemic started happening, and the U.S. was closing off international travel, and I remember like being in Colorado. One of our friends was actually in the U.S. in another state, like visiting someone, and we're like, I wonder if he's gonna get home because they shut down travel. So that was a weird time, and it was like, oh, I guess we're just get to just chill for a couple weeks until this slows down. As you guys all know by now, it never slowed down. Still hasn't technically. So eventually, I don't really know why it happened. I wish I could tell you. I don't know why, but I must have stumbled upon some Japanese YouTube videos and wanted to watch about Japanese stuff because I ended up refinding Matt vs. Japan's channel, which, if you guys don't know, Matt vs. Japan basically took AJATT, all Japanese all the time, put it in a digestible format on his YouTube channel, and people flocked from there, basically. So it took me a bit, and I remember I rewatched his Wanikani video. Now, I don't think it's up on his channel anymore, so if you've seen it, you know. If you haven't, don't worry about it. But this Wanikani video specifically explains why RTK is a better way to learn kanji, at least what Matt thought at the time, was a better way to learn kanji than Wanikani. I originally watched this video when I was doing Wanikani, before my giant break. And I remember watching this video saying, this guy's shitting on Wanikani. Wanikani's working great for me. I'm not listening to a word he says. And I closed the video, and I never went on Matt's channel ever. Like, from then on, for at least, like, intentionally. So I could have learned about immersion learning and got way better, way quicker if I just listened to that video instead of just assuming that Wanikani was the best because I used it and it worked well for me. It worked well. It did, but it could have worked a lot better. There's other better ways, obviously. So, from there, once I rewatched that video, I was like, okay. I'm not attached to Wanikani because I wasn't doing it anymore, so I'm like, all right, we'll see. Watched some more of Matt's videos, and it ended up turning out that I was like, holy shit, this guy's right. Like, this makes sense. This is how I have to learn Japanese if I want to learn Japanese. And I really wish I wrote down my notes or recorded a video on this night because I really want to know how I felt, but I must have just been like, all right, it's time to go back in. Let's go for it. I really want to do it this time because now that I found a way that will work. If I put in time, it'll work and I'll get better. So I decided to do that. And I remember on June 15th, 2020, exactly 2 years ago today, it was late at night and I ended up finding, I think it might have been on Netflix. I might have gotten a VPN or I downloaded some stuff, but I had New Game, the anime, with Japanese subtitles, and I started watching it. And I didn't understand much. Like, I understood here and there because I did have, like, an okay foundation of stuff. But when I say okay, like I've said in previous videos, I think, I don't even think I got to, like, the passive form, so, like, iwareru. I don't think I knew what that meant. Like, if someone said, iwareta. I can't speak Japanese when I'm speaking English. It doesn't work. But didn't even know about the passive form, if that's even what it's called. I still don't know. I just know how to understand it and use it sometimes. So, didn't really know much. I had some vocab under my belt and some kanji knowledge, but nothing crazy. So, I didn't fully understand what was happening. Like, I watched the show already, so I knew, and I read the manga up until, like, through the anime at that point. Because once I watched it for the first time, I'm like, I'm reading the manga. And I read, like, all the way up to where the anime ended, and then stopped. So, from there, I just watched that, and I was like, okay. I have a snap of it. I actually, took a snap, and I put it on, like, a private story or whatever, and I got the memory today while I was, like, right before I was showering, I checked my phone, and I saw it on Snapchat, and I was like, wow. It's, like, it's really cool to be like, oh, wow, 2 years ago, like, today, I actually was, like, starting to learn Japanese, like, in my mind, when I started. I don't consider 2018 really much. I consider 2020 when it really began. So it was really cool to see that picture and just kind of go, oh yeah, Now New Game is really easy, and I've read all the manga. That's cool. 2020 me wouldn't have imagined that. So it's awesome that I'm at the point now where that's where we're at. Now I will now explain more of where we go from that initial phase of I'm starting to learn all the way up to where I get now. This is why it's going to get long, because especially when we hit the 18-month mark, things go wild. Not really, but lots to talk about. So, first of all, if you don't know much about how I got here in terms of like the updates, I recommend you go watch those updates before you watch this one, because even if this is going to be like all of it, it's not really. I give more detailed stats and talk more about how I felt in that moment during those videos. So it's probably best to watch those, because I'm not going to give you an accurate representation of how I felt at, let's say, the 3-month mark, 6-month mark, 1-year mark even, because that's a long time for me at this point. So watch those videos if you are interested in exactly how I felt. Okay, so to begin, once I started learning Japanese again, it was mainly anime. I would watch a lot of anime, tried to watch a lot of anime. There were days where I was hitting 10 hours of anime because I was just like, I'm like, I gotta watch anime. And it was great because I didn't watch anime that much in a long period of time. If you guys are familiar with Trash Taste Boys, or anyone really, I feel like, that indulges in anime content, besides some people that I've seen that are monsters, okay, but in a good way, and I'm jealous. Most people, I feel like, when they first get into anime, they really get into it. They can watch whatever they want for as long as they want. Binge, doesn't matter. Then you hit a certain point where it's hard, and it's like, it feels like a chore sometimes, even if it's a good show. And I'm at that point now, but during that point, it felt like I rediscovered anime, because I never got to see it in Japanese before. Like, I watched in Japanese just with subs, but it was actually like fully Japanese, and like I felt like I could really like experience it again. So I was super into anime, loved anime, would watch it all the time. It was great. And I didn't really look up many words from anime. What I did was I started reading manga early, because I just thought of something. This video is going to be a little not making sense, but hopefully I'm entertaining enough so you want to sit here for however goddamn long this is. Before I started learning Japanese again in June, I started reading manga in English, and specifically Chino Wadashi, which I'm all caught up now in Japanese. But I started reading it in English, I mean. And so I was getting into manga like really hard. So once I started learning Japanese, I was like, okay, well, we're going to manga. So started reading manga, started with Nagatoro-san, which I read in English, and Takagi-san, and then eventually Akunohana, which is by the same manga author as Chino Wadashi. So I started getting the manga, and I was doing Anki stuff. I was doing the N5 Tango deck, because what I wanted to do was even though I knew a lot of the words, I would skip them. I would do N5, N4, N3, full sentence mining from then on. And I actually did keep up with that. But I was doing the N5 Tango deck, learning the basic words that I couldn't remember, or, needed like to jog my memory a bit, while reading manga. And I was actually sentence mining at the exact same time. So I still have cards to this day that I can review from like Akunohana or Nagatoro-san that are literally within the first like month of me learning Japanese. And I still have these cards, and I still remember the words to this day. And every time those cards come up, it feels like you just feel warm inside, because you're like, oh, this is like so long ago me made this card, and now I'm reviewing it and it's easy. Whereas the reason I made the card was because it wasn't easy. So it's really cool to think about that. So I just immediately would start making cards with manga, and I did sentence mine basically from the beginning, as well as reviewing those cards while doing the Tango decks. So a little different than most people. So I was definitely sentence mining from the beginning, and a lot of my words ended up coming from manga. So even though I was watching all this anime, I was not really looking up any words, because for me, anime was sitting down on laying down, watching on my iPad. I was not watching on a computer. I hate to this day watching on a computer, because I get like overwhelmed, and I end up doing something else. I probably have like something going on in my head that I can't pay attention. Probably have like ADHD, ADD, something. So I can't watch on my computer. It's not possible for me. And if I try it, I get one episode in and that's it. So Now I watch on my laptop mainly, which is a computer, but it's different because I can lay in bed. But I was not mining because I'm not mining on an iPad. Like, I was not going to make my life hard. So I only mined from manga while learning the Tango decks. And genuinely, most of my words at this point have come from manga or light novels, mainly manga. And I started to figure out, which this makes sense if you think about it for like 3 seconds, but I started to figure out that manga and anime, who knew, use like the exact same vocab. And the best thing was literally learning a phrase in one slice of life, going to another slice of life anime, like slice of life manga, then watching a slice of life anime. Phrase is still there. Boom. You can just shit gets pushed in fast. And once I realized that, and I was like, oh yeah, if you just watch a bunch of anime while reading a bunch of manga, you are going to learn a lot. Because one, you can't just learn the vocab of one and not learn of at least a lot of the other. So I took advantage of that, read a bunch of manga. As people probably know me as the manga guy in some type of way, because I've read over 500 volumes at this point in 2 years. And I'll get to that stuff then. But I've definitely become like an advocate for reading more manga and just watch some stuff to like fill in gaps. I don't think you need to get everything from audio sources. And I know people will disagree with that for whatever reason, pitch accent. I don't care. But yeah, got hard into manga, and honestly, I think within 4 months, I think around my 3-month mark, I talked about trying light novels. I think, or it might have been my 6th month. Probably 6 months is when I finished my first light novel. But I think around 3 months, I started talking about how I wanted to start reading light novels. Because it wasn't that manga was getting easy, don't get me wrong. There's still manga that can be difficult. Berserk. I'm reading that now. But overall, I was learning a lot from manga, and I was like, I'm going to try out these light novels. Like, see if I can do it. And I remember I started reading a light novel, and I ended up finishing it by the 6-month mark. And looking back, I had such a great time reading it, right? I loved it. However, the ending I could barely understand. And now I think back on it and I'm like, yeah, I barely understood that ending. So I do want to reread it one day. But I know I loved the story. Like, even if, like, at low comprehension, I was looking up a lot, like, honestly. And sometimes I just wasn't and I would skip. But I was enjoying it. And I think that was one of the biggest things for me. So that takes you up until about 6 months, just reading light novels, trying to read a light novel, reading a lot of manga, watching anime, trying to get into YouTube stuff. That's basically all I did for the first 6 months. Same thing to a year. Obviously, difficulty and like amount of stuff grows as you go. And then from a year to a year and a half, it was basically the exact same. Sorry I'm not giving much details, but like I said, watch my other videos if you want details like that. Because I don't remember, honestly. So, doing all that basically up till a year and a half, there were some bumps where I wouldn't immerse as much, but it was mainly consistent where I was getting a good amount of time in and I was just doing a lot of Japanese every day. Now, the main reason for that is because I started in the middle of the 3 months after the pandemic started. For my first year, I had nothing else to do. Even when I went back to the dorms, it was me and my friend Hunter, who I now live with in this house as well. But it was just me and him in this dorm room, and you can't do anything because you go outside, everyone has masks on, so nobody's doing anything. You don't want to get the disease. And I had other reasons why I definitely didn't want to get COVID. So it was just a whole thing of you can't do anything. So I got very lucky that the pandemic was placed when it was in that way, because otherwise I would have never had that much time for Japanese or put that much focus on it. But yeah, you have nothing else to do. So what are you going to do besides sit in your dorm room bed, watch Fishers, read manga, read light novels? That's all I did, really. So up until the year and a half mark, that's what I did. And then the year and a half mark, I was in this house, different angle, but this house, and I'm at a new campus for college for my final 2 years. This is where things change. The first semester, right, was roughly the same as dorm stuff. I tried to go out and meet people and stuff, but everyone was still wearing masks. I went to some club things. Nothing really worked out, so I was still kind of lonely. Still am, but still was lonely. And I had nothing else, so I just did Japanese. And then towards the end of 2021, coming into this year, 2022, some things happened, and I just lost all motivation for Japanese at the beginning of the year, and I was just like, ugh. I just couldn't. There was just a lot of things, like even listening to Japanese or seeing it, I would just like think of something and then I would just like be done. Like I just couldn't do it. So there was a period of time where I stopped, probably for like a month and a half, from like probably like basically right at my update video, probably until like mid-January or early February. I just like wasn't doing much. Granted, I have it on my phone, I have Twitter, I have YouTube. I was getting Japanese every now and then. It was just nowhere near as consistently as I would have wanted it to be and as it maybe should have been. But I don't regret it. And I'll quick explain. If you're wondering like, oh, you probably just like lost like a couple hours. 2021, I did on active immersion, did about 451 hours. It's okay. I did a lot of reading, and I did a lot of listening that wasn't counted. So that number. So think about 400 plus hours. So far this year, in the 6 months, I've done only 38 hours. Yeah. Not even, like, barely a day. Not even 2 days of Japanese have entered my brain listening actively this year. Last month was only 13 hours. April was only an hour. January was 7 hours. February was 11. March was 4. That's where I'm at. Things happened once I hit the 18th month and my life changed. Once the spring semester started, some things happened and I basically decided, I was like, well, I'm in my final year and a half of college now. I think it's time I really focus on finishing on college, getting like degree, job, whatever. Focus on my friends that I do have and have as much friend, and try to meet people. And that's basically what I've been doing. Since the start of this year, I've taken a lot more time, not to myself, because if it was to myself, it would just be Japanese, but to myself and spending it with, like, other people that I not ever neglected, because of the circumstances. The pandemic helped. I never neglected anyone. But that I felt like I could be spending more time with now that I have this opportunity, and this opportunity doesn't last forever. I live in a house with 2 of my best friends. If I'm in my room all day only doing Japanese 24/7, it's a waste. It is a giant waste. I'm here for 2 years. I'm still here for another full year after this. If I don't spend these 2 years with my best friends, hanging out, having fun, going places, having experiences, I wasted my time. Like, that's how I see it. Maybe you don't see it that way. Maybe someone else doesn't see it that way. But that was something I ultimately came up upon, and I'm like, this is a waste of my time. I'm stopping. I can do Japanese. I want to do Japanese. But I really need to like reevaluate what's important and spend time with people that's important and do things that are fun and enjoy life. So I've been kind of just doing that for the past 6 months. Recently, I've started getting back into Japanese a little more hardcore and finding balance, but it's not as much as it used to be. And it's not because I'm fluent. I'm not good. I don't think I'm that great. I'll go in with my current study plan and plans for the future and everything and how I feel about myself, my level, but I don't think I'm that great. So it's kind of like, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it in terms of Japanese level. In terms of fun level and living life, I think I'm living my best life I can right now and taking advantage as much. And I'm really excited for this next school year that starts in August to really do some other things that I'm thinking about. And I'm currently doing an internship right now. 2 internships, actually. So it's hard to find the time for everything, but I've been working on it recently to try to get it somewhere that I'm happy and comfortable with. So yeah, that's basically where we're at up until now. The thing, I actually wrote some Discord stuff that I'm gonna read through, hopefully, maybe, I don't know, we'll see. But I think it's very important that I show this instead of just going, oh, I'm okay, I can read X series, watch whatever anime, and it's not that hard. Oh, it's 2 years. Come on, I'm fluent. I wish I could say that, honestly. I wouldn't say it like that because that's like a little, like, I don't know. People get up their own ass about Japanese, and I don't like it. But I think it's important that I show in this video that in terms of the AJATT life, I fucked up, if you think of it that way. I technically fucked up. But for me, this was the best choice, and I'm happier than I've ever been. And currently, the way I'm enjoying Japanese and my relationship with Japanese, I think is the best that it's ever been. I made a tweet about this a while ago, that my relationship with Japanese is the healthiest it's ever been. And I still firmly believe that, and I'm like pretty much the happiest I've been. There's ups and downs, but there was a point where during the first, I think during like April, even maybe into May, there were parts of me that I was like, I'm just gonna quit Japanese. Like I literally like I was talking to someone, I'm like, I should just quit, right? Like I should just be done. And they're like, you don't want to do that, and I'm like, I don't know. Right now, I feel like I want to do it. So, I think it's important to say that because I think one thing I've gathered from my previous update videos, and I don't know if this is just like how life is, or if I screwed up in the way that I presented information and talked, but I felt like a lot of people thought I was way too good. Like I think people, if I'm here, I think people thought I was here. And honestly, maybe I'm like, no matter what, even if I thought I was here, say I'm actually here and people think I'm here, no matter what, my actual level is below where people think I am. And maybe I'm wrong on that, but I think it's just from tweets I've gotten, comments I've gotten, just conversations I've had, that I think people think that way. And it makes me feel like I've failed, and I'm not sure if it's just people are listening to what I say and that's like they're just like really thinking about it and putting on that like I'm doing good and there's no nuance to it, or if the way I presented like all my information and how I felt about Japanese in previous videos made people think the wrong thing. And either way, I apologize for that. I hope no one thinks that I'm like a god at Japanese, because I'm not. I have a lot of times where I don't understand something, or I need help on something, or I get frustrated and I'm just like, I can't do this today. And I think everybody does. It's just nobody talks about it in depth or makes it obvious. So if there's anything that you take away from watching this video, because we're already almost at 30 minutes and I'm not even done yet, it's okay to not want to do Japanese. I've seen a lot of tweets recently about from people I like, that basically spread the idea that if you are not balls to the walls 100%, 24/7, give the fuck up and leave, because you're never going to get good. And while I agree with the sentiment kind of in some way, because you do need a lot of time and commitment, it's okay to enjoy something and want to stop and then taking a break, or even thinking about fully stopping. Just because you feel that way doesn't mean you don't like it, or that you're not cut out for making it to the end. Even though I had probably 2 months worth where I really wanted to quit Japanese, I'm not stopping, and I'm going to keep going. And I do plan on, hopefully in my next year, really filling in a lot of gaps that I missed within like the last 6 months or so. So if anything, just keep going. I know it sucks. It's okay to stop as well. You can completely quit Japanese. I feel like there's an unwritten rule that if you are learning Japanese, specifically through immersion and in the community, if you give up on Japanese, you're looked down upon because you couldn't make it. You didn't have the grind. And it's like, I get it on one hand, but also, who fucking cares? Like, if you were doing this for 2 years and you realize, like, man, this is just not for me anymore, I don't feel like doing this, that's fine. Go. Don't waste more of your time. It's okay to figure out that you don't want to do something. And I had to tell myself this because I didn't know if I actually wanted to continue. And luckily, I do, and I'm here. But who cares? Like, I feel like the Japanese learning, this has become a small rant about the Japanese learning community, but I think that this is all important to my update because this is all how I feel about Japanese and stuff. There is a whole thing of like, it's a race, it's a competition, like you need to be the best, there's so many other people doing well, so you got to do it. No, it doesn't matter. The internet literally doesn't matter. Like, if you want to stop, you can just stop forever, and it doesn't matter. It'll impact your life. If you think stopping will make your life better, then stop. Don't give a shit about what anyone says on the internet. Like, at least you know that I have your back, because I've done things in the past that I've done for years, and I ended up stopping after 5 years, and I'm glad that I stopped because my life's improved. But I don't feel guilt about it or feel like I didn't have enough to make it. It just wasn't right for me at the time, and sometimes you just move on and you grow up and things change. That's okay. And I think more people need to realize that, especially in the Japanese learning community. So now that you kind of got where I am, I'll read a little thing that I said. I wrote this in Discord. I'd use the speech to text, so there might be things, and I might have to omit some things depending on what I said. But I'll basically read through this. I have 2 things. One of them is not going to happen. The other one is like more inside of my head how I felt. So this was on May 13th, okay, of this year. So about 2 months ago. And I can tell you that my brain has changed since then, but not in a crazy big way, which I think will be very interesting to talk about. So, I said, there were days when all I could think about was Japanese, and the only thing in my life that I cared about was Japanese. And the sad part is now that even thinking about just going to Japan, even on vacation, kind of makes me go like, yeah, I don't feel like it. Like, I had times where I would think that I could listen to Japanese every day in my life and it wouldn't be an issue and I would love it. And I want to read and listen to anything in Japanese, and I didn't want English. All I wanted was Japanese. And it's true. There have been multiple times where I would be listening to a song, watching a show, reading a book, and all I would think in my head was like, okay, I can just get rid of English. I only need this. Like, I'm good. I can listen to this forever. I did feel that way. So let me see. Because of the speech to text, there's weird words that like pop up that aren't supposed to be there. So I'm trying to translate this into real English at the same time. Okay, so I said I don't think of Japanese anymore, and it's not that I don't enjoy Japanese, what I'm doing, and it says joint account, but I don't know what that means. It's awesome, but the problem is trying to find enjoyable content that can motivate me. Sometimes I hear music and could think that Japanese is a beautiful language, and I just want to listen to Japanese, but that is only with music really, and it's fleeting. But when it happens, I don't take that chance. So for example, this happened a lot. I would be in a Discord call with my friends, and I would be listening to a song, like really listening to it, and I'm just like, fuck, this is like the best sounding Japanese I've ever heard in my life. Like, I love this. I want to like do something Japanese related. However, as soon as I think that, I'm in a Discord call with some of my friends, which I've started going to Discord calls with my friends again, because for years I talked to them nightly. Then I stopped for a while, not because of Japanese, but then Japanese came to my life and I stopped even longer. And now I've finally started talking to them again. So I'm in this dilemma of like, I really want to go do Japanese, but also I feel like I've let down my friends. I need to talk to them more. Ended up choosing my friends, which I'm grateful for, and probably in the end is the better decision always. But because of that, every time I would have the slightest like want and motivation for Japanese, I would just throw it out the window and say bye, and then I would just go somewhere else. So I never took those chances. So then I said, trying to balance Japanese with every other aspect of my life, like any types of relationships, friendships, new job, new school, anything, is fucking hard. And the only thing that I can think of is to just not do Japanese because everything else is so important to me and becoming more important by the day. So the only answer really feels like just don't do Japanese. This was also during the time when I got really into playing video games again, and specifically trophy hunting on my PlayStation 5. I love trophies ever since I got my first one on the PS3 when I was a young lad. And video games in general were very there in my younger years, and then as I grew up, I drifted away to other things and come back frequently for like a month or two. I go hard for like a month or two, and then I go back for like 6 months, and then I come back. So this was also during that time, so that's a little context. I think summer will be a really good test to see if I can do what I want, which is to spend time with my friends, enjoy playing games and hunting trophies, and just enjoying the moment of life and not like missing out on things. And hopefully get some Japanese. I'm trying to have a good work-life balance and not just balance work and social life, but work, social life, me time, Japanese, a bunch of things. I know that it's technically possible, and it's okay if I just make slower progress on Japanese. I'm okay with the slower progress if it means that I can continue in Japanese, but I can also uphold every other aspect of my life that I care about. And then I said, I don't know if any of these updates will get into the final video, but I think that writing this down, or at least talking about it, is very important because it starts to come and go, and I'm not going to remember this when I'm ready for the video. True. And now, I said, I still love Japanese. It's not that I don't want to learn Japanese, and I still sometimes think, oh, I just want to go to Japan. But the problem is there's a lot of other really important things in my life at the moment, and I feel like I've missed my window of 24/7 Japanese. If I wanted to go back to do that, I don't think it's possible because I have too many other things that are more important than what I had when it was 2020 and the pandemic just hit a couple months, and all I could do was Japanese. So it made sense to not give a fuck about anything else. And now that the world is back, I'm 21, I can go out, I have friends. It's like, shit, I guess I should just not do Japanese and go focus on everything else. And I feel like everyone probably understands this to some degree, whether they admit it or not. Here's one final thing I will say for this little note at the moment, is that Japanese is something that I do want to take to a high level, but one thing I realize is that in order to take it to a high level, I have to continuously work at it every day, not necessarily at the level I used to, but continuously work on it every day and get back in the Anki and things that are helpful, and just do one thing at a time and just implement it into my daily routine. And Anki is one of the big things, and I'm very motivated to go back into Anki. And I said I was going to do that at the end of my 18th month mark video, the year and a half. However, obviously, with everything that happened, I didn't go back into Anki very much. I cleared it out. I have like no reviews, but I have some new words I want to get back into daily. I'm just trying 5 words. That's all I want to do. If I can do that, because genuinely 5 words a day, if I do that for an entire year, while reading a bunch of shit and listening to a bunch of shit, I'll be fine. So that's the plan. I think one thing that would be nice is, but might be a little constraining, would be to do an hour of immersion before I try to enter a call or anything else like before I sleep. Just make sure I do 1 hour so that, but I don't want to make it like a goal or something, because if I don't do it, I will just get depressed and want to give up with Japanese in general. Because that's how I am. If there's goals and I try to stick with them, something always gets in the way. You're never going to be able to have a habit and stick with it forever because something always gets in the way. Okay, one second. I gotta quick type something here. Okay, but life always gets in the way. You're never going to have perfect interrupted bliss, okay? So whether that habit is taking a walk every day, or the habit is doing an hour of Japanese every day, reading a manga chapter, it doesn't matter. One day you're going to get sick. One day something's going to happen that you just don't have the time. And I think the biggest problem with me is if I didn't have the time for something that I said I wanted to do, I would just get sad and go, well, fuck, I'm a failure. Which is not a good way to look at it, and I'm still improving on that to this day. It's one of my biggest flaws, and I know a lot of my flaws, and I'm trying to work on them, and that is definitely one of them, especially regarding to Japanese. So, everything I said there is really interesting to look back on, because I agree with a lot of what past me said. I still don't want to sacrifice my relationships and having fun and enjoying my final year of college before I do become a real adult. I don't want to sacrifice all that just for a language. I'm sorry. I don't. It'd be different if I lived in Japan at this moment, but I'm in America. Sometimes you just gotta say sorry and just put it down for a bit. And I still feel that way. However, I've been getting better. The last week has been weird because I've been more busy, so I haven't been able to do as much. But before that, I was reading a lot of manga. Back in the light novels, reading some today. I read some yesterday. So I'm like moving forward to doing stuff again while having to have two jobs, two friends that I live with. It's really hard. If it was in my own apartment, it'd be so much easier. But I live with people, so it's like I want to go over to their room, say hi. I want to watch a movie with them. I want to drink with them. I want to do whatever with them. But I can't be doing that if I'm on Japanese all the time. So Japanese has to be the one that gets cut. I think the moral of my story and the moral of everything is you should probably be aware of where your priorities are, pick them, and just go with it. And don't let other people's experience ruin yours. Not everyone is equal in terms of when they start, how much time they have, how much time they don't have, how much they even care. So I think the best thing is remember that we're all individuals with this. And this goes out to everyone who I've seen tweets. I know who you are because I do the same thing. All the people who tweet like, I gotta stop comparing myself to people. It fucks me up so hard. All of you people, I know you're watching because I do the same thing. Just remember that everyone's different and it doesn't really matter. The only thing that matters is you. It's like what I'm pretty sure Kat said this, how it's like, just compare to yourself. Make sure you're better than you were the day before. That's it. And if that's looking up one definition of a word, that's good enough, okay? Like you don't need to be the 8-hour immersion learner who wastes their life. And it seems like a lot of people who do that, where they go really hard for a short amount of time and get really good. Yes, they're good at Japanese, but I'm sure if you ask them, they sacrificed a lot of things to do that, and part of them might regret that. Maybe they don't. That's fine. I know I would. So all of you need to do that as well. Figure out what's important and kind of just go with it, you know? So now I think that's done with the story up until now section. This is very long. I think that everyone understands and should enjoy that part because I think I said some good things. I'm not gonna lie. We'll go to my current study plan. So current study plan, it's not much different, and from here on out, it's not gonna be much different. Just immerse in whatever I find fun. Whether that's light novels, I'm reading one right now that I really like. I like rom-com slice of life light novels, just like I like rom-com manga, anime, TV shows, anything. So the things I read don't contain anything super hard. Like the light novel I'm reading right now. Yes, there's words I have to look up, but it's a smooth reading experience. Okay? It's great. I love it. So that's another thing I want to mention is keep in mind what I immerse with. You can look at what I immerse with. You can go on my AnyList or on both of my book meter accounts and look at everything I've read and watched. There's not a lot of difficult things. So, yes, I've read over 500 volumes of manga. Yeah, I've read like 40 light novels. A very small portion of those had real difficult stuff. A lot of it, at this point, is I like slice of life stuff. And at this point, a slice of life manga, I could probably read through a volume at like 20, 30 minutes. With like no lookups. And that's just because that's all I fucking read. So, but you give me something like Berserk, and at the beginning I was reading like 40 minutes of volume, but when you get more political stuff and more like different like specific vocab, it takes me like an hour to read a volume. So, I think the most important thing is for my study plan, for my immersion and everything, I'm doing great. Like, in terms of slice of life stuff, maybe you could call me fluent. I still don't think I'm fluent overall or anything, but I can bust down some slice of life shit because that's just like what I like. But you give me like a science book, I'm gonna go like and like cry because like I don't care about science, and B, like give me my cute waifus. Like what the fuck are we doing? So keep that in mind when you like listen to how good I am on anything actually, or anyone, not just me. Everyone has their own specific like things that they like to read and watch. You get good at that stuff. I literally, like, the hardest thing I've tried to read is probably Monogatari. I've read Bakemonogatari, like, half of the first volume. I've talked about this in the 18-month mark video, and I still hold the same opinion. It's not as hard as everyone says, but it's also not easy. The hardest part is, like, references and stuff like that. That will give you some trouble. But overall, it's not that bad. So, what I would say... This has become a stupid, like, advice, even though I'm supposed to be talking about my study plan. Who cares? try things before you just write them off. And it's okay if something's too hard. You don't have to punch through. I know there's people that be like, if it's too hard, you gotta do it 8 hours a day till it's easy. It's like, no. Don't do that if you're not gonna have fun. If you'll have fun doing that, do that, I guess. Otherwise, like, go to, like, sweet slice of life shit. Get good at that, and then move over when you feel ready. You don't have to rush. It's dumb. So yeah, my immersion is just that. Watch anime when I want to watch anime. Read manga when I want to read manga. Read light novels when I want to read light novels. Watch YouTube when I want to watch YouTube. There's genuinely not, like, I'm trying to get better at anything. I'm not. I'm just trying to enjoy what I really enjoy. Learn words when there's words I don't know. But I'm not like, I need to get better at fantasy stories from reading 10 fantasy light novels. Like, I don't really care. Like, if I want to read a fantasy light novel, I'm going to read it and I'll learn whatever I read when I read it. I'm not trying to get better at a specific domain right now. I'm just trying to enjoy Japanese, and if there's words I don't know, cool. I learn the words. Otherwise, I don't really care. Honestly. I don't know if that's good or bad or how that's going to affect me in the future, but the moral of the story is just enjoy what you're doing and you'll be fine, I think. So I just want to do more enjoying, because I like I've said, I think I've got rid of all of my unhealthy expectations and my comparisons to where I only just want to do what I enjoy. And right now I'm really enjoying Berserk, and I'm going to read through all Berserk, and it's crazy because sometimes like, if you think about those 6 months where I haven't done any Japanese, and then you look at just June so far, I hit 500 volumes of manga on June 3rd. Okay. I hit 520 volumes on, like, June 6th. Like, it took me 3 days to read 20 volumes. Or maybe that might be it might be like the 7th, but it was a very short amount of time for me to read 20 volumes. So when you're enjoying, you're going to read a lot, or you're going to watch a lot, and you're going to get good just by doing that, because you'll see a lot of words, you'll look up words, you'll make cards, you know how it works. I know you do. If you're watching it this far, if you're 50 minutes into this video, you know how it works. So I don't need to tell you that. But it's one thing that's definitely, like, been beaten into my brain is that, like, when I'm enjoying stuff, I can do a lot. I can do a lot. And it's literally the best. So find things you enjoy. That's my immersion current study plan. Anki, I'm trying to get back into my sentence deck. That's basically it. I'm sparing details for some things because, honestly, there's not much to talk about. But I talked a while earlier. So I'm trying to not rush through this stuff, but give you the down lows so that you're not bored. Because genuinely, like, study plan, my notes. Let me go over my notes quick. So I put start, introduction, explain this will be long. Check. Did that. Story up until now. Go over everything. Lol. Did that. Current study plan. Lol. Immersion. So it's all I'm doing. It's just immerse in fun things that I enjoy. Alright, we don't need to go on about that anymore. Plans for the future. This is a good one. I still do plan on taking the N1 JLPT this year. In December. So I will be doing that. I might do some prep work, but I will be doing that, hopefully passing this year. Other than that, I'm at a very interesting point in my life where I have a couple different options of where my life can go after college, and one of them, I won't lie, does have the prospect of trying to move to Japan. We'll see. It's one of the 3, like, roads I have, and there's a lot of things that could screw it up, and I don't know. So maybe plan for the future is maybe in a year from now I'll be able to, maybe in my 3-year video I'll be able to announce I'm moving to Japan. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll say I'm moving somewhere else in the States. Maybe I don't know. I don't know, and it's we'll get a little personal because I trust you guys watching this. It's something I've been worrying about a lot recently, because I don't know. I have about 6 months till, like, you have to start applying for jobs, and I have to decide, like, what percentage of them are going to be in Japan. See if any company will ever hire me just straight out of college. Probably not. Will I have to do the JET program if I really want to go? Do I want to do that? Do I want to just get a job in the US and get experience for a couple years and go to Japan afterwards? I don't know. So even for me, the plans for the future are completely unknown, and I'm trying to figure that out as we go. and hopefully it doesn't crash and burn. I'm truthfully terrified, so we'll see. I think about it a lot, but I guess one day at a time, just see how it goes. Other than that, I love Japanese. I do. I still love Japanese. There's times where I don't want to do Japanese, and that's okay. I'm not going to do Japanese. Sometimes I really want to do Japanese, and you know what? I'm going to do Japanese. So that's great. They're on campus. There's a Japanese club, and they have weekly conversation like things where there's native speakers. You can go talk, and it's like a small group. I went once, and I enjoyed it, but I was also like a little nervous, and like I wasn't fully into speaking Japanese. Like it was like a couple months since I like really talked, so I felt like gross in my like speaking and stuff. But starting this semester, I want to go every single week, and really not ironing. I don't really care about ironing out the speaking. I feel like I could speak fine, especially if I was in Japan right now. I could do whatever I wanted to do, right? Even like speaking wise, wouldn't have a problem, at least in my opinion. But I want to get better at speaking, hopefully make some friends, because like as I said earlier, I'm lonely. I don't really have any people besides like 3, 4, 5 people total. And yeah, I could talk about that in another video or in DMs, but my whole life was really easy. Had friends for a very long time. Grew up in a small town. Everyone knew everyone. There's friends all the way till the end of high school, easy. Come to college, fuck, how do you make friends? I never had to make friends. I don't know how to make friends. So got stuck in that. So that's hopefully something that I'm going to be, in my personal life, ironing out over the future. But it will intertwine with Japanese, with that club and those meetings, and hopefully getting better at speaking. Other than that, I guess my only plan is that when I make my video in 1 year from now, I'm not going to make a video till my 3 year, that I can be happy in general. Just happy. And that's it. My worries. So my notes are, just explain motivation stuff and how you haven't made any progress recently, so it's hard to deal with right now. True. Worries. I just haven't done much in the last 6 months. So it's kind of rebuilding a bit of what I lost and trying to propel myself forward by getting back on Anki and taking care of that. Wouldn't say that's a worry at the moment. It's just, this is what I gotta do, and I'm gonna try to do it. Other than that, I don't know. I feel like I'm just gonna be below everyone's expectation, which I don't really care about. I only care about my own. But I do think that like I might disappoint people with this video or disappoint people with my 3 year update video. And that's a worry, because I don't want to disappoint people. But I do think that this is like the best. Like this is the most rawest. This is the rawest you're gonna fucking get me about Japanese. I'm not gonna talk about this on Twitter because I can't. I don't want to tweet 18 threads. I do that on my alt Twitter. But this is probably the most transparent you'll ever hear me about Japanese, and I might tweet about it more. If you guys like that I've been so transparent in this video, and you want me to talk more about my struggles and how I'm doing with Japanese or life in general, and you want me to start tweeting about that or stuff, please let me know, because I'll tweet about it. I just didn't want to clog up people's feeds, so I didn't really do it before. I guess we'll go to the conclusion. I wrote my notes. I don't know. You'll figure it out. And that's right. I will figure it out. For the conclusion, I want to say, A, if you made it this far, thank you so much. This is the longest video I've had about Japanese. Also, probably the most important to me, and, you know, just the most personal one I've had. So, really hope you enjoyed watching this, and I hope that you learned something, anything, or at least, I don't know, just understood something a bit more. In terms of my Japanese level, like I said, anything I enjoy, I can read, and even if I don't know all the words or I don't understand a part, it's still overall enjoyable, and I think that's pretty good. My speaking, I haven't spoken in a while. Honestly, I've not spoken in a while, so I don't know how my speaking is. It's probably okay. I was able to speak before, some days better than others, but I plan on fixing that during the next school year, as you know. I'm not fluent. I don't call myself fluent. We're 2 years, and you would think, oh, he's going to say he's fluent. No, I still don't think I'm fluent. If other people think I'm fluent, cool. But to me, I'm not whatever fluency is. And I don't know what fluency is. But I still love Japanese. And I'm really glad that I love Japanese. And I actually have so much fun making this video. It was 55 minutes of sitting at my desk speaking to a camera in between meetings at work. I have a meeting in like 30 minutes. I finished a meeting, I immediately started recording, and I have another meeting in 30 minutes. But yeah, I hope everyone loved watching this as much as I loved making it. If there's anything that you have a question on, feel free to ask. Twitter DMs, Discord DMs. I apologize to everyone who DMs me on Discord. I'm really bad at Discord DMs and Twitter DMs so much. I swear I'm not ignoring you. I see it there. I just get anxious. I'm sorry. But if you DM me and you DM me like twice, I'll try to get back to you. I'll try my best. I gotta overcome the anxiety. It's not because I want to ignore you or I'm so busy I can't talk to you. I'm just anxious, okay? I'm sorry. But DM me on Twitter, Discord, anywhere. Comment on YouTube. I'll get back to you if you have any questions specifically about certain things, because I know I didn't go much into Japanese learning or anything about that in this video. It was more of an overview of what happened in my last 6 months of learning and how I feel about everything. So if you want specific answers, you can just ask me and I'll answer as soon as possible. I hope you guys are all having a great day. I will see you in about a year. But you should follow me on Twitter, @TigerSpeedruns. Then you can see all my tweets about Japanese, and you don't have to wait a year to hear from me. Because let's be real, no one wants to wait a year to hear from me. They want to wait 3 years. So, if you want to hear me more than a year, follow my Twitter. Alright guys, hope you all have a great day, and enjoyed this video. See ya. Hey guys, and welcome to my 3-year Japanese progress update for learning with immersion-based methods. Hi, if you are new to the channel and you've never seen one of these videos before, I would say you could watch all my other videos and then come back to this one and you'll be caught up. But this video will basically go through everything that I did from the beginning of my Japanese journey, which actually began in 2018, all the way up until now, which is 2023, June 16th, the day after my 3 year. I'm sorry, I screwed up. So, but today I'm going to talk to you guys all about that. And the coolest thing about, I'm finally getting to do a 3-year video, and a lot of people like Phantom Madman and other people I've seen in the community, once you hit 3 years, it's like, all right, the videos usually stop around 3 years, and that's like a good stopping point to show what you did in that amount of time, and anything after that is kind of like, yeah, okay, you're just going to keep going in this direction, whatever, we get it. So I'm going to do one of those videos, basically, and we're going to, yeah, go through everything in this one. So, to begin, if you don't know who I am, hi, I'm Aaron, Tiger, Hypo-Tiger, Hypothetical Tiger. However the hell you know me, that's me. What's up? I've been learning Japanese with immersion-based methods for now 3 years, since June 15th, 2020. However, I did learn some Japanese before that, and I think this is something that I'm excited to finally talk about more in depth, because I feel like some people confuse my journey, and some people think it took me 3 years and I got to this in exactly 3 years. No, there's still some give or take, but 3 years of like immersion based stuff. So I originally started learning Japanese at the beginning of 2018 in January. Now the reason why I started learning Japanese is because in 2017 a friend had me watch the movie Your Name, and so this is also a part, I don't think I've ever mentioned this. I watched it originally dubbed. And then from there, I was like, whoa, anime, what the fuck? And then I started moving into watching anime in Japanese. And that's when I was like, I'm spending a lot of time doing this shit. I should like learn this language because it's awesome. It sounds cool. It looks cool. I'm spending so much time with it. It'd be cool to try, because that friend who showed me Your Name originally was learning Japanese for an extended period of time at that point. And it's like, oh, well, they're learning Japanese. I want to learn Japanese too. Fuck it. So I basically, from watching Your Name and getting sucked into anime, eventually was like, you know what? We're going to do this. We're going to learn Japanese. And let me tell you, I screwed up immensely. That the whole beginning of my journey before immersing is truly what you should not do if you want to learn any language, not just Japanese, but especially Japanese. And I'll go through and I'll tell you some of the things I did and some of the reasons why it's helpful. And it's definitely something that I'm glad I did, but also some of the reasons why it's like useless and you don't need to waste your time. The best way to categorize my first from 2018 to 2020 is a waste of time in terms of Japanese learning. Now, a lot of things happened in that time for me, so it's like it wasn't like a waste of time in life, but it was a waste of time in terms of if I wanted to get good at Japanese, I shouldn't have been doing what I was doing. So to start, I didn't know what to do, and I look up how to start learning Japanese, and you find a bunch of videos, a bunch of YouTube videos, all this stuff, whatever. Eventually, I'm like, okay, I gotta learn hiragana and katakana. I'm like, okay, first two alphabets, I can do that. Found a website called Tofugu, and they had like things where it taught you every single hiragana and katakana. Most people watching this video has probably seen the website and seen that exact article. You click on it and it has like little different like mnemonics for each characters to help you remember it. One of them was like chef, I think, but I don't remember what character that was for. But yeah, I did that. I was in high school at the time, and I was in senior year. So, well, at that time I was not senior year. I was a junior. And I literally just sat in my classes and I would write in a notebook, and I wrote hiragana over and over again. I would go home and I would have worksheets and I would write hiragana over and over again to learn all the hiragana, and then say with katakana. And I took about 2 weeks to learn hiragana and 2 weeks to learn katakana. First of all, wrong. Don't take that long. You don't need to take that long. It's completely not needed. The best way, in my opinion, also, disclaimer, everything I say in this video is going to be my opinion. I might say some hot takes, might annoy people. I'll give reasons for why I have these opinions, but ultimately, it's my opinion, and it worked for me, and I'm not saying everyone has to do it. I'm not saying that if you do it a different way, you're wrong exactly. It's just definitely for me, certain things you don't have to do that a lot of people say you have to do. So I'll give you some tips. But yeah, I did that for 2 weeks each. While I was in class on my school laptop, I found a website where it was like a matching game, and it would have all the hiragana, and it would have the sound, and you just kind of match. And I would just play this over and over and over again. Then I moved to the katakana one, I would do that over and over and over again. And eventually, I was pretty comfortable with writing hiragana and recognizing it. Katakana I could write, but recognizing was like, ooh. So it took me about a month to get through the beginning two alphabets, which in my opinion is way too long. And the best way to go about it is just get a rough idea of what you're looking at. Like, look up hiragana, learn the sounds for every character, obviously. You don't really need to try and learn to write it. It's not really needed. You don't need to practice them every day. If you just get a good understanding of them, like semi good, could be shaky, and then you move on and you start doing Japanese stuff, I promise you that by the time you're 3 years in, you will have no problem reading hiragana or katakana, and you won't even care that you don't know how to write them, because genuinely, I'm gonna say right now, hot take, who cares? It's all just so people could brag on the internet. So once I got done with hiragana and katakana, from here on out, I don't remember all the exact details, but I can tell you basically what I did for what I can remember, like the important parts, but not every detail. This is going to be a long video also, by the way, so I hope you're strapped in. So after I learned those two, it was time to learn grammar, because I was like, well, I gotta start learning some grammar pieces. Kanji matters. However, I was like, okay, let's start learning grammar and, try and make some sense of this. Started reading Tai Kim's grammar guide. And from Tai Kim's grammar guide, I learned a couple words. I read through maybe like 5 sections only. And then from there I was like, I can't do this. Like, I don't understand what he's saying. This doesn't make sense. Like, I can't view this in a Japanese way. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. So I ended up going on YouTube, and I can't say all of the people I watched because there probably was more before her, but Japanese Alma with Misa is the YouTube channel that I stumbled across. I started watching her videos and things. I watched the first video of her beginner series, which is about Wa and Des. Okay, that's all it's about. And I just remember like when she would write on like the little board she had, she would put like Pikachu wa kawaii desu. And when I read that and when I heard that, I was like, okay, I get it. So Wa, like I started figuring it out. I was like, all right, cool. So I took notes. I don't have these notebooks with me. They're probably still at home. But I took physical notes of these videos because at that time I was so interested in learning that I was putting a lot of energy into it. But I just genuinely, in my opinion, wasn't putting the energy into the right place. So I had so much fun. I would write notes. I would pay attention to her videos. I would learn. I would try to do like a couple videos a week. And then once I got like an okay grasp in that, and she started introducing more kanji, I'm like, all right, okay, well now I have to learn kanji. And in order to learn kanji, I decided from what I could find on the internet, I eventually stumbled across Wanikani, like a lot of people do, and I got the free trial, and I think it's up to level 3 or level 4, and I did that. I was doing that at school. You can ask people who knew me in high school from like end of junior year all the way till I graduated in high school. I did a lot of, especially beginning of senior year and junior year in the end, I did a lot of just Japanese stuff. And it was just like on my computer, like I was doing like my reps for Wanikani like every day at school. And the best part about that is that did help me. Okay, Wanikani was helpful in that I did become more familiar with kanji and they weren't all weird anymore by the end of that time. By the end of level 4 even. And I learned some words. Now during this time of me after learning hiragana, going into some grammar, doing Wanikani to start learning some kanji and stuff, I wasn't immersing or doing anything. I was still watching anime, all with English subtitles. I was still reading manga with an English translation. I was doing everything in English, even though like I'm supposed to be learning Japanese. And I would sometimes in class like look up little short Japanese stories that I could like read, and I would read them and I couldn't understand what the hell they were saying. I could maybe read like a sentence and be able to read it but not understand the meaning or anything. So I wasn't doing anything really. It was just all like getting all this knowledge here, but it wasn't being put to use, wasn't being built on, nothing. So eventually it came around Christmas time. By this point I was doing more Misa videos. And I want to say very specifically, so people know this. Yes, I did all this before the immersion, but you're going to see that it didn't really amount to anything. Like it did, but it didn't at the same time. Like with the Misa videos, I don't even think I got to the point where you learned about like passive verbs or anything or stuff like that. So I didn't even get far in her basic grammar series. And if you go on her channel, there's a lot more after that point. So I didn't really make it that far. I didn't even make it to that point. I stopped videos before that. So my grammar knowledge never really made it to anything crazy. I tried to read manga every now and then in Japanese from ones I would get. Like I had volume 1 of Karakai Jouzun no Takagi-san. And I would read it and I was like, I don't know. I can't get past chapter 1. Like it's too hard. Like what does nani shiten no mean? Like I literally read nani shiten no. And I read it and I was like, why is it shiten? What does this even mean? Like, so I did not know much at all. And eventually, towards Christmas, Wanikani always does a sale. I conned my parents into buying me the lifetime subscription because it was on sale. And I was like, because I loved Wanikani. Like, genuinely at that point, I loved Wanikani. I used it every single day. I was like, this is the correct way to learn kanji. It was great. Now, fun time during my Wanikani experience, I saw a YouTube video by Matt vs. Japan talking about how Wanikani was bad and RTK was the way to learn kanji. Now, I don't have a lot of memory of this, but I know I've seen that video before later in this story. I saw that video and I got mad because I was like, what the hell? I'm doing Wanikani. Stop telling me that I'm wrong. Like, this was so dumb and I feel so stupid. But like, this is how I felt. I was like, it's working for me. What do you mean it's the worst way to learn kanji? What do you mean? Like, I'm literally learning. I'm doing great. I know 500 kanji. Like, I don't even know how much I actually knew. But like, I like, and even if I knew 500, I didn't know 500. Let's be real. So it's like, I was like offended. I was like, my method's wrong. And I think a lot of people feel this way when they're putting a lot of time into something, and someone may say like, you could do that better. And a lot of people just get defensive and they don't want to be wrong. And I get it. And I definitely felt it there. And I should have listened to the video there, but instead I closed the video and I moved on. I was like, no, I'm using wanikani, I'm doing all this, whatever. And I basically continued this throughout 2018, from the beginning to the end of 2018. Little bit into 2019, and then basically like 2-3 months into 2019, I was basically done with Japanese fully. Not done. It's weird. I was taking like a long break because it was senior year of high school. I started hanging out with friends a lot more. Like, social stuff happened, like met people and like all this stuff, and it was like, well, I don't really have time to do Japanese all day, and I was like having more fun doing this stuff, and it was the end of high school. I'm like, let me have fun with that. So basically the first year, I'd say I did stuff. Was it good? Did it really help me long run? A tad, but that's what I did during my first year. And then from like March 2019 all the way to like probably like May 2020, I did next to nothing. I would still listen to Japanese music because I love Japanese music even when I wasn't studying actively. And I would watch anime every now and then, read manga, but once again, it was all English, so it didn't matter, really. I would sometimes get the motivation to try and read some manga, and I really mean try, because I would attempt and it would go terribly, and I would give up, and I would say whatever. So once we get around 2020, everyone knows what happens in 2020. In March, we had the pandemic. And then once I was at home forever, I kind of was just sitting there, did my classes and stuff. And then when they finished in May, I kind of just, because I was in college at this point. So when they finished in May of 2020, I kind of just had nothing to do, because it was like, I don't know. Like, I really don't know. So I ended up playing a lot of video games, and then eventually I decided to come back to Japanese. And not come back to Japanese, like, it was kind of just, I'll try to read some manga. Did that, and at this point, it's been a year, it's been like 2.5 years almost since I originally began. And I still didn't really know much, couldn't get through a chapter of manga. I don't think before Immersion I finished a volume of manga. Not even a volume. I don't even think I finished like 4 chapters. Like, it was really, really not good. So I don't know what happened or why, but eventually around the end of May, early June 2020, I found a YouTube video by Matt vs. Japan about RTK and about wanikani. And at this point, I wasn't doing wanikani anymore because I stopped basically all Japanese at that point in 2019. And then, just didn't really use it. Also, for example, I'm thinking, I just thought about this in my head. For dates and stuff, like, I say it was early 2019 that I stopped, but I want to say I probably did more than that. I'm not sure exactly when, but sometime in 2019, Japanese was put on the back burner. Before June, 100% before June, it was put on back burner. But the first half of 2019, I still did stuff. But yeah, I finally decided to watch that video by Matt vs. Japan, and everything he said made sense, and I was like, okay, cool. And then I started watching more of his videos, and the more and more I watched his videos, the more and more I came to the realization that, okay, the way to learn this language is to do Japanese stuff. And that's it. And when I thought of that, when I realized that by watching Matt's videos, I kind of like, I was like, all right, I'm doing this. Like, it was almost immediately that I can remember sitting in my bed watching the video, and then afterwards I thought, okay, I can do this. I'm going to get good at Japanese. And that moment is a moment that has truly changed my life forever, because yeah, learning in 2018 and starting at first is great. That did a lot. The moment that I said I'm doing this with the immersion based on watching Matt's video is what really changed it, because as soon as I said I'm doing this, I did not stop. Like, I kept doing it. I was like, all right, it's happening now. And basically from then on out began the existence. That night, I literally, after I finished watching his video, I started watching an episode of New Game with no English subtitles, and I just watched. And at that point, I've watched New Game multiple times. I love New Game. I even read some of its manga while I was in high school towards the end, because I really enjoyed it. And I watched episode 1, and I did not understand a lot, barely anything, honestly. But the rush I got from finishing one episode of anime in fully Japanese was awesome. It was really cool. So I just was like, all right, we're doing this. And I kept doing that, and basically from then on began my journey of watching a bunch of anime in Japanese, starting to read manga. Because of Matt's videos, I downloaded Anki, and I began doing all that stuff. Now, the way that I pretty much handled this in the beginning of my immersion time from 2020 onwards is I am someone who's I'm a big supporter of Japanese subtitles, and that's because I think it's the easiest way to be able to listen to something and watch something, but then also getting a little bit of reading practice. But it makes it way easier to start really like embedding words, because if you watch everything with no subtitles, if you're looking up stuff in like written media, or you are looking up stuff in that show, yes, it's helpful, but if you like, it's easy, especially at the beginning, to hear words and think that you know what they mean, but you don't actually know what they mean. So seeing the subtitles like actually show the words written out, you can really pick out like, okay, that's a word I know, this is how it's read, like, and it really like starts like shit just gets punched together, and you start getting like, you get it. So I watched a lot of anime with with Japanese subtitles when possible, but I did watch a lot of raw anime, and I think raw is definitely probably if you really want to do this like a better way than I did, I think I probably should have started with some Japanese subtitles, and when I hit a certain threshold of Japanese understanding, just rip off the subtitles altogether, and then really train my listening. I didn't do that. Instead, I was watching with mainly Japanese subtitles, some raw, but then a lot of my immersion actually came from a manga. Before that time of getting back into Japanese in 2020, I was reading manga just in English. So I was already in like ooh, I love manga, like let me read manga type of phase, which worked great for me with the immersion, because I would just put a volume up on my computer and I would try to read it. And I would look up words if they were in an I+1 sentence, which, if you are unaware, is when, say you have a sentence of 5 words, 4 out of the 5 of those words, you know and you understand. Like, if say it's English, if say the sentence is, I am a blank, okay? You know I am a, but you don't know what the word blank was, okay? You look that up. Let's say, for example, the word is cat. I am a cat. You didn't know cat. You looked up cat. Your dictionary's like, yo, dude, this means cat. And you go, okay. And then you read it again, and you go, all right, cool. That's cat. Basically, did that with a bunch of manga, made Anki cards out of those I+1 sentences, and kind of just like kept doing that in terms of trying to get somewhere. From there, I would watch. I had a sentence mining deck, but I also had a deck of the not Taikim, of the Tango N5 deck, which is a great like pre-made deck that gives you the M5 words from the Tango books, and I was working through that in order to get a base vocabulary back and like actually like, get like a really strong base while immersing, so it would actually form into a base. And a lot of those words in the Tango deck I knew or I remembered from a while ago from like the 2018 stuff. So this is why I'm saying like doing all of that definitely helped me, but overall I don't think it had a crazy impact. Like it let me skip some words in the Tango N5 book. Like that's basically it, because a lot of the words that I skipped were just like ones that Wani Kani gave you, because they gave you kanji and then actual words. So I was going through the Tango N5 deck while sentence mining. And then for grammar, I was trying to read through Tai Kim, because everyone says read through Tai Kim, and I agree, read through Tai Kim. It's just you need to be prepared, because it sucks. I'm sorry. I don't like reading grammar. Maybe everyone else does, but grammar fucking sucks. Like I don't want to read grammar. Like the Japanese grammar itself is pretty not that bad in my opinion, but reading about it and trying to learn it sucks. So I would read Tai Kim. I would try to read a section like a day, and then I did all that, and I would get some grammar like help by watching some Misa videos. Like I would watch them because I liked her, and it was a good thing to put on and like pay attention to. My nose is itchy. I'm so sorry. Put on, pay attention, learn some stuff. So that was basically at the beginning of my immersion all I was doing. I was doing my Tango N5 deck, creating a sentence mining deck where I only did 5 words a day, or 10. I don't remember exactly. But I did not try to put a lot of words in there a day because I knew I had the Tango deck. And I think I was doing 15 a day in the Tango deck. Then I would read Tai Kim's grammar guide and watch Misa videos for grammar stuff. Other than that, I would try to watch as much anime as I could or read manga. And I think one takeaway from the beginning of my immersion learning journey that I can now look back on now, the decision that made this way easier for me personally is reading manga. I personally love reading manga, and even though the Japanese would be hard sometimes and I wouldn't understand, I pushed through. And I think if I didn't read as much manga as I did in the beginning, or in general, my Japanese would not be at the level that it is now. I'll get into it later when I mention some stats, but I've read a fair amount of manga now in Japanese, and a lot of words that I know have come from manga, to the point where I can hear a word and I go, oh, it's from that series during this scene, or just like, oh, from that series. So manga was very helpful to me, and something that I'm glad I did. Basically, from the 2020 point onwards, you guys can check out my actual like update videos for those, because I'll give like more in-depth stuff about what happened in that time period in those videos, because I was in it, like I was living the time period. So right now I'll give like a little like understanding from there to the, like what it took to get here. But if you really want like more in-depth stuff, you should definitely watch those other videos. But this one should be helpful enough to like understand what you would want to do if you want to. I kept immersing. That's basically the moral of the story is going to be a lot of I kept immersing, and I did immersing. So I immersed, watched stuff, and I read stuff, still making cards. I did the Tango N5, N4, and N3 decks while sentence mining the entire time. I think if you are able to do that, like if you come into immersion with a small base of Japanese, that means you don't need to start at like hiragana and katakana. I think that what you should do is do Tango N5 and sentence mine, and just do those 3 Tango decks. A lot of people say Tango N3 isn't worth it. I think having pre-made decks is probably, hot take, one of the best things you could do. yes, sentence mining is great. Yes, it increases your like connection to words, and it makes it easier to remember because you made it yourself. You remember it from this thing. Like I said, I can remember it from manga volumes. Yes, all that is great, but especially at the beginning and at times of low motivation, you having a pre-made deck saves your life because you don't need to worry about sentence mining 5 cards that day. You have your 5 cards or your 10 cards, your 15 cards. Doesn't matter. You have them. They're there in that deck. And you can sentence mine as well, or you can just not sentence mine that day and you still learn words. So it's like awesome. It's just great. So I recommend doing Tango N5, N4, N3 decks. Once you finish N3, only sentence mine. But do sentence mining throughout all 3, or do Tango N5 and maybe halfway through N4 start sentence mining. Just while you're doing a pre-made deck, try and sentence mine at some point during the pre-made deck. It doesn't need to be at the beginning. So that was one of the biggest things for me because you learn a lot of words, not just from the Tango stuff, but you learn stuff from sentence mining as well. And that's how I built up my word vocabulary. A lot of those words, like I said, came from manga. I did not mine a lot from light novels, but I do read light novels, and I mined a very small amount of words from there, but I mainly used what the hell is it called? I feel stupid. Hold on. I can't remember what the hell it's called. Yomi-chan. Yeah, Yomi-chan's great. Use that for light novels to get words, and I would just like hover over them, read them, and then just go forward. I would like just try and pick them up by seeing them enough and not really worry about mining stuff from novels and light novels. I think if I would have done that, I probably would know a lot more words, but I'm okay with it, so I don't really mind. I would watch anime. Not many words came from anime. If anything, the anime was very helpful for me not to learn words, but to reinforce words that I learned from manga. Because I would read a lot of manga, and then I would go watch the anime counterpart. And then I would go, okay. And like, it would really help me learn the words that I learned in my decks in real time, because I would see it in the anime and, be all good. So that's basically what I did for most of it. And I don't remember when in the journey, but eventually I stopped watching Misa videos. I read through Tai Kim probably and not even the whole thing. If you read I'm so sorry. This video is completely over the place everywhere and everything, but I don't write a script for these. I just have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 topics, and that's it. And I just go off the head for everything. So you're just getting me, okay? I'm sorry. But I don't know when I stopped with Tai Kim and Misa, but I read halfway through the Tai Kim guide. The final section is special topics or advanced topics in the grammar guide. You only really need to read 2 sections. I'll go on it right now and I'll say exactly what you need to read. So if you go to Tai Kim's Guide to Learning Japanese, his grammar guide, I only read, at this point I skipped the writing system. So I read basic grammar, essential grammar, and half of special expressions. Do that 3 times and then literally just read and watch stuff for the rest of your time, and you'll never need to know grammar ever again. You'll never need to read a grammar guide. So I gave up Misa at some point, gave up Tai Kim, because at that point grammar was just words. And the best part about when grammar becomes words is you can just sentence mine them like normal words instead of being oh, what does this mean? And the best part is Japanese grammar, there's a lot of forms of the same meaning or slight nuances, so you can really just learn it very quickly within context a lot of the times too, and things just make sense once you've read a lot. It's hard to explain, but sometimes you read something, and even though you never looked it up, you can tell by the feeling. You feel in your head what it means, and you, based on the context and everything, it means that, and you look it up, and you're yeah, it does mean that. All right, cool. So that's what grammar becomes at a certain point. So you don't even need to read all of Tai Kim's grammar guide. Just read those couple sections, like 2-3 times and then move on with your life and immerse, because you might think that reading the Thai Kim grammar over and over and over and over and over and over again until it's perfect is going to be what gets you perfect grammar and understanding. But what gets you that perfect understanding of grammar is going to be reading and seeing it a fuck ton in every type of media over and over again until it's not grammar anymore and you don't even really like separate. Like when I'm reading Japanese, I don't separate a word from a grammar point, or if I'm looking up a word, I don't separate a word from a grammar point. I just read it and I just look up what I need to look up, and that's it. And I think that's, you want to get there with grammar as soon as possible and get rid of grammar guides, because honestly, if once you hit a certain point, you're just wasting your time with it. So just immerse and you'll get the same like usage. Like you'll learn the grammar from just immersing. So why waste your time reading like a textbook type thing, especially if you don't like it. If you love grammar and you love textbooks and stuff, sure, read Thai Kim, but like over and over again fully. But I don't think you actually need to do that. And I personally did not do that. Another part that we go across with my journey, I'm just thinking of things as I go, so I'm so sorry, guys. I should have been more prepared, but you know, that's just how it is. If anyone, if you made it this far, first of all, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. If you guys have any questions about what I said or you want clarification, you can comment on the video, you can DM me on Twitter, you can reply to me on Twitter, you can ask me in Discord. I'll put my Discord down below. Yeah, just ask me and I'll get back to you. I'll try to answer. I'm bad at answering messages sometimes because anxiety, but I'll try my best. Another thing, so to continue, another thing in my journey that I ended up, everyone tells you to do, and I did it, but I think it is overrated, and I'm gonna spew some hot takes, and there's probably gonna be people, even people I'm friends with, who'll be like, yo, dude, you're wrong there. And I might be wrong, and that's fine if I'm wrong, but personally, I think this is way better. And it saves a headache for me, so fuck it. I'm doing it. There's a thing called the monolingual transition. Now, after you've been learning Japanese for a while in terms of immersing, especially if you watch update videos, you'll start to hear people talk about making the monolingual transition. Have I made the monolingual transition yet? My experience with the monolingual transition. I'm about to tell you the secret, okay? I'm about to tell you the secret. I don't think it's worth it. That's kind of like a little bit of a joke, but then also really serious at the same time. I think the monolingual transition is something you should do if it interests you. However, just because you're not using a Japanese dictionary does not mean you're not learning Japanese, and it does not mean the words you're getting are wrong. That is the biggest thing that people say, is that the English version that you get is wrong compared to the Japanese version. And yes, it loses out on some like parts of it that are only conveyed in the Japanese meaning, or like is attached to it in the Japanese way, rather than like just reading the English word doesn't always give you the full story. I 100% agree with that. However, with my experience with the monolingual transition, is I got to the point where I could read a Japanese dictionary and I would learn words, and yeah, it would help me like learn like the idea, read the definition of the word better. But I don't know about you. I'm not here to learn definitions. I'm here to like learn the word. So it became in Anki, I would just do it and I would read, like I could understand the definition, I knew what the word meant, but it didn't feel as strong in my head as something if I just looked it up in an English dictionary and kept that. And I'll explain. Certain things with Japanese, like dog, you can obviously look it up in English dictionary and it'll be dog. Like it'll easy to translate that stuff. Some things you can't translate. And this is why people tell you to use a monolingual dictionary at a certain point, because they don't want you to fill your mind with bad English translations of Japanese. Yeah, fill your mind with it, because if the only way, in my opinion, that it's going to become a problem that you're not using the monolingual dictionary is if you are not immersing. Because the thing that people bitch about is you you miss the real meaning and you're not learning the correct word. But if you use the dictionary for what it is, it's supposed to be just a reference. You read that definition, you go, oh, this word means kind of like this. And then you move forward. Guess what? You're going to have, like, eventually, you'll know the meaning of that word 100% in Japanese without ever having to read it in a dictionary. And I'm sure that reading in the monolingual dictionary maybe speeds up that process and makes it a little, like, easier. For me personally, I don't think it's worth it, because I would read it, and I would just, like, sometimes you just get tired. It's like, I just want the definition in, like, now. And I found that when I'm given the English definition and I immerse for a couple 100 hours, eventually it doesn't matter that I got the English definition or a Japanese definition. I know the word because I've seen it so much in context in my immersion that it's like, why would I, like, I get it. I understand. And I think that's what a lot of people want you to get to, that point with the monolingual dictionary. But it's kind of not needed if you just immerse anyway, because as I all mentioned, like with all that stuff, it's just, why force yourself to do something that may be harder, may make your brain a little more confused, just to seem like you're better at Japanese or you're getting the better experience. The dictionary is a reference to what that word could mean in these specific situations, and you take that definition and you just say, okay, that's kind of what the word means, and move on. I think personally that is the best way to do the monolingual transition. Do it if you want. If you want, do it. Open up the Japanese dictionary, go for it. If not, guess what? You're probably fine. Just stick with English and just immerse a lot. I think it only becomes a problem is if you are reading the English definition and that is hard-coded in your brain, that's what that word means. Because it's not. You want to learn exactly what that word means based off of seeing it and like the content. So that's probably my biggest hot take, is that the monolingual dictionary, like a monolingual transition shit, is kind of just like, I don't want to say a scam, because it's definitely worth it in terms of reading more Japanese every day. If you use them, one thing I will not dispute, if you use a Japanese dictionary, you're getting way more Japanese than I am, just because you're reading the Japanese in the dictionary all the time. But guess what? I don't fucking care about Japanese dictionary Japanese. I don't care. I'm not here to read that. I'm here to read my manga and figure out what the word Genki means. Okay, like, you don't need to fucking give me the Japanese dictionary of Genki, Japanese definition of Genki. Okay, just tell me a little thing and I'll figure it out when I read. Okay, I'll figure it out myself. So if you're here worrying about the monolingual transition, or don't know how important it is, or like think it's make or break in your Japanese, just don't think that, please, because while it's great, and yeah, it definitely is probably better to do overall, it's definitely not needed, and you can get the same understanding of a word whether your first definition was English or Japanese. That's one thing I just want to say, is don't stress out about it. It's fine. You really don't need it. And yeah, there'll be people in the comments probably saying, oh, you need the monolingual transition. Yeah, sure, whatever. I don't care. Like, literally, like, this part is so much, for me, like, an opinion that I do not care. Like, people can tell me a million reasons why you need to do it 100%. Your Japanese is fucked. And I just do not care. And I think it's okay to not care. And I think there's a lot of things that people say in the community that you can read and go, I don't care. And then do it your own way. But the monolingual transition is probably the biggest thing. And it's something I definitely wanted to mention, because I don't know if I mentioned that in other videos, but it's definitely something that I've come to think 100% at this point, is that I don't care. And I don't think you should care as much either. I think you'll be just fine without it. Now, sure, someone might hear my Japanese or see my understanding, if you could like pull it out of my head and get like a percent, and they'd be like, if you use the monolingual dictionary, it'd be so much better. You suck. And I'll be like, yeah, whatever, I suck. Like, sure. Like, I'm fine with being bad at Japanese. I just, like, I only care about my own thought process about it in terms of, like, whether something helped me or not. I think things that people in the Japanese learning community online get really confused is what is most effective and what is most effective for you. Okay? Sometimes there's an objective thing where it's like, yeah, this is probably the way to go. Okay? other times it's like, but this one works for me more. Guess what? You should just go for the one that works for you more, even if it's not 100% like what everyone else is doing. I still think some of the core concepts, like immerse a lot, and, you know, that's it, immerse a lot, and look up words that you don't know when there's one or two words, like when it pops out to you, probably a good thing. A lot of other things are just like extra opinions that kind of like, in my opinion, take away from the whole picture. So don't get caught up in having to do everything on the AJATT checklist that Katsumoto said on the website fucking God knows how long ago. Because, yeah, I'm sure if you do XYZ, it gets you a little bit better. You might not like doing XYZ, and guess what? You're fine. You'll move forward. As long as you have the key of looking up words and immersing, I guarantee you will get better at Japanese, and you will not have to fucking worry about whether you knew the correct fucking meaning of X word because you looked it up in your Japanese dictionary, or you looked it up in your English dictionary instead of your Japanese dictionary. I don't think these are things people need to be worrying about, and I think it's a part of the community that people really need to shut the fuck up about. Like, I think a lot of people need to just like preach the core value of, you should, if you want to learn a language and you want to learn it probably the best and most fun way, I'm saying probably, because it's just probably to me as well. Nothing is real. Nothing is 100% backed in my opinion. So with this shit, so it's just like, if it's fun for you and it works, you should probably do that. I think if you're not immersing daily or consistently, you are not going to make as much progress as someone who is. But the reason of that is because you're not immersing. It's not because that person's using a monolingual dictionary or because that person's using Japanese subtitles. I think there's things you can bend and twist as long as you are immersing, but I definitely think that some things are better to not bend because they will get you more, like, somewhere faster. Like I just mentioned the subtitles thing. I think probably, like I said, start with subtitles and then get rid of them is probably better because your listening will be way better than someone who only uses subtitles the whole time. But even then, you still both know Japanese. It's just like certain skills are better than the other. So this was like a long like rant and like bullshit that I just said for no reason. But the end of the day with it is just pick something that works for you as long as it's based on immersion. Immersing. As long as it's based on immersing, I think you're probably good. I wouldn't worry too much. But yeah, maybe everyone's gonna watch this and go like, "You're the dumbest person I've ever like heard talk on the internet." And I'll go, "Yeah, probably." Like yeah, sure. Like that's fine. But like, I just think this is just how I see it after doing this for 3 years and having some sort of outlook on what has helped me and what has not helped me, and what is a core concept that needs to be done, and what's something that's kind of fluff and doesn't need to be done. Whew, I feel like I just went through a bunch of stuff with that. Other than immersing, looking up words and stuff, doing the grammar and then stopping, there's not much else I did, okay? Like, genuinely. When it comes to speaking, I do not speak very much. I prefer to listen, and I listen to a lot of Japanese. I talk to Japanese people, and I hear a lot of Japanese. I don't necessarily speak a crazy amount, so my speaking kind of sucks, in my opinion. It could be better. I want it to be better, and I'll talk about it in a bit, how I have plans that will make it better. But in terms of like 3 years of existence, it was mainly immersing. For the first like year and a half, 2 years, like probably year and a half, Anki. If you're gonna give up Anki like I did, please, for the love of God, just make sure that you learned a good amount to where you can give it up, because you don't want to give it up too early. I gave it up at a point where it's like, I think I'm fine now, and I don't need to do Anki, but I know that if I did do Anki or do Anki, it would be way better. If you give up Anki, be prepared to not learn as fast as you did with Anki. Around the 1.5 year mark, I probably stopped using Anki every day, and I'd say I probably learned more words from the first year to year and a half mark than year and a half to 3 year mark. But my Japanese is still way better. But it's just because I don't have a consistent like slamming these words into my head every single day. I definitely learn words from context and while I'm reading and looking them up, and then it just sticks, or I'm told something, but I don't actively study words ever, really. And I probably should, and I kind of want to. I do have Anki installed on this new computer. I say new computer, but I got it a while ago. But to you guys, it would be a new computer if you knew me. Yeah, whatever. But on this new computer, I finally got Anki installed, and I do want to try to do 5 words a day, because 5 words a day is a lot. That's like 2,000 words a year, and if I added 2,000 words to my Japanese vocabulary, I'd probably be at like a really, really good spot. I don't know. Well, we'll say that for later about word talk. But just if you're gonna drop Anki, drop it in and understand that you're not gonna move as fast. But if you've hit a certain point, it won't really negatively affect you. I do think Anki is still very important, and you should probably do it just because of how much words you can learn in 1 year just off of doing 5 a day. I think you should always do 5 a day. Try your best, because it's just, you could really, like, in a short period of time, absolutely, like, make your vocabulary sick. So, I love Anki. I don't do it anymore, but I would like to. Basically, that brings us up to present day, because if you asked me what I did in Japanese now, I can tell you right now. This is what I do almost all day. And yeah, it's a little, like, dude, come on. Go outside. Something. Yeah, whatever. I play video games all day in a Discord call with my friends. The video games are all in Japanese. I only play Japanese video games now, or games that have a Japanese dub and subtitles. If there's no Japanese audio, I'm not playing it. So every game I play is Japanese audio or subtitles if there's no audio in game. But if there's audio, it has to have a dub. I do that all day. Watch an anime episode if I feel like it sometimes. Watch YouTubers if I feel like it sometimes. Read manga when I feel like it sometimes. Read light novel when I feel like it sometimes. I have a friend and I call them basically every day, and they speak Japanese, and I hear that all the time, every day. And that's all I really do every single day. I don't look up a lot of words, but that is because I don't really have to. I definitely have a lot of words I could learn. It's just there's a lot of words where it's like I don't see the point in looking this up. I think I should have mentioned this earlier, but I think once you hit a certain point, you should focus on your sentence mining on instead of every I+1 sentence. Only really focus on words that you've seen 2-3 times and you're like, damn, I've seen that one 3 times today. Learn that word, because it'll help. So I don't really look up words often unless they're really sticking up like that, or I really for some reason want to know what it means, and then I'll look it up. But other than that, I'm not looking up too many words, but that I'm still learning words, I promise you. I'm context, people telling me stuff, like I'm definitely learning. It's just not as fast, and for me that's okay. It's more of like I'm just at this point I am living life, and Japanese happens to be a large part of my life. But there's no distinction of whether it's play or study. It's all play. I'm having fun with it. And I think that is the goal that everyone should get to. I think once it stops feeling like study, because even in Immersion, until you hit a really good spot, like a solid spot of Japanese, it feels like study. Because it's not easy. But once it stops feeling like study, and you can just do this every day without thinking about it. Like, I don't think about it. I just get on a game and it's Japanese and I'm playing. That is where you want to be. And I think that is when, at least for me, I became happy of where I was at and like content overall. I think I was always happy with moving forward. Always happy with just the fact that I was doing this. But once I hit the point where Japanese is just in my life and I do not even think about it anymore, it's just every day something I'm doing Japanese, like multiple things in Japanese every day, all day. That's where I'm like, all right, I've hit a good spot in Japanese. I still this should go in the next segment. But quick, I still don't think I'm anywhere where I want to be, and I could still move forward. But I've hit a very, very nice spot that I am comfortable with and happy about. And I know a lot of people might think I'm really good, or people want to hit my level. I never want to come across as someone that you need to oh, that guy thinks he's great, or he's doing good. I want you guys to make it to where I am, and I'm not very high compared to other people. There's so many other people that are better than me at Japanese, and one day I hope I can get better and get close to them. But I'm not in a crazy position, and yeah, it took 3 years plus a little bit before that to get here. But it wasn't like I'm a superhuman or I did anything crazy. I just followed some basic rules, and I just did that over and over again. So everyone can do this. 100%. Everyone can learn Japanese, and you can get to a point that is a comfortable level. Like a very comfortable level. I don't want to say the F word because I'm still mixing with myself when I want to say I am at that point, because I don't really... There's some people that I know are better than me, and they might not call themselves fluent. So I feel wrong if I would ever say I was fluent. But in terms of understanding, I can get through a lot of things I want to watch, a lot of things I want to understand, and understand with a very high level of accuracy, to the point where, yes, there are still words I don't know. Yes, I still sometimes have to reread things, or sometimes I don't understand. But overall, I function very okay in everything that I want to do in Japanese. And it's like a very... For what I want to do, because there's different genres of everything, and if you go into politics, I'm going to look like someone who has never studied Japanese in their life. But if you do some like games and like manga and movie and anime and normal like dramas, I operate fine. I have like a functional fluency. I don't know. I don't want people to take the fact that I said that word. Now people are going to be like, this guy thinks he's awesome at Japanese. No, I think that is an okay thing to say about where I am, because it's not a barrier anymore. It's just a life thing. And if I want to get to like fluency, I need to definitely get better at understanding, but my speaking is not there. And I think speaking is part of overall fluency. I think understanding, I'm at a competent level of understanding to where I can say I'm functionally fluent. Speaking, I'll say I'm conversational and I can do it, but I'm not proud of it, and I want to get better at that. Whew. That should be the end of the first section, the story up until now. We only have a couple more sections left, and honestly, they probably won't take that long. So we're nearing the end. So if you got this point, thank you so much. I know it was all pushed together, and like I probably said things that didn't make sense, but it means a lot that you're here, and I'm having fun talking about this because I never have an outlet to talk about this. So right now, the next section is my current feelings. Let's actually write down right here my current feelings towards Japanese / language learning in general. I still love Japanese, and it's going to be a part of my life for a long time, and I'll go into that more in the plans for the future. I have no plans, 0 plans on learning another language. I have 0 plans in really caring about language learning as a hobby or anything like that. I don't even really look at Japanese as a language learning experience anymore. As I mentioned, I view it as I'm living my life. And this is being able to look at where I am now. Part of me is getting a little emotional just thinking about it, because it's genuinely, this has been something I've worked hard for years now, and it all started in 2018, and I wish I had a picture, but I literally, in my room in 2018 when I started, I saw something online. It's like, if you want to make a goal, write it down, put it on a piece of paper, hang it up in your room. And I wrote on that piece of paper about how I wanted to learn Japanese. Like I mentioned, I wanted to read a chapter of Yotsuba. I wanted a volume of Yotsuba. I wanted to be able to talk to someone. And the overall end goal, kind of stupid without really knowing much about the country or ever being there or a bunch of stuff. My end goal was live in Japan. And I look back on that picture now, and it genuinely makes me want to cry, because 2018 me genuinely would be extremely proud of where I am. And I think that a lot of times people worry about their current existence, and they get all caught up in with I'm not good enough, or I need to be better now, or etc. But they never take time to think about really where they came from. And when I think about 2018 me, I know how much Japanese that guy knew. And the fact that right now I play games like I'm playing Yakuza 0 in Japanese, and I've been having a great time. I'm like 45, 46 hours in. But the fact that I can play Yakuza 0 fully in Japanese and just play it as if it's a video game would literally make 2018 me the happiest kid in the world, because it means I did it, and it means that I did a lot of hard work, and I got to a very like awesome place. And I'm very happy about how far I've come, and I think that there's still more to go, but times like these are like awesome to just look back and think about really how much effort and how much time it took. Because once I get into these stats, after I mention my plans for the future, you'll see about when I say like how much time and stuff, like if you convert these time periods, these stats into real life time, it's a lot. And it sometimes doesn't feel that way because you just do it. But looking back on it, I'm truly happy, and I'm proud of myself, because if anything, learning Japanese for these past couple of years proved to me that I can do, I don't want to say whatever I want, but if there's something I want to do, genuinely, I just got to go do it, and I can make it happen. And I think a lot of people have that ability, whether they know it or recognize it. And I think it just takes one thing for you to really show yourself that you can do it. And like I've said before, I'm not very special. Nothing about me is special. Nothing about the things I did was special. I'm just kind of like a loser who has a lot of time and put a lot of that time into Japanese. And if you're someone who wants to do the same thing, you can do it. And it doesn't even need to be a lot of time. I've said this before. I think some people say you need to do it all day. If you can get 2 hours of good immersion with you're reading your grammar guide and you're doing your Anki deck daily, if you can do that for 6 months to a year, the amount of Japanese you'll have learned is insane. So it doesn't even need to be a crazy amount of time. You just need to consistently do it, and do it with a purpose, rather than just like put something on the TV and like, oh, I'm learning Japanese but no subtitles. No, try to listen, try and get better. If you're trying to get better and you do this consistently, you will get to the point where I am. You will get beyond me, because I'm not even anywhere close to where I could be if I really, really went harder. But I think I did enough for what I did, and I'm happy about that. But I'm not done. I don't want people to think I'm done. So I love Japanese. I love all the opportunities that this has gave me. I love all of the people that I've met. I love that I decided to make these videos, and the impact that I made on other people's journeys or just lives through making these videos. I love that. It makes me very happy, and it's something that I hold near and dear to my heart. The whole Japanese learning experience for the past 3 years has truly been an amazing portion of my life, because I'm in a completely different part of my life when I started than where I am. When I originally started Japanese, I didn't graduate high school. When I originally started Immersion, I was in my first year of college. I'm now graduated college. I'm an adult now. And a lot of things have happened in that time period. And there's a lot of it that I can say I'm thankful and grateful. And a lot of that came from Japanese. And it's a reason why, like, to me, this isn't just I'm playing video games, I'm reading manga, I'm doing whatever. Yeah, I'm doing all this, like, bullshit stuff to learn a language. But to me, this has been a genuine journey through a lot of different things, really getting to know myself, spending a lot of time with myself, and really like growing as a human throughout this entire time. And I don't think I would have had a lot of cool moments and a lot of cool growth moments without Japanese. I think that's basically my current feelings. I don't want to keep talking too much because I might start crying. So we'll move on to the next section, which is plans for the future, which we are at 103:30. So plans for the future. I already tweeted this, but I'm going to Japan. I ended up getting an internship offer, so I can go and I get to be in Japan for 3 months, and I'm super excited. I gave up on moving to Japan because I applied to the JET program and I got denied. I applied in November. I got denied and everything. So I gave up and I was looking for jobs in my major in America. And then I eventually got this from this Japanese company. I was talking to them and all this stuff. And I now get the opportunity to go live in Japan for a couple months. And I'm hoping assuming I enjoy these couple months, I hope it can get extended farther, or I can find a different opportunity to extend this time period past these 3 months. But starting in August, I'm going to be living in Tokyo and by myself, and I'm super excited about it. I'm super nervous because I've never lived on my own in my life. When I went to college, I moved out of my parents' house to a dorm room, and then when the pandemic hit, went back to the parents' house, and then went back to the dorm room to finish the first 2 years, and then came for this final 2 years of college. I've been living at this house exclusively, and I rarely go home, and this is my home right now. So this is going to be the first time that I'm living by myself, and it's not just by myself in like a new city, it's in a completely new country with a new language and everything. And without this journey, I would have never have had this opportunity. I would have never wanted to go out of my comfort zone and move to a completely different country, because if anyone knows me, I'm a very shy, anxious person a lot of the time. So it's not like me to just want to get up and go somewhere completely different and, uproot and change my entire life. But because of Japanese, this is something I want to do, and I'm super excited about it. So my plans for my future are I'm going to go live in Japan. I'm going to try and talk more. I will have to talk more while I'm in Japan. The internship is all in Japanese. So I will be speaking Japanese every day, all day, basically. I'm going to try and make friends, try and do cool stuff around Japan. Still going to read books, still going to play games and all that. But I'm going to basically just take the deep dive into Japan and see what happens. And hopefully I have a great time and I come out of those 3 months wanting more. But if not, I'm glad I did this. This is, to me, a giant step in life. And I think I'm so young. I'm only 22. I'll be 23 in March. And I figured I'm young now. I might as well take some risks and do some fun things and really experience life, because who knows how long this will last, or something might happen and I can't do this. So I'm gonna do this. I'm definitely losing money off of this experience, but I think overall this will be worth it to me, and I'm very, very, very excited. I can't even put into words, because it just feels like everything about my life from the past 5 years is finally accumulated into one big boss battle climax. It feels like a boss battle, even though it's not the end, but it's wow. It's just, it's genuinely insane to me, because I 100% gave up on this idea and I wasn't worrying about it, and then I got this opportunity, and now it's wow. I'm extremely lucky, and I'm grateful that I have this opportunity and that people believe in me and that I was able to get to this point. And it's not just because of Japanese that I got to this point. It's because I went to college, and because I got 2 internships related to my work, related to my degree, and I had an on-campus job during college. I did a lot of things, including Japanese, to build so that I could receive one of this opportunity, and I'm so glad I did. And there's just a lot of happiness and a lot of anxiousness about it, but overall, like, I'm ready to make this the best time in my life and truly, like, experience some cool things. So yeah, that's my plan, is I'm just going to enjoy Japan. I'm going to keep living how I live now for the next couple months, play games all day, do nothing, but all in Japanese, have fun. And then once I go there, it's like a new story. It's like a new chapter. So I'm super excited about that, and I hope that you guys all stick with me on my Twitter, or maybe I'll upload YouTube videos every now and then, maybe, I don't know. But I hope that you're able to see that experience, like, see that those experiences with me, and, like, kind of, like, be along with me, because I know that a lot of people watching this video, especially if they've watched this to this point where it's an hour and 9 minutes, they've seen my original videos, and they probably saw them at the, like, close to their release. So you probably do see yourself growing with me. And I think that's one of the really cool things about these videos, is I don't just show my growth, but I know everyone watching can use them as a way to be like, oh, when I watched that video, I was at this point in my learning journey, or I was at this point in life, not even just learning journey, like life. And, like, now I'm here and things are so different. And I think that's a really cool thing to be able to have on the internet and share with people. It's an experience, like, I get to share with all the viewers, whether they, like, tell me about it or not, because I know there's people who are reflecting on themselves as they watch this. And I'm glad that we all got to share that time together. And I want you guys to be able to see my path from here, because I can't guarantee I'm going to make a 4-year-long video, because I don't know if there's a point. But I will try. I want to try and, like, if I can, make some YouTube videos and, like, update you guys on life, and, you know, make this not just like you saw my update videos and now I'm a stranger. Like, check me out on Twitter, Discord stuff. You can talk to me, I'll talk to you. I just want to share this with everyone, and because, yeah, I got here because I did all the immersion and stuff, but if I didn't put up these videos and get all the support and love from everyone who watched them, it might have been hard to continue at times. And so I really do appreciate all of you, because it means a lot to me. This whole everything means a lot to me. So I think that's about it for plans for the future. So let's go to my stats. I'm just writing down the timestamps so I have them. To start, over the last 3 years, I have read 582 volumes of manga. I've read 42 light novels, including God knows how many started where I got halfway and or didn't finish it or got a quarter. I have watched, according to AniList, 22.7 days of anime. Definitely not the biggest anime fan, like, lately. It's kind of hard for me to watch it and just stay invested, so that number is not as big as it could be, but 22 days is still hefty. I've played over 1,000 hours of games. 750 of those hours have been in the past 6 months. So I'm truly going hard on the gaming. I've listened to God knows how many hours of phone call of of someone speaking to me in Japanese. I've watched God knows how many hours of YouTube. No one knows how many tweets I've read in Japanese, because my Twitter, especially at certain times of the night, is only Japanese because no one who speaks English is online. And so there's a lot of Japanese. There's more Japanese than I could really, like, even express, because there's Japanese everywhere. I have Japanese in my room somewhere. I have this is a stat. I've passed the JLPT N2. I took it in December of last year in 2022, and I passed. I have my certificate right there. I want to take N1. I just I don't have a reason right now, and because I'm moving around, like going to Japan, and I don't know what happens after Japan, I don't want to schedule to take it in December. So I'm just, like, waiting till I'm, like, settled down, then I'll take N1 and I'll pass it. that's my plan. I don't want to fail. So whenever I take it, I will pass. That's my goal. I will work hard for that. But there's just been so much Japanese into my brain that it's impossible to even like give a number or give a real estimation of anything. But those are like the hardcore stats that I was able to have and from websites and stuff. And I think I don't look at those numbers enough, so I don't ever really think about how much that really is. But 582 volumes is a lot. If you average that at an hour of volume, which if it's not like in a really easy manga, and I can read most volumes in an hour without having to worry about it. So that's like at least 582 hours of reading. 42 light novels. Shit. I don't know. You average it like 5 hours a book. I don't know. It's like that's a lot. Anime, the games, like I've done a good amount of Japanese. And I think obviously the biggest number right there in terms of like reading is manga. And like I said earlier, I think manga was a very big help to me, and I highly recommend it. If you love manga, you should use that as the way to get really good at Japanese, because manga will kickstart you and you will be able to read. You by volume 100, you'll be able to read a good amount, and by volume 200, you'll be able to read even more. When you hit 500, you'll not even care anymore. You'll just be reading manga because it's manga. I'm almost at 600 volumes. I wanted to hit it before this, but I couldn't because I wanted to read through. I'm reading through Yu Yu Hakusho, and I wanted that to be my 600 volume was the final volume. And with life and time, I couldn't read a volume a day in a certain amount of time to hit, or like multiple volumes a day to hit this date. So I kind of just I didn't. So I didn't. But I'm hoping that in the next year I easily hit 600. Hopefully like 700 volumes of manga, especially with that time being in Japan. I will read a lot when new releases come out because it's easy to get a new release and just read it there. So I want to hit 700 volumes. I want to get back into light novels. I've been saying that forever, but I want to hit at least 50. I eventually want to hit 100 because that'd be, I think 100 light. If I can hit 1,000 volumes of manga and 100 light novels, at that point, I'm going to hope that I'm fluent in Japanese, because otherwise, I don't know how much longer it'll take. But that should be pretty fucking good. And then 1,000 hours of gaming. Would love to hit 2K. Like, I just want to hit as much hours as possible in that. Anime, I don't care. That could go up or down. It doesn't matter. I just want to enjoy life, like I said. So yeah, those are basically like all my stats. I'll just keep rambling if I keep talking. So we'll move on to my conclusion and the end of this hour plus video. Hour 15, 50. Awesome. So to conclude, as I mentioned before and through a lot of things that everyone has already heard through this video, I'm very happy. I'm in a really cool point in my life with a lot of interesting experiences coming up, and I've done so much to this point. I didn't mention it, but I did visit Japan in May. If you follow me on Twitter, you already know that. But I visited Japan in May, and being there just fueled my Japanese and everything to the point where I want to go back so bad, and I'm super excited I get to go back because I've just hearing and seeing Japanese everywhere. Instead of being anxious and worried, I was mainly just at peace with it, and it was so like calming to walk around and just be in that country. So I'm looking forward to being fully surrounded with Japanese again, because it definitely relaxes me. It's one thing that I get to I relax with Japanese still. I don't get frustrated. I just relax. I love Japanese, and yeah, I'm so happy that I did this and that I got to this point, and I'm here today to be able to show you that I got to that point instead of making a couple videos and just never showing up again. I appreciate all the support. Anyone who's ever answered a question I've had, whoever is ever asked me a question, like anything, like if you know who I am in any way, not even related to Japanese, like I genuinely love you, and I'm so happy that I got to cross paths with you in life, because it's made my life better in so many ways. So I'm just so appreciative and grateful, and I hope that everyone watching this video does whatever they want to do, whether that's learning Japanese, learning Korean, learning Spanish, learning, I don't know, German, French, whatever, Italian, like learning how to I don't know, learning how to play a video game competitively, learning how to play chess, learning how to play baseball, basketball, sports, anything. I hope that whatever you want to do, you can do it. First of all, you can do it. And I hope that seeing my little journey and a little part of my life has helped you get to the point where you think that you can do it and you really dive in and do it, because there's no better time to start than the present. I know that's dumb as shit, but if you start now, you're going to be in a way better spot 5 years from now than if you start 10 years. Well, the best time to start was yesterday or some shit. Whatever. Fuck it. Stupid. But yeah, you just dive in. The beginning sucks of everything you do when you're bad or when you don't understand a lot. It sucks, and it's where you're going to want to quit the most. But as for someone who's gotten through the beginning and a lot of different things in my life, whether that's sports or speedrunning or now Japanese, the happiness you feel after the beginning and when you can really start to make progress and do some hardcore work and gains, that's going to be worth every second of the struggle at the beginning. So just you get through it. You can do it. You just got to put yourself out there and just make attempts. Because if you never make the attempt, you won't really know. So, I love you guys so much. I do want to put up a video of me speaking Japanese. And I don't think that's going to be today. I don't even know if it's going to be tomorrow or when it's going to be. But I do want to eventually release a video on YouTube of me speaking in only Japanese, so that everyone can kind of see where I'm at in my speaking and, you know, make fun of me because it's bad. But I do want to show that off because it's the only part that I've really not talked about fully. And it's just because I'm nervous about it and it's not great. And I want to be able to show you guys something like semi-decent in terms of my ability. And like usually whenever I start, like I can talk to myself in my shower perfectly. Sounds great. Hit the record button. I can't speak a single word. So I do want to show you guys, and I'm planning on showing you guys. It's just give me a little bit more time, okay? I just like, it's not that I can't speak, it's just that I'm like, there's just too many like of my own thoughts and stuff that I have to get over first. But that truly, it's not even that big of a deal in terms of overall thing, because I don't worry about speaking too much. Like I said, I will be focusing on it when I move to Japan and stuff like that. But the main thing for me is understanding, and I think I'm in a good spot to where I can talk about my experiences, and I'm fine with that. Speaking, you guys will know eventually. It's just, it's not the worst, but it's also not the best, and I don't feel like hitting record, stop record, hit stop record over and over again right now, just because I'm too much anxiety built around it or a lot of stuff. So I will get that video to you guys. There will be a video of me speaking Japanese on this YouTube channel. I just don't know when. But yeah, thank you guys so much. It's been an hour and 20 minutes. If you watched it and you had a great time, thank you so much. Thank you. Please subscribe if you want. Like the video. Feel free to comment and let me know what parts of the video you like. If there are things you disagreed with or things you want more clarification on, or you want to talk to me, ask a question, anything, feel free to leave that in the comment. In the description, we'll have my Twitter and my Discord and some other social links related to Japanese stuff. Check those out. You can message me on those websites. If you don't want to put it in YouTube comment, you can DM me directly. You can at me publicly, whatever. Like I said, I'll try to respond to as much as I can. Love you guys so much. I'm going to literally end this call and then probably get into a call with my friends and start playing Yakuza. So that's what I do. So I appreciate it all so much. I know this was a mess, as I've said 4 times now, so making even more of a mess. But thank you, and I'll see you guys in either the next video or on my Twitter or wherever I see you. But this will not be the last time that you hear from me or that you hear about my my Japanese journey in general, especially if you follow me on Twitter. So thank you guys so much, and have a great day.
Hey guys, it's Aaron or Tiger, or however you know me. Welcome to a new video, and in this video I'm going to be speaking Japanese with, let me preface, with no script, no topics, no nothing, just literally whatever comes in my head at that moment. I'm just going to start talking about it. So this video is probably going to be all over the place, and everything I say will not connect whatsoever. But that's okay, because I'm not really used to talking in front of a camera in Japanese at all. So me trying to talk by myself in a foreign language in front of a camera that I know people are going to watch on the internet is a daunting experience, to say the least. I've tried to record this video probably 5 or 6 times now, and I just recorded for about 25 minutes. And I literally hit stop recording at 25 minutes, and I deleted the video instantly, because I was just like, I wasn't happy with like the content I was saying, or just like, I don't know how it sounded, or just like anything really. I was just like, man, this video is just like, it just doesn't sound good. Like, I feel like I would not want to watch this. Like, if I didn't want to watch it, why would anyone else want to watch it? So I got rid of that one. But this has been proving to be way more difficult than just hitting record and then continuing and finishing and then uploading it like I hoped. It's becoming a process. But before I talk in Japanese, just want to say a couple quick things. If you don't know Japanese, this video is probably going to be useless to you, because I'm just going to be talking for like 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes. I don't know, however long I decide to record for. But if you want to watch it anyway, really appreciate it. If you're interested more about how I got to this level, you can watch all my other videos. This is about the 3.5 mark, a little over 3.5 year mark of immersion learning. In 4 months, it'll be 4 years. So that's about where I am. And then if you're interested about how I'm moving to Japan, watch my previous video, and then you'll be all caught up and all that stuff. But yeah, when I start talking, I gotta minimize OBS, because I can't do it. I can't do it looking at myself. I can do it in English and have no problems, but in Japanese I just can't do it. I get too nervous, or I don't know, I just focus too much on it, and then I can't get words out. So yeah, I hope everyone enjoys the video, and we'll see what happens. Hopefully everyone's watching this, and then I'm not recording it for the 20th time. 最近全然日本語喋ってないからもっと怖くなった毎日 LINE で友達と連絡取ってるけど、なんか電話とかはあんまりしないので、なんかこうやって口で会話するのは本当に最近全然してない。来週は日本に引っ越して、本当に新しい人生が始まるみたいな感じがする。めっちゃ楽しみにしてるけど、なんか楽しみにしてる自分がいて、でも逆にめっちゃ怖い自分もいる。さっきの動画でちょっとだけ話してたんだけど、なんかアメリカには人生の始まりから知ってる人たちが全部いるから、なんか家族とか友達とか、なんかみんなここにいるから、みんなから離れて遠い国に行ってなんか生活するのはなんかちょっと怖くて、したことない、ちょっとだけしたことはある。3ヶ月日本に住んだから。でもこれは3年間のビザがあるので、なんかちょっともっと長い間になるだからなんか怖い正直に言うと怖くてめっちゃ緊張する。この動画で何について話すかっていうと、僕でもわからない。話したい内容とか話したい話題とかは全然なくて、ただパッと思い浮かべることを喋りたいについて喋りたいなと思う。この動画を作る前に一番怖かったことについてちょっとだけ話したいなと思うけど、なんかそれは見てる人たちはみんなそれぞれの日本語のレベルとかあると思うから、なんかちょっとなんか自分はこんなに喋れるよみたいなことを見せるのはあんまりできないっていうか、 できる、普通にできるこの動画はその証拠だけど、ただみんなの意見とか聞きたいけど聞きたくない。今の日本語は自分にとって、大丈夫でも大丈夫だと思うけど、期待に応えてない。まだ答えてないから、なんかこれからももっと上手くなりたいと思ってるし、これから日本に住むから、なんか絶対に上手くなると思うけど、ただ今の喋ってる内容とか、アクセントとかは自分にとって本当に上手じゃないと思ってるから、下手だと言いたくないから上手じゃないって言っちゃったけど、ちょっと怖いね。こういう自分の期待にも応えられないレベルを見せるのはちょっと怖い。でもなんか今朝思ったんだけど、この動画についてちょっとだけ自分で日本語で話してたんだけど、自分の期待に応えても、自分の期待だけに応えてもいいと思う。他人の期待とか意見とかは正直に言うとどうでもいい。どうでもいいっていうか、その人の意見だし、自分の意見もいるから、なんかその人はもし親しい友達や家族じゃない場合で、その意見はマジでどうでもいい。自分の人生と全然関係ないから、なんかそういうことを思うと喋っているだからそういうことを思わなくて、そういうことを思わずに喋ることだったら、なんかもっと緊張して動画出せないと思う、正直。なんかこの動画投稿することは難しくてハードル高い、本当に。なんか多分動画投稿した途端にTwitter や YouTube の通知をオフにして、ただ現実逃避で一日中ゲームやりまくると思うそれは自分の日本語に自信ないってこといや、それは自分の日本語に自信ないってわけじゃなくて、ただ他人の意見を読んだら自分のメンタルが崩しちゃうかもしれないから、なんかいいコメントでも、なんかめっちゃ上手だよねってコメントが来ても、なんか僕はお世辞だ、お世辞政治お世辞お世辞だよね。なんで正しくないって聞こえちゃう。なんか間違ってると思う。お世辞だよね。今は本当に日本語なんかみんなは多分なんか完璧な日本語を見せたいと思ってるわけ。でも自分は日本人じゃないから完璧な日本語喋るわけないじゃん。だからお世辞とかなんかそういう言葉を忘れることは普通にあるからなんかこれは本当に日本語だから、この日本語見せたい本当に。なんか自分はなんかめっちゃペラペラに喋ってる日本語より、なんか自分の言いたいことを言えて時々間違えるところある日本語の方が自然でなんかいいと思う、本当に。完璧な日本語だったらもっと違和感ある正直外国人だから。なんかいつかできたら完璧な日本語を喋りたいと思うけど、僕は日本人じゃないから喋れなくてもいい、 本当に喋らなくてもいい。なんかそれは最近気づいた。なんかこのなんかネットのコミュニティになんかみんなじゃないけど、なんかネイティブっぽくてぽくなりたい人はなんかめっちゃいると思うけど、僕はそういう人じゃない。なんかネイティブになりたいより普通に会話とか仕事とかゲームとかいろんなこと日本語でやりたいので、なんかそういうことだけでできたらまあ大丈夫だから、なんか喋ってる時に間違えたらなんかあんまり気にしない方がいい。それはなんか自分に言ってる本当になんか自分の頭の中にまあ理解してるけど心はダメージ受けたみたいなことをもうなんか間違えた日本語を喋ったらうわ50 50のダメージ受けたみたいなことになるけど、なんか頭で日本人じゃないよ、日本人じゃないからそんなに無理しなくていいって自分に言いたい本当に。でも多分まあみんなこういうこと思うかもしれない。でもみんなはなんかネットの世界とかいろんな人に言わないから、みんな自分だけ思ってると思ってるかもしれない。だからなんかこの動画本当の自分の気持ちを見せたいし、本当に自分の日本語を見せたいと思ってる。何について話そうかな。難しいね。なんか英語で何でも話せる。10時間でもカメラの前で話せると思う。そういう自信ある本当に。あの家族によく言われるけど、なんかお前うるさいよね、本当にうるさい僕でもはいうるさいって認識はあるけど、認識じゃない意識意識あるけど、なんか日本語でうるさくなりたい。みんなうるさくなりたいと思ってるわけじゃなくていやそれは間違えた。なんかみんなうるさくなりたいって思ってる人全然違うじゃん。なんか何言いたいんだろう。僕みたいにうるさくなりたい人は結構多くないと思う。なんか日本の文化とか日本人はもっと静かでもっと個性とか出してない人は多いから、ただあんまり目立ちたくない文化だと思うから、なんかうるさくなりたい人はあんまりいないよね。でも僕のうるさくなりたいっていう意味は、ただ英語のようにいろんなこと言えていろんな感情を出して本当に自分見せたい、そういう意味でうるさくなりたいって言ってる。英語でうるさいからでもなんか迷惑とかかけたくない。わかる？ちょっと難しいかもしれないけど、なんかそれは今思ってることだから、いいよってなった。なんかね、日本語を勉強することは僕にとって本当に大事なことになった。4年前ぐらい、人生は何もなかったんだよね。みんな多分そう。コロナの時期だったけど、なんかそういう時期にまた日本語を勉強するようになって、また日本語を愛するようになって、本当に人生を変えた。 なんかそれは大げさじゃなくて本当のこと。僕の人生を変えました、日本語が。だからなんか感謝してる、本当に。こんなに日本語で話せることだけでめっちゃ感謝してる。なんか4年前の自分をおにじゃない4年前の自分にこの動画見せたら、多分その人はめっちゃ喜ぶし、なんか信じられないぐらい嬉しくなると思う。なんか4年前の自分は日本語上手くなるっていうことはまあ無理だと思ってたわけじゃないけど、ただそれは自分じゃできない。それはそんなに頭良くないから僕はできない。他の人はできるけど僕はできない。それを思ってた、本当に。だからなんか今思うと、なんか今で日本語を話して日本にももうすぐ引っ越すことを思うと本当にすごい。すえすすごいなんでそんな風に言っちゃった。めっちゃ変に聞こえたんだけど、それは絶対間違えた。なんでそんな風に言っちゃったんだ。なんかただすごってなる、マジで。なんか自分じゃできないと思ってたから、なんかこんな風にできるようになるなんて思うとすごしか思えなくなった、本当に。なんか今でも日本語で話してるけど、頭の中でこれは日本語で話してることじゃなくて、もっとただただ話してる。それは多分嘘だけど、半分嘘だけど、なんかカメラがあるからなんか意識しちゃう。だから普通に話してるみたいって言いたくない。まあ英語と日本語をなんかこれは英語とこれは日本語をなんか違う、なんて言うんだろう。なんかこういうことがあるからなんか動画消したくなる、本当に。なんか僕は言いたいことはほとんど言えると思うけど、時々言いたいことはなかなかできなくて本当に悲しくなるよ。なんか悲しくなって、なんかもう無言になりたい本当に。だからなんか会話の中でもし僕は言いたいことがあるけどなんか言えない、なんか何しても言えないって時あるよね。なんかその時に無言になりたくないけど無言になる、思わずに。ただ諦めよう、できないって思ってなんか何も喋れなくなる。なんかこんな風になる。そうなんだ。そう。それはしたくない。本当にしたくない。だから、日本に行って、なんか、毎日めちゃめちゃ話して、いろんな友達作って、本当に日本語上手くなりたいなと思う。もっと、英語のように、自分の本当の姿を見せたいと思ってるから、なんか、何年かかるかわからないけど、いつか絶対できるようになりたいって信じてるから、できるまで待つ。できるまでできるまで待つし、できるまで毎日 頑張ろうみたいな態度を取った方がいいかもしれない。何分喋ってる？ 20 分？マジ？なんか10分ぐらいだと思ってた、本当に。すごい。多分この動画は登録じゃない。投稿すると思う。本当に。これは投稿するかもしれない。ほら、多分これが起こるかもしれない。なんか、絶対投稿するって決めて、なんか、動画終わって、ちょっと見て、嫌だなと思って動画消すかもしれない。でも20分以上日本語で喋るだけでなんか嬉しくなっていいと思う。本当に。1年前の自分はできなかったと思う。多分6ヶ月前の自分もなかなかできなかった。多分なんでかというとその自分の6ヶ月前の自分の自信は、あったけど、なんかあんまり日本語で話してなかったから、なんか言って嫌だなってなって、もう動画消すかもしれなかった。今も動画消したい。なんかそういうこと。今の部分はめっちゃ下手だよね。でもそれは事実。僕は完璧じゃなくて下手な部分もあるし、あんまり下手じゃない部分もあるから、多分それでいい。多分だと言いたい。もしこの動画を見てる人が日本語を勉強したいなと思ってるのなら勉強してほしい。みんな日本語勉強したいなら勉強してほしい。本当に今思ったんだけど、それ言うのはなんか無駄。日本語勉強してないならこんな日本語わからないから言うのは無駄。ごめん、すいません。でも本当にみんな自分のしたいことしてほしい。僕はそれしてたからこんな風になった。日本語が好きになって日本語勉強したくなって日本語を勉強していろんなことやってて今の自分がいる。そのおかげで人生、前言ってたさっき言ってたけど人生が変えたから、本当に感謝してる。だからもし見てる自分がなんかしたいなと思うことがあるのなら、なんかちょっとだけでもいいけど、なんか一個少しずつやればいいと思う。本当に。だからもしそのしたいことはゲーム作りたい。なんか今日はなんかゲームの設定とか考えて、それ考え終わったら1個が終わった。それは本当にすごいこと。みんなほとんど何もやらないから、なんか1個だけできたら本当に他の人よりうまい。うまくて、なんかそこから1個は2個になる。2個は3個になる。なんかやればやるほど自分のやりたいことをできるようになりたいと思う。なんか今の部分はなんか前の多分最初の20分ぐらいと比べたら今の話してることは本当に下手だと思うけど大丈夫でも動画投稿したら多分気持ち変わるかもしれない。でも本当に嬉しかったし嬉しいし今は楽しいと思う。 楽しいけどまだ怖い。でもそれは消えないと思う、一生。なんか本当に日本人みたいに喋れるようになれたら、もしその時でも動画撮るとかいろんな人に自分の日本語を見せるのは多分怖いと思う。だから消えないかな。それは悲しい。悲しいけど、まあ仕方ないね。ちょっと時間見る。25分話した。すごい。多分この動画を投稿する。次の動画は日本に引っ越してからちょっと日本について、日本の生活について動画出したいなと思ってたけど、みんなはそういう動画見たいか全然わからないから、多分ツイッターで案件とか、アンケートとか出すと思う。なんかみんな何が見たいかっていうことを聞きたい。僕は動画作るのが好きだから、もし見たいことがあれば、できれば僕も動画作りたい。だからぜひ教えて教えてほしい。なんか見たいことがあれば教えて。本当に助かる。本当に助かる。僕は何も考えなくてもいいからじゃあ、まあもう散々喋ってたからこれにしよう。完璧じゃなかったけど、まあ自分で日本語だったそれはどうかみんなにまかにまうわ噛んだできない。難しいな。でも見てくれてありがとう、本当に。今からちょっとだけ英語で話そう。Man, that was a pain at some points, and I'm sure you guys can tell. Some points I just could not say what I wanted to say, and I just couldn't think about it. And then as soon as I began to not think about it, I began to think that I couldn't say it. I then remembered, oh my god, I'm making a video, and then I started getting more like worked up and like scared and worried about shit. So it wasn't perfect, like I said multiple times, but overall, it's not like I can't say anything. And if you give me a topic or you ask me a question or we're in a conversation, probably gonna go more smooth. Probably gonna go smoother, but overall, I think that was an okay representation of where my Japanese is at. And I didn't say this during the Japanese part because I forgot, but the one thing I want people to take away from this video is that if you think that your Japanese is bad, or you think that it's like you'll never get good or anything like that, please just keep going, because you'll get there. And if you look at my Japanese and you think it's bad, that's fine. You can do that. That's cool. But the cool thing is I may have bad Japanese, but I'm able to do everything I want to do in Japanese. I have friends. I play games a lot in Japanese. I did a job interview completely in Japanese and I got a job from it. So to me, I'm doing enough. It's at an okay level where I'm all right, and I'll improve it as I go. But overall, I want people to just know that like it doesn't need to be perfect. It's never going to be perfect probably, and I think that's okay. And I guess just have fun with it. I know in this video I probably seemed a little negative and like nervous a lot, and that's because I am nervous. I don't think my Japanese is terrible. I think there's a lot of parts that can be better, but I do think that like it has a lot of things where I'm like, damn, I'm proud of myself that I'm able to do that. And I think a lot more people should be proud of themselves rather than like only shit on themselves and be like, oh, I suck. I know that's hypocritical coming from me because I say I suck a lot, but at the end of the day, I am very aware of where I'm at and I'm realistic with myself. So I know that I'm better than a lot of people, and I'm also worse than a lot of people, and that's okay with me because, like I mentioned earlier, the only thing that matters, at least I hope I mentioned earlier. If I didn't mention this, I'm gonna be really mad because if I forgot it, it's gonna suck. But the only thing that matters is like living up to your own expectations, and if you can do that, that's fine. It doesn't really matter what other people think. It matters what you think, and if it's good enough for you, it's good enough. Yeah, most people don't have to worry about that because they're not stupid enough to put it on the internet like I am. But I hope this video helped anyone watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it was good. Whatever. I don't know. I'm going to end the video now. Please be nice in the comments. Please. If you want to tell me I'm bad, please tell me I'm bad. But, like, can you be nice about it? Okay? Thanks. But overall, I'll see you guys in the next video. And if you guys have any questions about Japanese, anything or whatever, reach out. I'll get back to DMs, comments, everything, tweets, whatever, as fast as I can. I'm terrible. I know. I'm sorry. If you're waiting on a DM from me, I apologize. You will get it. I just need to work up the courage and erase the anxiety to actually send the DM. I'm sorry, but you'll get a DM back, I promise. But yeah, guys, thank you guys so much for watching. This was not easy for me, and I'm sure you guys figure that out by now. But I'm glad I did it, and this will be cool to look back on in a year, 2 years, 3 years when my visa expires and see just how different it is and if I'm better or if I'm worse. If I'm worse after 3 years, we have a big problem. Oh, Jesus. If I'm worse after 3 years, we have a big problem, but it'll be nice to see kind of how I improved and everything. So, yeah, thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next video. See ya. Hey guys, it's Aaron or Tiger or however the hell you know me, and welcome to my 4-year Japanese update. Woo! If you haven't seen my other videos, there's like a lot of them. I suggest just going back and watching those before you watch this, so you can kind of like see the progression, I guess. Or if you just want to watch this, be my guest. I can't tell you what to do. I'm not your parent. So basically, just like every other video, I have no script. I got like a topic list. So I'll go through and I'll talk about some stuff and be like, hey, this is what went down. This is what didn't go down. This is how I feel. All that jazz. So I don't know how long this video will be. But probably like an hour. I don't know. I can talk and like be a monster. So without any further ado, let's begin. Also, it's early in the morning, and for some reason I have energy, so that's why I'm moving around and stuff. So it's not normally how I am in the morning. I don't know what's going on today, but I'm feeling good. So to start, I just want to say thanks to everyone watching this, everyone who like has sent me a DM on any of the millions of social media platforms that I get DMs on, and I'm sorry, first of all, if I take long to respond. I'm terrible with DMs. I'm getting better slightly, attempting. I think I say this every time, but like I'm actually like getting better, I think, a little bit. But thanks for all like cool messages, like people saying that like I inspire them to like read manga or just to like go harder at Japanese. Like to me that stuff means the world, and honestly I think it's cooler than like the fact that I'm fluent. Yeah, I said it, spoiler. That I'm fluent in Japanese. I think that stuff's cooler because when I started learning, I would watch the AJATT update videos from different people like Phantom Madman, Chris, and like I would literally be like, man, like these people are so cool. And like I send them DMs sometimes too, like I need help with this, or like, man, dude, thanks for this video. Like it's actually super helpful, and like it's having like helping me push through this like grind part that I'm at. So like getting those messages myself is like really cool, and like I kind of just, I don't know, it makes me like think about it a lot, and like I'm just really grateful and thankful and happy that you guys are all learning Japanese, getting better, and that I maybe have a little bit of help. I have a helping part of that, so thanks for that, and I hope everyone's doing great and your Japanese is going well. And if it's not going well, that's fine. If it's not going well, that's fine. It's not the end of the world. Try to remember that. So yeah, now let's actually get into like the stuff that I want to talk about the thing. So I got my topic list. Let's pop that onto the side. If you see me looking this way, it's because that's where my camera is on OBS, even though the camera's right there. So I'm like kind of a mess, but I'll try and look at the camera as much as possible. So to start, I have these yeah, we're just gonna go in order that I have them written down. And if I think of things on the way, I'll just start rambling, and then in the comments, you guys can be like, this guy didn't talk about the thing I wanted for 30 fucking minutes because all he was doing was talking about this bullshit. So you can do that, I don't care. I'm just gonna, like, talk, and we're gonna go with the flow, and we'll see what happens. Because I think that's the best way to do these videos. So we'll talk about my current level. All I have written down is how I feel about my current level. Wow, thanks, Pastor Me. You really helped me out in terms of giving me things to talk about. But I don't know. It's one of those ever-changing things that I think everyone who hits a certain level agrees that you're never really happy with it. Also, oh my god, I'm so sorry. Before I start, if I repeat anything that I said in previous videos, I apologize, but like that just means my opinion didn't change on the thing. I'm just going through things that I think are important to talk about every year with the yearly milestone type thing. So I'm sorry if I said this already. But yeah, I think as you get better, you're never satisfied and you're like, damn, dude, like I suck. And sometimes you're like, oh, like this is easy. Like I go to the movie theater, I watch a movie, it's all in Japanese, walk out, and I'm like, okay, I understood the entire movie, and there were maybe some words I didn't understand, but it's not like they mattered at all because I picked up either what they meant through context, or they just weren't like super important anyway. And I kind of you just shimmy through it, and you'll walk out the other side with no problem. So yeah, I don't know. Some days I wake up and I'm like, I'm good. Other days I wake up and I read something, or I'm talking to someone and they say something and I don't understand what the fuck they said, and I just in my head I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go back home. I'm done. Like I can't do this shit. This isn't for me. Also, other days you wake up and you look at Japanese and your brain just goes, I don't even want to fucking read this right now. Like you're just like tired of it. Like that was yesterday, honestly. Like I woke up yesterday. I was going into work. I was on the train. And I'm just like looking out the window and I see like all these signs and everything. And I just like, I'm reading it and I'm just like, I hate this. Like literally for a minute, I was like, I don't even want to look at this right now. Like I'm just so over it and tired of looking at Japanese. I can't do it. And then I get to work and then it's as if that feeling didn't exist at all. So it just like, it really changes on the day how I feel about how good I am, or even my feelings on like Japanese at that moment. Cause like, if it's not your native language, being in something 24/7 is so tiring no matter how good you get. Even if it doesn't feel tiring in the moment, eventually the fatigue builds up. And that's why yesterday was one of those days where it's just like, man, I don't even want to read the stupid sign for Matsuya. Like, I just don't care. Like, I don't even want to read it. But, like, I look at it and I read it instantly and I understand it. So it's not like it takes effort. But it's like, I just look at it and I'm like, oh my god. Like, that's how I felt. But other than that, I think I still can get better, and I'm going to get better. I don't like saying these things because when I say them, I feel like I end up going back on them, and I don't do it. But I've been doing Anki consistently for the last 30 days. I haven't made cards all of those 30 days. I've made a good amount of cards, but there were probably the last 2 weeks-ish. I made maybe like 30 cards total. But like, at this point, for me, making 30 cards, that's 30 new words. That's pretty awesome. Like, even though, like, obviously there's more than 30 new words that I do not know, like, adding to my already extensive vocab of 30 words is like, all right, cool. Like, we're chilling. So, like, I don't really care about how many words I get, as long as I'm semi-consistent. But I care about doing the reviews and keeping these new words that I am getting to actually get them in my long-term vocab, because I liked Donkey a lot when I first did it, and then I stopped. And I don't think I had stagnant growth, but the difference between using Anki and not using Anki, and then realizing how much better you get when you use Anki is like, all right, dude, I gotta go back. So I went back, and I'm really liking it, and I'm hopefully consistently doing it still. By the time you watch this video, if you're watching this in like a year, hopefully in my 5-year update, which who knows if I'll come out. I keep saying every video I'm not going to, but who knows? I think I'll make a yearly video probably anyway because it's fun. But who knows? Maybe I won't be doing Anki. So that really helps me feel like I can get better, and I am getting better. So other than that, like, I read what I want to read. Like, if I put like, most of my manga, if you've ever looked at my manga page, this all ties into current level, by the way. I'm not just rambling. I am, but I'm not, okay?
If you look at my manga page, it's all like easy. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, I don't read anything super hard. Like, the hardest thing I've read is Berserk, and I read 10 volumes, and that was like 2 years ago, maybe a year and a half ago. So like back then it was kind of hard, but like now I don't know. I'm gonna reread it. I'm gonna go back because I want to catch up eventually. But I don't know. It's probably not crazy difficult. There's probably words I don't know, but it's probably not like, oh my god, it's so hard, so hard. But like other than that, like all the manga I read is easy. It's like slice of life, shoujo manga, like romantic comedy stuff. Like it's not hard, which means like I can like some volumes, depending on like the amount of words there, I'm finishing that in 30 minutes. Like, I mean, like, it's like I start and by the time I look at the clock, it's done. And I'm like, whoa, it was 30 minutes ago. Or like 40 minutes. I feel like the average is like, it's rare I hit 30 minutes. That's like something that doesn't have a lot of text. Like Oshimi Shuzo, like manga, his manga. Dude, I can read that with my eyes closed because there's like no text. But, yeah, like 45 minutes. That's a long time, an hour. And like I've had times where I'm reading a manga and it takes an hour till it's done, but that's because I took like a 5-minute break, took a 10-minute break. Like I don't always just sit down and read from start to finish, but when I do, probably gonna take me 40 minutes ish. So I like that. So I'm pretty content with stuff like that. I do want to get a little faster, but overall pretty happy about it. Any games I want to play, no problems really. Look up words if I have to, but other than that, I don't really have to. The main theme of my current level is I do not have to look up words if I don't want to. If I don't look up the words, it almost never completely makes me not understand. But if I look it up, it might help the understanding a bit more. But the only things I'm missing is probably like small details that I'm just like, I don't feel like looking it up. Let's just move on. And so I'm okay with it, honestly. Don't hate it. I don't love it either. I do want to get better, and that's why I'm doing the Anki stuff. But other than that, I don't know, dude. It's kind of nice. It's cool. It's kind of like what I always wanted when I started, and now we're here, and it feels pretty cool. So, yeah, I'm overall happy about it. That's probably the overall theme in this video is I'm happy, and I think you'll notice that, and I think that's a good thing, and I'm very content with that, basically. So yeah, I think that's about it on the current level. I'll probably go. I don't know what else I wrote. I didn't reread this, so I don't know. This is a surprise for all of us what I'm going to talk about. But I'm sure I'll go into more stuff in detail later, and if not, I'll just start spewing garbage. So you'll get some content, I promise. Next, this is probably one everyone wants to hear about. Living in Japan. So I'm living in Japan. Been living here since February. So we're going on like 5 months ish. About to hit the 5-month mark. So yeah, I'll talk a bit about all that stuff because I'm sure this is probably the thing most people want to hear about and are interested in. So first bullet point I have written is experience living in Japan, talking to people, making a bank account, getting a phone contract, going to the ward office, all that jazz. This video might have some hot takes because I've been sitting on them for a while and I'm ready to unleash. Start with talking to people. At first, still kind of nervous. Like every time I like go to Japan, leave Japan, come back to Japan. Every time I start in Japan, like having to talk to anybody is like for some reason it's terrifying. It's probably just me being an anxious person. In America, I didn't really want to talk to people either. Like, I didn't want to... I'd use the self-register. I'd order mobily if I could. Like, I'm not talking to people if I don't have to. So, it's a little bit of that and a little bit of, oh no, what if I screw up the Japanese? Oh no, what if I don't understand what they'd say? Oh no, what if I can't hear them? But it's... It gets easier since I've been here, and now that we're 5 minutes in, I don't hesitate to leave the house and go somewhere. If I need to go somewhere, I'm just gonna go. Whereas maybe right at the beginning, I'd be like, oh, I don't want to go. So, yeah, it just gets easier. It's kind of like, okay. And then you learn the pattern. Go to the local supermarket. They ask you if you have a points card. You say no. Because even though you live here for 5 months, you still haven't made the points card. Because making the point card, you can't do it online. You have to go to the little like kiosk area, receptionist kiosk thing in the grocery store and then talk to someone and then make the point card, and I just don't care. So I'm not doing it. So I don't have the point card, so I always say no. They always ask if you want a bag, and I always say no because I just bring my backpack because I'm like, oh, I got no money. We're saving the 3 to 5 yen on this bag. I'm putting it all in my backpack. I'm not spending 3 yen every time I'm here, damn it. So you say no to that, and then they're like, okay, this is how much it is. Go to this register and pay, and you're like, all right, it's cool, thanks. And that's basically it. So you learn stuff like that, and then you kind of just like go through the motions as with anything. So I don't really chill. People, I don't know. I don't get the whole Nihongo Jozu. Like, I don't get that. And I don't know if it's because I suck. Always a possibility. I don't know if it's because I just... The only people I get it from is if I'm like, if I meet someone for the first time, they might say it in passing, and then I go, yeah, so I'm going to like this. And then we move on, and then it's fine. But, like, if I'm at, like, a restaurant or anything, or, like, out buying something and I talk to someone, no one's ever like, oh, Nihongo Jozu desu ne. Because I think people, like, realistically, people do not care because they just want to live their life, and, like, that's fine. But, so people were wondering if you get the whole Nihongo Jozu shit. You might. People probably still do get it a lot, but I think, like, the one thing I've learned is I think that was, like, entirely hyped up by the internet about that happening all the time. And even when it happens, it's like, alright, cool, thanks, I appreciate it. But you gotta say, like, yeah, so I'm going to this. You gotta say that at least. But in my head, it's like, alright, cool, thanks, I appreciate it. I'm trying. I always say that. I'm like, I'm still trying, don't worry, every day. Yeah, it's fine. I'm not scared to talk to people if I have to. I don't want to ever because that's just how I am, but it's fine now. Making a bank account, dude. Anything anyone says online about like X thing is hard in Japan, it's so hard if you're a foreigner. Oh my god, you're gonna want to shoot yourself. I'm beginning to think all of those are lies or by people who do not speak Japanese. Because making a bank account was no problem. I walked in the bank. I asked the dude, like, where do I go? And he's like, I'll take a ticket. And then you sit down and then you wait for your number. And I'm like, all right, cool. I had my, like, all the paperwork I needed to show, like, here's my Zaidu card. Like, I live here. Here's my contract for work. So, you know, I have a job. So you're not, like, freaking out that, like, this guy doesn't have a job. He can't get a bank account. So did that, talked to them, filled out some paperwork, and then I was out. And I had my bank account with a debit card, and it was no problem. Shout out to SMBC Olive. That's the play, dude. But, yeah, I'm beginning to think people who complain about this stuff are just liars or don't know any Japanese. And if you don't know the Japanese, then honestly, you don't really have a right to complain. Sorry, well, maybe hot take, but you're in Japan, dude. Like, what do you expect? Phone contract, same thing. I wanted to do ahamo. This is very like specific to Japanese stuff, so if you don't know, don't worry about it. But you'll understand the gist of the story. I'm just using the company names because I'm too lazy to not use them. So I wanted to go with ahamo. Try to do it on my phone. It's like, whoa, no, dude, your name is like weird. What the fuck? We can't do that on the phone. And then I'm like, all right, cool. So ahamo is like a cheap plan for Docomo. So I'm like, all right, I go to the Docomo store, I walk in, I take my ticket, I sit down, I go up to the thing, and I explain, I'm like, listen, try to do ahamo on my phone. It was like, no, dude, we're not doing that. And I was like, all right, so I came here, so can you just put me on, like, the cheapest Docomo plan possible? Like, literally the cheapest one possible, and then I'll go home, and I'll switch it to ahamo myself, because you can do that. You can switch Docomo to ahamo really easy yourself online. I'm like, all right, can you just put me on the cheapest plan possible, and I'll move it over myself. We're all good. And then she gave me the cheapest plan possible, and that was the end. And then I walked out, went home, logged into the account, switched it over to ahamo, and I've been paying for ahamo ever since. None of this was difficult. It was literally just like, I don't know, you sign a couple documents, you listen to their spiel, you say, yeah, okay, chill, and then you're good. So, like, maybe I'm just super lucky, and that's what I thought at first. But, like, and then I saw some tweets about people saying other things were easy, and I'm like, okay, well, maybe it's not just me, and people just are really, like, they exaggerate. Ward office, same thing. Walk in, take your ticket, go up to the person,
you talk about whatever you need to do, and then you leave. Like, it's not, there's none, like, I haven't had an issue where I walked out and I'm like, that was the worst experience of my life. We couldn't do anything. Like, it was screwed. I'm a foreigner. They said no foreigners. Bad, bad, bad. Like, that never happened. And they just kind of treated me like a person, and then we did whatever I had to do, and then I left. And then I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I just haven't gotten to certain parts yet. I haven't really dealt with renting and stuff yet, because I'm living in a share house. In my experience, I literally signed the contract before I was in Japan, and I was just like, yo, coming in February, can I like get a room? And they were like, yeah, sure, let's get you a room. And like, that was it. So like, that was also easy. I don't know. I don't know. The only one thing I will say that is people are right about, but I don't know, they're not right about it for the reason that they think maybe. Getting a credit card. I haven't been able to get a credit card. People online will be like, oh, it's so hard for foreigners to get a credit card. Yes, but no. It's just because you don't have like credit at all. Like, yeah, Japanese people don't either when they start out, but they're Japanese, so it's easier for them to just lend to them because they're already citizens and stuff. So like, it just makes sense that it would be harder if you're a foreigner without credit to get a credit card. So I don't know why people freak out about that, but I've read online. I don't know if this is true. I'll test it out and I'll come back and I'll explain. But apparently, if you just go to like the Apple store, you buy an Apple product and you do their like monthly payment, John. Sorry, I'm using John. Oh, sorry, that was completely out of nowhere. Nobody knows what I'm saying when I say that. I apologize. You do their monthly payment thing, and then after that's paid off, it kind of works as building credit, and then apparently it's easier to get a credit card after. I read that on Reddit. I don't know if it's true. Who knows? I tried to get the sticker off. It wouldn't come off, so there's still a sticker. I noticed it, so I said it because I didn't want someone to notice it and be like, this stupid idiot still has a sticker on it. But yeah, I hope that's how it works, and we'll see. But if not, it's not the end of the world. I got a debit card. I'm fine. So yeah, all that stuff, easy. Don't worry about it if you're moving to Japan. If you can speak Japanese, you're fine. Don't listen to the internet. They're all liars, or they don't know Japanese. How's it like working in a Japanese company / environment? So I work at it's like an agency type company where you basically just get you get thrown to a different company. They're like, hey, one company's like, we need people, and then they contact my company, and my company's like, okay, we'll give you people, and then you go to that company and you do work for them and stuff. So yeah, right now, my actual company, everyone's pretty sick. It's cool. Everyone's super nice, no problems. The Japanese company I'm currently at is also pretty cool and nice. I work from home basically every day unless I have to go in for something. Like this week I had to go in 3 times, but that's like not normal at all. So I don't really have a problem. No complaints. Some days you have to do overtime and you suck it up and you move on. Like my job doesn't have a crazy amount. I'm like I just graduated, just started doing stuff. So my job doesn't have a crazy amount of responsibilities at the moment. So it's not often I have to do overtime or stay after. I have a meeting on Thursdays that starts at 7 p.m. So if I'm in the office, that kind of sucks because it's like, oh shit. But if I'm at home, it's like, okay, well, I'm at home. So it's not like the end of the world. But yeah, I'm fine. I'm able to communicate with people in Japanese if I want to. My job is it's like half English, half Japanese-ish. So I have no problem with the English, obviously. Japanese, not really too much problems. If I do have a problem, I can always ask to clarify. So yeah, I'm okay. I think I also got pretty lucky. The company I'm at right now is really cool. And for privacy reasons, I'm not going to say anything about the company stuff, like either of them. But like, I'm chilling. We're chilling. Yeah. The only thing is, I wish I made more money, but that's on me. I'm at a Japanese company, not like a gaishike. So, plan right now, get some experience, and then if I want to stay in Japan, switch to hopefully a different company with more money, and yeah, figure out that. But no real complaints right now. I'm chilling. Sorry, wish there was more to say about it, but really, we're kind of just we're vibing. If you want more like in-depth answers about some of these, like if a question pops up, DM me on Twitter, DM me on Discord. Actually, DM me on Discord. Discord is 100% the best way to contact me. Even if it takes me a week, you have a much better chance of me responding on Discord than you do on Twitter or anywhere else. So I just want to say that now. Next bullet point, I said I like living in Japan at least for the time being. Plan on staying here. We'll see if that changes in 2 years when my visa is up for renewal. But if things keep going the way that it is right now, I'll probably want to stay here 100%. Yeah, things are okay. Like life's going well. Don't really have that many friends yet. Still, the people that I met when I was here last year, everyone lives like far away and stuff. So it's kind of like it's hard. And when you don't have money, you can't go traveling all the time and go places. So don't really have any friends. Got a girlfriend though. Woo. So that's cool. Job's fine. The only shitty thing really is like you're just far away from like everyone. Like if you live in America and you move to Japan, this is probably true for the other countries too, but specifically America because that's where I'm from. All of my friends that I've known my entire life, they're on the other side of the world. My family on the other side of the world. I can't just like go see them whenever I want to, and that sucks. That's probably the worst part, and it's just like damn. But like that compared to everything else, it's like I gotta live my life. Like these are the circumstances of the life that I want to live, so I just gotta kind of deal with it. And yeah, it sucks, but like it's not like I'll never see them again. It's not like they can't come to Japan. It's not like I can't go to America. Well, I mean the yen sucks right now, so I can't go to America. But you know, other than that, I'm pretty happy with everything at the moment. Things are going well, and I hope they stay going well. Yeah, when the visa renewal comes up, I'll go for renewal. Hopefully I get renewed. And then, yeah, we'll see. Plans is to get that renewal, and then, assuming I want to stay here, get the renewal, and then that's when that'll be after 3 years. I'll have some good job experience, and then we'll try and level up. That's my plan, I think. Next bullet point. Holy fuck, living in Japan is crazy if you're a weeb loser. The amount of anime events / collabs that happen is insane, and it feels like every day there's something new that tempts me to want to go / buy something. It's so cool compared to living in the middle of nowhere PA where there was absolutely nothing to do in my life ever. Yeah, I lived in Pennsylvania, Northeast PA, fucking nothing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. You're not doing shit in Northeast PA. Sorry. If you live in Northeast PA or have been there, you know. It's fucking nothing. You might as well just like go to Walmart because that's your fun. And that was my fun in high school, was going to Walmart. Yeah, there's like, it's crazy. Like, I went to the Atlas Festival in Akihabara. I went to the Atlas Cafe in Akihabara. There's always a tweet about like a new fucking gacha toy that comes out for like a Persona game or like a different anime, and I'm like, oh, I want it. Like, there's always like something new, and it's just like, it's awesome. It's truly the coolest thing. One of the biggest things when I was living in America that would make me sad was I like see a tweet for something I want or like a concert or like anything. And I'd be like, shit, like I can't, I'm not in Japan. I can't do this, can't get this sucks, I'm sad. But now it's like, oh my god, there's everything. Like literally anything I want, it's there. And thankfully I live pretty close to Tokyo, so if anything is in Tokyo, I'm like, whoop, just hop on the train and like we're going. So that's really cool. I think that's the thing I didn't think about the most, even though like it's obvious. Just like when you come here and you move here, it's like, it's insane. It's absolutely insane. So if you're a weeb loser like me and like most people I assume watching this video who learn Japanese, you're spoiled when you live here. You're spoiled. There's literally everything and anything, and it's kind of awesome. Next thing, most of my life is in Japanese at this point. I still use English at work sometimes, talk to my friends / family in English, see a lot of English on social media, and watch English YouTube, but other than that, it's all in Japanese. Even if I don't go outside, I'm reading or watching stuff in Japanese every day, and it's just so integrated into my life that it doesn't feel like studying. This hasn't changed much compared to when I mentioned it last time. I think I mentioned it, but it's more solidified, I think. And yeah, that's basically the theme. I wake up and my phone's all in Japanese. It's been like that since like day 30 maybe day 2. I don't know. I switched it very quickly, but
whole life's in Japanese. If I read manga, it's in Japanese. If I play games, it's in Japanese. If I watch anime, it's in Japanese. If I go on Twitter, there's a bunch of Japanese tweets. If I talk to my girlfriend, it's all in Japanese. She doesn't know English. She knows a little bit of English, but it's like literally just like the bare, like the small amount. So it's like our main language that when we talk is in Japanese. Sometimes we add in English words and then we laugh because it's funny, but like other than that, it's like 100% Japanese. So like a lot of my life is just working in Japanese, existing in Japanese, and it's cool. It's cool. But yeah, I think I'm getting better. I don't know, dude. It's kind of hard to tell with like output and stuff because I still make stupid mistakes and I notice instantly. Like I'll say like, I hate this. This pisses me off. I'll say something and I'll say iru, but I want to say aru, or I'll switch it and do the other way around. And it's not that I don't know what is what or what to use. It's just sometimes I'm talking so fast and my brain can't catch up, and then I just say out the wrong thing, and then after like a second later I'm like shit, and then I immediately change it. So like it's just stuff like that where I'll screw up and I'll immediately switch it up and be like, oh, I suck, sorry. But other than that, yeah, life is Japanese. There's still a bunch of English, and I don't shy away from English like I think some people did in the community and maybe still do. I think it's not stupid. It's just not for me. English YouTube's so much better than Japanese YouTube, so I watch a bunch of English YouTube still. But like that's while I'm reading manga in Japanese or playing a game in Japanese. So it's like I don't obsess over what input I'm getting in what language. I just kind of live life, and I get Japanese naturally and I get English naturally. I get both of the languages just by existing. So I'm not one of those like people who are freaking out about their immersion quantities or anything. I don't track immersion anymore. I haven't in years. I kind of just I do what I want and I do when I want it, and that's enough. It's truly enough for me, and it's fine. And I'm glad I'm at this level where I can do that. It feels nice. Next one, which is the final one for Japan living. This is the big one. If I'm asked, my answer is that I'm fluent in Japanese. Because it's easier to say that than explaining how I really feel about my level. Like I said at the top, it's confusing. Sometimes you suck, sometimes you're good. You know, all that jazz. So, if someone asks, it's like, yeah, I'm fluent. Okay? If someone wants to ask me. Now, if a Japanese person asks me, I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, I'm fluent. That's not what I mean. But if someone like in English were to ask me like, oh, you're fluent in Japanese, it's like, yeah, I'm pretty good. Like I'm all right. Like I'd say I'm fluent. I'm sure a lot of learners who've gotten to a high level feel the same way. Still a lot of holes and things I don't know, but overall I'm able to live no problem using Japanese, communicate effectively with friends/people at work. I can read and watch whatever I want and understand what's happening, irregardless of if there are unknown words that pop up. I feel like I said all of this word for word for the first bullet point, which is crazy because I wrote this down like the day that I wrote half a month ago probably. Don't need to rely on English translation whatsoever. So yeah, I think it's safe to say I'm fluent, even if I wish I was better than I am. Anyone would say I'm fluent, so it's probably fine to say it about myself now. And I think that's the big thing with the fluency question, especially in immersion communities. People are really hesitant to call themselves fluent because like you don't want to give yourself that title. But once you get to the point where it's pretty obvious that anyone else would call you fluent, it's probably okay to say it. Like, let's be real. Most people watching this video who have been doing this for like years, like me, you're fluent, dude. You're fluent, all right? Just say it. It's fine. It's not the end of the world if you call yourself fluent and you don't know this obscure kanji from 1950. Like, you're still fluent. It's chill. So, yeah, I think that's basically the reason why I decided, like, yeah, sure, if someone asks, I'll say it. It's because people will call me fluent, probably. And maybe if they don't, then I'm just like, I have a big ego, I guess. But I think people will call me fluent, so it's okay to be fine with saying it myself and not being like, I'm really bad, but like, you know, all that garbage. So yeah, that's where I'm at with that. Still want to get better, obviously, but I've reached a basic fluency. I don't think that's a crazy thing to say. Next, future plans. Talk about wanting to learn more words and increase my vocabulary. Kind of already talked about that up at the start, but yeah, just want to learn more words, increase my vocabulary. When you're reading like manga or stuff, there's a bunch of words that like small words that pop up that I don't need to know, or you can just skip and it's not like they matter. But I do want to get to the point where I can know almost every word that I can, without killing myself, obviously. So yeah, Anki, looking up word sentence mining, the whole shebang. That's basically it. Talked about it at the start. That's what I want to do when I keep doing it, just to fill in the gaps. Because there's like tiny. If I read a manga volume, depending on the volume, it's hard to find 5 words sometimes. Like in a volume, 3, 2, 1. On like if it's crazy, there's probably 3 new words in a volume. Usually it's like 1, maybe 2. Sometimes none, really, depending on what it is. So I just want to fill in those little holes to make as many things as I read and watch 0 new words as possible. But it's also the genres I read and watch. If I watch Attack on Titan again, which I have started, I'm trying to get back in anime sometimes. There's obviously way more words in Attack on Titan that I don't understand than when I'm reading the Rent-a-Girlfriend manga. Like, it's just obvious. But the things I read the most and watch the most, those are the ones I'm filling up those holes. And then once those holes are filled and I start moving over to different types of content that I read or watch, I'll then fill up those holes and like kind of just do it that way. I'm not trying to like force myself to do anything just to get words. I'm just kind of like, I'll do what I do. If there's anything there, I'll take it. If not, whatever, it's fine. It's not the end of the world. When am I going to take N1? Wow, the big question. I passed N2 last year. Well, I got the certificate last year in January, but it was the year before, technically in December, that I took the test. Passed it. Thought it was an easy test. So as soon as I walked out, I told my dad, I'm like, I should have taken N1. Like, I'm kind of annoyed that I wasted my time in that test, because I think I've talked about it. I sat there. I finished probably like almost an hour early, and I don't, when I do tests, I don't check my work, like go back and check every single answer. When I go through, if there's something I'm confused about or not sure of, I like mark it, and then I go back and I at the end I go back and then I switch answers or do whatever, and then I just make sure every question is answered. So I had like an hour left, so I was literally just like sitting there just like staring at a wall for an hour until the test ended, because like I was semi-confident that whatever I put down was gonna get me to pass, and I did pass. Wasn't the highest score or the best score possible, and I don't care, but I passed, and that's all. Like, that was good enough. I didn't study for the test. I just immersed and then did one practice test, and then I said, okay, cool, and then I took the real one. So when am I gonna take N1? Would like to do it this year in December, but something tells me I'm gonna be lazy and not do it. So since I'm living in Japan, probably next year in July, most likely. I think. At my company, if you pass N1, you get like 20,000 yen as like a bonus type thing for doing it. So hell yeah, give me money. So I do want to take it, obviously, for my own self and money. But yeah, that'll happen. I'm not rushing because I don't care. It's not like I need it to do anything right now. Like, it's not like there's no like wall in front of me that's like, you don't have N1, you can't do it. So it's kind of like, I'm lazy, you know? I'll probably study a little more for that than I did for N2, just because I don't want to take it and not pass, because first of all, embarrassing, and second of all, embarrassing for me, by the way, not embarrassing for anyone. Whenever I say things like that, I then afterwards I get worried that people are applying it to their own situation. Whatever I say is me, okay, and my thoughts towards myself, not how I think about other people. My standards for myself and my standards for other people completely different. My standards for myself are way too damn high, and I need to stop. But if I take N1 and I don't pass, I'm embarrassed. So I will probably study, do a couple practice tests, review, learn some words from a word list. Just to make sure I pass it. But I don't think I'll have to do too much work to achieve that anyway. So we'll see. But probably July next year. At the very latest, December next year. But within the next year and a half, I should have it. We'll assuming nothing crazy happens. Oh my god, man, sorry, I'm talking up a storm. I still got more to go. Hold on. Water break. Everyone should also hydrate. Time is it? All right. Next one. I hope that by my 5-year mark that I'm still mining words, but it's also more rare and but also they're more rare words and less frequent right now. Dude, look at me. I'm spewing out my bullet points before I get to them. Right now I can still get 10 words a day pretty easily as long as I'm reading 3 to 4 volumes of manga / playing a visual novel / watching a couple episodes of anime. If I'm doing like manga, the threshold for 10 words, 3 volumes, 4 volumes. If I'm playing a visual novel, I'll get 10 words easily because visual novels love to use just random garbage. Light novel, depending on the genre, 10 words won't be too hard. And then same with the manga, a couple episodes of anime, I can get 10 words, probably. Like 4 episodes, maybe 5 episodes. So yeah, I want to keep mining just to get to, like I said, to fill up those holes, even though they are more rare words and less frequently used. That's fine. I just want to fill up as many holes as possible so that I don't have to worry about it ever. Because, I don't know, I think it's cool that in English I don't need to look up words very often. Like, if I look up a word, it's just because I genuinely want to know the meaning, and not because I really need to or that it means anything to my life. Next, because I already talked about that, so we're moving through some of these pretty quickly, just because why not? This piggybacks off of the Anki John, the most recent Anki bullet point. I don't want to become a crazy person who makes an Anki card for every unknown word, but the more and more I make cards again, the more I just want to get my vocab level to as high as I can realistically take it. I think it'd be super cool if by like the 10-year mark I've gotten to a point where it's surprising if there's a word that I come across and I don't know it or haven't at least seen it before. I don't know if that's actually realistic or not considering the large amount of words and language changing in general, but having covered most of the commonly used words in most media / stuff I come across would be really nice. I think my best chances of doing this are mine a lot from light novels and visual novels since written language uses so many more words than normal spoken language does. Basically what I just said. Yeah, I just want to get to a pretty cool spot, and if I don't get there, I don't get there. I don't really care. It's not something I'm freaking out about. It's just like, you know, I'll work towards it slowly but surely. 6 more years till the 10-year mark, so hopefully I'm better in 6 years, you would think, right? Next, my girlfriend's from Aomori, so they speak like a Hogan there, and let me tell you, that, it doesn't sound like Japanese. When I hear like her and her family talk, my brain goes, yeah? Like, what? Like, there's like half of the time I'm just like, yeah, you're not speaking Japanese. But because it's cool, like I told her, I'm like, I want you to like talk to me in that sometimes, and like slowly but surely I'll learn it and get used to it because I think it'd be cool. And like, what stupid foreigner knows that like specific like dialect from Aomori? Like, there's people out there that do, definitely 100%, but like I think it'd be funny if I know it too. So like I'm not gonna speak in it probably, most likely, but like ever. But being able to understand and stuff, I think that's funny, and it'd be cool to know, and you know, why not level up your Japanese a bit. Next, all right, cool. My current plan with some things with manga. My current plan is 1,000 manga volumes. I'm at, hold on, got a reminder on my watch. My current plan is 1,000 manga volumes, and I'm at 822.23, and then I'll try and switch over to reading mainly light novels while just keeping up with serializing stuff for manga, occasionally reading new stuff whenever I'm interested. The reason for the 1,000 like goal type thing is when I started, I thought if I could read 1,000 volumes of manga and 500 light novels, then I can 100% consider myself fluent. So that's like my giant long-term goal that I'm working towards. At this rate, I'll definitely be able to hit 1,000 volumes of manga before the 5-year mark. One of the main reasons I say that is I just hit 800, but I read 103 volumes of manga in June. So in 1 month, I read over 100 volumes. So I only have, 180-ish left. I think in about a year I can read 180 volumes of manga. So hopefully by a 5-year mark we'll hit 1,000, and then I'll be switching over mainly to light novels. Because I'm at I don't even think I've hit 50 light novels. I'm at 48, I think. And it'll take a while to get from 48 to 500. But yeah, light novels will be the next big thing. Because manga, I've caught up on a bunch of series that I wanted to read. Finished a bunch of series I wanted to read. I still have a list that I'm going through and there's still some more series on there I haven't started yet. But I've hit the point where most things right now that I really, 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 really want to read, I've either started, finished, or dropped. So I haven't hit the manga end game because obviously there's still new manga all the time, and I find things I want to read and I gotta catch up on things. But it's slowing down compared to when I started. I've finished a lot of series and I've gotten to a good spot in a lot. So once I hit 1,000, slow it down, switch over to light novels. It'll give me more density in language too, and there's a lot of series I want to read, and I need to dedicate more time to light novels if I want to get through them, because I can't finish a light novel in a day. Spoiler alert, I'm unable. I think one of the ones I'm reading, it's only 60,000 characters, and I think my hold on, it's only 60,000 characters. I think my estimated time to completion was I just might be wrong. I think it was between around 4 hours, 4 to 5 hours, I think, at my top reading speed, which I think was 21,000 characters an hour, which that's just because it's super easy light novel and it's only 60,000 characters. But so technically I could read one in a day. It's just I never have the energy or the want to sit down and read one fully in a day, so it doesn't happen. But manga I could read up to 7 volumes, realistically 7 volumes a day, 5 volumes in a day. 5 is pretty doable. 7 is damn, I went hard that day. So yeah, light novels will be the next big thing that we move towards. Next one. If you follow my Twitter, you know about this. I played through the entire Persona franchise that you can on PS5. Sorry, didn't do 1 or 2, because they're not released on a modern day console yet. And I'm playing through 1 now on my Vita, but and I do want to play 1 and 2. It's not that I'm not going to. It's just I like platinum trophies on PlayStation, so I platinumed the entire Persona franchise, including Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne. Altogether, it took me about 900 hours to do all of them. They were all played in Japanese. I had a great time. I love Persona. I'm a loser now. Case in point. Look how cute it is. But I'm continuing that with Shin Megami Tensei 5 and Metaphor when that comes out. SMT 5's already out. I haven't played it. I haven't bought it because I don't have money. But I'm going to eventually get that when I find it on sale at Book Off for 5,000 yen. I'll pick that up. Metaphor I have pre-ordered, so I'm an Atlas loser now. So gonna play through those and platinum those as well. So by the end of this year, my Atlas playtime of games will be over 1,000 hours, which is crazy. I also want to play through all of the Yakuza games and get the platinums in them as well. I finished Yakuza 0, Kiwami, and Kiwami 2. So I gotta do 3. I'm just waiting on pulling the trigger on buying 3 because I like physical games a lot. So it goes on sale on PSN, but I want the physical one eventually, so I'm not gonna buy it twice. So buy the physical game. It's 2,700 yen at the nearest Book Off, and I'm with my money situation right now, it needs to be 2,000 yen or lower, or else I'm not buying it. So I'm waiting to do that, but once I do, I'll continue through the Yakuza series. Finally, I want to play through the Trails series, which I know is super long and new games come out, it seems like every 3 months for that damn series, but I want to go through that and play it. I think it'll be super long, but I think it'll be worth it. I also want to platinum them as well, so I have a lot ahead of me in terms of gaming, specifically on the PlayStation. Getting a lot of platinums. Yeah. Final one for the future plans. I also want to play through some big visual novels that are more well known, like Higurashi, Tsukihime, Muramasa, Fate. Not sure when this will happen, but I want to make my way through different types of media and at least get through the more famous stuff. Like even if I don't play every visual novel, those big ones like that everyone knows and the big names, I want to play through those because I want to be able to experience them and have an opinion and know what the story is like. But I'm really bad at playing visual novels, super bad at it. So I don't know when this will happen, but I do want to get through them definitely. Speaking of Higurashi, went to Akihabara for the Atlas Cafe a week ago. Went to Traders. You gotta always. Everyone knows you go to Traders. You're going up to that aerogate floor. Okay, you gotta go. Okay, floor 6, maybe 7. You know, if you've been there, you know what I'm talking about. That shit's awesome. All the VNs, mainly aerogate, but a lot of VNs. There's some normal ones there. I bought this for 1,900 yen. It's a Higurashi box jar, Higurashi game. How do you read this? Is this Go Plus? I think it's Go. I don't know, but it like has a bunch of the original routes. I have the PS4 version, which I think is the definitive version. So that's what I'm gonna play it on. But when I saw this and it was so cheap, I had to go for it. And when I opened it, I was like, oh yeah, hell yeah, glad that I bought this. And I'll quick show it off. Got this card. Probably a guy from the game. I didn't play that much of what I played, so I'm not sure. Pretty sick. I'm not saying the names of the characters because I forget them and I don't want to look like an idiot. That. Got some pins. Focus. There we go. And then the coolest thing, besides the game, obviously, the game is also there. It's just the case just looks like this. Was this like, I don't know what these are called, but it's like a block that's like, ooh. But like it has like art inside, and when you turn it on the angle, like you can see the art like reflecting and all that. But like it 1,900 yen for all this and the game. I was like amazed when I opened it. I was like, oh hell yeah, glad I bought it, worth it. So yeah, it's pretty cool. So I just wanted to show that when I mentioned Higurashi. All right, I have another game, but I cannot show you that. Sorry, YouTube does not like that. But all right. So the final section is just titled Random Thoughts. We're also at 51 minutes. We're closing on an hour. Should probably also write down 51 minutes so that I know for when I timestamp this. I've talked about a lot. Probably missed some things that people want me to talk about. Like I said before, ask in the comments, ask me on Discord. I'll get back to you. I'll get all the questions answered as much as I can. Still think that the biggest and most important thing when not just learning Japanese, but learning any language, is to just jump into native content as soon as you have your footing, so that you're not just stockpiling theoretical knowledge, which is just a bunch of things out of context. That's not saying day one start watching unsubtitled TV shows, movies, reading like novels, but once you learn like even 100 words, like, but once you hit like 500 total words, maybe 100% once you hit 500, like actually 75% once you hit 500, once you've hit 1,000 words, and like you've read over like some basic grammar and stuff, and you're like semi-aware of some grammar stuff, go to native content and then continue what you're doing. Learn more words. If it's through a pre-made deck, that's fine. If not, start sentence mining if you really want to. But pre-made decks are fine. People shit on them for understandable reasons, but at the beginning, use it until you can sentence mine really with no problems, and then you'll have more fun that way. I did. But yeah, as soon as you hit like the 1,000 words in basic grammar, incorporate native material into your study plan daily. so that you can actually put things to work and start like connecting the dots. And yeah, then you continue looking up some grammar, reading over grammar guides, maybe watching some videos, looking up grammar points as they come up if you want to, but don't put a crazy amount of effort into it, and then just continue learning words. You do that, you'll be fine. Like that's all you got to do. I still think that you should do that as soon as you can, because if you're not, you're wasting time. Okay, maybe you're not wasting time, but the difference between native content and moving forward and just stacking up that theoretical, like, oh, I know 500 kanji or I know 5,000 words, but you haven't watched a single episode of, like, if you like anime, if you haven't watched an episode of anime without English subtitles or with only Japanese subtitles, I think you're just, like, wait, the way I worded that sounded weird. If you're at that point where you know a couple thousand words and a couple hundred kanji, for some reason you care about learning kanji, which also you don't need to do, out of context stuff again. But if you're at that point and you still are only watching anime with English subtitles and you've never watched it unsubbed or with Japanese subtitles, it's not like your knowledge doesn't matter or that it's not worth it. It's just you're kind of not doing it to the fullest, and you can make a bunch of easy gains because you have that giant footing that maybe you built it up a little too long, but you have that giant footing. You start doing the native content, you'll progress and get way better very quickly because you already have a bunch in the backlog. You just got to unlock it. It's like if you see a silhouette of like a character, you got to do the final thing to unlock it. Like if there's like no silhouette, that's the beginning. Then you learn those words, grammar points and stuff, but you don't do native content. You see the silhouette. When you start doing the native content and doing everything else, the silhouette turns into like the full art, and it's like, it's great. And then the more you do it, the art gets more detailed and detailed. The more you do everything. So it's not a waste of time. You're not an idiot. Definitely not. I did that stuff at the beginning too before Immersion. But once you use the native content is when things really unlock, and I think you should do that as soon as you can, even though it sucks. It sucks at first. Straight up, it sucks. But once you get into it and you use if you think about it like the silhouette unlocking, every time that silhouette turns into an art, you'll know. When you're watching something, you notice a word, or you understand a new sentence, or a new like episode or manga, it feels like you just leveled up a little bit. And like, especially at the beginning, you feel that very consistently, and use that as your motivation rather than, I learned my 550th word. Like, that doesn't matter as much. Use like the understanding of the native content as like your level up system, and use that as motivation to keep going. And if you do that, you're chilling, okay? You'll be fine. Next one. Japanese is hard, but it's also not hard. You just need to do it for a long time and continuously learn more words, and eventually everything makes sense and it feels natural. That's the hard part. If someone asks me if Japanese is hard, my answer is no. Because to me now, Japanese, there's no real difficulty. Everything makes sense. Like, if it's like, oh, well, why do you use this instead of this? It's like, it just feels natural and it makes sense that it's the way it is. It's not like, oh, it's hard, I don't know how to understand it. It just like, everything clicks and it's like, oh yeah, of course, obviously. Like, I think I've said this before, but sometimes I hear Japanese words and I just like, the meaning is so ingrained within me that it's not like, how do I say this? I literally cannot understand how you could not understand it that way. Like, I've forgotten the feeling of not understanding it to the point where it's like, oh yeah, obviously this means this, and it just means that. Like, it makes sense. Of course it does. Like, anyone should hear this, and it means that. But obviously not anyone can hear it and it means that, because they don't have, like, the intuition or have heard it or seen it 1,000 million times. But you get to that point where it's just like, yeah, obviously. Like, in your head, you're like, obviously this means this. Even though it's not obvious at all. It just feels that way because it's become obvious to you. And that's awesome. And so that's why it's not hard. The hard part is doing it for a long time and consistently so that it gets to that point. Once it gets to that point, nothing is hard. But the hard part is doing the correct steps and everything to make it get to that point. So Japanese is not hard, but it's also hard. As with any language, probably. The hard part is just doing it. The language itself isn't hard because the language becomes easier the more you do it. It's just how it works. You need to get used to it. And when you get used to it after thousands and thousands of hours, it stops being hard because your brain just gets it. You just get it. If there's something you don't understand right now, that's fine. Move on. In a year, you might understand it. You might understand it in a week or a month. If there's something you don't understand, don't freak out about it. Just move forward. There's so much that you could understand that you're neglecting because you're focusing on the one thing that you don't understand or can't understand at the moment. So just go. Just move forward. Keep going. Always keep moving. Learn what you can. If you can't learn it, that's fine. Move on. Come back to it. Eventually you'll get there. It's just about waiting. It's all it is. Mentioned this earlier with the manga stuff, but manga is still awesome. I love it. I want everyone to read manga, read more manga. I liked manga before learning Japanese. Didn't like it to the amount that I like it now. So I recommend everyone try reading some manga. If you want to know where to get manga, you can DM me. But yeah, manga is awesome. And I attribute most of my Japanese to manga. When people ask me how did I learn Japanese, my answer is I read a bunch of manga. Honestly, I say that to everyone. I'm like, I read a bunch of manga. And it's awesome, and the pictures help. Good variety of words. It's awesome. Read manga. If you don't like it, that's fine. But I think it's truly an amazing way to get better. So, highly recommend. This is my last bullet point, and we're almost at the hour mark, so that's fitting, and that's cool. Before I read this, thank you guys all so much. If you watched this far, I really appreciate it. I hope this video was helpful or interesting, because I'm just rambling. But really appreciate everyone watching this. Means a ton. So, final one. I'm surprised that I've reached 4 years, and I don't even know if when I started immersing that I believed that I would stick with it and get to where I am. It still doesn't feel real sometimes, and I have to remind myself that yes, it's not a dream, and I did this. That's true feelings. When I started, obviously I wanted to do this, but when you start something that is going to turn into a multi-year long commitment at the end of it, you don't know if you're actually going to fulfill the commitment. You would hope to and you want to, and that's why you're doing it. But things might happen, might not happen. 4 years ago, I don't know if I would have thought that Japanese would be this normal in my life and I'd be living in Japan and all of this. It truly does not feel real. I wake up sometimes, I walk outside, and I'm like, oh, I'm in Japan. Because, it's just something that, I worked for a long time and something I wanted for a long time. And the fact that I'm living that reality of where I got what I wanted is truly mesmerizing. And I think everyone who works towards something over a long period of time gets this feeling. But just when you really sit back and you think, damn, I am at the place that I wanted to reach a long time ago. The place I dreamed of, that's where I am right now. And when you think about that, it's hard not to get a little emotional and a little sentimental about things. It's truly incredible, and I didn't do it alone. Obviously, I did all the stupid grinding immersion, sit in my room reading, watching stuff all alone. But I learned how to do that from people on the internet. I talked to friends about doubts if I had them. I learned a lot from everyone watching this video. Just if I follow you on Twitter and you're learning Japanese, I've probably learned something from you. Because your tweets might have helped me or made me want to do something, and in the end that benefited my Japanese. And so it's not as much as this is you got to do it. When you can get power from the people around you and get motivation, it truly becomes a we're all in this together type of thing, and it's pretty cool. And I'm super grateful, and that's why everyone watching the videos, it's not just thanks for watching my YouTube video, woo, yay. It's if I know who you are and we've interacted in some way and you're learning Japanese, there's a good chance that I learned something from you, or because of you I watched something or read something or did something, which then helped me. So you're directly responsible for me getting here. Everyone watching this is directly responsible in some way for me getting to this Japanese level, and that's why it's not something I take lightly or think of oh yeah, whatever. It's truly it's been a crazy 4 years. And the fact that like I can see myself in 4 more years being like, man, it's been a crazy 8 years. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I don't really have anything else to say. Hopefully this video, right now it's July 5th. Hopefully this video gets uploaded within the next day or two, and you guys can watch this. And yeah, thank you guys so much. In the description I'll have like my Discord, my Twitter, all that jazz. If you really want to, go back, watch my other videos, give me a nice subscribe. We're almost at 1,000 subs. Well, we're at like 830 almost, but like that's cool. When I was a kid I wanted to be a YouTuber, so if I can hit 1,000 subs on this channel one day, mainly because of Japanese stuff, I'll be super happy. That'd be just really cool. But yeah, if there's anything you guys need, anything, questions, advice, anything, hit me up. Like as much as I'm bad at responding to things, I want to respond and I want to help people. So don't feel afraid. And I don't care who you are. Like I'll respond. Like I'm not like, ew, who is this guy? I'm not responding. I'll respond to anyone if you send me a DM. I don't care. Yeah. Thank you guys so much for watching. Probably will see you guys in a year for the 5-year update, assuming I do that, because it seems like even if I say I'm not doing an update the next year, I end up doing it anyway. But yeah, I don't see I might make it, maybe I'll get the motivation to make a YouTube video between now and then, but right now, next video that you will see 100% is my 5-year update in a year. So stay tuned. Hope everyone, hope your studies go well, and I really appreciate everything. Thanks for watching, guys. See ya.
Hey guys, I'm Aaron or Hypothetical Tiger. If you know me, if you don't know me, that's cool. Welcome to my 5-year Japanese update. So, if you don't know who I am, quick rundown. Ex-speedrunner used to play the games fast, but now I'm living in Japan, and I've been studying Japanese through immersion-based methods, AJATT, MIA, whatever, all that nonsense, for the past 5 years. This is that update video where I tell you about how it went and all of that. If you see me look over here, it's because that's where my notes are. So I'm going to be doing this a lot. I'm sorry, get used to it. So, like all my update videos, this is going to probably be a long one because my topic list, whew, I wrote a lot. So if there's something that interests you, look in the description. I have the timestamps down there, and then you can kind of like click around and like watch what you want and then skip the parts that you don't care about. Just because this probably will be long. I don't know because I'm currently filming it. But just by what I wrote, I assume that this will be another long one like all my other ones. So hope you're excited. If you're interested in my previous updates, whether that be like 1 year, 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, or my 1 year in Japan video or my moving in Japan video, there's a playlist. It's going to be in the description as well of all my AJATT updates. That's in there. I also have a book off vlog. You can check out that. I'm going to start doing vlogs in Japan and stuff, so you can check that one out. As well as I have a playlist for my live streams. I live stream once a month on the first Saturday of every month, and that's from 10 a.m. Japan time to about noon Japan time on both YouTube and Twitch. YouTube is right here where you're watching this video, and Twitch is Hypothetical Tiger, same channel name. Link is also in the description. You can check that out, and the next live stream is going to be on August 2nd, 10 a.m. Japan time. So use Google, do time conversions, figure out when I'll be live for you. It's okay if you miss it. The live stream will always be in the descriptions if you ever want to watch them and see what I did. Also, within the next 2 weeks of this upload, there will be a Speaking Japanese After 5 Years video. So if you're interested in that. In this video, I will speak a little bit of Japanese, but I want to make a more longer, like, Japanese-only video just to give more, I don't know, like a better picture of, like, where my level is and how I am talking. I didn't want to do that in here because it would make it too long. So I think doing a separate video will be nice. And I want to do it within the next 2 weeks because I don't want to like put this out and then immediately put out a Japanese video as well at the same time. So I'll put this out, let it simmer for a bit, for about a week or two, and then I'll put out that Japanese video as well. I'm hoping to film that today as well after I film this. So hopefully I do that and then we can get that one out too. Before I move on, hope you enjoyed the video. Subscribe to the channel, leave a like down below, all of that nonsense. Look out my Twitter up there. Follow me on Twitter. You can follow me on Twitter and other platforms. All the platforms and everything are in the description. So check
check those out. Now let's begin. My current level. I'm also going to periodically type numbers so that I know where to make these timestamps later and it's easy and I don't have to go through. So my current level. Feel like my level is sort of plateaued in most aspects, but it's definitely gotten better. I think overall, I'm not very different from where I was at the 4-year mark. But there's things that have definitely gotten better, and a lot of that is just from using Japanese every day, living in Japan, stuff like that. My overall vocab is up, but it's also kind of down. That's like kind of the way I think about it. It's definitely increased because I'm using Japanese more and I interact with it. I think more, kind of. It's really odd. I'll go more into that, but it's also probably down because I interact with it. My girlfriend speaks only Japanese. We talk only in Japanese. My phone is in Japanese, obviously. Still, a lot of Twitter and stuff I read is in Japanese. I use it at work, so there's a lot of Japanese I get, but I'm not immersing as much as I would have 2-3 years ago. Like reading as much manga every day, watching anime, watching YouTube, etc. So that's why I think it's up but down. Like it's up because I'm getting it in some things and that's really cool, but like I'm also not immersing as much. So other words and like that are only going to come up in fiction and stuff or books to read, I don't get those very much. So it's kind of hard to say like if it's gone up or down. I think overall up, definitely. But not as much as you maybe would think from living in Japan. And I feel like a lot of people go through that when they move to Japan. They don't immerse as much or do certain things. So they don't get as good as maybe you would think. But there are aspects of my life where I use a lot of Japanese, and I've gotten better because of that. I'm way better at speaking and just general understanding and listening, basically because I have to. I have to speak, so I've gotten better at that. Understanding and listening as well, same thing. Like I need to understand, need to be able to listen. So a lot of things have just become cleaner. And I think as you get to a certain point, everyone goes through this where it's not big jumps of understanding, but it's like obvious that like things are just clean. Like I feel like instead of it being a slightly bumpy road, like it starts out really bumpy and then it just gets less and less bumpy to the point where certain things are just like, it's just like a flat experience and the road is super easy to drive on basically. There's things that are still bumpy, obviously, but a majority of everyday life and things are just, it's just clean, and I can just go through it and have a good time, which is awesome. I'll talk about my understanding a little bit. So I'm really at the point now, which I think I was already at this before this 5-year point, but I'm definitely at the point now that the language will never stop me from watching something or reading something or playing a video game or anything. I never have to think, ooh, the Japanese might be hard, I can't do that. There's definitely things that are harder and things that are easier, but it's never the only thing that's stopping me. Whereas before, like a couple years ago, there might be a series I want to read or a series I want to watch, but it's like, that one's kind of hard, so I'm going to wait until I'm better because it'll just be a more enjoyable experience in general. I don't have that anymore. I can kind of do whatever I want and just be free. That doesn't mean it's all smooth sailing and easy every time, but I don't have to ever really care about the language to decide if I want to do something or not. It's just kind of, do I want to do this? Yes, do it. If not, then no. Which is pretty freaking cool. Try not to curse as much. Like I said here, I wrote in my notes, there are still some things that would be hard for me to consume, but not like I wouldn't be able to do it at a really comfortable level, but I can always see room for improvement, and filling in the large amount of gaps I have. It feels like endless amounts of times where I'm like reading something and I'm like, damn, I don't know any Japanese. It's like, fuck. And like that day is just bad, or this thing is hard and I can't do it. So I can always see those gaps and trying to improve and get better at that as much as I can. I've definitely gotten better since moving to Japan, but that's mainly of having to learn new words for work and like living and everything that just come up. Like, for example, right now in Japan, there was a recent election. The last 2 days been like searching a bunch of election words and trying to remember those and get used to those. So it's like things like that come up that I get better because they're like more relevant to my life. Like if I was in America, I don't think I'd give a shit about the Japanese election at all. I still don't because I can't vote. I don't really care. But
I definitely would like to understand more because it's more relevant because I'm living here in a way. And I mentioned this. I don't immerse as often as I used to. And that might be a surprise for people, or if there's other people that got to this point, it's more like, yeah, obviously. Like, you kind of just, I feel like the better you get, you just don't immerse as much. Especially if you move to Japan, there's like just other things that take priority, and you just don't immerse as much as you used to. Doesn't mean I don't read manga or watch anime or stuff. It's just not as much of a priority because it doesn't need to be. I'm at a very good spot where my daily conversations with my girlfriend and reading Twitter and stuff, and the occasional anime episode, the occasional manga volume, the occasional game that I'm playing in Japanese, that's enough to really keep my level at like a spot where I'm good with it and I'm like functionally fluent and able to do what I want. I don't need to do a super hard grind to be at the place that I want to be anymore. So I've definitely slowed down, and I'm okay with that. There's times where I wish I go hard, and I wish I had like the time to just go hard again and the motivation. Because looking back, I really miss some of those times, and I wish I could do it again. But overall, it's not necessary, so I don't necessarily do it, you know? I still play a lot of games in Japanese. All my games are in Japanese. It basically, if I'm reading manga, it's all in Japanese. Watching anime, it's all in Japanese. I don't watch any Japanese YouTube. Sorry, I just think it's terrible. Sometimes I'll watch a video, but overall, that's all in English. And I watch a lot of YouTube, so I've been just catching up and watching a lot of English YouTube. But every single video game I play is in Japanese, to the point where I'm not really... If I can't play it in Japanese, I probably won't play it, or it just goes on like a very large... It goes on my never-ending backlog, so... Everything that I play there is in Japanese, and some months I play a lot of video games, okay? Yeah, but I have wrote here, a lot of my quote-unquote immersion comes from work, talking to my girlfriend, or just living in life. Sorry, just got over a cold, so my throat is still kind of dying, but... yeah, so my immersion is more like life at this point, and I just kind of... I learned from that, and... There's good parts and bad parts from that, definitely. I'm happy with where I am because I can live life and it doesn't matter. This is like what I wanted ever since I started learning Japanese. It's just to live my life, but in Japanese, and have the language not necessarily be a huge barrier or something I care about or think about often. And it's safe to say I've hit that point. The feeling to get better still exists, obviously. It's stronger at some points than others. Like, some days I'm really motivated. I'm like, damn, like, I'm looking up every word today. Or like, I need to get better. I'm not happy with this. And then other times I'm just like, I don't care. I'm just, whatever. Because you do realize, like, you're not going to learn every word probably. And even in your native language, you don't know every word. And when you become okay with that in the second language, you kind of just go, okay. And like, some things you just let pass by and it doesn't bother you anymore. But then there's some days where you're like, I want to learn this. I want to learn this. I want to learn this. I want to get as good as I possibly can. And those days come and go. And I think that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. Some people might be like, oh, well, this isn't in the spirit of AJATT. You're just being a bitch. And it's like, yeah, I guess. But like, after 5 years, like, I'm not going to stop. I'm still going to keep learning and stuff. So it's not like I'm saying I'm done. I am never using a dictionary again. It's just like, it's not, as I mentioned before, it's not as necessary. So I don't care. I don't care that much, which is good. I think that's healthy, probably, especially after 5 years of doing something. Yep. And I will keep learning more consistently. It will happen. I'm not going to ever stop that, probably. But I've hit a point where I don't feel held back by my knowledge almost at all, at least for the things I want to do and have to do in my life. There's certain things where I'm definitely not good at all, but like, for everything that I want to do and have to do, I'm at a very good spot to where I don't feel any issues. I'm sure they're like, oh, go read classical Japanese or go read this like obscure visual novel that's really hard. And it's like, I don't really care. Like, if I care enough, I'll do it, and it might be hard, but for things that I want to do consistently on an everyday basis and things that I'm forced to do because of life, work, etc., I'm good. I'm chilling, okay? So it's awesome. It's a good feeling, to be honest. Next, I'm talking about my speaking. I'm at a point where I can do daily conversations without much effort, and I don't have to worry about that or anything. It doesn't bother me. There's certain things that I'm like, oh, I'll mention this. Never mind. 1 second. Sorry, I'm gonna skip myself. Work conversations are okay, but I'm definitely more on edge during certain meetings / conversations. But overall, I can do what I have to do. like, the conversations aren't bad or anything. It just depends who I'm talking to. I'm a little more nervous, or it depends on the subject matter. I might not fully understand, or might not be able to fully articulate myself. But in general, I can do what I have to do, and that's good enough for me. But those, I'll get better as I do it, and as I'm in those situations, so I'm not too worried about it. That's one thing I learned because of immersion, is it really is just getting used to it. So if there's something that right now is not easy or I can't do, if I just like do it a bunch, eventually it'll be easy. So I don't stress about that stuff. I just go, oh, I'll get it one day, and then keep going. However, I feel like I can only really speak my true Japanese level when I'm in front of my girlfriend. With other people and just even talking to the camera, like during my video, I'll probably feel this. It just makes me a little more nervous, and I'm less likely to say certain things or talk carefree, and I probably think about my words a lot more, which isn't a bad thing per se, but I think it never gives someone a real representation of how good I could be or how good I am, because you don't see like the 100% carefree speaking me that you would get when I'm talking to, when it's just me and my girlfriend. Like when it's me and her, I will talk exactly how good I am, and I will not like think about my words really often. I just kind of say things, and if it's wrong, it's wrong. If it's right, it's right. But I don't really have to think, and that's a blessing, and it's great. So that's cool, but it also kind of sucks because it's like I can never really truly show how I am speaking all the time, because I have to it has to be like, I don't know, maybe it's because I'm just not good enough actually, but it's not the same. So I have to, I don't know. It's not the same. But probably the same thing in English. Like I'm gonna talk more unfiltered with my friends and stuff, and not worry about what I say than if I was in a conversation with someone random, or even making a video like this. So it's probably similar to that. If I had to like give like something equal to it or something. I'm not as skillful with the language as I am with English. So like quick jokes, tsukomi, stuff like that, I can't really do, or I won't do. Like if it's with my girlfriend, I can do it depending on the situation, and I'm good. But other conversations, I don't do it, mainly because I don't have friends where I'm at that level where I can. But I don't do those things, and I don't really want to, just because I don't want to come off wrong, possibly. So that's like one of the things where it's like I'm definitely like kind of hold back a little bit when I'm speaking to other people. I can definitely feel the limitations on my abilities to be able to like create conversations and continue them sometimes. It's definitely not to the level that I am in English. I think it's fine, but obviously it could be way better, and that's something I would like to work on and get better at in the future. It's definitely not at my English level. I'm really bad at English sometimes and asking questions and keeping a conversation going. Not because I'm not interested, it's just they just don't come up sometimes. Like, oh, do you have any questions? Is probably the worst question to ask me, because 90% of the time I say no. And it's not because I don't care or because I'm not thinking. It's just I don't have those questions. Nothing comes up in my head until after the fact, where I go, shit, should have asked this. But that's even worse in Japanese. It's even harder for me to ask a question and do stuff like that, especially off the top of my head, if it's like in a job interview situation. But, what are you going to do? That'll get better eventually. I still have a lot of room to grow, but I've definitely been getting better gradually over time, and even I notice this. But my girlfriend says I'm a lot better compared to when we first met, which is about a year and almost 3 months ago. So, but not just in my like word usage, but like comfortability, like how I am speaking, and also my pronunciation and stuff. And that's with not really doing direct effort to improve those things. It's just kind of paying attention to how Japanese people speak, trying my best to like just talk and, I don't know, just do it more. And I've gotten better gradually. I'm sure we'll hit a point where that stops and I got to do deliberate practice to get better. Oh my God. But right now it's I'm just getting better by doing it, which I think is really nice. And not surprising based on how immersion works with everything else as well. Everyone loves pitch accent and pronunciation, so I'll talk about that a little bit. I don't think it's terrible. It's not even close to perfect. I definitely make a lot of mistakes, and I'm not going to be someone to tell you that I'm super on the pitch accent train. I study it every day. I care so much. I know all the rules. I don't. But I don't know. It's one thing where like I put effort to it slightly. I pay attention to it more and more. But it's still not like my super priority, and I think I'm okay with that. I've hit a point where it's not something I care about as much. It's something I do like think about a little bit, but not to the point where it's inhibiting any of my abilities or anything, and it's like very much in the background, just because to me it still does not feel like a very important thing that I need to focus on. As I said, I am getting better at it with it naturally, but if I don't want to hit a wall of improvement, I will have to put more effort, dedicated effort to it. But right now, I don't find myself doing that, at least for the near future, and I'm okay with that. I'm all right. Overall, pretty happy and extremely proud of where I am, because it's crazy. I never thought I would get to this point. Thankfully, I'm not at all super satisfied. I'm happy, but not satisfied. There's a very difference. Happy and proud, just not satisfied overall. And I do plan on getting better and better. So, I always said that like at a certain point I would stop making these videos. I think I like the year plus every year doing an update. So, I'm sure by year 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, I'll just keep getting better and better. And it's cool, and I'm excited for that. But overall, this is the coolest part about all of this. It's really cool to be like, oh yeah, I'm bilingual. Like, I know some people that's just normal. But as someone who grew up in a small town in the U.S. where everyone only spoke English, and all my family members spoke English, and I didn't have to learn another language, I never needed to learn a new one. I didn't need to be bilingual like some people need to learn English because of the internet, or need to learn a language that their family speaks. I never had that need. So being able to say I'm bilingual is really cool, because I just did it all on my own, and because I wanted to and not because I had to. Not to say because you have to is bad or anything. It's just that it's cool that on my own volition I did this, and it's really neat to be like, yeah, I'm bilingual. Yeah, I'm fluent in English and Japanese. Like, that's just cool to me. That's really cool. Because there's no reason for this. Like, it's just because I wanted to, and I think that's pretty sick, not gonna lie. So that's everything about my current level and everything. Next, we're going to go into my stats. Yay, I hope you guys are ready. We're going to start with manga, which is obviously my favorite thing, and I like manga. I read a lot of manga. I'm at 1,063 volumes. We hit 1K, baby. But I've slowed down this year. I've not read like fucking anything, which is sad, but I'll get back to it eventually. I have those periods where I go in and out, read a lot, don't read a lot. So I will read, I'll read more. But right now, we're over 1,000, and that was good enough for me. I'm happy about that. Here's some manga recommendations. I have them easy, medium, hard. Not really. All of these recommendations I give for everything is easy, medium, hard. Sometimes they actually fit the description, like this is hard, this is easy. Other times it's just like, I don't know what to put. I couldn't find anything that fits these difficulties, so I'm just saying things I liked. So don't take it by heart. But Anata ga shite kurenakute mo is like a manga about office lady in a sexless marriage. Someone she worked with also in a sexless marriage. They bond over that, kind of go into an affair type thing. It felt very real, and like, oh, I can definitely see this could happen, and that these are like real emotions within these characters and not just like story emotions. And it gave me like an interesting outlook on that. So I thought that was a really cool read, and I have to read the final volume. I actually have it. I gotta read that, but yeah, read that. I like that. Smiley and Gannibaru. I don't Ganni. It's not cannibal because it's gone. Gannibaru. Them, but those two, both cult-ish. Smiley's actual like full-on cult stuff. Gannibaru is more about some crazy like small village, some crazy people that may or may not be eating people. Whoa! So yeah, it's interesting if you like that kind of stuff. And then Vagabond, I read like 17 volumes like really quick, and I was really enjoying that. Has some samurai Japanese that can be hard, but there's not a lot of text a lot, so you can kind of just like, you can zoom through it if you want to. But those are some good mangas and things that I've liked recently. If you want any of my older recommendations, check out my Annie list or watch my old videos. You guys know some of them already. I'm not going to say them again, but those are some new ones. Books, I've read 75. This counts light novels and novels. Haven't been reading a lot of books. I always want to, but then I read a bit and then I stop and read a bit and I stop. I'm bad at being consistent with them, which sucks. But one day maybe I'll get there. Who knows? We'll see. Recommendations. There's this one I tweeted about this. It's a fire book. If you know what FIRE is, financial independence, retire early. I'm super into that. I wanna retire as fast as possible. So I was reading all the subreddits and stuff already. So I was thought, I'll read this FIRE book in Japanese because why not? So I was reading some of that. That was good if you're interested in that type of stuff. Sayakano Kanojo no Sodatekata. That one, really good, classic. I love that light novel series. I read all of it. It was great. And then the Monogatari series, What Needs to Be Said. We got Shinobu over there. I love Monogatari. It's great. Not as hard as I thought, but it has its hard moments. But it's fun, and I really enjoy it. And I definitely want to read all the books one day. Anime. I've watched 1,731 episodes, which isn't really that much, but that's how much anime I've watched. I'm bad at watching anime, always have been if you know me, so that doesn't really change things. I'm trying to watch some things now, slightly, one episode by one episode, making some progress. Recently saw the Demon Slayer movie in theaters. That was really cool. That was a fun time. I enjoyed that movie. Great movie. If you're in Japan, watch it. If you're not in Japan, haha, you have to wait, loser. Sorry, that was mean. But yeah, check that out if you like Demon Slayer. Good movie. Other recommendations: Takopi no Genzai. Takopi is popping off. I always wanted to read the manga. I never did. Then the anime came out. Watched the first 2 episodes. Me and my girlfriend. And I was like, damn, okay, this is this is not what I expected at all. But like, I'm enjoying it. And it's only 6 episodes. We have to watch episodes 3 and 4. They're already out, but we haven't watched them yet. But yeah, that's really good. Food Wars. Rewatched season 1 months ago in Japanese, and I was like, damn, I forgot how much I like Food Wars. Like, yeah, like the boobs and stuff, that's all cool, but like the food, man, the food looks so good. And as someone who's like food challenged, I wish I could eat the anime food. Okay, I wish I had that in front of me. It looks great. A big fan. So Food Wars, always good. And then Chi, if you heard about it, the one with where they back in the olden times where they were like, oh, what are they even? My brain just turned off. With like the Earth being the center of the universe and stuff. So that one's really good, super popular. Check that out. And then Ksuriya, that one is also really good, super popular recently. I want to read the light novels one day, but the anime, what I watched, is really good, and I got to go back and watch that. Same with Chi. Have not finished either of those. I'm terrible, but I enjoyed what I watched, so check them out. Movies. This counts anime and live action, so the anime episodes probably count some movies in there because of the way AniList tracks things. But for movies, I'm at 31. I don't really watch movies at all. Anime movies I'll watch if I need to, like the Demon Slayer one, and I also like obviously Makoto Shinkai Makoto. I don't know why. Whoa, dude, we're switching name order here for fun, I guess. But I don't really watch movies that much. I've been trying to watch some live action ones. I watched the Karakai Jouzu no Takagi-san movie in theaters. That was really good. And then the Mieruko-chan movie in theaters as well. The Henne Ie movie was also good. I like that. Didn't read the book, so I don't know how it is compared to the book, but I like the movie. And then I recently went and I saw Dollhouse. That one was, I saw there was a manga, and then I was like, oh, I want to watch a horror movie because every time I go to the theaters in Japan, there's 18 previews for different horror movies. So I've decided I'm just going to try and like once a month maybe go and just see horror movies. That's the horror movies that are out because there's always one out, it seems. And I enjoy horror movies, and Japanese horror movies are interesting. They're either mid or good or bad, but like watchable. So I enjoy it. Dollhouse was pretty good. I like that. There's one that comes out next month. I don't remember the name, but I'm going to go see that one as well. Yeah, basically, I don't know. There's one called Missing as well. I don't know if I talked about that in my previous video, but Missing was really good. That one made me cry, I think. I can't remember, but I really liked it. It was a good movie. Anki cards. Anki. Anki. Who the hell is it? Why did I say Anki? That was weird. I'm on a 207-day streak. Let's go! I made a new deck at the start of this year and kind of cleared out my old decks and deleted them. They're saved somewhere, but they're not on my Anki, so it's completely clean. And 207 days ago is when I started that. I have not missed a single day. Let's go. The current total in that is about 442, so not crazy. Have not been learning new words every day or adding new words every day. I've been like a couple month drought of just not learning a single word. I'm just like, it's too mendokusai, so I have not done it. Darn. But yeah, I'm doing my reviews every day and I'm adding words and eventually I'll learn the new ones and we'll keep going. I just not in the mood right now and that's okay. Since I stopped Anki, why do I keep saying Anki? Since I stopped Anki for like an extended period of time and I don't have my decks to quick look at the numbers on the older decks, I don't know how many words I know, okay? Everyone's like, I know 25,000. I got 20,000 cards. That's cool. I don't care about card numbers or literally anything, so it means nothing to me. But I think I can safely say 11,000 to 13,000 words. It might be more than that. I don't think it's less than that. But that's about where I am. I don't know. People might look at that and be like, 5 years and you only know 13,000 words. You're such a bitch. It's like, I don't care. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. There's a lot of words I don't know. And like, that's fine. And like, yeah, it sucks that sometimes I see something and I can't read it or I don't know what it means. But like, man, I'm not going to gauge my Japanese enjoyment or the level on Anki card numbers or word count. I just do not care. So if you're interested in that stuff, that's about where I am probably. It's a guess though. I don't know. I don't know. I can't know. It's impossible. Because even if I made a card for every card, like a bunch of words, like there's so many words that I just pick up and you never need to make a card for. So it's, I don't know. It's hard. But yeah, we'll say around there. It's not where I want. I obviously there's my vocabulary could be higher. And I want it to be higher. So I'm still looking up words and stuff. But it's not a small number. I think once you hit 10,000, you're kind of like pretty damn decent. Like you don't really need to worry that much. I think people I don't agree with putting that much stake in Anki card numbers or anything. I don't think it matters. And I don't know. I think it's stupid, kind of. Cool if you care, but I just don't. I'm sorry. I don't care. But that's about where I am, probably. If you want a good word, Hyakusen Nenma. I learned that from Monogatari series. Means like veteran. You got your experience. You're battle worn, baby. It's a good word. It's cool. I like that one. Ooh, all right. Oh, also, I rarely use the monolingual dictionary. I know everyone can cry in the comments about it because it's so important. Yeah. Fuck you. I don't care. I use English definitions 95% of the time, and I'm fine. You will be fine too. You don't need to care about the monolingual transition if you don't care, okay? Don't listen to everyone else, okay? Trust me on this one. Video games. I love PlayStation, so I play a lot of stuff on PlayStation. I have 44 platinums on my Japanese account, and this is an estimate. On PlayStation only, I have 3,000 hours at least of game, and that's on my Japanese account. So everything is in Japanese. So at least 3,000 hours for that. You add in Switch and other things, we might be close to 4,000. Definitely have over 3,000 hours though of gaming, at least, which is awesome. I love video games. If you want some game recs, Astrobot. Not much Japanese, so don't use it as like, I'm going to get better at Japanese. But incredible masterpiece, especially if you love PlayStation. It's one of the, I had an amazing time with that game, and it's gonna be one of my top 5 games probably forever. It's an insane experience. I loved it so much. Clanad, I'm still in the middle of it, but I've really enjoyed what I've played, and I'm like 50 hours in, and I'm still not done. So I have a lot to go, but cried a couple times, have a lot of fun, learned a good amount of words too. Classic. One day I'll get through it. The Trail series, Sora no Kiseki. I'm on the first one still. on chapter 2 sometime, but I had a time where I played it like every day for like a week and a half, and I was really enjoying it. I will go back to it one day, just like this happens with me. Same with anime, manga, and everything. Games are the same thing, but I will go back to it one day. But I've really been enjoying it. So if you like that in JRPGs, check it out. The Trail series it's fire. Just from the first game, I already know it's fire. And based on everyone who loves the series, I know that it's fire. And then Metaphor, made by Atlas. I started it recently, and I'm not too far in, like 5-6 hours in maybe. Having a great time. I love the gameplay mechanics. The language in it has some unique words and stuff, so it's cool. Been a learning experience with that, but having an amazing time with that. And then also the Persona series, Shin Megami Tensei series, the Yakuza series. I've talked about all those before, but love those, and I'm still playing through those and get my platinums and stuff. So check those out if you're interested. YouTube. I don't know, honestly, how many hours. I wrote between 300 and 500. I don't know if that's accurate. It might be more than that. It's definitely not less than that. But I can't give, I don't know. I watched the most YouTube back when I originally started, and when I would just put on like Seiken videos and like some Let's Plays and just listen. But I don't care about YouTube. I don't really like Japanese YouTube. At least there's not things that make me want to watch it consistently. So I don't know. I don't watch it very often. Besides random videos that pique my interest, that's what I put in my notes, and that's true. I really don't. But I do have a playlist of all the videos that I've watched in 2025. I decided, I'll keep track of all the YouTube videos I watch, because why not? Because there's not too many, so it's not a pain in the ass. I'll link that in the description if you want to check that one out. But there is there's a playlist of that. You can kind of see what I'm interested in, the dumb videos that I watch. All right, that's the end of my stats. Next, we're going to talk a little bit about living in Japan. This part will not be crazy different from my living in Japan video, so if you've seen that, you can probably skip this. But this will also be really short because it's super just things I've already talked about or things I just want to repeat. Really glad that I did this and I'm living here. A lot of things that made me question me living here and all that, but I'm glad that I'm here. We're having a good time right now. Okay, that changes sometimes, but that's just life. It doesn't really have anything to do with Japan, kind of, but yeah, happy I'm here. As I mentioned, this is not much different than my living in Japan video. I did have a moment recently where I was really contemplating leaving and was just not in a good spot mentally and stuff. There's a lot of times where in Japan, you're like, when you moved here on your own, and I think like, damn, I could just go back home, be a fucking NEET, live in my parents' house and live in my bedroom and just do nothing for a year and just vibe. But I know overall for my life, that's not something I want to do. But sometimes where you're down bad, you're just like, man, I could just, if I was at home, I wouldn't have to do a single thing right now. And I crave for the ability to not do a single thing and have no responsibilities, truly. Sometimes you just feel that way because you're not doing well, okay? That was mainly job related, and that has gone away, which is good. But it doesn't feel great that it happened in general. I don't want, like, whenever there's like a setback to be like, oh, I'm just gonna leave and go home. But sometimes it's like, damn, I'm just fucking sick of it. Like, you're just like, I don't want to deal with this. I can't do this. Like, sometimes you're just not having a good day, a good week, and you're really down in the dumps mentally, and things just hit you at the wrong moment, and you could make a rash decision. Thankfully, I didn't or anything, but I was truly like, oh no, I'm not gonna make it. I'm gonna go home. Like, I can't. I don't know if I can do this anymore. But we're good now, thankfully. Yay. As I mentioned, living here has forced me to get better in Japanese, but also not care about getting better at the same time. I'm sure people assume that living here equals better Japanese no matter what, but I feel like the time that you spend getting good before you get here will be more valuable and help solidify you getting better in the future once you get here than just living here and doing your life in Japanese. I'm very grateful that I had the time in America where I went hard. Without that, I wouldn't be at the point where I could just cruise now and still get better. Cruise, but with minimal effort and still get better. So I think you need that grind moment. You need a grind year or two, however long, especially if you're planning on going to Japan.
Because once you get here, you might find you're not doing as much as you would like or used to. So I think doing the grind really sets you up for future success. So I super recommend that. And if you can do a grind time, do the grind time. You won't regret it. It's important, I think, because it sets you up with a really good foundation to carry you once you get here, and your life might not be as much Japanese as it was during the grind time. Next, we're at plans for the future. Let's go. Sorry, my throat hurts. All right. Plan number 1. Make an active effort to look up more words as I'm immersing in order to grow my vocab. Same with adding them to Anki and learning new cards consistently. Like I said, sometimes I just don't want to look up things, or I don't need to, and I don't care. Trying to be better about that, look up more words to fill in the gaps, because I do care about the gaps. It's not like I don't care about having lower vocab. I do want to make it better. Sometimes I just don't want to, so focus a little more on that is something I want to pay attention to from here on out. Keep doing what I've been doing during conversations. Pay attention to how people say certain things during conversations so that I can get better at my own speaking. I've said it before, but I really do believe it's one of the things that have gotten me better at speaking and text messaging and stuff, is I really pay attention to what the other person says and go, okay, in this situation they say this, in this situation they say this. And rely more on that, so I build that more of an intuition based on what the native person's saying, and model my speech and everything after that. So I want to keep doing that because I think it's benefited me a lot. I think that's part of the reason why I've gotten better, is because I'm not just speaking without thinking. Rather than thinking about my speech, I think a lot about the other person's, and I think that's really good because I'm building my internal speech model and everything off of them, rather than thinking about what I want to say and how I want to say it perfectly. I say whatever I can say, whatever I think I should say, and if it's right, it's right. If it's wrong, it's wrong. But I don't put too much value into that. I put way more value into what the other person's saying, and then use that as a reference in the future to say certain things and do that. If I just keep doing that, I think I will keep getting better. So I'm going to keep doing that. It's been working for me so far. Keep having fun. It's the number 1 rule of AJATT and everything, is just have fun, dude. And I'm safe to say I'm still having fun whenever I do Japanese stuff. And that's great. I'm happy about that. Still love doing Japanese, like learning Japanese and watching things in Japanese, reading things in Japanese, and the overall process and learning more is really, it's still fun. It still lights up my brain particles or whatever. I'm still having a good time with it. So yeah, I think that's the reason why I'm able to do this after 5 years and don't feel like I want to stop, because like it's always been about fun. At the end of the day, it's been about fun. And without that, I think you screw yourself. So have fun. That's important. It's definitely a different kind of fun than what I was at when I was at the 1 or 2 year mark, because that was more about the grind was really fun, the leveling up, seeing words from the anime pop up in Anki, seeing words in anime pop up in words in Anki pop up in anime and manga, and going, I know this, and building that understanding, like basically just like filling up my XP bar and leveling up like in a video game. That part was like insanely fun, and I wish I could go back to that, because man, once you're past that point, you realize how fucking awesome that is. That initial grind where there's so much to learn, but you're understanding more and more, and you can feel yourself growing, but you still feel like you see how much is left. Like, not in like a bad way, but like in a let's do this type of way. Oh my god, dude, that shit is like crack. I miss that feeling so much. So it's definitely a different kind of fun than that, but it's still fun in its own way, and I'm happy about that. It's awesome. Next plan, haha. Finally take N1. Still have my N2 certificate there. I'm finally just going to take it in December, because my life has calmed down to where I can do it and put a little study time towards it. I probably could have done it before, but I'm finally at a point where I can comfortably do it and just be fucking done with it. I don't want to think about this test. If I do not pass, I will fucking kill myself. Like I will not be happy. I think I will pass, but oh my god, if I don't, I'm gonna lose it. I want to take it so I can be done, because I feel embarrassed every time I say I have it, like in a job interview or something, or someone asks about my Japanese skill, like specifically in a job interview. I have to say N2, but I always qualify, and I'm like, but I probably could take N1. I just haven't because of life. I swear I'm better than this. And it feels like cope, and it probably sounds like cope, but I know that it's the truth. I just haven't taken the damn test to prove it. And that's been triggering me for so long. So I'm taking the damn test in December, and I'm getting over it. We're done. We're done with it, okay? I'm going to do it. So that'll be great. My study plan for the test: take practice tests like once, and then from there see if I actually need to review anything, and then maybe get like a book to practice reading or look up articles on stuff. I don't want to spend money for this, for studying, really, if I don't have to. I don't want to have to put in a lot of effort. I'm just gonna do a practice test, 1 or 2, and then fill in the blanks, look up things from there, and I should be okay. So might get a used study book for cheap if I feel like I actually need it. But otherwise, take 2 or 3 practice tests, 1, 2, 3. It doesn't even matter depending on how the first 1 or 2 go. And then do my best on the test. I think I should be fine if I do that. And it'll be nice to put this behind me, hopefully, and never have to think about it again. Because it's irritating. Oh, go back to learn how to write. There's no reason to actually do this besides wanting to feel a little more confident and secure in my overall Japanese ability, because, like it or not, writing is a part of the language. Whether it's done as frequently as it used to be or not, it's still a part of the language, and I think I should put some time into it if I want to consider myself good or truly fluent at the language. I mean, writing with my hand, obviously. I have an Anki deck. I learned about 38 kanji. I stopped because of life things, and then you know how it is when you stop on Anki learning new words or reviewing something. Sometimes you never go back. So I'm in that stage of not going back right now. One time I will, but I do want to get decent at writing. Just so I can feel, like I said, more secure and overall, like, more rounded in my language abilities. It does feel like a whole chunk is just not there because I can't write. Not that it's needed. It's just, if you look at my whole circle of Japanese ability, there is a spot that's missing. And I just personally would like to fill that in with something. It doesn't need to be able to write 3,000 kanji or whatever, or even 2,000. If I can write the basic, like even 1,000, like just something so that I can like not worry too much if a writing situation comes up. That is kind of what I want to do. One last thing for the future plans. This is not Japanese related, but I do want to make more YouTube content, whether that be the live streams that I started doing, the vlogs I started doing, these update videos, videos about life in Japan, etc. I want to make more content and try and do it semi-consistently because I do really enjoy it. And I have some ideas. I just gotta, do it. Yeah, so look out for that. Get excited, I guess, if you're interested. Especially my monthly live streams. I hope you guys come hang out there. It's super fun to just talk to me, hang out, and it's once a month. Eventually, I would like to do more than once a month, twice a month, maybe every week eventually after I do it consistently. Just because I love live streaming. I loved it ever since I first did it in 2014. So being able to do it again is something I am happy about and I want to do. So I hope I can do that consistently. You guys can come hang out and we can have a good time together. Next, I have a section called Discord Notes. I have a personal Discord server where it's just me. And in this server, I have different channels for certain things to keep track of and like house information as like a little thing. And I have one for Japanese milestones, and it's milestones plus like ramblings about how I feel about Japanese at certain moments. So these are all notes from how I felt about my Japanese at certain points, or Japanese in general, starting from September 2024. So, like, almost, like, 10, 11 months ago-ish. Mix of goals, things I felt in the moment, things I tried, enjoyed, etc. I think this is a nice way to see how I felt about certain points throughout the year, because this video is always, these update videos are always current. It's like, this is how I feel now, this is how it's going. you miss the year in between. I'm not making a consistent video like throughout the year to like keep updates. It's one video after a year, and you miss a lot of details. So I think having these notes gives you a little more insight on how I was feeling throughout the last year since my last update video. And I think this is cool and something that I think people would benefit from, because some of these, I think, not that I can remember, I think some of them might even be like a little bit like I'm not doing good, not having a good time. So I think this is good, and I think everyone would enjoy these. So I wrote some. Starting is from September 15th, 2024. I'm going to read it word for word what I wrote. This one's already funny because I don't do this anymore. Decided to start using only the monolingual dictionary when reading manga. We'll continue using J to E for light novels just because it's faster, and I don't want to stop for longer than a second to read the definition. So far, it's working great, and I don't feel like anything is hard to understand, smiley face. We'll also try to make all Anki cards monolingual from here on out. No clue why it took me until now to do this. I know why. Because who fucking cares, dog? Doesn't matter, okay? I don't do this anymore. I probably did this for a week, if that. I'm not saying monolingual's bad. I'm not saying you don't have to, like, that you shouldn't do it. It's just that it's not as necessary as people act like it is, and it doesn't really fucking matter, okay? I like getting a clean, very dirty definition, so I understand kind of what the word means, and I can move forward. I don't want to be reading the dictionary and getting 100%, okay, this is what it means, and then basing my understanding off of a dictionary definition. So I read what it says in English, and I move forward. The true meaning and usage and everything comes from seeing it again and the immersion and seeing it in context. And I think that's personally how I think it should be learned. And I think it's way better than caring so much about what if the definition is accurate or not. Because even if it's accurate, you're not learning the word from the definition. You're not. So it's the definition at the end of the day is a reference. Okay. Oh my God, I'm dying. So that's why I don't care. And I suggest if you are finding it annoying or you just all are like me and don't care, it's fine, dude. Just don't care. It's chill. On September 23rd, 2024, I hit 900 manga volumes. Good job past me. All right. October 5th, 2024. Oh, this is when I was going through a JLPT M1 deck. I don't do this anymore for reference. Color words for pitch accent is awesome, and I wish I actually used them earlier. The N1 deck I'm going through is great, and I love being able to instantly recognize pitch accent and attribute it to words just by the color of the vocab in the sentence. I'm going to eventually go through all these JLPT decks. Oh my God, sorry, we gotta drink some soda. Shout out to my Gyomu Supa brand cola. 100 yen for this shit, dude, cheap. Going to eventually go through all these JLPT decks from an N5 to N1 as a pitch accent deck, and I think it'll help me out a ton. Highly recommend these decks to beginners now and wish they existed when I started. Still agree that the pitch accent, the color words and stuff is really cool and helpful. I'm not going to go through all those decks to learn pitch accent. Nope, fuck that. Maybe if I become super caring, I care about it more, maybe I will. Current view is no. Thank you. No thanks. Not doing it. I do still think if beginners want to go through Tonga-like decks, the N5, do N5, N4, N3, even just N5, N4. I know there's other decks like 2,000 words, whatever people do now for beginners, but I think if you want to do the N5 stuff, N4 to N3, I still think it's fine. I don't think it's a big deal. But those were cool decks, and I think the pitch accent will be helpful if you do it from a beginner. Oh, here we got some sadness probably. October 14th, 2024. The hardest part about living in Japan is losing easy access to everyone you had around you back home. I think I mentioned this in my Japan video. I miss my friends and my family so much, but it feels like I can't properly feel that because I chose this. I want to make friends here, but I don't know how and don't have the money to go out and do things. I've been able to meet some people from the AJATT community, but these chances aren't consistent, and I don't know how to make them more consistent, especially because I feel like an absolute annoyance, because I have to be honest and be like, I'm literally poor and going crazy hard at saving so I can have a resemblance of an emergency fund in case something happens. Good news, I've saved a lot of more money, so I'm in like a very comfortable money spot right now, in my opinion. I still do feel like that I can't properly feel sad about any of this because I chose this life, and I know that if it was someone else, I say it's okay if you chose it. It's fine to be upset about that. It's a hard thing, but because it's myself, it's hard to come to terms with. It's okay to be sad about it, but at the end of the day, I did choose this, so it feels like I can't complain still. Have been able to meet more people from the AJATT community. I'm starting to be more, I message people like, hey, let's go hang out, let's go get dinner or something, so I can meet people. But I've made some really good friends from the community that some of them live here, some people don't live here, and the people that don't live here, like for example, Seven Stop. God, I love Seven Stop. He's a legend. Check out his YouTube channel. I'm good. Me and him, we're gonna hang out a lot when he moves into Japan. I can feel it. I'm really happy I met him. He's super fun. But yeah, there's also people that I met that do live here. But when he moves to Japan, oh, it's gonna be a movie, dude. It's gonna be a fucking movie. But yeah, a lot of that has gotten better. Some things not. Some things are the same, but it's definitely gotten better. I'm really glad I have my girlfriend because without her, I would be pretty alone. But I do want to hang out with others and find at least one other person who I could consider a friend / get to know more. As I said, we are getting better at that. I'm meeting more people and we're doing okay. I'm in a better spot. Still not ideal, but I'm in a better spot than where I was back in October. Yay, that's awesome. We love growth and progress. I know it probably won't always be like this, especially the being poor thing, but it's hard to not feel like time is being wasted. I already wasted a fuck ton of time and experiences during college. Partly COVID is to blame, but most of it is on me. I won't go into that now, but college I could have went out it differently. But college started getting really good for me, then COVID hit. And then when it came back from COVID, it never recovered. It never recovered. And I don't want to do that again while I'm here. I don't want to waste my time here, it feels like. Even if I live here for the rest of my life, I don't want to waste a bunch of the time, I feel like. Getting better at this. I'm feeling a little bit more better about all of this, so that's good news. But thankfully, I'm only 23, and even once I turn 24, I'm still pretty young, and there's a lot of time. I'm 24 now. Oh my god. Shout out to past me. I just wish that I didn't have to wait for this when it's something I'm pretty interested in changing. There just isn't any real routes to changing at the moment, and truthfully, nobody is at fault, even myself, but it still sucks and doesn't feel great. That was mainly about the money thing. It's like I can't really just magically have more money unless I switch jobs, and that's still not up to me. The part where it says nobody's at fault, you could blame me because I chose the job and the salary, but what are you gonna do? There are things I could have changed, and I am actively trying to change and get better at. So I said I was interested in changing. I don't know if I actually was, and I think I go into that about how a lot of people will say they want to do something, but they don't actually want to do it. But it's okay to admit to yourself you don't want to do it, but I guess people don't want to admit to themselves that they don't want to do it, so then they don't. And I think this was kind of that. I was kind of coping and saying I was interested, but I don't think I was as interested as maybe I acted like I was. I wanted a magic switch, and instead of taking care of it and actually doing stuff, I wanted the magic change. So yeah, but that's all getting better, I think, as well now. I'm so sorry for all the coughs. December 9th, 2024. I wrote down some goals for the year. Check out my Twitter at the end of the year to see how I did. Wink. I'm not going to tell you now. It'll spoil it. But there are some... I made some goals, so you can read that when that comes out. December 31st, 2024. This one's kind of a long one. I had this realization today while playing Muv-Love. Muv-Love? Don't know how to pronounce it. I enjoyed what I played of it. Gotta go back to it. Kill me. Started today and already played for 3 hours and about 40,000 characters. It may seem obvious, but the better you get, the easier it is to remember words. However, this doesn't mean that it's easier to actually get these words implanted in your head. At least for me, if I'm not immersing as much as I did in the beginning, it doesn't matter how much I see these words in Anki or every now and then in the wild. Since most new words are relatively uncommon / not guaranteed to see in daily life, even if they are semi-common, it makes it hard to actually remember them and make them as instant as all the other really normal words. Still feel it this way, especially when it's not super normal that you're going to see everyday life. Even though it's easier to remember it short term, long term is still kind of hard because it just doesn't come up as much. For me, at least still now. Maybe that'll change one day. The only way I can think of getting around this is to immerse more and keep mining / looking up words. Duh.
But there's a lot of times when I'm looking up words over and over that I know I've seen before, and at one point could tell you exact meaning. But when I see them in Immersion now, they kind of just don't click immediately. Which I think this is still common. Words go in and out of full understanding, I think, if they're not super common. I think you're going to go in stages of, I know this, and then you don't see it very often, and it drops off. It's the natural SRS, I think, with that. So that seems normal still. The goal is for every word to just click and be instant from hearing/reading the meaning and understanding without worrying about it. But the farther you get, the harder it is to do that with new words because of how often you actually get to encounter them in the wild. Still agree, for the most part. I don't think people talk about this at all, and I wish people did. I'm kind of at a loss at how to get them in my head besides just immersing more, which I know will help and probably fix the issue. But it's also hard to get that much immersion because of the general frequency of the words. The more rare a word is, the more you have to immerse, and the more varied your immersion has to be, or else the word just never gets fully acquired because you don't get enough chances. It's becoming really frustrating and making me feel more stuck than I probably actually am. I hope talking about this helps others, people can give me advice if they've experienced this and overcame it. I still kind of agree with that overall. I think the better you get and the less common a word is, the harder it is to fully acquire it if it's not coming up all the time. And I still feel that way. I don't think I'm as frustrated about it as maybe I was when I wrote this, but it's still kind of an issue that I wouldn't mind being solved, so that might still be there. January 14, 2025. Been having a fuck sleep schedule, so just to feel down in general and just thinking about life and shit, so I'm in a bit of a slump rut / not feeling great. Well, I decided on a whim to start reading Don Machi because why not, and might as well get back into some type of light novel so that I can get myself back into reading the Monogatari series at some point. About 4,000 characters in and I feel like a moron. So many fantasy words that I haven't seen much and I feel like I'm back to where I was 5 years ago. I finally felt like I was getting better and moving in the direction of where I wanted to go, but now I feel like complete ass again, lol. I know that if I just read more of this, I'll get used to it and it won't be so bad, but damn, this is a giant reminder of how far I am from my goals and it feels bad. I want to read more, but my hands hurt, so this is it for now. I think write more, not read more. That's what I meant. Yeah, dude, that still happens. You read something and you feel like a fucking moron. You're like, damn, I suck. I'm just bad. I never really read isekai or super fantasy stuff, so a lot of those words that would come up in those books and stuff, I just never really learned them. So yeah, that one was a slap in the face when I started it. I didn't read too much more. I enjoyed what I read, and as I read more, it did get easier. But yeah, man, reading that is like, don't worry, buddy. Still have that happen. I think everyone has that. You just have those days. Sometimes there's also days where you're just not doing, your brain's not working as well. And you're like, damn, I'm a fucking idiot. And it just happens. Yeah, that's completely normal. But I wanted to write that because I think, I wanted to read that definitely because everyone goes through that. So if you're going through that, you're not alone. It happens. And I assume that'll happen for years to come. So what are you going to do? You kind of got to just deal with it, I guess. January 18, 2025. Hit 1,000 manga volumes. Yay. As you can see, I've not read a lot. That was in January. 1,000. I'm only at 1,063 right now. Dropped off the manga train. I will get back on it. But yeah, you can tell I have not been reading as much this year. Did a lot of video games, though. Next note is until May 6th. So we get like a 5-month jump. This is a good one. I actually really liked this when I wrote it because I think it's true. Maybe. I want to know if other people's experience lines up to this. Also, holy fuck, we're already at an hour in. This video is so long. I'm so sorry. I wonder if speaking with proper pitch is harder because you're choosing words as you say them, so there's no flow to kind of understand what pitch / what sound to make like in reading. When reading Anki cards, I was able to speak in perfect pitch, according to my girlfriend. But when I talk, it's much less consistent. And I think that's because I know how things sounds when reading, because I watched a lot of subtitle content, and I can figure out the flow of the sentence because I know all the parts of it already. Whereas when speaking, you never know every word you're going to say in advance unless it's like a speech or something. Like you're not reading something. Words come out as you think of them and as things want to be said. It's not like there for you to see it all and understand the general flow. This just might be an under the influence take. Under the influence take. Maybe I was drunk. I don't remember. But it makes a little sense to me. Yeah. And then I wrote this: talk about goals and doing things because you should, but not because you want to. So you say you want to do it, but don't do it. So do I really want to, or do I just think that it's something I should do? Both of these I think are really interesting. I still believe the thing about pitch accent. I think if you're reading, it's much easier to speak in perfect pitch if you've listened a lot with subtitles specifically, maybe. It's all there, so you can kind of build the flow of, you know, how a sentence is supposed to sound. But when you're speaking yourself, it's coming out as you're speaking. So you don't have time to kind of like build a flow pattern in your head and know what is correct, you know? So I still feel that way. I think it's interesting though. And then the goals and stuff, like this is like I said with wanting to change stuff. I think a lot of the times, I think this is with a lot of people too. Say you want to do something because you feel like maybe you should, or that it'd be better to do it. Not necessarily like that you want to, but you say you want to because you know it'll be better. But if you wanted to do it, you would do it, you know? And I think this isn't just a problem with me, with other people. It's a problem with me as well. I think humans just do this where, and I never really noticed it until I thought about it this one day for some reason. But I think it was probably because of the pitch accent. But I think it's okay to like kind of think about things and say, do I actually want to do this? Or am I just saying I want to do it because it feels good or it would look better or that people expect it? Because sometimes I think people will say they want to do something, and based on actions, you can tell they don't. You know, like actions speak louder than words sometimes, obviously. So you might say you want to do it, but you're not doing it. So like, do you actually want to do it? And it's not like it's a bad thing. I think a lot of people just don't want to, me, myself included, don't want to admit that they don't want to do something, especially if you know it's going to be beneficial. Like the making friends, changing, like going out of my way to talk to people, stuff like that. I know it would be beneficial to do it. So I say I want to do it, but I'm not doing it. So did I really want to do it? Or I just know it's beneficial, and that's why I want to do it. Beneficial doesn't always mean one. Just because you think it's better doesn't mean it's something you want to do. You might want to do it because it's better, and that could be your reasoning, but I think it's okay to say you don't want to do something. You don't have to want to do everything just because it's better for you. Would it be better to do it? Yeah, because it's more beneficial. But you don't have to. It's okay if you don't want to do it. I think people should be honest with themselves more, including me. There's a lot of things I say I want to do, and deep down I think I don't. I don't want to do them, because if I did, maybe we would be in a different spot right now. So I think that's just a little thing to think about, and I don't think people really think about that often. And it's something you see a lot, especially with learning Japanese and stuff. It's people like, oh, I want to learn Japanese. I want to learn Japanese. And it's like, okay, here's the way to do it. And then people try to get out of it by being like, oh, no, I can't do that. That's too hard. And it's like, okay, like maybe you don't want to do this. And that's okay. I think people should be able to say, okay, I don't actually want to do this. I thought I did, but when I saw what I have to do or what it would take, I don't. I realized I don't want to do this. And I think that's fine. But I think there's a lot of a negative stigma about saying that you don't want to do it. And like kind of going back on your word in a way. But I think it's okay. And people should be more honest, not just with people around them, maybe themselves as well. Probably yourself the most. I think it's good to be honest with yourself. That was a little thought I had. I probably was thinking about something like, did I actually want to do this or not? And I think I'm lying to myself, but I can't tell. So I think it's just an interesting little thought thing. All right. We're getting there. We're almost done. Whew. May 16th, 2025. This isn't necessarily related to Japanese, but feel like it can be relatable / good to show people that you're not alone if you're experiencing the same things. Oh my goodness. I found that I'm extremely focused on the future rather than the now. That doesn't mean I'm not enjoying things in the present, but my overall view of life is very, even right now in this moment, very, very much on what it can be / I hope for it to become. I don't think it's a bad thing per se, but I think
I think it can definitely teeter on the line of being unhealthy / go really bad. Like, I'm too focused on what my life will be like when I have money. I'm making steps now to get there, but I feel like the obsession about this future that could not exist because who knows, I could die tomorrow, is probably setting myself up for failure / disappointment if it doesn't work out. For example, like, oh, I want this, by this age I'll have this much money, or I want this job to make this much money. What if you don't get that job? What if you don't have that? What if something happens and you can't save that much money? It's probably not good to set yourself up for failure or be disappointed already before you get there. But same thing with Japanese. I'm too focused on hitting number of things watched or read, hitting X amount of words, being able to do X in a certain amount of time, etc. When instead, I could just enjoy stuff, enjoy the journey again like it was at the start, instead of focusing only on an end goal that isn't actually the end at all. It's always like, oh, when I hit here, things will be different. But once you hit there, you realize that you're just in the present again, and nothing is really different. I don't know how to stop because actively thinking about it and changing... Wait. Oh. I don't know how to stop besides actively thinking about it and changing my thoughts. It's not a bad thing at the moment, but I can see things being bad if expectations don't line up with reality. I always said that I don't make timelines and all that for my life, but I do. It's just in a different way. Instead of being like, be married by 25, 26, have kids by 30, etc. My timeline type of thing is get money and enjoy life more, and then get to this level of Japanese. My timeline is different. It's not by X age. It's just when I hit this number, or when I hit this thing, or I would like to do this in the future. I'm setting up a timeline and I didn't realize it was a timeline until May 16th, 2025. Feeling stuck, and then colon, is this backslash, // which one's which? This is backslash, I think. Link up. That kind of face. You know what I mean. This is from the same day. This was at 1:49 and then 2:04 a.m. I hope that my recent interest in anime again and just immersing plus making cards in general is something that sticks around. Spoiler alert, it did not. Like always. I don't know why I think it'll ever stick. It never does. I feel like some of my most fun with Japanese was when I was making big games and immersing a lot to get those games. True. I miss that and I want to feel that again, regardless of numbers and stuff. True. I'm at a point where I can do most things, but I still have a lot of holes. True. So I feel like if I go hard enough, within reason, and kind of create a second golden age, I can really make progress and feel better about my overall level. Yeah. At this point, any improvement is just going to benefit my life in general because of living in Japan. So I feel like it's more justifiable / worth it to put a lot of effort in again because it has real impact outside of, I'm just better at Japanese, woo. When you're in America, at the end of the day, it's just I'm better at Japanese. When you're in Japan, it has real life impacts, whether it's job, relationships, etc. So I think putting that grind in would be way more beneficial in a different way than it was doing the grind in America, very beneficial. Grind in Japan, I think just as beneficial, just in a different way. I've lost the desire to improve at Japanese for the sake of Japanese improvement. Granted, I don't know how much I ever had this desire. Example, my relationship with Anki. I only want to get better because it will have a direct impact on my life and is something that wouldn't be a waste of time at all. I still think I agree with that. I'm not chasing arbitrary numbers for the sake of the numbers. I'm chasing arbitrary numbers because it'll directly impact other parts of my life. Still chasing arbitrary numbers, and that's something I want to work on, though. I wish I had an easier way to convey my thoughts / I could articulate them more clearly. I hope these little journal-type entries are good and people like these when I put them in the 5-year video. Let me know down below in the comments if you like this. Also, like, comment, and subscribe. But yeah, there's not much I can really add to that. I kind of just said it all right there. Next is the final note. Nope, we have 2 notes left. Sorry, I lied. May 22nd, 2025. Really getting serious about wanting to fix my... This is also... I've in this video, I've already... I've said the opposite of this. Really getting serious about wanting to fix my accent and stuff, so I started doing the Kotsu minimal pairs test today. And I'm probably going to do like 50 reps of that daily until I'm basically at 100% with it. Did not continue it after that day. Should I? Yes. Will I? We'll see. Also paying super close attention to words and Anki and make sure pitch is correct as well to pass the card. Also started to learn how to write a couple days ago. I mentioned this earlier. And I've been doing 5 kanji a day. Already at 15, it's been relatively easy / enjoyable. I did enjoy it, and it was pretty easy, easier than I thought. Hoping I could keep this up, and then I'll be around 2,000 by the end of 1 year doing it. Spoiler alert, did not keep it up, as I mentioned, but I would like to go back to it, like I said. I might take the Kanken one day for shits and giggles. I think I lied to myself there. I don't think I'm actually going to take the Kanken. That was like a 2-day, it'd be fun to do that one day. And then, since then, the want to do that has gone to basically 0. So being able to write is a must. Plus, I don't want to be in a situation where I have to write and I can't do it from memory. That is still true. Shit is annoying having to bring out your phone / ask someone else to do it for you. For the reason I thought about this is when we went to the one onsen kind of place for our anniversary. There was a form where you had to write your address, and I had to write my name and my girlfriend's name, and I had to have her write it because I couldn't. Even though her name isn't hard, even just her last name, it didn't come up my head. I couldn't do it. So, stuff like that, it's ugh, I should be able to do this. Like I mentioned, a chunk missing from my overall circle of Japanese ability. So I'm going to go hard and hopefully keep making progress. Oh, naive me, thinking I would continue things. The only thing I've continued in these 5 years is Japanese in general. Not one thing within this journey has been consistent in terms of reading manga, watching anime, reading books, playing games, doing Anki, anything. None of it has been consistent. So I don't know why I continue to believe that I will be consistent. I get optimistic and I'm like, oh, I'll be consistent with this. I will not be consistent. If that's one thing you take from my 5-year update and my updates in general, is I'm not consistent. The only consistent thing I did was something Japanese every day. That's it. And it got me here. So that's good enough. That's proof it's good enough. Consistency is key. But doing the same thing, I'm not good at that. For some reason, I can't do it. Even 5 years in, my Japanese has so much room to improve, and I have a feeling that I'll be in a completely different place by my 6-year mark. I'm actually super looking forward to it. I still agree with this. I do have a lot of room to improve, and I do think I will be better in a year from now. I don't know how much better, but I think even from the point I wrote this message, I'm better. I am better in a variety of ways. So I am still looking forward to it, because I like seeing the overall improvement. It's really fun for me. All right. The next one is the final one. June 2nd, 2025. This is just two small things. But this is some advice for everyone out there who may be early in their journey. I feel bad giving advice because the answer is actually read more and listen more. I'm sorry, the just immerse bro, they were right, okay? That's the answer. Immerse more and you will be fine. That's it. I'm sorry. That's all it is. Immerse more, look up words. You're good, okay? Trust me, okay? Please. I'm at the point now where I think I can give advice and it should be believed because I've hit a certain point. For the love of God, just believe me. If you believe in the process and do those 2 things, plus looking up unknown words, you'll be good. If you don't believe it and you're struggling to believe in the process, everyone was there. I was there. I probably talk about it in previous videos. You will go through points where you don't believe that it'll work because it doesn't feel like it should because of all the stupid bullshit that you read online. Take the leap and you'll be all good, okay? Read more, listen more, look up unknown words, look up unknown grammar, do Anki if that's something you want to do. If you do that, you will get better. Everything else is just supplementing that. Reading a textbook is supplementing that if you want to read the textbook. It's not a fucking requirement. The only requirement is that you read more, you listen more, and you look up things. If you do that, you will get good. As long as you do it consistently over a long period of time with a lot of different materials. That's it. Listen to me. Please, just do that. If you
If you're worried, don't be. Follow that advice and you will be fine. Okay? That's all you need to know. Everything else is just fluff. It doesn't mean it's bad, but everything else is fluff. That is the fucking core of this. And as long as you do that, you're chill. I can't say this enough. I want to say it a million times. Trust me, dude. You got this. You can do it. I did it. A bunch of people can have done it. This isn't impossible. You just got to follow that core philosophy and you're going to be all okay. All A-okay. Doubting is fine and normal. Just don't give in to the doubts and make that yourself stop or change what you're doing. You'll get there. Trust me. That's the end of my notes. Next, the next part, I'm going to do a little cut here. I'm going to speak a little Japanese and just to give like a little thing. But like I said, I will have a longer video speaking in Japanese. So this will be just like a little section to tease that. And I'll just talk a little bit. I don't know about what. But if you understand Japanese, congrats. You get to listen to this next part. I'm not putting subtitles because I'm lazy. And use it as if you don't understand, use it as motivation. Come back in a year and maybe you will. Okay. So yeah, I'll cut here, and we'll do that. Welcome. This should be after the cut, so you're probably here like ready for me to speak Japanese. Sun's going down, so we got to do this fast. なんか何について話すか全然わからないんだけど、とりあえず日本語で話してみようかな。前に言ってたけど、この後に2週間以内ぐらいになんか違う日本語だけで話す動画出そうと思ってて、なんかその動画もなんかあんまりなんか話すこととか話題とかは全然決まってなくて、なんかただその日になんかノリで話そうかなと思うよね。なんでかはわからないんだけど、英語になると普通になんかいやなんかペラペラでなんか言いたいこととか言ってて、なんかすぐなんか新しい言いたいことが思い浮かぶ。でも日本語になるとそんなに出てこない。本当になんか僕だけかもしれないかな。なんか全然わからなくて、なんかじゃあ日本語で話せって言われたら、なんか何についてなんか話題とかがないとちょっと混乱しちゃう。僕だけかな。なんか他に共感できる人がいたら本当に教えてほしい。マジで教えてほしい。なんか別に日本語で話せないわけじゃないし、ただ何も思い浮かべない。なんか日本語だけって言われたら、なんかじゃあ何なんか質問とかがないと本当に自分から何も言えなくなっちゃう。本当にそれ。なんかこういうアップデートの動画はなんか全部日本語で話す、なんかできるかもしれない。本当になんか前は絶対になんか全部英語じゃないと無理かなと思ってたんだけど、今になると普通に日本語でできると思うけど、もしこういうなんか台本じゃないけどこういうトピックのリストとかがあれば大丈夫かなと思ったりしてる。多分2年前じゃちょっとやだね。なんか1年前ぐらいだと全然できない。絶対にできないと思う。なんか多分なんかいや怖いなんか非難された怖いって思っちゃうし、いや絶対これだと日本語になると全然言えないじゃんって思っちゃうわけ。でも今になると普通に日本語で話せるけど別に英語のように話せないし、多分間違いとかもいっぱいあると思うけど、ある程度のコミュニケーションとか言いたいことは言えるから、普通に今は動画日本語で全部とってもいいかなと思う。でも安心してこれからこういうアップデート動画とかは全部英語でやるからそれはないけど、やっとなんかこの動画の内容とかは全部日本語で言えるなと言えるようになったなと思ってるから、なんかちょっと嬉しいなと思った。今なんか最近全然なんか日本語下手だとか本当に言うと思ってない。 本当に思ってない。なんか自分が下手とか、なんかもちろん普通の日本語学習者よりうまいと思う。でもそれは自慢じゃなくて、なんか事実だけ。でもまだ自分にとってレベルはなんかなんていう、なんか期待してるレベル、なんか想像してるレベルと、なんか理想なレベルとなんか違うから、まだ下手だなと思ったり言ったりしてるね。なんか全然、なんかもう普通にペラペラ、もう人生は全部日本語でいいし、英語はもういらないとか、そういうことを思ってないけど、やっと普通の生活とか日常会話とか、なんかお金の話とかでも未来の話とかでも、もっとなんか表面的な会話だけじゃなくて、もっと深いの話とかも全部日本語でできるから、本当に成長したなって思うっていうか、今思う。なんか多分30分前聞かれたら、いや思わないな、なんかまだこういうなんか知らないこととか多いし、この間違いとかまだしてるしって言うと思う。でもなんでかなんかこのアップデート動画のために撮ることになったら、ちょっと実力をちょっとなんか認めちゃう。なんか本当にそんなに下手じゃないなと思った今。だからなんか自慢に聞こえるかもしれないけど、本当にやっと今の自分の日本語をちゃんと認めたかなと思う。それは変かもしれないけど、本当にもう5分ぐらい話してる。なんかこれとかもすごいと思う。多分1年半前ぐらいの前の日本語を話す動画だと、5分だけ話してって言われたら、なんか多分相当混乱したと思う。なんか5分はなんか長いじゃん。なんか知らない言語だと、あんまりなんか自分の言いたいこと言えない言語だと5分は長いじゃん、本当に。でも今になるともう普通になんかもう5分以上喋ってるから、本当にびっくりした今だからまあ5年だよね普通。なんかもう5年勉強すればこんぐらいできるかなと思う。なんかでも僕よりめっちゃ上手い人もいるから、本当に自分は特別とかだと全然思わないし、ただこの5年間のなんていう努力は、やっとその努力が報われた、努力に報われたなと思う。そんなにたまには独り言とか言うから、カメラの前はあんまり動画撮らないけど、自分お風呂入ってる時とか独り言とかしてるから、日本語で話すことは全然変じゃないし、一人で話すことは全然変じゃないし、もうやっと慣れてきたって感じがする。それは本当に嬉しい本当に嬉しい。多分1年半前の動画だと、その時の自分は本当に日本語はちょっとだけできるねみたいな感覚だったけど、今はもうなんか全部なんかもう言ったけど、なんか全部英語を捨ててもう全部日本語だけでいいって言えないけど、本当に成長したな。成長はなんか気づかないよね、自分になると。なんか他人になるともうなんかわかんない、なんか努力とかこんぐらいのレベルだった、それでここまで成長したなって簡単に見れるじゃん。でも自分になると全然見えないっていうか、ただ気づかないよね。なんか自分のレベルはどんどん上がったら、なんかいつも現在の自分だから、なんかなんて言うんだろう、なんて言えばいい、現在の自分だから、そういうなんか細かい成長とか、なんかこれは上手くなったなとか、そういうのは全然気づかない。もう自分だから、自分はいつでも自分だから、その現在。でも多分この動画見てる人からでも、確かに1 1年半前よりもめっちゃ上手くなったって思われるかもしれない。あんまり自分のレベルとか認めないから、こういうことを動画で言うのちょっとなんか気まずいなと思っちゃう。なんか本当に自慢だと思われたら悲しいな。ただね、なんか頑張れば誰でもできるなと思う。なんか自分でもできるなと思う。絶対に最初2018年に日本語勉強したんだけど、その時に大丈夫、2025年になったらもう普通に10分ぐらいで日本語で話しても全然問題ないし、言いたいことは全部できるよって言われたら、本当にその時の自分は、いやお前絶対嘘ついてるって言うと思う。絶対にこんなにできる人になると思わなかった。だからこの5年間を見れば本当にすごいと思う。本当にすごいと思う。だからなんか勉強してる人たちとかも、もし今困ってる人たちとかも、もしこの動画を見て英語勉強してる人たちとかもいたら、なんか自分もできるよ。本当にできる。動画の中にも言ったんだけど、もっと読んで、もっと聞いて、知らない言葉調べて信じる、そういうことだけやれば本当に上手くなれるから。僕はできた。お前もできる。僕は特別じゃない。ただの日本が好きで、日本語が好きで、なんか変な人だけ。僕はこんなにできたよ。だからお前もできる。そんなになんか難しいな、できないな、って思わなくていい。やりたければやる。やりたければできる。そういうことだけ。だからなんかみんな、なんかこういう動画を見てる人たちにちょっとなんか僕は応援してるよ。それは買ってほしい。本当にみんなも上手くなってほしいし、目標とかに超えてほしい。本当になんかみんな、なんかこれはたまに見るんだけど、ネットとかでディスコードとかで、いやこの部分は難しいとか言ってる人多い。なんかみんな動画で言ったけど、僕はいつも未来のこと見るじゃん。これ難しいって思う時はそれは現在だけ見てるじゃん。現在見てて、むずいな、できないな、自分下手だな、バカだなって思う時もある。でもそういう難しい部分ちょっと無視するんじゃないけど、ちょっとまあ後で頑張るみたいな感じにいけば、1年後はその難しい部分はもう死ぬほど簡単、なんか分からないわけがないみたいなことになるから、本当にただ頑張ればいい。続いてほしい。それだけ。なんかずっと続けたらもう大丈夫になるからそれだけ。なんかこの日本語の部分はちょっとなんかぐちゃぐちゃになってるけど、もう12分ぐらい話してるから、まあこんぐらいのレベルだよね。なんか会話になると普通にキャッチボールができるから、そんなに困れないね。まあ仕事のことになるとたまにはなんか固まっちゃう時もあるし、なんかこれなんて言えばいいかなってなるけど、それは大体ビジネス日本語とか丁寧語があるから難しいな。みんなもわかると思うんだけど、なんかタメ語になると普通に話せる。それは自分にとって結構いいことだなと思う。じゃあもうこんぐらいでいいかな。後で2週間ぐらい以内また日本語で話す動画を出すから、その時に見てね。楽しみにしてて。うまくいくかどうかわかんないけど、何について話すかどうかわかんないけど、ま、それが出したら見てくれたら嬉しいなと思う。はい、ありがとう。There we go. I just spoke Japanese for like 13 minutes. That went way faster than I thought, and I even mentioned in there I didn't think it would just speak like that. I hope that gives a good as I said, hope it gives a little, in a little look into where my level's at, and you can evaluate me from there. Okay, you can call me bad, you can call me good. I don't care. I'm pretty happy where I am, but we can get better. We will get better. Yeah. So hope you stay tuned. Next part of the video is just the conclusion, and then it all ends. So yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. Appreciate it. Hey, welcome back. I just talked in Japanese. I hope you loved that. Spoiler alert, I still haven't filmed that Japanese section. I'm filming the conclusion first, and then I'll go and film the Japanese section. So I hope I spoke good. I hope you enjoyed it. This is another long one. Thanks again for watching another one of my super long AJATT updates. I really appreciate everyone who watches these, and you guys have changed my life just as much as I hope I have in terms of if I've motivated you or given you advice or whatever. It's crazy. I know that this one could probably feel similar to the other ones, and there's no more crazy jumps like how there used to be, but I love updating you guys once a year and being able to do it in a sit-down video like this and just talk for an hour and a half, because I love doing that, apparently. It's just great. So expect the 6-year one. It'll happen. Is it needed? Probably not, because it won't change very much, maybe. But I do like this as like a catch-up type video, so you'll see me again, trust me. Check out my book off vlog, any other vlogs that come out, my monthly live streams, on the first Saturday of every month at 10 a.m. Japan time. Hopefully, eventually, once a month. The playlists or everything are in the description. They're also on the channel, so you can check out those if you want to watch previous videos and everything. Look at my Twitter and my other social medias. Also, all the links are down in the description. Like this video, comment on this video, say some stupid shit in the comments. I don't care. Say anything. Subscribe. Get me more subscribers. Watch my videos on repeat so that I can get 2,000 more watch hours to hit monetization. Do anything. Help me out, bros. Feel free to DM me if you're in Japan and you want to hang out and meet up. Or if you just have a question or want to talk about something. I can be bad at answering DMs and slow at them, so please keep that in mind. But if there's people who want to hang out or have a question or need some help, I do my best to eventually get back to you. So you'll get a message back eventually. Just don't expect it in like 2 days. It might take some time, but I try to get back to everyone. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next video, which will be me speaking Japanese and more of a long form video. So I hope you guys are excited for that, and check that out when it comes out. See ya, everyone. Hey guys, it's Aaron, or Hypothetical Tiger, or however you know me. Welcome to my newest video. As you can tell by the title, I'm going to be speaking Japanese today, so most of this video will be in Japanese, so if you don't understand Japanese, I don't think this will have much value to you, but if you're kind of interested in what my Japanese sounds like and everything, then all the power to you. Watch it if you want. This video is supposed to come out after my 5-year video, like pretty close. I think in the video I said 2 weeks after. It's been a couple months, I think, so did not put this video out. I've been truthfully just lazy and I haven't recorded it. So now I'm finally recording it, and kind of sleep deprived and everything, so I don't want to use that as an excuse, but we'll see if that affects my Japanese at all. But yeah, I figured might as well record this and get this out there because I'm sick of thinking about it and not doing it, and I just it's building inside of me. I need to make this video. So yeah, today we have a couple topics. I have 5 written down. I don't know if I'll talk about all of them, but it's kind of just like so I have something to talk about because there's no script. This is completely off of the cuff, as off of the cuff as you can get, because I didn't even really practice, and I've spoken a little bit of Japanese today, but not anything to the point where like, oh, I'm in the zone. So it's probably gonna start and sound really bad because I'm just like not used to it right now. But we'll see. Yeah, so a couple of topics, no script and all that. So I hope you guys enjoy. I don't know how long this video will be. I'm gonna talk about what I want to talk about, and when I hit a point where I'm like, all right, I'm tired, or like, okay, that was good enough, I'll end the video. So yeah, that's about it. So I guess without further ado, time to speak in a little bit of Japanese. じゃあ日本語にしよう。何について話そうかな。なんかちょっとアウトプットについて話そうかな。なんか今は話してるから、ちょっとアウトプットは ちょっといいかなと思って。ですね、なんかですね。ちなみにこれは全部タメ語にして、敬語とか、それは使わなくて使いたくない本当にタメ語は一番楽なんで、これで話したいなと思って。なんかアウトプットについて、ちょっと、なんかみんな、最初はインプットとか集中してるばっかりだと思うから、なんかアウトプットはなんかどんな感じかな、なんか上達していくためにどうすればいいとか、なんかそれについてちょっと話した方がいいかなと思ってます。なんかアウトプットは、なんかこういう、なんかいろんな段階がある。多分他に日本語を勉強してる人たちと話したら同じこと言うと思うから、結構共感できる話題かな。アウトプットは最初、自分で話そうとして話してて、それで何回言っちゃって、いや違うなってなるときは多いね。なんかその時は、自分は日本語、もちろん話してるけど、その言っちゃったことは自分の脳みそで、もうダメ。なんか、それは自然な日本語じゃないみたいなことをなんか1秒でわかる。1秒でわかるんだけど、なんかその時に、ただ、間違ってることしか知らない。だからなんか何が間違ってるか、なんか何が自然な言い方とか全然わからなくて、ただなんか言っちゃったみたいな感覚が本当に多くて、多分この動画の中でも何回も繰り返すと思う。なんか本当にこれは多分死ぬまで繰り返す現象だと思うから、本当にみんな共感できるといいなと思って。じゃあそれは最初の段階でなんか言っちゃって、違うなって思ったりするじゃん。その後は次の段階は、あとすいません、でもメモとかがあるから、だからいつもなんか頭はずっと動いてるでもそれはただこの話題だけについて結構メモがあるから、それはちゃんと言いたいから、いつもここに見たりここに見たりしてる。すいません。じゃあ2番目の段階はなんかイマージョンとかで違うネイティブとかと話すときに、なんか自然な言い方とか聞いて、なんかそれだってなる。じゃあ最初は全然知らなくてただ間違ってる。でも次はこれだってなって、その時は自分で言おうとしてもあんまりできない。なんかできないっていうか、めっちゃ遅く話して、結構話したいことについて考えたらできるかもしれないけど、大体の場合はこうになる。また最初の段階と同じくで言っちゃって、やばいそれは違う。でも違うって気づいた瞬間に、いや自然な言い方はこうって多分まあ1秒2秒5秒、結構早く気づく。なんか例えば食べられるの使い方とかわからない人で、食べられるじゃなくて食べるしか言って、それでイマージョンで食べられるって分かって、次食べるって言った時に、いや食べられるってもうなんか早く気づく。なんかもう言っちゃったみたいな。なんかいや食べるんじゃなくて食べられるみたいな。なんかそういう気づきがあって、それは2段階目。3段階目はもうどんどん言っちゃう違うやつ言っちゃうんじゃなくて、どんどん自然な言い方言えるのようになる。だから大体の場合はみんな最初は間違ってると思う。もちろんイマージョンの学習者たちがちょっと多分普通の人より合ってると思うけど、そういう間違ってる言っちゃった時は結構あって、だから本当にこの3段階は本当に大事で、最初は言っちゃっても大丈夫だよ、ただイマージョンで気づいて、そっからどんどん言えるようになる。 多分みんなはなんかこういうことは分かってると思うけど、大体の場合は最初は100%合ってるじゃな合ってないともうダメみたいな考え方持ってる人は多いと思う。本当に特にネットとかの人たちだとちょっとなんか100%自然な日本語じゃないと話したくない、もうなんか話す意味ないとかいう人は結構多いから、なんかそれはいいことかどうかは人によって意見は違うと思うんだけど、僕的にはそれはちょっとただアウトプットのなんか上手くなる方法とちょっとずれてるなぁと結構思ってるね。こういう3段階があることを分かったらもう全然大丈夫だと思う。最初は言っちゃう。でも間違ってることを気づいて、それで合ってる言い方とか自然な日本語とか言葉の使い方とかイマージョンから違う会話とかで学ぶっていうか、やっと無意識じゃなくて意識的に気づくみたいな。だってイマージョンやってる時にもちろん多分なんかそういう言葉の意味とかそういう文法の使い方とかは分かってる。だって意味は伝わってるから、意味は分かるから、なんか全部は無意識的な知識だと思う。だから次は意識的に気づいて、これは合ってるみたいな。それで次はまた言っちゃって、でもすぐなんか食べるじゃなくて食べられる。それでどんどんなんかいやごめん食べられる、いや食べられるみたいな、なんかそれ何回もやってやっと食べられる。なんかもう簡単にペラペラで言えるようになるみたいな。多分なんかそれを、うんうん、集中しなくてもいいんだけど、ただ注意した方がいい。最初は多分言えないことは多いと思うけど、なんかその気づいてからは大事だと思う。多分気づく前はただなんかしょうがないみたいな感じだと思う。だからイマージョンやってる時に日本人とか誰かと話してる時に本当に相手の言ってることか動画の言ってることとかアニメの言ってることとかその言葉とかは全部ちょっと細かく見なくてもいいと思うんだけどちょっと細かく見た方がいいかも。いや、前言ったことはもう忘れて、細かく見た方がいい。特に日本人と話してる時、多分なんていうこの忘れたもう忘れてた、もう日本語できない。ほらこれはある、なんか言いたいことはあるのに言えない。だから多分イマージョンやってる時に彼女と話してる時にそれ言いたかったなーってなって、じゃこれから少しずつ言えるようになると思うんだけど、本当に相手の言ってることは細かく見た方がいいと思う。多分文章の方が簡単かなと思う。僕はだいたいメッセージとか SNS とか結構やったりしてるから、相手の言ってること、何回も読めるじゃん。なんか一回言われてってならない。なんか何回も100回でもいいからその文章見える。それは結構重要だと思う。なんか相手はこういうシチュエーションにこういう言葉言ってる、こういう使い方とかある。なんかそういうことを細かく見ればいつか自分も言えるようになると思う。だからみんななんかなんか普通に日本人かと思った。今話してる時じゃなくてSNS とかでもし DM とかしてたり、いやハーフですかみたいなことを結構聞かれるんだけどそれは別に本当に日本語 うまいわけじゃなくて、ただ相手の使ってる言葉とか反応とか結構見たりしてるから、自分の番になったら、じゃあ前にこういう同じみたいなシチュエーションがあって、その人はこういう風に言ったから多分こういう風に言えばいいじゃんみたいな考え方になってから、結構特に文章とかは結構上手くなったと思う。だからもし自分ももっとアウトプットしたい、もっとアウトプット上手くなりたいと思う人がいれば、まずは自分のアウトプットじゃなくて相手の相手のアウトプットをよく見た方がいいと思う。みんなこれ言うけど、イマージョンでもしアニメとか相手の言ってることとか分からなければ会話成立できないじゃん。もう無理。相手は袋いりますかって言って、自分は袋いりますか、その全部分からなかったらもう意味ない。もう成立できない。会話はない。一切ない。だからそのインプットを理解するように相手のアウトプットもインプットとして捉えて、なんか本当にどうやって使ってる、どうすればいいみたいなこと結構考えたら早く上手くなると思う。まあ僕はまだ上手くなってないからちょっとむずいなってずっと思ってるけど、多分それはまあ大丈夫っしょって思うなんか今の話の中でも結構なんか、いやー間違ってるな、いやー言いたくないな、それもっといい言い方あるじゃんみたいなこと結構考えてる今。だからそういうこと考えてるからこそ、イマージョンやってる時に彼女と話してる時に結構普通の人って言いたくないけど、それをなんか見てない人より価値があると思う。価値があるけど、なんかその前言ったことと全然つながってないな。なんかこういうこともある。なんか言いたいことは全体的にあるけど、なんか一部と二部はなんかつながってない。なんか考えでもその真ん中は全然ない。だからなんかちょっとこいつ何言ってるんだろうって思われるかもしれない。英語でもそうだと思うけど、特に僕の英語はこれについて考えてからもうこれ言っちゃうなんかもう一つの線がないから、日本語もそうなるけど、ちょっとこいつ下手ってなるよね。なんか英語だとただそういう風に話す人だなって思われるかもしれないけど、日本語になるとこいつ全然日本語話せてないなって思われるとだからちょっとまあ悲しいけど、なんか自分でも今思えばちょっといやそれはちょっと変でちょっとうまくないなと思った。だからもしみんな僕の話今聞いて全部伝えたら本当に嬉しいじゃあこれはもういいかな。多分もうこれからずっとアウトプットについて話してたらもう何回も同じこと言うから、ちょっと違う話題に行こう。それ以外はじゃあこれは一番いい。なんか人生にとって一番新しいことだから、ちょっと新しい仕事話してみたいと思います。じゃあ10月1日から新しい仕事始まったんだけど、本当に人生が変わったみたい。前の仕事は知ってる人もいると思うし、知らない人も結構いると思うから、ちょっとそれについて説明した方がいいと思う。日本に来る前に大学で、僕の専攻はちょっとなんか名前は変だけど、なんか半分プログラミングで半分UX とかその UI デザインとかそういう専攻だった。だからなんかプログラミングはある程度できるけどうまくない。デザインもある程度できるけどうまくない。だから本当になんか その2つの職業の真ん中に立ってるみたいな。だからどうすればいいって思った時に本当に悩んでた。プログラムは好きだけど上手くなるために好きじゃない。デザインも同じ。だから本当にどうすればいい人生って結構なって、なんか本当に怖かった、正直。大学卒業してから。でも、あの、日本の会社でシステムエンジニアになれたので、それはじゃあまあ解決みたいな、解決っていうか、まあ日本に行けるからそこから考えようみたいな考え方になってた。じゃあ日本に来て、日本の会社でシステムエンジニアになる。日本のシステムエンジニアはそんなにエンジニアじゃない。正直に言うと、日本のシステムエンジニアは大体派遣会社で働いてる人で、ただまあ求められてる仕事をやるだけみたいなこと。だから僕の会社の場合はいろんな複数の会社との面談があって、例えば最初はプログラミングの仕事、それで次はもっとなんかベンダーコントロール、それで次はもっとデザイン、なんかそういう結構いろんな面談があって、それで全部違う会社だから、その時に本当になんか怖いな、なんかどうすればいい、どんな仕事になるかな。それで運が良くて結構早く決まっちゃった。だからその会社に行くようになった。その仕事は最初はベンダーコントロールって言われたと思うんだけど、それはどういう意味か今でも全然分からなくて僕の仕事はもっとなんか真ん中の人って感じ。それは何のことかっていうと、その会社の中に、そのチームの中に日本側のプロダクトオーナーとかプロダクト側の人がいて、それでオフショアのチームがインド人で、全部デベロッパーたちとかプログラムとかやったりしてて、僕の仕事はもしどっち側が問題があって僕は解決するみたいな。なんかインド人は質問ある、問題がある、じゃあ僕はインド人のために日本人と話すみたいな。それで会議の設定とかしたり、たまには書類調整したり翻訳したりしてたけど、それは本当にたまにはやってた。だからそんなになんか仕事の内容とかに入れないと思う。だから正直に言うと何にもない仕事、本当に何にもない。それで運も結構良くて、大体はフルリモートだった。たまには会社に行ってたんだけど、家から2時間以上かかるから行く頻度は結構少なくて、あとそんなになんか来てよって言われてないから、ずっとフルリモートだった。たまには行く。でこの仕事は結構楽で簡単だったから、まあ長くっていうか1年2年ぐらい続けようと思ってた。でもねそれやろうと思うことと実際に起きることは結構違うからこれから話は別々になるけど、まあ多分今年の8月6月から違うチームに入ってて、違うチームに入ってからもう問題ばっかりみたいな。最初の問題はもともと僕の会社にあって、給料は結構低かった。これに日本の年収とか聞いて知ってる人がいれば結構やばいって思うかもしれないけど、研修の時には18万。それは手取りじゃなくて手取りはもっと15、16万ぐらいです。で、16万ぐらいで、本当に現場に入ってから給料は20万に行って18万ぐらいの手取り。少ない。本当に少ない。少ないし低い。多分なんか他の新卒と比べたら低いし、でもそういうことだよねみたいな考えてる人は多いと思う。
でも僕的には嫌だ。人生生きれない、生きていけない、もう何もできない。それだからもうお金は問題になるし、違うチームになってから本当にやばい上司が来てて、その人は全然仕事しなくて全部僕に押し付けられて、もうダメ、もう限界になっただからじゃあ転職しよう。来年の3月ぐらい5月ぐらいまでやろうと思ってた、前の会社。でももうなんかいろいろ重ねて重ねてかな。ほら、これは前に話してたことだけど、絶対イマージンでこれってなると思うでもなんかいろんなことがあって、じゃあもう限界で転職しよう。転職活動始めて結構ストレスだったこれは違う動画でも話したいと思うから、なんか全部言わないけど、転職先が決めて、もう本当に幸せ。転職先、今月始まった仕事はフルリモート、たまには会社。でも会社は渋谷だからそんなに遠くないし、本当に3ヶ月間1回ぐらいみたいな。だからそんなに行かない、絶対。それはめっちゃいいし、年収もやばい。本当にやばいよ。前の会社は、ちょっと、退職する前の年収は、これは手取りじゃなくて、年収は24万。月収は24万だと思う。今の会社は45万。もう人生決まった。もう最高じゃんってなる。それもめっちゃいい。仕事の内容もちょっともっとプロダクトの側の人、プロダクトマネージャーみたいな仕事だから、結構前の UX デザインのインターンシップの時の経験と、前の現場の経験をとって、その経験どっちも結構役に立つから、この仕事は僕に合ってるなと結構思ってる今。だから本当に前は結構ストレスがあって、仕事に対して人生に対してどうすればいい、これ何したい、何やりたいとか、そういうことは結構ストレスがあったんだけど、今は本当に完全になくなった。違うストレスもあるけど、そういうなんかお金ない、仕事の上司はマジでなんかこいつ死ねばいいとか思わなくなって、普通に人生生きてもいいんだみたいな考え方になった今。だから本当に感謝でしかない、本当は。彼女も結構応援してくれて、友達とかも応援してくれたりしてたから、本当にもういろんな人とかいろんなものに会社でしかない、本当は。まだ最初の1ヶ月だから、これからダメになっていくかもしれないけど、今のところだと結構満足で、できれば2年3年5年飽きるまでここで働きたいなと思う。それを思えることは本当にすごいと思う。1年前の自分に同じことは言えなかった。今の会社5年ぐらい働いてもいいなみたいなことは絶対に思わなかし、なんかどんなことがあっても思えなかった。ただ思わなかっただけじゃなくて、思えなかった。もう無理、それ。だから今思えることは本当に嬉しくて、文句言えない本当に。じゃあそれはちょっと仕事について話してるじゃん。じゃあこれから何について話そうかな。多分今の日本語のレベルかな。それが一番いいかも。じゃあ今の動画で日本語話してるじゃん。まだうまくないなって思っちゃう、自分。
もう25分ぐらい話してるけど、自分の中でこれは本当に最低限。なんかこれできないならもうなんか日本語を話せるって言えない。自分がね、なんか違う人だったらその人の目標とかゴールとかがあるから、もしこんにちはでしか言えないのに、もう日本語話せるって言いたい人はいるかもしれない。その人はまあ言ってもいいし、僕にとっては本当に関係ないから、それを分かってほしいみんな。でも本当に自分になると、これじゃ足りないなって結構思ってる。今の動画だけじゃなくて、ほとんど毎日彼女と話してて、まあ普通の日常会話とかは大丈夫だし、お金について、僕はお金好きだから結構お金の話はしたりお金の話はしてるから、それもまあできるし、でも多分週2回はなんか話してる時に、いや全然日本語でこれ言えないみたいなことは結構起きる。それは起きてるから、いやまだまだだなって結構もう、まあ話すことについて、理解力とか読むこととかについてなら、それはもう満足はしてないけど、ある程度のことはできるかのレベルだと思うから、いやそれは変、今言ったこと変。まあ置いといて、好きなことは読める、好きなことはやれる、好きなことは見れる。なんかそんなになんかなんて言うんだろう、これ見たいけど日本語下手だから見れない、ストーリーは分からなくなるから見れないみたいな、そういうことは全然なくて、ただこれ見たいじゃあ見る、これ読みたいじゃあ読むみたいな感じで、結構楽で嬉しい。本当にもう5年前の自分はこれ欲しかったから、結構そんな風に考えたら満足はしてる。でも全体的には満足はしてない。なんか本当にこのレベルになってからもっとなんか、じゃあ遠いな目標ってなる。だからなんかこれから上手くなるためにどうすればいいかちょっと考えてて、多分まあ今やってること続いてもいいかな。今は毎日本とか読んだり、アニメとか、すいません、YouTube とか見たり、彼女と一緒に話したりしてるから、結構暗記カードも結構作ってるから、毎日10枚ぐらいの新しい言葉学んだりしてるから、まあそれあと5年ぐらいできれば上手くなると思う。イマージョンとか日本言語を勉強することは本当にあの今のレベルぐらいになると、もうじゃあ、やってたこと続いて、それだけ続くだけだから、理解することについて、じゃあ今のままやってたこと一生続くみたいな感じ。話すことだとなんかアクセントはまだたまにはもっと勉強したいなって思うけど実際に勉強しようとしてない。なんか勉強した方がいい、勉強すればいいとかいっぱい思ってるけど、全然やろうとしてないから、多分なんか自分の中だとそんなに大事なことじゃないと思う。そんなに勉強したくないかもしれない。でもそれはちょっと彼女と一緒に練習した方がいいかも。わかんないけど、こんぐらいのレベルだと普通の外国人のアクセントがあっても言ってることは大体分かってくれると思うから、やる意味あるってたまに思っちゃう。もちろんある。もちろん相手のなんていう、なんか考えてる負担みたいな、外国人のアクセントで話しかけられると脳みそはちょっと疲れちゃうかもしれない。アクセントによるけど、どんなになんか下手かどうかによる。 彼女は、もう、いや、疲れてないよ、全然普通だよって言われるけど、それはただ自分の、僕の日本語に慣れてると思うから、全く知らない人からすれば、僕の日本語は、いや聞きたくない、もう10分ぐらいしか聞けないみたいな状態かもしれない。だからそのためにちょっと勉強した方がいいかなと思ってる。でも、まだそんなに重要じゃないかな。それより、もっと、英語のように、本当の言いたいことはいつでも言えるようになりたい。なんか今は、まあ普通に話してて言いたいことは言えてるんだけど、たまには、いや、もっと綺麗な言い方とか、もっと頭良さそうな言い方とかあるじゃんって思っちゃって、なんかそういうことについて上手くなりたいなと思う。英語でもまあたまにはなんかバカみたいなことを言うと思うけど、真面目になれないとっていう時があったら、普通にもっと綺麗な英語で話せると思うから、日本語もそれ同じようにできればいいかな。何年かかるか分かんないけどでも、もしこれからの目標は何かと聞かれるは何かと聞かれると、ちょっとなんかもっと自然じゃなくても、ただもっと言いたいこと、いろんなことを言えるようになりたい。だからたまには来年は多分こういう動画は出さないと思うけど、なんか2年ごと、2年3年ぐらいまた日本語を話してる動画出したいなと思う。前出した動画と今の動画を比べたら、どうかな、上手くなってる前の動画見て人、これもう前の動画も見てこれも見てる人がいればどうですか？意見聞きたいです特にもし日本人とかが見てるなら。ただまあもちろん上手くなってると思う。彼女も結構会う前じゃない、会う時と今と比べたら、もう今は全然普通にうまいって言うけど、自分の中だとそんなに実感は湧いてない。全然湧いてない。ただずっと同じレベルみたいな感じ。じゃあそれについてもういいかな。そんなに話すことはないもん。じゃあこれから人生の予定とか、そんなになんか大きい予定はないけど、最初は彼女今仕事してないんだけど、転職しようとしてるから、その新しい仕事は決まってて、どっかに引っ越すことになる。もう引っ越したくないな。もう引っ越すのめんどくせえ。なんか1年前のほぼ1年前ぐらいになる。去年の11月にここに引っ越してきたんだけど、もう1年経ってないのにまた引っ越すかってなってる。それはまあなってるけど、まあもちろん彼女の転職活動とか全部一生懸命応援してるから、まあ引っ越すことは必要なら普通に引っ越しますっていう考えで。でもいやー、なんかめんどくさいけど楽しみだよね。なんか僕は新しいことに住むことは本当に大好き。本当に大好き。ずっと大学まではまあもちろん実家、僕の家族は全然引っ越したりしてないから、ずっと同じ家、実家に住んでて大学に行く。最初の2年はまあ最初の2年は大学の寮だったけど、コロナとかもあったから一旦実家に帰って、それでまた寮に戻ってたんだけど、その後は最初じゃない、最後の2年は友達、他の2人の友達と一緒に家で家に家に住んでた。そういう時はめっちゃ楽しくて、なんか新しい場所なんか新しい場所見れることは本当に楽しくて、なんか大好きだから、日本に来た時にインターンシップは中目黒じゃない、まあ目黒 それで最初来た時は神奈川、それで神奈川から引っ越してここに来たんだけど、まあ東京23区じゃないけど悲しい。でもなんかそういう長い間同じ場所にいないから別になんか引っ越したくなるんじゃないけどならないけど、もうちょっとなんか飽きちゃったみたいな考え方になっちゃう。それは何かっていうと、お散歩とか大好き。お散歩するのが好きだから結構外にいてお散歩したりしてる。だからもうなんか、じゃあ左はもう行った、まっすぐはもう行った、あっちも行った、右も行った、あ、じゃあもう行けるところ行ったじゃんってなって、もう飽きた、ここもう全部分かってる。まあもちろん全部は分かってないけど、多分行ってない道とか行ってない場所は結構多い、近くても。でもなんか僕の中だとちょっとなんか、もう終わっちゃった、もう新鮮な感じがない、もうなくなった。だからすぐの場所を引っ越すことにやったらなんか、ワクワク楽しみの、今すぐ引っ越したいってなる。だから引っ越すことは超めんどくさい。なんかアメリカももうめんどくさいかもしれないけど、日本は本当にめんどくさいからやりたくないけど、新しい新しい場所に住めることは本当に楽しみで嬉しい。お散歩行きたい、本当に新しい家とか見たい。だから結構楽しんでるっていうか楽しみにしてる。それ以外は今年の12月の終わりぐらい、年末ぐらいアメリカの友達が会いに来てくれる楽しみにしてます。本当に会いたい、もう会いたい。ディスコードとかでネットとかで結構話してるから、別に日本に来てもう一切話してないみたいなことは全然ない。むしろ日本に行く前より話してると思う。だからやっとまた顔見て実際に人間だって思えたら嬉しい。だから本当に会いたい。だから12月来てくれて、年末年始はここで過ごすと思う。あと山形にも行く。温泉のために。だから楽しんでるじゃない。なんで今楽しんでるって言いたいわけ？なんか楽しみにしてるって言いたいのに、なんか楽しんでる。いや、それは wrong、 間違ってるよもうしてるのに、なんで？こういうこともある。結構日本語できないから。でも山形も楽しみにしてて、山形の温泉と山形のホテルはやばいよ。本当にやばい。できれば動画とか撮りたいから、本当に楽しみにしててほしい。このこのホテルは面白すぎて、もうなんか子供かよっていうくらい面白いから本当に動画撮りたい。だから1月2月くらい投稿できたらいいなと思う。だからなんか頑張って動画撮りたい。それ以外はあんまりないね今のまま続くって感じ。日本語もそうだし、仕事もそうだし、人生もそうだし、なんか本当にこれから変わることは、まあ年収上がってるからもっと投資できる。それだけ。本当にもっと貯金できる。お金。すいません。ゲップしちゃった。聞こえたかどうかわかんないけど。だから本当にあんまり、まあ大きな展開とか違いはあるけど、そんなに大きくない。ただ新しい仕事続く。日本語の勉強続く。まあ引っ越すけど、引っ越したらもう今まで通りって感じ。だって仕事はリモートだから別に何も変わらないし、まあ友達が来ることは結構すごくて楽しみだけど、それ以外はただ年収上がったからもっと毎月投資できるし、奨学金全部支払えるか返せるから、 結構いい感じ、人生。それ以外は何について話そうかな。あと、もう40分ぐらい話してるな。なんか、時間経つの早いね。40分はあっという間に過ぎた。もう。話題のリストについて、ちょっと1個だけは残ってて、それは髪切り。日本で髪切り。haircut、散髪。今日、髪切りに行きます。楽しみ、本当に楽しみ。もう、最悪だよ。本当に最悪。日本だけじゃなくて僕の人生は最悪、髪に対して髪型はもうなんか、高校3、日本になると高校3年生だけど、アメリカ高校4年生の時まではずっと、坊主で、もう、お母さんは全部やってくれた。ただなんか、ビジーン、ビジーン、ビジーンって早くやってくれて、もう、はい、イエーイ、スッキリみたいな感じ。それで、ちょっとなんか、いや、坊主嫌だなと思って、ちょっと髪伸ばそう。伸ばしすぎて、もう、キノコになった、マジで。なんかキノコ、本当に。もう写真とか見せたくないくらいやばい。そっから、大学に行って、じゃあ、実家に住んでないから、もう、髪切らないと。ってなったら、やっと、ちょっと恥ずかしくはないけど、恥ずかしい。やっと大人になって、美容院行くことになった。それで、どんな、髪型がいい何ミリ、アメリカです。なんだっけ。なんか、1、2、3、なんか、サイズとか。それとかも結構あって、なんか、いや、わかんない。なんかいつも、いや、わかんない。お母さんはいつもやってくれたから、全然わかんない。いつも坊主だったからわかんない。だから写真とか見たりして、なんかこんな感じみたいなこと、なんかそういう繰り返し。それで、一個の美容院に行って、ダメだった。じゃあ次のところ行く。次のところ行って、ダメだった。もう3個目、ずっと次の場所に行くみたいな。僕はなんか、文句があれば言いたくないタイプだから、なんか、嫌だなって思ったとしても、いいですねって言って、美容院出た瞬間に友達に、もう死にたい。これは最悪だよ。もう、やらかした。みたいなことを、言って、もう最悪、もう一生、なんか、綺麗な髪型になれねえって思って、日本もそう。日本に来て、なんか外国人だから、日本人の髪とは、最初、違うじゃん。髪の、なんか、感じ、触り心地とか全部違う。だからなんか、前の写真見せたとしても、もっとちょっと日本人っぽくしてくれるっていうか、する。だからなんかいつも、ってなる。それで何か言いたいけど、なかなか言えない。もう日本語だし、なんか英語でも言えないのに、いや、言えないからもう、日本語はもう無理。最初からできない。無理。絶対に無理。だからだからもう、1個に、もう3つぐらいの美容院行ってるんだけど前のところは、なんか最初は良かったけど、じゃあここにしよう。それで、前行った時も本当に、見えないんだけど、後ろはなんか、本当に、これはもう坊主になるみたいな。カリッとして、もう結構こういう感じみたいな。その上は、だから、髪の毛ない。それで、結構髪ある。なんかこんな感じ。何それってなって、もう死にたいってなって、だって、髪の後ろは見えないじゃん。もう見ない僕。でも、外を歩いてる時に、いろんな人に見られるじゃん。もう僕の後ろに、歩いてる人たちとか見る。だから僕はめっちゃなんか恥ずかしくなって、なんか、やだこれ。マジでやだ。なんか見られたくない。見てほしくない。もう見ないでってなるぐらい嫌だった。
だからもうそこの場所はダメ、次の場所に行く。だから今日は新しい美容院に行く。怖い、マジで怖い。多分なんかめっちゃ髪切ってくれる前にはめちゃくちゃなんか素直に話すと思う。なんかいろんな写真見せて、なんかこれは良かった、こういうことが良かった、これは本当にダメだった、マジで好きじゃなかった、でもなかなか言えなかったからもう何回もそれになった。なんか多分自分は文句があっても言えないことは言うと思う。多分まあ迷惑かもしれないけど、それ言う。なんか正直に言うとちょっと好きじゃなくてもいいですねって言っちゃうかもしれないそういうタイプだからみたいなこと言って、だから今回はちょっとなんか最初からそういうなんか何でも言っていいよみたいな関係築いて、これから綺麗な髪型になるといいなと思う。なるかどうかは怖い。だから行く前にこの動画撮ったまあ彼女も出かけてるから誰もいないし、まあ撮ろうってなってたんだけど、主な理由は、もしこの美容院もやばかったらもうじゃあちょっとまあ綺麗じゃないけどまあ OK 状態で動画出せるから今撮ろうって。怖いね、本当に怖い。それでもしうまくいかなかったら新しい場所探さないといけないし、もしうまくいったとしても1ヶ月後は引っ越すかもしれないだから引っ越してもうまた新しい美容院に行かないと。だから本当に今回はちゃんと全部言って、これは好きじゃない、これ欲しい、これ欲しい。それでもしいい風にしてくれたら、その後で写真それでずっとその写真死ぬまで持ち続く。なんかもうなんかこれですしか言わない。マジでもうこれはなんかもうやりたくない。これもう飽きた。髪切ることもう飽きた。こういうなんかダンスみたいな、もうなんかうまくいくうまくいかない、うまくいくうまくいかない。もう飽きた。本当にもうやだ。普通にもうやだだからちょっともう24歳だけど、やっと大人になってちょっと自分の好きなこととかいいかどうか言えるようになりたいけど、なれるかどうかは別の話だけど、本当に考えてる。やろうとする。本当にやろうとする。これはこの動画も結構日本語の練習にもなるし、だってもし今日全然日本語を話してて、それで美容院に行ってなんかいきなり日本語を話せっていう状況になったら、もうなんか言えないかも。だからこれがあるから、まあうまくいくよねってちょっと前向きで考えたいそれをもうじゃあ怖いな。まあうまくいくじゃん。うまくいくね。多分まあそれ以外はあんまり話すことはないから。でもあと10分ぐらい話せたら1時間になるな。いやーどうだろう。何について話そうかな。ここまで見てる人いるかな。いないよね、絶対いない。いやちょっと待って、なんかちょっと携帯見てみる。なんか携帯見たら、何これ。携帯見たらなんかちょっとなんか話せることは出てくるかもしれない。あと彼女からメッセージが来たからちょっと何これ。ちょっと待って。僕はこの言葉知らないから検索しないと。5年ぐらい勉強、もうすぐ6年ぐらい勉強してるけど全然分かってない。なんか英語でも分かんねえなんか病気の名前だからちょっと分かんない。なんかそういうことは結構最近あるね。英語でも分かんない、日本語でも分かんない。なんか日本語で調べてなんかこういう病気みたいな、いや分かんないってなって、英語の定義見ても何だからもうなんかむずいな。新しい言語を学ぶことむずい。本当 いや、もう話すことないじゃん。でもそれはちょっと悲しいね。なんか悲しい今。話題がないと話せないみたいなことになってるじゃん。それは嫌だ。本当にそれ好きじゃない。なんかそれ、なんかそれを考えると、あ、じゃあ日本語できないじゃんってなっちゃう。考える、本当に。いや、まあ、普通にここまで50分でもこんなに話してたからいいんじゃないって思う。なんか本当に話すことないな。悲しい。アラーム、すいません。なっちゃいました。どうだろう。じゃあこのまま終わってもいいか。どうだった面白かった。わかんないけど。まあ見てくれてありがとう。それぐらいは本当に言いたい。この動画だけじゃなくて、このチャンネルの全部の動画見てくれる人たちに本当に感謝。これからこのチャンネルはどうなっていくかわかんないけど、まあもっと動画作りたいから、もうこれから成長できればいいなと思うけど、一人でも見てくれる人はいるなら本当に嬉しくて楽しくて、もっと動画作りたいと思わせてくれるから、本当に嬉しい。ありがとうありがとうありがとう。じゃあこの動画終わる前にちょっとまた英語に戻ろうかな。戻ろう。じゃあ日本語はこれで以上になる。見てくれてありがとうございます。感謝です。Alright, so that was the video. About 50 minutes of speaking, I guess. And there were parts during that where I felt like just deleting the entire video and thinking, and I thought about what people would maybe think of me. And I'm like, damn, I sound bad right here. Or, oh, that sounded bad. And I was like, shit, you know what? Fuck it. This is how my Japanese is. I can do things, I can't do things. It's reality. So like, who cares? But yeah, I hope you guys had a good time, and I appreciate you watching and all of that. I plan on putting out more videos. There will hopefully be more videos soon. Check out my monthly live streams. Check out my all my other videos on the channel. And yeah, if you didn't understand this video because it was all in Japanese, then immerse more, buddy. You'll get there. I believe in you. And if you did understand it because it was all in Japanese, congrats. But still immerse more. It's kind of important, okay? Don't stop. So yeah, I guess I don't know. I kind of want to talk for at least 7 more seconds so I hit 55 minutes, because like for some reason it's like, 55 minutes. It's a good video. It's a good, nice video length. But yeah, hopefully all the things that I talked about today end up going well, like the haircut, moving, job, all of that stuff. Yeah, if there's anything you guys are interested in seeing, whether that be in Japanese, like a Japanese type video, like where I'm speaking or reading or playing a video game or something, I don't know if I would do it because there's certain things I just don't feel like doing. But if there's something that you're interested in, let me know. If it's on the Japanese side, if it's on the just living in Japan side or about my experience living in Japan and you want me to make a video about a topic, let me know on that. If there's any questions you have, if there's anything else you want me to make a video on or whatever, then feel free to let me know in the comments. Other than that, thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you in the next one. I don't know when that is, but I hope whenever it's out, I hope you're watching it. And if not, that's okay, but I hope you are. So click the like button so that everyone knows that I uploaded this video, and YouTube goes, we gotta show all the bitches this. And then subscribe. Please. Hit the bell as well so you know when I upload, because I don't upload often, so the bell's not going to go off that much. So you don't have to worry about a lot of notifications. Good deal. Good deal. I get bell. You get notification once every 3 months, maybe, possibly. Once every month, though, at least for my live streams, which you should come hang out at. They're a lot of fun. So yeah, I'm just going to end it here. Thank you guys so much. And I'll see you later. Have a good one. Bye. 3, 2, 1. Hey guys, I'm Tiger, or Aaron, or however you know me, and welcome back to my channel. As you can tell by the title, today I'm going to be talking a little bit about my JLPT N1 experience. just before we start, sorry about the background. It's dirty. I'm sorry. Still haven't gotten another bookshelf. It'll happen soon. Next video, hopefully, will be there. If you see me looking over here, it's because I'm looking at my notes just to know what to talk about. So I've been actually studying Japanese since about originally 2018, but didn't actually really start studying until 2020 when I found out about Immersion and all of that fun stuff. And I've been doing it ever since, so it'll be 6 years in June of this year. I moved to Japan in the beginning of 2024, and I still live there now, and I live and work in Japan, and it's pretty cool. A lot of YouTube videos going over my Japanese learning journey, my life in Japan, so if that interests you, check it out. You can see I have 6 years worth of update videos. I have a bunch of videos going over my experience living in Japan and some vlogs as well. So, in this video, I'll explain my process of getting ready to take the JLPT, as well as I'll give you some tips on what you can do to replicate my results. If I passed, if I failed, you don't want to replicate that. So stay tuned for when we when we together look at my results when they come out. I'm filming this before it comes out. When they come out in this video, you'll be able to watch with me and find out the exact same moment. So without further ado, I hope you enjoyed the video. Let's go. Little background on my Japanese. I started immersing in 2020. I did start learning in 2018 originally, very inconsistently and not with any really good resources, and learned some things, but not a crazy amount. Started immersing in 2020 after watching Matt vs. Japan video and thinking, I guess this is the correct way to do it. Since then, I took the N2 actually in December of 2022. Wasn't confident that I would pass, and I really wanted to get a JLPT certificate for my future job stuff because I wanted to come and live in Japan. And I did that, so that's cool. For the N2, I actually didn't study like at all, besides doing part of a practice test, I believe. But I think the practice test, it might not even been an N2 practice test. It might have been an N1 practice test. But I didn't look up vocab or anything or grammar or anything. And I ended up passing. It wasn't a crazy high score. I think it was like a 123, 126 something out of 180. But I passed and I have a certificate. And that's all I care about. Then in late 2023, I went to Japan. And then I actually ended up getting a job offer while I was in Japan. Went back home in order to do my visa and everything and wait. And then I moved here in February of 2024. So since in the US, I could only take the JLPT in December, and I had a lot of other things on my plate. It was like, I wasn't gonna do the JLPT in 2023 while I wait for my visa. I was too worried about the visa. The JLPT didn't matter. I was already coming over on a job, so it's not like I needed to like worry about getting N1. There was no like real reason besides just, oh, I'd have N1 then if I would pass, you know? From then on, it was a mix of laziness and not really caring. After the July one, I was kind of like, okay, I guess I'll take it in December. And then I took it in December, basically. I was just getting sick of sounding like a loser when people would ask me my JLPT level and like general Japanese level, like in interviews and stuff. And I have to say, like, probably N1, but I don't have N1. It's only N2, but like I read books every day and I have no problems. So like, you feel like a loser. It makes it feel like you're like, oh no, trust me, I'm better. I'm not this shit. I'm not shit. But like, that's what someone who's shit would say consistently, you know? So I was like, I just want to get that done and not have to worry about that. And the funny thing is, in December of 2021, which is about the 1.5 year mark of my AJATT immersion experience, I took an N1 practice test because I think the plan was like to take it in December of 2022. The results for that N1 practice test in 2021, a year and a half into immersion, vocab was a 17 out of 25, grammar was a 14 out of 20, and reading was a 7 out of 24. I didn't take the listening because fuck listening, boring, no thanks. So as you can tell, vocab was pretty fine, grammar was actually pretty decent, and reading just wasn't that great, which is interesting because I actually was reading a lot still back then. So I don't know why my comprehension I guess I just wasn't used to articles too much and like couldn't get it. Not bad for a year and a half, I'd say. So I think if I didn't pass it this time, that's really sad because like 5 years ago, I was basically in a position where if I studied a little bit or tried hard, I think I would have passed. I was probably in a good spot to pass the test years earlier, especially if I would have put like a couple months of study into it, looking over some grammar concepts, studying some words, doing practice problems, etc. I think I would have probably passed, probably in 2022, in that December one. But because I didn't want to study or do anything, I just did N1, N2 just to be safe because I knew I could pass it without studying. That's kind of how I thought. I was like, oh, I mean, shit, I should be fine. I'll just do it this way, basically. Me taking it was just because I knew I would pass at this point. I hope. I'm already proficient enough in Japanese where the point of passing is just certificate and it being official. I don't really need it. My current job, they wanted someone who could speak fluent Japanese, and I spoke in the interview, was fine, and I got the job. So, it doesn't really matter anymore to me. Besides, to have it be official. Like I said, read books every day, play games. A lot of my life is fully in Japanese, so it was just to make it official. And I'm pretty sure I passed. How I prepped for the test. Did I actually not study? Yes and no. It really depends on what you consider to study. Yes, I did more than just show up to the test and take it. I did more than that, yes. But did I consistently study? Did I practice problems for every single type of question? Did I make like go through a vocab list, a grammar list? No. I didn't do any of that study. The only study I did was some practice questions from 2 sections, and I will go over that in a little bit. It was a good amount of practice problems, I'm not going to lie, but it was only 2 sections. And I did do 1 Boon Pro practice test. However, it wasn't the full test because, as I said earlier, fuck listening. I didn't take the listening section. I will go through my results about that in a little bit as well. Other than that, all I did was immerse and learn words, grammar as they came with my immersion. The crux of immersion learning. Find an unknown word, look it up in a dictionary, make an Anki card. Find an unknown grammar point, look it up, make an Anki card. That's all I did outside of 1 not even complete practice test and some practice problems. I did use a little bit for the practice problems. The Nihongo no Mori has they have their book series, and there was like a couple year old textbook that I found on the Moe. So I downloaded it and I did some practice problems. Originally, I was gonna go through basically every single practice problem up until the reading section, do the questions, and if I get it wrong, mine, and rep it in Anki. I started doing that. I did this for 2 question types. The kanji readings, so literally just kanji in a sentence, I think, underlined, and you answer the reading, okay? I did 220 of those questions, and I made 40 cards. 40 wrong out of 220, not bad. And I don't even know if they were all wrong. They were just like, might be good to train this reading a little bit. Grammar, it was pick the correct grammar point, basically. I did 243 questions, and I also made 40 cards. So, same with grammar and kanji, 40 cards out of 220, 240. Honestly, yes, it was studying, but it wasn't very varied and boiled down to just reading a sentence and immediately picking an answer. There wasn't much thought or effort put into it at all. Even when I was wrong, besides just making an Anki card for the correct grammar point and word, that's all I did. I didn't look into it more or look at a bunch of example sentences or think about it. I just kind of went, okay, make a card, move on. And I repped the card when it came up. And that's it. Let me go over 2 small things. If you're like, that's a lot of studying, buddy, okay? If it takes you a long time to read 220 sentences and then pick an answer, you might not be ready for N1. I'm going to be real with you. Because to me, it was read sentence, instantly pick. I would do in one sitting, I would do 30 or 40 questions. So it was it didn't take me that many sittings, and I would just do it really quickly and move forward. So, it's not that much time studying, to be honest. And on the actual test, the kanji and the grammar questions, for the specific ones I did, they probably make up, if I had to be even generous, 6 to 8 questions out of the 70 or 60 that are on that section of the test. So yeah, I got some practice, but I don't know, dude, really, did I? Does it matter did it make that much of a difference? I don't know. You can be the judge of that and then cry in the comments about studying or whatever. As I'll mention this a little later, everything that showed up on the test also was easier than the practice problems, and it was something that I already knew from just immersing. Every single thing on the test, grammar, for those 2 sections, grammar and the kanji readings, I knew that reading already. I knew the grammar point from immersion, not because I got it wrong on the practice problem and needed to mine it. So arguably, without even mining those problems, all the ones I did, I still would have probably got the same score on the vocab section and the grammar section. Next, about the Boom Pro practice test, I did the vocab, reading, and grammar section. So the first half of the JLPT test, the first half is vocab, grammar, reading, and then the second half is the listening. So I did the first half. Listening is boring, and I didn't want to do it, so I didn't do it. So I took the test. This is a pattern, okay? I'm fast, okay? I took the test in 52 minutes. they give you an hour and 50 minutes. So I had basically a complete hour to redo it if I wanted to, or check my work if I was in a real situation. I was sick while I took this, and I took multiple breaks because in the middle of it, my dad called me for tech support, as they do, and I had to help with that. And I was talking to my girlfriend about stuff as I was doing it. So, yeah. The score for that that part of it that I took, I got a 62 out of 70. So, yeah, if you're wondering why I am confident and was confident going into this test, it's because of stuff like this. I've also read that the Boom Pro practice tests are probably easier than the actual tests, which I can understand because I thought it was pretty easy. But I think I got lucky and I thought the test in December was actually pretty easy as well. Little bit of thoughts on study. It obviously helped in the fact that I got to do the test once with the practice test, besides listening. That's helpful because then you get to know the structure of the test at least, and you're not going to be surprised when a certain question pops up, right? I had some decent practice on the kanji reading part of the overall grammar section. Keep in mind that those questions I did 400 of probably only equal. I upped it here. I said 8 to 10 on the actual test. I honestly think it might be less. So not a crazy amount, like I mentioned. The obvious thing for me while even doing this was that most of my answers came from general language intuition that I got with my immersion rather than any stuff that I gained from minimal study. If I would run across a JLPT practice question online or something or see something, those answers that I would get wrong and then understand after getting it wrong would never help me somewhere else. It was always most of the answers and stuff is just because immersion, and I got it from there, not because I purposely looked for it and then made it specifically. Immersion is the way to pass this test, and I think everyone knows that if you're in the immersion learning community. If you're not, you should be, because then you can get good at Japanese. Immersion is the way to pass the test. If you know Japanese to a high level, then you shouldn't have a problem passing N1 on intuition alone. Not looking at a test at all or doing anything. I think, yeah, you might still get some things wrong or not know some things as solid as others. But I think if you can operate in Japanese at a high level, you can pass the test without worrying. It will be all intuition based and you'll be fine. Grammar intuition, I mean. And reading, obviously you read and you know what it says, so you're fine. And vocab, obviously, if you can read, then that's not a problem. But grammar stuff, intuition is, I think it's enough to be fine. A lot of the grammar sections are reading the sentence and going, that feels weird, and then you put that the other one and you're like, oh, that feels right, and then you go with that. And that's how I answered most things. It's vibes, but it's not vibes, right? Intuition is just vibes, but it's real vibes, A little bit about light novels as well. So besides the study, I did one specific thing. I had about a month and a half period before the test. I read for 1 hour a day, and I made 10 new Anki cards a day. So I was learning new words all the time, and I was getting a lot of reading done. Because during this time, it's a little faster now for the books that I want to read, but I read between 20,000 at the lower end and 27,000 characters per hour. So I was basically guaranteed, on average, 25K, 25,000 characters read every single day, just because it was 1 hour of reading. So sometimes I would read a little bit more, and I would really want to read, so I'd read 2 hours, maybe 3 hours in one day. So that's getting to be 50, 75,000 characters, maybe even a full 100,000 characters in one day, while making 10 new cards a day, and obviously looking up words as I read. I feel like reading a lot helped me get a lot more vocab and really get back into mining and learning new words. It was super nice to consistently have 10 new words and learn a bunch, and even if they weren't all necessarily JLPT helpful, I was reading a lot of fiction and not a lot of nonfiction or articles or things. I'm still getting a lot of reading time in, and I was still getting a lot of new words that might be helpful. I read mainly light novels because that's what I was interested in, as I just mentioned. I know they aren't necessarily the best for the JLPT in terms of going to be the same type of content, what you read on the JLPT and light novels. But I just decided that reading in a large quantity was the best thing I could do to prepare, even if the reading material would not be on the test, Quantity over quality, baby. I've been preaching that since day one, okay? Do as much as possible. Who cares how efficient? Now we'll go in a little bit about the day before the test. I was super nervous and I got super anxious and I was like, maybe I should have studied for more. Oh my God, I didn't do anything. Oh my God, I should have studied. Oh my God, are you kidding me? If I fail, I'm a failure. Oh my God, if I fail, I'm a fucking loser. Oh my God. So I was freaking out. And then I kind of just relaxed a little bit and I was like, you know what? Fuck it. If I cannot pass with more than what I did in preparation, all the reading, practice problems and stuff that I did, then I'm just not good at Japanese. And that's fine. Like, I'll just get better and I'll pass it next time, right? But it's like, if with what I've done up until now, if I can't pass it with just that alone, basically, then I wasn't good enough. I'm bad. And I'll do it next year, I guess. It would suck and feel terrible. But that's the truth. That's the reality. I'm bad. So that's fine. And I was also triggered because I had to wake up at 6 in the morning to go to the testing site because it was closer to my old address, but I moved. It was closer to where I used to live, became like an hour and a little bit of change from here now. And, you know, fuck me for moving right before the test. Am I right? Idiot, dumb, stupid? Yeah, so I'm an idiot. Now a little bit about the actual day of the test. I have a little video and it'll be a little bit about me and that. So insert video here.
Yo, what's up? It's the morning of the JLPT. It's December 7th, 2025, and it is currently not 9, I can't read a clock. 7:20 in the morning. I had to wake up at 6:40. The testing center is in Hachioji. I do not live near Hachioji anymore. I scheduled this before I moved, and now I moved. So it's going to be kind of a long train ride. There's a bus involved as well. But hopefully this goes well. I'm tired. I don't want to go. I'm not excited about this. I do not want to go. As I mentioned before, I've done no prep basically. So we're just going to kind of see what happens. And I think it'll be okay. I was kind of going over my strategy in the shower. Kind of just ready to take this test, see how this goes. But overall, I hope the test goes well. And I'm going to try my best. And just, we're going to try to pass, man. I don't care what score I get as long as I pass. If I don't pass, I don't pass. And, you know, whatever, I'll just take it again in 6 months. But, and then probably practice and do prep work. But yeah, I'm looking forward to getting this over with because it's too early and it's a Sunday, ruining my Sunday. Thank you, JLPT. Appreciate it. Cool. Thanks. Good luck to me today.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that video of me the morning of the test. So yeah, after that, actually going to the test, I was on the train, you know, being a little Chad, reading some Ajin, you know, getting that manga immersion in on the train because, like, what else am I going to do, I guess? Sit on the train and freak out on my phone, so I'll just read Japanese. It's, you know, good practice, I guess. I get off of the train, and you have to take a bus to the testing center. I get on the bus, and this, like, college football team, like American football, based, by the way, gets on the fucking bus with us, and it's, like, just all these, like, dudes, and they're all, like, talking and shit. And the guy in front of me is, like, talking to his one friend. And they're like talking about how their one friend like got like a new haircut, like for the sake of the team. He was like, he's going hard for us. He's going hard for us. And I'm like, what the fuck is this guy on about? And then he pulls out his phone and he starts showing it to the guy who's sitting right next to me. So the guy is sitting in front of me and he has his phone pointed towards me and towards the guy right next to me on my left. And I look at the phone because I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? It's this, I guess, their friend. They're filming and he has his pants all the way down, his dick is out, and like he's like completely shaved or something. I forget if he was completely shaved or they shaved his pubes into like a weird shape. It was stupid as fuck. And I was just like, why am I just seeing cock on the bus on the way to the fucking test? Like, how am I supposed to how can I take a test when I just was shown cock on the bus? That was funny. I wanted to mention that because I thought that was like hilarious. During the test, so I finished the first section with 55 minutes remaining. If you didn't expect that, I don't know, but I expected that because of the practice test. I was like, okay, I'll finish it. I'll have enough time to go through my answers and I'll fix whatever I had trouble with. I think a lot of people operate with the JLPT that they're like, oh, I'm not going to finish. So whatever the answer is has to be right. I operated with, I'm going to answer everything and I know I will have time to go back and look at everything. And I did. So I kind of just sat there bored and looking around the room. I did look over my answers and I made some changes and I'm glad I made some of those changes. But yeah, the proctors probably thought I gave up because I was like the only one who finished that early. And I'm just sitting there, like looking around, like I don't know what to do. So I'm just like sitting. And like they like looked at me and they're probably like, damn, that kid gave up, huh? He sucks. and I was like, damn, that sucks. They probably think I'm ass. Like, I'm sad. Yeah, some other people finished with about 10 minutes remaining, but most people were done when the time ran out. So I was surprised by that. I thought more people would actually finish. but it seems like a lot of people go to the end, and I don't know if that's them checking answers or if they didn't even finish all the answers, but it doesn't even look like most people get done with the test, which is really surprising to me. I don't think it's everyone bitches about the time limit. I don't think the time limit is that bad, but maybe I don't know. It's just cuz I read fast maybe, but I don't know. It's just I don't think it's that bad, honestly. Met a nice guy named Charles. He was the only other white guy in the room. And we talked for a bit during the break period. Listening was just as boring as I thought it would be. It was terrible. I kind of spaced out a couple times, so I probably lost points on some questions because of that. Like, honestly, like, I'm not trying to use that as an excuse, but like, unironically, I spaced out sometimes, and I was just like, "Oh shit!" Like, fuck, what? And I guessed, but not guessed. You know, I heard it, but I didn't fully register. I hate how long it takes to move to the next thing during the listening section. The slow speech is bad enough, like it's terrible. But holy shit, it's an eternity between questions. Like they'll finish and then they'll wait. Like it feels like a minute. And it's like, dude, I wouldn't be so bored if it quickly moved on. But it gives you so much time to put an answer sometimes. I'm just like that's why I was just getting annoyed because I was just bored as hell the whole time. It was terrible. After the test, so 4 people got disqualified because they opened their envelope that had their phone in it. You had to put your phone into an envelope and close it up. And they said multiple times, do not open it until we tell you to. If there is a rip in it, we will consider that opened and you will be disqualified. To get disqualified, they actually have a red card, which is hilarious. So they actually show you a real red card. They're like, red card, and that's disqualified. They also have a yellow card, and that's if you do something smaller. That is an instant disqualification. If you get 3 of those, you get a red card, which is just hilarious. It's just all funny as hell. I think it's hilarious. But yeah, I finished, I left, and I went home, and yay, that's about it. And I was like, woo, we're done, thank God. How did I think it went? We'll start with vocab. I don't think I got a single reading wrong for any of them. Like, I don't think I got any of those wrong. I do remember kankatsu coming up, which is really funny because I actually mined that word from one of the books I read leading up to the test. Kankatsu is like jurisdiction. I learned that in one of the books I read while I was reading in preparation for the test. So once again, word came from Immersion, not from like a word list specific to the JLPT. That's cool. Vocab, piss easy. I don't think any of the words were even hard. Like, you know how there's some words where it's like, okay, that might be like a harder reading or like not as common. But like I thought all the words were relatively normal words and simple readings that even if you didn't know the word for a lot of them, if you knew the parts, like you could kind of figure it out. Like it wasn't too hard. For the grammar section, compared to some of the questions that I saw in practice test stuff and example questions, I honestly thought the test was so much easier. There was grammar on the grammar questions. I made 40 cards that I like couldn't really know, or I didn't know like the correct usage in that situation or the nuance as I should have known. But on the test, I thought it was all like very simple stuff. Like super like, oh yeah, you learn this in Immersion, you see this in Immersion a ton. If you're reading books, if you're even watching anime and stuff, it was all simple to me. I did probably get 1 or 2 wrong. I expect on every section to get a couple wrong, honestly. I know that the scoring is different, so it might be wrong, but you might get points. But I definitely do not think I got all the questions right, just because like small mistakes happen. You know, you mix up something with another thing and all of that. I thought it was all simple things. You'll see them in light novels. Wasn't anything wild in my opinion. The stupid star section. If you've taken the JLPT, you know what I'm talking about. It's so stupid. Start this note with shit. There were like 2 questions in this section that completely fucked me up. I can't remember what they were, but I just for the life of me could not figure out the order. Like some of them, you know, it's intuition, like I said. You're like, oh, well, obviously this word has to go in this spot, this word has to go in that spot. But there were 2 of them where I was just like stumped. I was like, none of these feel right. Like I could not figure out the correct like just order of things, and I was like, no, it all feels weird. For those, I just went, this feels semi-okay, and then called it a day and moved on. Other than that, they were all pretty easy, I'd say, and I got them like relatively quickly. I have in parentheses on my notes, based intuition, thank you, Immersion. Running theme of this, immerse, a lot. It's helpful. Reading section. I thought the passages were actually interesting to read because it was different from what I normally read. I normally read all fiction, so it was different and new to me. So I actually really liked like the change of pace. So I actually was having fun with this section. I wasn't stressed. I wasn't worried about the questions either. It was like pretty straightforward and easy to answer because in the section they underline and tell you what part is connected to the question, so that it's really easy to just read the question, go back into the passage, read the context, and then answer the question. There were some where I wasn't sure between two answers, like what would be the actual correct one. They both felt right to me, but maybe there was like a little bit of like nuance in the way that they were speaking, way that it was written, that led it in one direction that I just couldn't pick up for some reason. But I thought overall they were not that bad, and I actually liked reading all of the passages. It was cool. It was different, and I learned some things about like the world and stuff. Kind of, it was cool. Had a fun time. With my reading speed, I didn't have any issues reading the passage, reading the question, rereading the specific part if I wanted to like 2 times, and then finally answering. That was fine with me. And since I had like an hour left, 50 minutes left basically, I could have done that as many times as I wanted and I still would have been okay. And I'm pretty sure for one of the sections, I read the section like a second time just because I felt like the first time could not get a good grasp of really what it was trying to say. Like I got the overview, but I felt like I could have understood a little bit more if I like paid a little more attention. So I read it a second time. So I probably could have read all of them a second time, maybe even a third or fourth time, and it wouldn't have made a difference for me. Next section, listening. In all caps, boring as fuck. I hated it. It's terrible. I'm sorry. I can't. It just sucks. It's not hard. I don't know what to say. Even if I got things wrong, like I don't care. The listening is not hard, dude. It's not hard. They just try to trick you with stupid shit. So if you just know that they're trying to trick you and you're confident and you can understand Japanese, you're fine. It's just boring and it drains your soul, dude. It drains your soul. Definitely made some mistakes, like I said, because of zoning out. It's a really stupid and dumb excuse, but it is the reality. I was just so bored because it just takes so long and the answers are not hard really. So as soon as you hear the right answer, you know that it's the right answer, you answer, you move on. So there were times where the first answer would be the right answer and they'd say it in the thing like very quickly and I'm like, okay, and then you're just waiting and you're waiting and you're waiting and you're waiting and you just want to be done. Not because it's hard, and like maybe some people are just like they're tired. It's not even that I'm tired, it's just like the content is boring. If it was not boring, I would have been fine, but it's boring and it sucks. Overall, I probably got an okay score, I would assume. There's one that I know I got wrong that I'm really kicking myself about, but other than that, I think there was a couple that I didn't really hear well because I was zoned out, but everyone that I heard well and believed that I knew what I was doing, I believe I got those right. Overall, I thought it was pretty smooth, and the fact that I had so much time left over on the first section means that I should get a decent score. I don't think, unless you're just putting things randomly, if you at least have some confidence in your answers and you do go through it really fast, I think that's an indication that maybe you do know the material and you're going to get a good score, rather than it being like, oh, you went too fast and made a bunch of mistakes. I think going fast doesn't always equal mistakes. It can, but I think if it depends on how you feel in your level. So personally, I think it means I got a decent score. But because of the scoring system, I don't know what the number will be because they don't do it just you got question right, you get 1 point. It just doesn't work. That's not how the scoring system works. We'll see, I guess. If I failed, I would be incredibly surprised just because, like I said, I didn't think anything was particularly difficult, and there wasn't ever a string of like 4 or 5 questions where I couldn't get the correct answer. I knew sometimes, and I knew for a good amount of them that it was the correct answer. I did do a slight scoring of my vocab and grammar and reading section based on the leaks that came out, and from what I could remember, and if I couldn't remember, I immediately said I was wrong. So this is a mix of ones that I know I got wrong and ones that I couldn't remember what I put, so could have gotten it right, but for the sake of being safe, I said I got it wrong. And I shouldn't have more than 12 to 15 questions wrong in that first section. And I don't know how this, like I said, scoring, don't know exactly how it works, but I'd be surprised if with 12 to 15 questions wrong, I don't get an overall passing score on that section. No matter how you do the scoring, I believe I should be okay. Listening, as long as it's not bad, I should pass with no issues. But I couldn't check listening because, There's no way, even with the leaks, there's no way to tell because it's just answers. It doesn't give you context. So I really hope I passed because I never want to deal with that again. It's just boring, not fun at all, and it stole my whole damn Sunday. They put that shit on a Sunday. I had to wake up. I had to go to work the next day. What the hell, man? I want to relax. Why are you stealing my Sunday? That's fucked up. Inserting after this, the results. You will see what score I got. You'll see my experience, me personally watching, clicking the button, seeing the results. We'll see it at the same time together and get my first reaction. I hope you enjoy that. Hey guys, it's actually the night before the results come out. It's like 10:30 p.m. on the 29th of January. The results are supposed to come out on the 30th. It says 10 a.m. for places outside of Japan. It doesn't have a time for Japan. So Japan might get this at midnight. So I'm getting ready to like do this in case it's at midnight. But before I do that, I just want to quick say, watching the video back as I'm editing it, the whole time I'm like, I thought this test was easy. I thought this test was easy. And I do think that. So I'm going to be devastated if I failed because I'm going to look like a crazy person and like I know nothing. But other than that, I also just want to say, this is for everyone and it's for myself, just in general. If you take the test and you pass or you don't pass, honestly, it doesn't matter unless like you need it for something. But in terms of your Japanese level, it's not going to change things. Like if I open up that webpage and it says I failed, it's not going to change the fact that like I just played a visual novel for 2 hours and didn't find a word I didn't know. It's not going to change the fact that I can read a book in 3 hours. Like it's not going to change these things. So whether you pass or fail, it really doesn't matter. So I don't think anyone should get too upset about it if you do end up failing. Like at the end of the day, it's not going to change things. Things matter. Your Japanese ability matters outside of the test. So whether you pass or fail, I don't think you should like worry too much about it or care that much. That was just something I wanted to say. Also, it's cope in case I fail. But like honestly, if I fail, you can flame me in the comments, dude. I'm ready for the fire. I'm gonna be flaming myself because oh my god, I can't believe that. Next time you'll see me, we're gonna be looking at the results together. So I'm excited, but very nervous. I'm freaking out, dude. I need to like get in the bath to like chill. I'm freaking out. All right, we're recording. We're going. Apparently it's up. I saw a Reddit thread. Someone in Reddit said that they passed N1. Congratulations to that guy on Reddit. I don't know if this will be in the video because I'm going to be reloading the page. It just says that it's well, okay. Oh my god, come on. I just got to get into my page, dude, and then click the button. Come on. All right. 3 2 1. I hope it fucking loads the page. Dude, my hands are so sweaty. Oh, I passed. Barely. Damn, I suck. Hey, I passed though. Hey, we take it. Oh, docs. What? I'm a little upset with myself with that one. What? All right, well, as someone who reads a lot of books, I felt confident in my reading, and I actually, like I said in the video, I enjoyed the reading section, and I was like, oh, this is good. I'm actually surprised by that. Well, that's annoying, I guess, at the most, but like I passed, so who cares? Like these scores don't mean anything. It is cool though to have this on it. Not that it means anything either, but yeah, I passed. That's cool. The reading, man. I'm annoyed. I'm just a little annoyed by that one. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. But hey, I'll take it, I guess. It's better than failing, right? So that's cool. So if I would have gotten a 44 on there, because damn, that was the lowest score. The other ones were the exact same score. So let's get my quick math. So we got 88, and then we would have, so it'd be 120. 132 out of 180. Even then, that's like lower than what I wanted to get on the test. This is overall lower than what I really would have been happy with, but I'm never gonna take this test again. I do not give a shit, man. You're done with me. I've passed. I passed it. I can say that I have N1. That's good enough for me, I guess. But yeah, if you took the JLPT, let me know in the comments how it went for you. I hope you passed. I hope you got a better score than me. Huh. I'm gonna be pissed off about this just because, like, I want to know what I got wrong. It'd be cool if you could see, because I did feel like I understood a good amount and that I was answering accurately. So I don't know. Maybe I just actually suck at reading and I don't understand what I'm reading, which would be very interesting. Or if I just got tripped up on some questions. But yeah, stay tuned for the rest of the video where I give some advice and then we close this one out. Yeah, thanks for watching. I appreciate it so much. I love you guys. Oh my god, sorry. I forgot what I was going to do, but like I got alcohol. Yay, Kampai, we passed. Woo. Dude, the Horoyoi Shiroi-sawa, this shit's good. Okay, enjoy the rest of the video. Welcome back. As you can tell, I'm still wearing the same clothes as the first part. I'm filming all of that before the results. So you know if I passed, but me, when I'm filming this, I don't know yet. That's crazy. But yeah, here's some advice, I guess. If you need the JLPT, and I mean need, this is what I think you should do. Study towards it while immersing. No matter what you want to do, immersion should be the backbone of anything. Whether you're going to study for it, not study for it, you need it, you don't need it. Immerse a lot, okay? But outside of that, go through Anki decks specific for the JLPT, N5, N4, N3, N2, N1. Go through all of those. You can sentence mine on the side as well, obviously look up things during immersion, but make sure you have a JLPT-centric Anki deck to go through and kind of make it so that you're definitely good for the vocab stuff on the test. For grammar lists, you can go through and make grammar decks based on each level as well. You can watch videos on that. You can do whatever you want. I think probably if you just watch like a video of every grammar point explained for each level while you immerse and while you do other things, you'll pick up a lot of them as well, and it won't be a problem for you. And then yeah, when you get closer to tests, start doing practice tests. Get used to the format, maybe watch videos on test taking tips if you need help with that. Do a bunch of practice problems if you want as well. And then mine and basically practice whatever you get wrong. I think that's a good thing. Basically just immerse and do as much dedicated study as you want. And then just to help you achieve whatever level you want to achieve in whatever time period. You're going for N2 in 2 years. You could probably do N1 in 2 years, honestly. But N2 in 2 years, I think if you're immersing a lot and you're doing stuff towards the test, you'll be able to do that, and you can adjust as you go depending on how you feel about the progress. Take a practice test monthly if you want to always see the difference. There's so many practice tests online you can take and previous tests. So do that. Make it a habit. If it's something you want to work towards and you know you want to take it at a certain day for a certain level for a certain reason. If you don't need the JLPT, basically how I was, take it whenever you want, obviously, if you want to take it, if not. But if you immerse, sentence mine, etc., you'll pass. Congrats, eventually. Depending how long it takes, depends on a lot of things, I guess. But if it necessarily doesn't matter to you, you don't need to do a single thing towards the test. Congrats. Just immerse until you can pass it naturally, I guess. So that's up to you. But same with the other one, obviously. Add in dedicated study if you want. It's the advice doesn't necessarily change. It's just do more dedicated study if you care more, do less if you don't. That's it. But immerse a lot, always. You might need to study some tests, even if you don't study for the tests, just so you get used to what type of questions are and you're not surprised trying to understand how to do the STAR question the first time when you're actually taking the real test. Do like one practice test just so you know what you're going to do. And if you aren't great at tests, other than that, I don't think you need to do any extensive study. Just do a practice test or two and you should be fine. If you can't pass with that active study towards the test, like you need to have the grammar points for that test, you need to do the vocab thing. If you can't pass without that, you just might not be ready for that level, and I think that's fine. There's no issues. So if you're not like you don't have to do a certain level in a certain amount of time. Just progress when you progress, and if you fail, you fail. If you don't fail, you don't fail. Like it's literally it. Just like don't feel like you have to study for the test because you'll pass eventually. You will. Just immerse more, look up more, and do that over and over again a lot, bro. Forever. That's it. It's always the advice, but it's the same here. It's who's surprised? No one. If you made it to this far in the video and you're surprised by that, come to the good side of immersion learning. Watch all my videos, watch some AJATT update videos, and ask some questions and get going, because like everyone should know that. Just immerse, just look up stuff and do that forever and you'll get good. That's just common sense, I thought. All right, next, the conclusion. Thank you guys so much for watching. I really hope you guys enjoyed the video. It was a lot of fun to make it. It was nice to talk about this. For any questions that I didn't answer in this video, feel free to ask me in the comments or ask me in DMs on like Twitter or Discord or on other social media sites. They're all in the description. Obligatory, I can be really bad with answering DMs. I'm getting better, I've been better this year. So please understand, I do not hate you. It's just my brain has issues, I think. So I don't hate you. I actually like you a lot. You're cool. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to want to talk to me. I appreciate that. I need to be the better person in that exchange, okay? Remember to like, comment, subscribe. Join the channel as a member if you would like to, because I have that. It's like, I don't know how much a month, but you get emotes and support me, and I don't know. If you want, you don't have to. It's just there. Look out for my monthly live streams that I do, and check out all the other Japan-related videos and Japanese-related videos on the channel. Like, you got my vlogs. Check out my newest vlog where I go to Aomori. Check out my video about switching jobs in Japan. Watch my 5-year update, my 5.5-year update. Watch my 5.5-year Japanese speaking video. Watch all my videos. They're pretty cool, I think. You should watch all of them. Yeah. So, I guess this ends this one here. Not as long as normal, but I think it was just as valuable. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day. And don't forget to keep immersing. You got this. You're gonna do it. You are gonna make it. Let's go! I passed the JLPT N1 with 160 out of 180. In this video, I'll go over some questions from the test, point out some things that I thought were easy, point out some things that I thought were hard, as well as give more thoughts on my score and the JLPT test and testing overall. Hey guys, I'm Hypothetical Tiger, or Aaron, however you know me, and I've been studying Japanese through Immersion since mid-2020. I moved to Japan in early 2024, and I make videos here on my YouTube channel, go over my life in Japan, experience learning Japanese, and all of that fun stuff. Before we continue, I want you all to follow me on my social medias. They're all in the description. Like the video, comment on the video, subscribe. Join as a member if you want to support me. That's all up to you. And I just want to give a thank you to TJ Cooperation for the comment on my original JLPT video, linked in the description and the pinned comment, telling me to go over like the answers with the leaked test and then talk a little bit more about it. So thank you so much, TJ Corporation. I appreciate it. You gave me a good video idea. You're awesome. So yeah, this is going to be a quick video. We're just going to kind of go off of the dome. Not really much written down notes-wise or script-wise. Well, never a script, but not really much written down note-wise. So I hope you guys enjoy it. So without further ado, let's continue. All right, first section is the vocab and the grammar section, which I got a 44 out of 60 on. Honestly, I thought this was not too hard overall. The thing that gave me the most trouble was definitely the star bullshit for the grammar section. I hated that. That definitely didn't go well. But other than that, I thought it went kind of easy. So, let's take a look at some of those questions, huh? All right, here we are with some of the questions. This is like from a Chinese site thing. I don't know, man. All of these, so like ganjo, hisonderu, gyosei, takuetsu, kanbashikunai, kankatsu. These to me were all pretty easy, and I don't think I got a single one of these wrong. I'd be very surprised if I got any of these wrong because I know all these words. In terms of words that could show up on the N1, I think these are probably some of the easier words, so I thought it was really easy and I lucked out there. Where we get a little bit tipsy-turvy, and you can see why I probably lost some points, I guess. The first one, I believe I got that one right. The second one, I don't have the whole sentence here, but if you remember, it was about like soccer and like having a lead by 1 point. I remember in the test being stuck for some reason between rido and like prasu. And I don't know why I was stuck between those two. And I don't remember honestly which one I picked. But as we go on, you'll see that a lot where I'll talk about it and I'll go, I was stuck between two for no reason. Like, if you told me the answer was rido and I read the sentence, I think I would be like, oh yeah, that makes complete sense. So it's not necessarily that like I don't know these things. It's just like in the test, I might have screwed up. Let's see. Gokaku, I got that one. Wariyatearu. Atearu? Wariyaterus? Isn't this supposed to be wariyateru? I don't know. But I got that one right. I know that. Shuto no junbi. I got that one right. Hitomazu no kyuke. I got that one all right. Kibun ga mushakusha. This one I think I got wrong because I completely forgot the meaning for mushakusha. Yeah, so I completely forgot the meaning for mushakusha. So this one I probably got wrong. I can't remember what I put, but thinking about it, most likely not a correct answer. Ogesa, yep, I got that one. Hisoka ni is kossori, got that.
Shiren and Kunan. This one I should have got. Yeah, so we have this one. Oku no shiren ga atta. And it's Kunan. This is also one that I'm pretty sure I put Kunan at the end, but for some reason I like this and one other answer. I was just stuck between that, and I don't know. There were definitely moments like that. Same with number 17, Urotaeru. I completely forgot what the meaning was, and I was awateru. I was freaking out. I didn't even put awateru at first, and I actually forgot. I was like, dude, I don't know what the hell to put for this answer, and it really pissed me off. And then when I came back to go over it, it like clicked, and I was like, oh, it's awateru. Like, I'm fine. Tomen is shibaraku. I believe I got this one right. 19 jimai jibun de kao. Honestly, I think I got this wrong. I think I got this wrong. And that's embarrassing, I guess, because it's an easy word and I do know it. Like, I am aware. This was another one where probably got it wrong, but it's not something I don't know, you know? I believe I got this one right. Some of these, this is where we get to the ones where I'm not 100% sure and I don't actually remember too much. Kyuchi no Kensa. I got this one wrong. I already know I got this one wrong. I just blanked, and even now, I don't even think I know that well enough, so yeah. Koi ga sasureru. I got this one wrong. Unless this question is... Oh! See, okay, it freaked me out. Yeah, koi ga kasureru. I was like, what? I was like, this is definitely the correct answer, I thought. I was starting to freak out. 23... Yeah, so I definitely got this one wrong because I don't even know this word. I don't know this word now. I asked someone after the test and he told me and I don't remember. So, yeah, I got that one wrong. I got this one correct, I know. This one I believe I got right, but not because I knew the answer. I just kind of guessed because I was blanking on the meaning of memagurushi the whole time. Every time I saw that question, it was not going well for me. So this is the final section of the grammar. I believe that the grammar point here was awari so ni nai. I think I got this one wrong. I believe I got this one right as well, but this is also one that I might have gotten wrong. Nakushite wa. Reading it, I know the meaning now, obviously. During the test, I believe I might have gotten this mixed up with another one. Can't completely remember that one, to be honest. I think it was noru gurai nara. Noru kurai nara. I believe that was the grammar point they were testing, and I believe I got that one correct. I don't remember what grammar point it was testing on this, so we're just going to skip that. Nayamasare nagara. This was the grammar point in this one, and I believe I got this one right. I believe I got this one right as well. The grammar point was nikoshita koto wa nai. I believe I got this one right as well. Shite nakereba. This one, I believe, was the grammar point. I got that right. This one I also got right. The grammar point was shitekureta mono da. You see this in books all the time, and not just books, like manga and stuff. This one, shigoto mitai na tokoro ga aru node. Shigoto mitai na tokoro. This was the part they were testing on, and they put different words in here. And I'm gonna be real with you guys. Reading it, obviously, understandable. I think I might have accidentally put rashi in there, rashi tokoro, instead of mitai na tokoro, which, if I saw the two sentences line up together, I can see how they're different, but that's one of those things where I'm not fully acquired on that, I guess, and I don't fully know the nuance internally, so that's fine, obviously, something to work on, but I believe I got this one wrong. If not, I got lucky and I put this one. It was a mix between mitai na tokoro and rashi tokoro, so I'm not 100% sure how that one went. Yorokonde bakari mo irarenai. This was the grammar point, bakari mo irarenai. I believe I got that one correct, so. Yay. Okay, the next one is the terrible grammar section with the stars. This one I got wrong. Nishiyama-san mo Nishiyama-san nara kacho mo kacho da yo. That one, reading it, I understand the meaning. And after I saw the explanation on Reddit, I believe, I was like, damn, okay, I know that. I've heard that phrase before. I've definitely heard this and seen this usage. However, during the test, all it was mo, Nishiyama-san, nara, and kacho.
And they're like, all right, put it in the correct order. So all I had in the sentence was, Nishiyama-san, mo kacho dayo. And I was like, what? Like, I was losing it. I could not get this one. This one was like, this is one where I believe if you did a lot of practice problems, this one definitely comes up, I assume. And once you see it, it's like instant, and you remember the mo nara, and then the mo at the end. But me, I was like, shit, dog. I have no idea. This one, we're just gonna guess. I don't even remember what I put, but I know it wasn't correct. That's for sure. I believe I got this one correct. Like this one, I might have screwed up the order, to be honest, but I think I got that one right. I might have gotten this one wrong actually. My head wanted to form the sentence that was made because I remember my answer being confident in like I knew what the meaning, what it was going for. I don't know if I got the correct order. I might have got this one wrong actually. Like with all of them, a lot of them obviously. I don't remember everything. This one I got correct 100%. Like obviously all these are intuition, but this one's super intuition. There is no place that Noka can go after except for this part, so that one I thought was easy. I also got this one right. I believe this one. So yeah, the star section, I might have gotten 3 out of the 5 wrong. I might have gotten 3 out of the 5 right. I'm not 100% sure. But definitely these final 2, I know that I got correct. Before I move on, don't forget that you can actually check out my full JLPT story in the big video that I released the other day. It basically talks about how I studied for the test, not much, my actual experience during the test, before the test, after the test. So go and check out that other video over there. It has my real score reaction as well from the second I clicked the results. You get to watch with me and learn when I got my score, as well as initial reactions to it. Link is down below in the description and in the comments. Next, we're going to go to the reading section where I got a 28 out of 60 on. This is the worst section that I had on the test, and it's probably the section that is going to haunt me in my nightmares for the rest of my life. Similar to the first section, I'm not going to remember much. I'm probably going to remember even less of the reading section. And just looking it over before actually starting to record the video, I did notice a good amount of questions where I'm like, I think I answered something different than that. So I can completely understand where a lot of my points got taken off, and it's interesting to see that, definitely. I believe I got this one correct. I believe I got this one correct as well. I don't remember this one with Dio Sureba. I probably got this one wrong, honestly. I would have to look at the question because I do not remember. But this is not sticking out of my head at all. So I either got it wrong or I got it right and I just cannot remember. Honestly, I do not remember. I'm sorry, but I think a lot of the reading is going to be I do not remember. I should have recorded this as soon as the leaks came out, but I didn't even think to do this until I saw that comment on the other video, so I'm sorry. Oh, this one I remember being hard. I can't remember exactly what the passage was all about, but I do remember that I was having an issue trying to figure out which answer to put for this. So I either got this right or I got it wrong. Obviously, those are the 2 chances, I guess. I'm an idiot. This one I do remember being like, I do not know what the answer is. So I wish I could see my answers and see if I got this one right, because I remember this one specifically. I believe I got this one correct. That wasn't too hard, I believe. This is a good question, if I remember it or not. I believe that I got this one correct. All I remember was that the passage I thought was relatively easy, and the question associated with it was not very hard. I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say that I got this one correct. I do not remember. I apologize, but I do not remember this one. This one I believe I got right. I do remember this passage and like eating with people and the importance of, you know, how that like shapes society and stuff and doing this shit together. I do remember that. This one I got wrong. I'm gonna actually nope. Actually, I just read the next one. I believe I got this one wrong as well. These were both talking about like your ability to contribute, and like in terms of finding jobs and making that decision, and like picking the job that's correct for you, etc., and how to go about it. This one I do not recognize, and I believe I definitely got that one wrong. This one I semi recognize, but I'm not sure if I got this one correct or if there was just another one that also mentioned jibun no tokusei o ikaseru shigoto. But I said earlier that I think I got this one wrong. I might have gotten this one right, unless there is another similar answer that was pretty similar. If that's the case, I might have clicked. I might have chose that one, but otherwise, I think I got that one right. This one I do not remember. It involved like cleaner shrimp and fish coming along to get cleaned, etc., and stuff about that. I do not necessarily remember this first question, but the next one with like the shrimp and shaking their like, what is this, tentacle type things. I believe I got this question right. I remember putting this one down specifically. I believe I got this one correct as well. I cannot remember the passage, but I believe I got this question. Oh, this was about the importance of journaling. So this was like talking about like the importance of looking objectively at yourself, and you get to see that in your diary. This one is interesting. I do remember this answer. I do not remember if I picked this answer, because this was also one where I was going between multiple answers. A lot of these reading questions were me going through and being like, oh, is it this one? Is it this one? Is it this one? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Without like picking one of the two. So I think that's actually the biggest reason why I lost a lot of points on the reading section. Not necessarily because I couldn't understand the words that were on the page. It was just trying to find the answer that lined up to how I thought things were going, like in terms of, like author's intent and stuff like that. I get really tripped up and I get stuck between answers, then overthink, and then I end up picking random out of those two kind of most times. So it's not necessarily like I don't know what I'm doing. It's just like, man, I overthink and I get stuck. So that has been a problem with me on tests forever. I get decent grades and I normally pass tests, and I did in school, but there was always the overthinking side of it. And I believe I will go into the overthinking side a little bit later on in this video, but that's definitely there. And it has not changed, obviously. I'm going to be real with you guys. I don't remember a single one of these three, so we're just going to skip those. I do not remember those. I do not remember what I put for 60, because this was like comparing what passage A thought and what passage B thought. I do not remember my answer, but for 61, I do remember that the passages were basically about how to schedule your life and people being too optimized and trying to optimize everything. And the answer was like, what is both passages, what do they like think you should do? And the central idea was basically what you should do in your life is up to you, like jibun shidai. So you choose your path. You don't have to worry about other people, what they're doing, or the intensity. The final one was about advertisements. Oh, actually, this isn't the final one. This is the final one. But this was about like advertisements. And I remember reading through the passage like once or twice. And I just kind of sat there and I was like, I get they're talking about advertisements, and I kind of could get the overall like what they were talking about, but the minute details were not clicking. I was just having like a lot of trouble. And I think it's just because I'm not used to reading those types of things, most likely. So it was just like new to me. And if I had some practice, it'd go better. But I definitely remember, like, even looking at the first question here, like, I think I answered this, but it was after a lot of deliberation and a lot of like, not necessarily panic, but a lot of, oh my god, dude, like I can't get this. I can't get this. What the hell am I reading? Like I can't, it's not clicking 100%, and I felt like it should. So that was a little disappointing, but what are you going to do? It happens. I believe I answered one similar to this. Hitsuyo dato kanjirare nikui. This part, I believe, was in my answer. So I either answered this correctly, or I picked one that also contained this. This is this final question, I believe I got this one correct. Actually, I think I did decent on this reading passage, but I think I'd say out of all of them, it was probably my worst one that I felt like I didn't feel very confident on it. So that's very interesting. This final one was basically talking about that in the advertisements, you should show what value the product has to like your everyday life to the user, so that they don't forget about it, and it's always useful, so they'll always come back to it. And the final one was like a dry cleaning service, I believe, like an ad flyer, and you just had to like answer some questions. So it was like, if you buy this package, what's your discount if you're also a Cayenne, and how much would the shipping be? I got this one right. I got both these right. I know I did. It was very simple, not very hard when it's just reading a sign and doing what the sign says. And then 9 days after was when it would arrive or something like that. I'm not 100% sure. So that brings us to the end of our question go over. I know it wasn't as good as it probably could have been because I don't remember all the questions and I didn't have them written down in front of me. So a lot of it was like, I don't remember. I think it was this. I think it was this. Whatever. This is just to spend time with me, okay? We're hanging out right now. The final section is the listening section, and I can't really talk about it. I'm going to be honest. I got a 44 out of 60, which is fine, and I believe a lot of my points were lost because, as I mentioned in the other video, I was zoned out a lot, tired, bored. It was just, the listening section is more of endurance on if you can handle being in hell for however long the section is, because it's boring, it's terrible. I don't think it's difficult listening whatsoever. From N5 to N1, it will not be hard to listen to or understand what's going on. It's just they try to put some tricks on you, and it takes forever to move between questions, and the general topics of each conversation are just boring. So it's terrible. The score, not the best in my eyes, 44 out of 60, but I'm okay with anything in the 40s or the 60s, so that's why my grammar score and my vocab score and my listening score, I'm pretty much okay with that. Now we're at my score thoughts. So I mentioned the scores for each separate section and the overall score at the beginning, but I'll go over a little bit more in depth here and talk about it. Not too much, but just a bit. So as I mentioned, my full score was a 116 out of 180. So that means on the vocab and grammar, I got a 44 out of 60. On the reading, I got a 28 out of 60. And on the listening, I also got a 44 out of 60. In terms of these scores, you know, I'm not super happy about the reading being the lowest, but what are you going to do? The 44s for listening and vocab and grammar, that's good for me. I think a score in the 40s, 50s is basically what I would have wanted, so I'm not upset about that at all. For the vocab and grammar, as I mentioned, we take those. Grammar was actually only a B. Now, a B is when, probably put something here or somewhere on the screen, a B is when you answer less than 67% of those questions in that section correct. And someone could go through, I just went through all the questions. Maybe I said that I got more than 67%, but I did not. So no matter what, I got less than 67% of those questions right. The vocab, I did get an A on, which means you got above 67%. And in my opinion, I probably got all of the vocab right, or maybe one or two wrong, just because my brain wasn't working. For reading, as I have mentioned multiple times and you've probably heard from me, I'm not super happy, and it does suck that this is the lowest score because I read so much and I like to pride myself on reading and I put a lot of time into reading. But the way I look at it kind of is, this is either proof that the test content does not equal immersion, i.e., it's not the same to be able to understand immersion and take a test on said understanding. It's not always the same because the way they test you and the way you have to interface with the new input. Interact with the new input. Or it just means that I suck and I don't understand anything that I'm telling you guys I do understand. Now, I believe I understand what I'm saying, what I understand. So this basically means that the former is the reality. I think that there are people who can study with only immersion, only looking up things, etc., and get a perfect score on the N1. I think that there's also people who won't. And if you just do some study, you basically mitigate it, and study plus immersion equals pass with no issues. So I'm not too upset about it anymore, and I've kind of gotten over the initial shock, and I've kind of thought about it and justified it / coped to the point where it's not that big of a deal. I passed, so that's what I care about the most. Final, the listening, the 44 out of 60, just like the vocab and the grammar, we take those. I'll take a 44 out of 60. It's all right. I just want to quick talk a little bit about just how much this test means to me, or at least should mean to me. And I think people, once you get into immersion learning, the standard for good gets so high that we always forget kind of how crazy this is, to be honest. Passing N1 without much study and on my first try, even though it took 5+ years before I actually took the test, that to me is an accomplishment, and it should be an accomplishment for anyone. Anyone who says N1 is easy, like a joke easy or beginner, or really where Japanese starts, they're lying to you, and it's just to boost their own ego. I'm sorry, but that's the truth. Yes, if you do get good at Japanese, N1 is not necessarily difficult. You're not going to have trouble with a lot of the words that come up or understanding it. But understanding those words and being able to read them are a little bit different than actually answering the test questions that pertain to them. And this is the same thing as when you take your native language, like English class in school. So it's not necessarily like an easy thing to just be able to just walk up and do no matter what. So I think it's okay to be happy, and it's the highest test of it's the highest level of the proficiency test. That's fucking cool. I passed that. Like, I'm in terms of the test that I can take for like the general Japanese language ability, I'm considered the top level. And that's awesome. And back when I started learning Japanese, I never thought I could make it to N1 because I believed everything on the internet that N1 was impossible and that it was so hard. I don't agree with the other end extreme that it's too easy and you can pass it in your sleep, but it's it's possible. I did it. A lot of people I know have done it. You can do it. You're probably in the process of doing it. So it's just really cool when you think about it. And past me would be so proud of me right now. So there's no reason for me to get on myself or get upset that my one score was lower than the other because, as I mentioned in the video, the score does not change my Japanese at all. Everything I did before the test, I'm going to do after the test, and it's going to go the same way. And I'm not necessarily going to suddenly not be able to understand a sentence because I passed N1 by only 16 points. So I'm okay with it. It's chill. I'm ready to just move forward and live life. Next, I want to go over some mistakes from the test, as well as some surprises that I found along the way. Number one, as I mentioned before a little bit, overthinking questions. This is the biggest mistake, and it's not necessarily a surprise. It's probably the reason I got the lowest score on reading, to be honest. As I mentioned, I tend to overthink those questions and then find two answers that I convince myself it can be correct. It can be this one. It can be this one. And then I don't know what to pick. And I pick one, and maybe I get it right sometimes, but I also probably get it wrong just as much of the time. So, as mentioned, I do the same thing in English, and it's just kind of me freaking out during tests, I guess. So, what are you going to do? Kind of up to me to fix that, but luckily I passed, so I don't have to fix it. Surprises. Nothing really besides just my overall score, because as I talked about in the video, I thought I did better. I thought the test was easier than what the score actually reflects. So it was a little bit surprised to see that it was lower than what I expected. But in terms of on the test, there weren't any surprises because I felt like I was good enough at Japanese to where there was nothing where I was like, what? Besides that one word that I mentioned that I still don't know the reading of, tell me in the comments. But most things were like relatively simple, and even the words I didn't know, it's understandable that maybe I should have known them, or I've definitely seen them somewhere to where it's not necessarily like, what? They use the craziest kanji that doesn't exist. That's crazy. I don't want it to feel like a reflection of my Japanese because it's not, but the mental load of having to feel like I didn't prove it and that I know my Japanese is definitely like better than that is something I just have to deal with. And by better than that, I just mean people look at the score and they think one thing, but the score is not someone's whole Japanese. Like, you can't wrap up someone's Japanese knowledge and skills within that score. It's impossible. There's a lot of things that go into it, especially with like studying for the test and what you immerse with and like where you learn words and everything. Everyone is very different. So whether you see someone pass or you see someone fail, don't use it as a way to like write off someone's Japanese or assume that they're better than you think or worse than you think. View it as what it is. They did enough to pass the test, or they didn't do enough to pass the test. And that's really it. I've kind of, now that I've taken it and now that I've gotten a low score, this is probably cope, but I think it's called empathy, I believe. I think people should like chill about the JLPT a little bit more and not like care so much if they pass or care so much if they fail, unless, as I mentioned, you need it for something. But I think in general, if you're just taking it as like proof of language ability, passing and failing really means absolutely nothing. And if you pass, be happy you got the certificate. If you failed, that sucks, but you can go take the test again and hopefully you pass and things go better. I've lost care in the JLPT. I never thought it was N1 equals great, but after taking it myself and knowing what I'm able to do in Japanese and how comfortable I can be in Japanese in certain areas, I completely understand how someone could fail the test but be completely competent outside of the test. I don't think people give empathy to that, at all or mention that much. It's just kind of like, oh, you failed, you suck. Like someone will post on Reddit, like, I've been studying for 10 years, I still failed N1, I'm bad. Now, I believe that probably they have something they could do differently, and there's a reason why they're failing, but I don't necessarily think that automatically means the person is bad at Japanese. It's very possible, but I don't think it automatically should equal that. I think people should, think about that a little more. That was my little cope segment. Smile. A little bit about regrets. I don't think I had any. Yeah, I could have actually maybe failed because I didn't do any real study, but I'm okay with that, I think. I think being able to treat the test as strictly a knowledge measurement of the test itself, not Japanese, and nothing more is super nice. Like, oh, I took JLPT. Oh, I passed the JLPT. Yay. I like the idea of passing without any study for the test because then it does feel like more of a raw visualization of your Japanese. But like we mentioned, it's not as accurate as it could be because it's impossible to make a test that would be accurate. It's as accurate as it can be, I guess. If I had to do it again, I would probably grind some practice problems for the star questions and the reading questions, just because those are my two sections where I did the worst, and I think it'd be a good idea to get familiar with them and learn a bit more about the set phrases that they use for the stars, and then the common themes / the way they want you to answer for the passages. So being able to see, like, for this passage and this question, this is the answer, and get an explanation about maybe why that's the answer, just so I can kind of understand more what it's looking for, because I still don't know there's always patterns with tests, so you can study the test and get better and get scores without necessarily changing your overall knowledge. And this is with any test, not just the JLPT. And I haven't done any of that at all, so I'm sure if I did some of that, I could get my reading score up a lot. This obviously is not a necessity, but it would probably mean that I could get a higher reading score and probably get an A on the grammar section and, just have a higher overall score. I think if I took it again and studied, I could easily get my original goal, which was a 140 out of 180 or above. But I will not be doing this. I'm almost going to put this stamp on this for now. I will not take the JLPT N1 again unless there's an actual reason that I need to, because in my eyes, I've passed. I don't care about the score. Let my Japanese outside of the test speak for itself, and that's good enough for me. I don't need to get a perfect score just to impress people online, because at the end of the day, that's all the score matters to. I've never shown my score to someone ever for my N2. They've only seen my certificate, and even then, nobody really cares about the certificate either. It's just, can you speak in Japanese? Can you function? Okay, cool. Certificate, you have it. Oh, you say you have it? That's good enough. You will not be seeing me take it ever again. Passing N1 doesn't make you fluent in Japanese, but getting fluent in Japanese can definitely help you pass the N1. So, if you want to learn a little bit more about my Japanese journey in general and the JLPT, check out my longer in-depth JLPT reaction video that I put out basically right after the test results were released in Japan, as well as the other videos on my channel. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Hey guys, welcome back. I'm glad you watched the whole video if you're seeing this clip. This is the ending, the secret ending, I don't know, I guess. So, if you made it this far, just thank you so much. You did not need to do that. That's insane. You're a monster. But I appreciate it a lot. And yeah, in the comments, just like, let me know. Just let me know Koro Sensei. Just say nice Koro Sensei plushie. Say that. If you say that in the comments, I'll know that you're a real one, and you'll definitely gain some more respect in my heart. But yeah, I love you guys so much. Like I said at the beginning, you guys genuinely changed my life, and but being honest right now, I'm not going through a lot of good things at the moment. It's not going well. Last couple days have been bad. But making this video and at least putting this out, I know that like I'm gonna make an impact on your guys' lives, and that's enough for me to keep going. So yeah, thank you guys so much, and I'll see you guys in the next video whenever that is. Love you. Have a good rest of your day.